Chapter 1. Only someone with a screw loose would choose summoner. Let me remind you one more time, once you choose a profession, there's no changing it. This profession will stay with you for life. It not only determines how far you can go in the future but also directly affects your standard of living. While every profession has potential, their growth phases differ. The warrior profession is the most suitable for you. It requires no money, not much innate talent, provides combat capability early on, and allows you to get employed as soon as you reach level 10. Class 3 of Profession Awakening High School Number 1 heard their homeroom teacher repeat these words yet again, words that had been said countless times before. In short, if you meet the requirements to become a warrior, no matter how suitable other classes are, just pick warrior. If your family is wealthy enough to instantly fork out 10 million for equipment, another 10 million for spells, and yet another 10 million to hire muscle, then don't hesitate, embrace the pay-to-win life. But what if you don't qualify as a warrior and your family isn't rich? What then? The classmates answered in unison, support class. That's right, go for support. Don't get ahead of yourself by choosing classes like Druid, Ranger, Monk, or Shadowblade. I'm not saying these classes are weak, but we need to know our limits. These classes simply aren't meant for people like us. In short, either choose to be a warrior, a support, or just rely on your dad's money to pay your way through. The homeroom teacher repeated sternly. He knew his words sounded a bit negative, but there was no helping it. His was just the most ordinary Awakener high school. The students with high talent had all been picked by elite schools, leaving only those with average abilities. He just wanted to guide his students toward a more stable path. Alright, gather at the playground after the noon break, and we'll head to the temple for your class transition. The homeroom teacher nodded in satisfaction at his obedient students, thinking to himself that this year's employment rate should be secure. After the teacher left, the classroom erupted into chaos as everyone started buzzing with discussion. Finally able to awaken, I've been waiting for this day for so long. What's the point anyway? We're all just going to be warriors. Warrior is fine too. At least I can start earning money. My dad already arranged everything. Once I reach level 10, I'll be directly placed in our province's largest angel pharmaceuticals with a starting salary of 8,000. So envious. What do you mean warrior is fine? Being able to change classes is already great. Our class's previous test pass rate was only 50%. Half the people couldn't even change classes. I can change classes, but my strength aptitude rating wasn't high enough to become a warrior. Luckily my mental strength met the requirements, so I can become a priest. Being a priest is great too. Many professionals pay to hire priests to go into the abyss. It's a lucrative profession. I'm planning to switch to a shield warrior, to be a tank and take damage for the mages. Give it up. A tank needs to be at least level 15 to withstand the damage in a level 1 abyss. Whether you can even reach level 10 is still a question. I wonder what profession Junyu will choose. Our squad leader must be a warrior too. What a shame though, with his intelligence aptitude rating being so high. No helping it. His family isn't wealthy, and he wasn't willing to switch to a support class. Anyway, his warrior rating meets the standard. He can always transition to a spellblade later. Ha, spellblade warriors are rare class professions. You think just anyone can make that transition? What a waste. Waste of what? We don't even know what our own futures hold, yet we've got spare energy to worry about others? You're right. I sat in the corner, listening to my classmates' discussions in the distance. My name is Zhang Yu, the class monitor of Class 3, ranked first in the entire grade for talent evaluation, except for slightly lower agility. All other attributes were top-notch. These results were considered outstanding at first high, but only average when compared across the entire Jiangshui city. My deskmate Tao Qian overheard the chatter and turned to ask me, have you decided which profession to choose? I shrugged, warrior, of course. Tao Qian sighed regretfully for me. What a waste of your 4.7 rated intellectual potential. What's there to regret? Employment comes first. Even if I chose to be a mage, I wouldn't have money for equipment and spell skills. Might as well play it safe and pick warrior. I don't feel the slightest regret and completely agree with the homeroom teacher's earlier words. It's like choosing between vocational school for practical skills or a mediocre third-tier university just for a diploma. Being a warrior is like mastering a trade, simple to pick up with better job prospects. Druids, rangers, assassins, shadowblades, monks and such are like third-tier universities. Not that they're bad, but given that we're all average students with mediocre talents here, choosing warrior is the safest bet. The army recruits level 10 warriors but won't take level 10 rangers. Major companies only hire low-level warriors, not low-level monks, because leveling up in this world is just too damn hard. As a former corporate drone who had crossed over, I understood the importance of employment all too well. so becoming a warrior was my first choice. Survival comes first, I said earnestly to Tao Qian. In this world, everyone underwent job transitions, there were hardly any universities. After graduating high school, people would transition, level up, and then find work. Those who couldn't transition attended technical schools to study law, management, architecture, mechanics, and other fields. Because those who could transition were the most important to fend off the abyss, protect humanity's last remnants of space, and guard against the prophecy of the apocalypse. In this world, strength ruled, and a person's job level was a symbol of status. I was quite satisfied with transitioning into a warrior. It was still better than failing to transition at all. Tao Qian said with a serious expression, I plan to transition into a monk. Betting on talent? Yeah, taking a gamble on talent. If I could get an A-grade talent, I'd skyrocket straight away. Someone nearby scoffed. Betting on A-grade talent? You might as well bet on a hidden class. Rumor has it, last year the entire Jiangsu city only produced one A-grade talent professional. Last year, the whole Jiangnan province only had one S-grade talent professional, 30 A grades, but there were over 30 hidden classes in the entire province. Tao Qian retorted defiantly, so what makes you think I can't be one of those 30? Yeah, good luck. Seeing that Tao Qian was already possessed by demons, the other person stopped trying to persuade him. Instead, Tao Qian came to persuade me. Brother I don't think we should listen to the homeroom teacher. That kind of life is too ordinary. We've got to take a gamble. What if our bicycles turn into motorcycles? I pulled out the potential assessment form from the day before and handed it to Tao Qian. I'd love to gamble, but take a look at my results. Tao Qian took the assessment form. Strength, potential rating, 3.7 points. Intelligence, potential rating 4.7 points. Physique, potential rating 4.0 points. Mental strength, potential rating 3.8 points. Agility, potential rating 1.9 points. That's pretty good. Any rating above 3 points is considered excellent, and your scores completely crush mine. I pointed to the very bottom of the evaluation. Now take a look at this. Tao Qian noticed a recommendation at the very bottom. According to the temple's assessment, the profession most suited to you is summoner. Tao Qian slightly opened his mouth. Summoner? That can't be right. Although your potential rating isn't on par with those top-tier geniuses, it's definitely not low. How could they recommend summoner to you? I chuckled and said indifferently, maybe even the temple makes mistakes sometimes. After all, after decades, no one has figured out where the temple even came from. Anyway, I don't believe in the temple's recommendations. Even if summoner is the best fit for me, I'd never choose it. A typical bottom-tier profession, anyone who picks it is asking to be scammed. You'd have to kill me before I choose it. Warrior is still the way to go. Every year, only a handful of people choose the summoner profession, and even those few only pick it because they don't meet the requirements for other classes. Warriors have always been strong, monks and druids dominate the mid-game, assassins and shadowblades shine in the late game, and mages reign supreme in the endgame. Shield warriors, paladins, and priests may not be powerful, but their supportive roles ensure they never struggle to find a party. But summoners, they're a universally despised profession, neither strong nor weak, mediocre at every stage, more expensive to maintain than mages, and even weaker in combat than paladins. Their only supposed advantage, the swarm tactic, is utterly overshadowed by necromancers. I burn through the most resources to train the dumbest profession. No party wants me, and I can't solo anything. Summoners are practically the abandoned class of the profession world. I said earnestly, only someone with a screw loose would choose to be a summoner. Tao Qian, standing beside me, chimed in, yeah, only idiots pick summoners. Just as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Detected that the host holds deep prejudice and misunderstanding towards the summoner profession. Activating the divine level summoner talent, Hextech augment rune talent in advance. Hextech talent, every 5 levels, randomly select 2 Hextech augment runes. The effects of Hextech augment runes will apply to summon creatures only, and can only affect summon creatures. This talent exclusively serves the summoner profession. If the host does not choose the summoner profession, the system will angrily self-destruct. Please choose carefully and take this seriously, do not treat it as a joke. I was instantly speechless. The good news was that the system had arrived, but the bad news was that I had just cursed at it, well, and also at myself. Only someone with a screw loose would choose summoner. Those were my own words just moments ago, which meant I'd thoroughly insulted myself. According to the system's description, if I didn't choose summoner, not only would I miss out on a god-tier talent, but I might also have to endure the system's self-destruct damage. I never expected that the system I'd been waiting for, the must-have for any transmigrator, would turn out to be summoner-related. I sighed helplessly, since when did systems have such explosive tempers? Threatening their host with self-destruction? But whatever, since the system promised me a divine-tier talent, any profession would do, even the universally despised summoner class. After all, that's a divine tier talent. In this world, the highest known talent is SSS rank, possessed by only one person globally, the current top-ranked player across all leaderboards, the level ranking, combat power ranking, abyss monster slaying ranking, and every other chart. That person is the 9 provinces war god, Nan Muyun. Talent ranks descend from SS, S, A, B, C, all the way to F. And A rank is already considered genius level. S ranks trigger province-wide resource allocation for cultivation. SS ranks are marked as national priority cultivation targets with lifelong guaranteed resources. Aside from Nan Muyun's exceptional SSS rank, SS rank represents the absolute pinnacle, but divine tier? That's unprecedented. But Hextech, isn't that just a gameplay mechanic from Teamfight Tactics? Similar to augments, each Hextech has unique enhancement methods that can strengthen summoned units. Units equals summons, Hextech equals group augments, and every 5 levels, you get 2 Hextech choices. Currently on the level leaderboard, the highest ranked war god Nan Muyun is at level 71 and hasn't leveled up for a long time. It seems he must have hit some bottleneck, or perhaps the experience required for level 71 is so immense that even a powerhouse like Nan Muyun finds it difficult to progress. But even at just level 70, that's a full 30 opportunities to select Hextech enhancements, meaning at least 30 instances of group-wide strengthening. No wonder this talent can only be used by summoners. For any other profession, this rune would lose its effect. 30 instances of group enhancement, doesn't that equal 30 talents? Truly a divine tier talent. Even if a single Hextech talent doesn't match an SSS tier talent, I possess at least 30, maybe even more. Stacked together, they could rival a divine tier talent. I just wonder what effect Hextech runes will have when applied in reality. I'm already looking forward to this afternoon's class advancement. After lunch, I boarded the school bus and arrived at the Jiangshui City branch of the Holy Temple. Back when the abyss descended and foreign races invaded, 9 main holy temples appeared across the 9 provinces, each located in the provincial capitals. They brought humanity both power and hope for survival. Granted professional powers by the temple, through continuous leveling up and decades of struggle, humanity finally managed to truly secure their territory. Although the threats and pressure from the abyss and other races remained constant, fortunately, humanity had developed their own strength, all thanks to the temple. The temple in Jiangshui City was merely a branch, equipped only with functions like initial job transitions for newcomers, potential testing, and displaying leaderboards. Senior Class 1, number 00278 Zhao Kuan from Experimental High School. Please proceed to Platform 3 for your job transition ceremony. Upon entering the temple, it was already crowded with many people, as several schools had already begun their transition ceremonies. The homeroom teacher said to me, "Zhang Yu, take your classmates to Station 4 for their job transition." As the class monitor, these matters naturally fell under my responsibility. Got it. Since it wasn't my first time at the Jiangshui City Temple branch, I was familiar with the process: register, collect a number, and wait at Station 4. After about an hour of waiting, it was our class's turn. Jiangshui No. 1 High School, Class 3 of Grade 12, number 01876 Zhang Ao. Please proceed to Station 4 for job transition baptism. Hearing his name called, Zhang Ao tensed up and immediately stood. My turn. He felt somewhat apprehensive. Although the test results matched the warrior profession, there had been cases where candidates passed the test but failed the job transition. Please stand in the center of the transition platform. You may experience nausea, dizziness, vomiting, or even shock during the process. Don't worry, these are normal symptoms during job transition. Just endure it for 5 seconds. Upon success, you'll be able to see your attributes, profession information, and talent level. If your talent level is higher than B grade, be sure to inform us. Following the staff's instructions, Zhang Ao walked to the center of the transition platform and stood there dumbly, unsure of what to do. Buzz, the next moment, a beam of light projected from the ceiling of the sanctuary. I remember the textbook mentioning that the vocational holy light at the branch is actually transmitted from the main sanctuary. The staff member then announced, according to the feedback from the sanctuary's holy light, you meet the conditions for warrior vocation. Your first matching vocation is monk, and the second is warrior. You may choose either one for your vocation. Zhang Ao's face lit up with joy, and he immediately declared, warrior. He had chosen the safest path. Vocation successful. Congratulations, you are now a warrior vocation holder. The staff member congratulated him without much emotion. Then he continued introducing to Zhang Ao, you can now go to the second floor to find the warrior guild office. Joining a guild will help you understand warriors more quickly. They'll teach you how to level up in the future and some professional rules. Thank you. Zhang Ao's expression was excited. Being able to become a warrior meant he would definitely have a good job in the future. His prospects were secure. Next, Zheng Yu from Class 3, Grade 3 of Jiangshui No. 1 High School, ID 01877. Please come to the 4th platform for your class change ceremony. I was the second one. Under the gaze of my classmates and homeroom teacher, I walked up to the class change platform. they were all curious about my choice. For me, maid should have been the first option, but they all knew my family's situation. Not everyone could afford to train in such an expensive profession as mage. Becoming a warrior would be a bit of a waste of my intelligence talent, and while there are a few other professions that fit, it ultimately comes down to my own choice. You know the procedure, right? I won't repeat it, the staff member said briefly, aiming to speed things up. I nodded. The next moment, a beam of light enveloped me, wrapping my entire body in a warm, comforting sensation. The staff member's voice echoed in my ears. According to the temple's holy light feedback, the most suitable first profession for you is summoner. No secondary recommended profession. The staff member was momentarily stunned by the holy light's feedback because he could see my test data. Based on my stats, aside from assassin and ranger requiring at least 3.5 agility, I could qualify for any other profession. But the temple only provided one recommendation, and crucially, this recommended profession was summoner. The staff member said, according to the data feedback, you could also reclass as a mage, warrior, priest, paladin, or other professions. I choose summoner, I said. If you don't select summoner, you should be able to see prompts for other profession choices by closing your eyes. Just pick whichever you. Wait, what did you say you chose? The staff member thought he must have misheard. I repeated, summoner. You should really think this through, the staff member advised unusually. As a reclassification officer, he knew very well that the number of people choosing summoner was even fewer than those with S-rank talents, meaning, there hadn't been a single summoner this year yet. But I laughed and said, since the temple recommended me to choose summoner and didn't suggest any other professions, it must mean I'm very suited to be a summoner. The temple isn't always right, the staff member muttered under his breath. I chose to trust the temple and, without much hesitation, selected summoner on the job transfer interface that appeared before me. To be honest, I didn't truly believe in the temple. Before this, I'd never even considered becoming a summoner. I even thought those who chose this profession were fools. But the system offered too much, with a divine level talent right there. Only a fool wouldn't take it. Soon, the system prompt sounded, you have changed to the summoner class, activating the divine level talent Hextech Augment Runes. Drawing Hextech Augment Runes, shortly after, consecutive notifications followed. Congratulations! You have drawn your first rune, Prismatic Rune, Demon's Pact. Congratulations! You have drawn your second rune, Silver Rune, Butler's Heart. Demon's Pact. My face lit up with joy. This was the strongest Hextech rune in the early game. I never expected my first talent to be a prismatic tier 1. Hextech Augment Runes are divided into silver, gold, and prismatic tiers, and right after changing classes, I drew both a silver tier Butler's Heart and a prismatic tier Demon's Pact. I examined the attributes of these two runes. Demon's Pact, Prismatic Tier Augment Rune, consumes maximum HP to gain talent points, which can only be applied to summons, granting them higher talent stats. However, the HP consumed cannot be recovered and will permanently reduce your maximum HP. Butler's Heart, Silver Tier Enhancement Rune, the team is considered to have an additional butler and gains one butler emblem. After reading the enhancement effects of the demon contract, I gasped in shock, truly befitting a prismatic tier item. Truly worthy of being old 8's contract. Trading life cap for talent? Though risky, the effect is irresistibly tempting. Summoners have always been considered bottom-tier professions precisely because their summons are weak, lack talent, and are difficult to cultivate. But with old 8's contract, I can guarantee every summon would have maxed out talents. Moreover, according to the system-modified demon contract, it remains highly useful in later stages. A professional's health cap increases with level. As long as there's blood, summons can keep being enhanced indefinitely. I was lost in thought when a sigh interrupted my train of thought. Turning around, I saw the staff member and the homeroom teacher. The sigh had come from the staff member, while the homeroom teacher wore an expression of confusion and sorrow. Neither of them understood why I had chosen the summoner class, widely regarded as the weakest profession. The homeroom teacher looked at me, shaking her head in disappointment. I've met many students, some with exceptional talent, no less gifted than you, who chose other professions out of pride, only to abandon the path of a professional within a few years. I thought you were different, but it turns out you're even more extreme. Do you truly understand the consequences of choosing summoner? Her face was full of disappointment, convinced that picking mage or shadowblade would have been far better than summoner. She even mentioned that summoners had no guild support, no state welfare benefits, and struggled just to level up. I smiled and said, everyone says summoners are weak, but what if I pull out an S-rank talent? Would it still be weak? As I spoke, I displayed my attribute sheet, where an S-rank talent named Demon's Contract appeared in the talent attribute column. S rank. The staff member's voice jumped an octave higher. The homeroom teacher also stared blankly at the attribute sheet, taking a long moment to react. It really is S rank. But what kind of talent is this Demon's Contract? I've never seen it before. I replied, I can't tell you the details of the talent, but this S-rank talent is real, right? The staff member nodded excitedly. Of course it's real. How could the attribute sheet lie? I asked again, so can I enjoy the welfare resources? Absolutely. You're the only professional this year with an S-rank talent so far. I told my homeroom teacher, actually, I wanted to follow your advice at first, but I felt I'd regret not choosing summoner. The temple said I'm only suited for summoner, so I took the gamble and it paid off. I'd rather have a bottom-tier summoner with an S-grade talent than a warrior with ordinary talents. After hearing my explanation, the teacher could accept it, though still worried, but summoners still make people uneasy. I shrugged it off. It's fine. The provincial benefits for S-grade talents only consider the grade. An S-grade summoner can enjoy them too, as long as there's money and resources. The teacher nodded. That's true. My classmates had initially wanted to mock me for choosing summoner, thinking I'd lost my mind. But when they heard I had an S-grade talent, their expressions turned complicated. Even though I was well-liked and had many friends, envy was still envy. Someone said, an S-rank talent, damn, what a beast. Too bad it's a summoner. Others argued, some thinking that if I were an S-rank mage or warrior, they could brag in the future that a top-ranked legend was their classmate, but summoners rarely make it to the overall rankings. Tao Qian wasn't happy and pointed out that no S-rank talent holder had ever flopped so far, but someone stubbornly insisted I'd be the first useless S-rank professional, claiming that an S-rank talent was wasted on a summoner and would be better off given to them. Just as Tao Qian was about to retort, he saw those students who had been badmouthing me hastily stand up and walk toward me. Turns out, I had just finished registering and returned, surrounded by classmates. The ones who had criticized me the harshest moments ago now wore bright smiles. Class president, given our relationship, you've got to look out for me in the future. An S-rank talent, when you make it big, class president, don't forget about us. Tonight's on me to celebrate brother you awakening his S-grade talent. Everyone come to my dad's restaurant, I'll have him open the best vintage Mao Tai. Tao Qian was dumbfounded, thinking how quickly they changed faces, acting like best buddies in public while seething with jealousy behind the scenes. One moment they were saying summoners weren't worth shit, the next they were shamelessly begging for protection. In that instant, Tao Qian felt he understood maturity. Even if you're grinding your teeth with hatred, you never show it. After all, an S-grade talent speaks for itself, and they're terrified I might become a powerful professional. By then, it'll be too late to come crawling back. Chapter 4, Early Surrender, Early Treatment, Early Factory Work, Early Earnings, Skipping 40 Years of Detours. Tao Qian ultimately switched careers to become a monk warrior and even gambled his way to a B-grade talent. Though not A-grade, he seemed quite pleased with himself. After his career change, I didn't linger at the temple and headed home early. The summoner profession simply has no guilds. Among tens of millions of career changers across the 9 provinces, you couldn't even gather 100 summoners, and of those 100, 98% likely never intended to walk the path of professional combatants. What guild would take them in? No guild meant no seniors or veteran professionals to guide me. Everything had to be figured out alone. I had no interest in others' career changes. I only waited for Tao Qian. Who's a true brother and who's a fake friend? I know these things in my heart. Returning home, I stepped around the piles of trash littering the floor and entered my room. This was a government-assigned relief housing unit for impoverished families. When I transmigrated into this body, the parents of Zhengyu, who shared my name, had long since disappeared, leaving his grandfather to raise him. 2 years ago, Grandpa passed away from illness, and this house became my only dwelling. Once inside, I took a moment to survey my small but meticulously organized and cozy room. My time with this world's grandfather hadn't been long. After burying him, I began living alone. It wasn't much different from my previous life, and I felt none of the expected discomfort after transmigration. After a simple meal, I got down to business. Pulling up my attribute panel, I saw name, Zhengyu, title, none, occupation, summoner, level, 1, 100 XP needed for next level. HP, 1100, MP, 110, Strength, 11. Intelligence, 13, Agility, 11, remaining free attribute points, 5. Skills, Contract Rune, Summoned Beast Frenzy. Summoned Beast Space, no contracted summoned beasts, current contract capacity, 1. Talents, Demon Contract, Butler's Heart. Equipment, none. The talent list shows the newly obtained Prismatic Grade Demon Contract and Silver Grade Butler's Heart. The S-grade talent previously seen by staff and homeroom teacher was the Demon Contract. But I feel this Demon Contract is far more than just S-grade. It can exchange health points for summoned beast talents, though the prerequisite is having a summoned beast first. I stared at the empty summoning beast space and pulled out a dust-covered textbook titled Starting from Scratch, Mastering the Summoner Profession. This was a textbook I'd never imagined needing before, having not even glanced at it once since I had no plans to switch to a summoner class. Opening the first page, I was greeted with the words, "Please abandon the summoner profession." It went on to say, if you've already switched to summoner, prepare your factory timing, and this book won't be of any help. Damn, this textbook was brutally honest. I patiently flipped through it, finishing all 100+ pages in under 10 minutes. Aside from the first few pages teaching how to contract summoning beasts, the rest was just filled with pictures. The author had collected numerous summoning beast images and filled the pages with meaningless commentary to pad out the book. In the final section, the author shared their vision for summoners, describing how summoners and their beasts grow together, how a beast's attacks and skill damage are directly tied to the summoner, and how a summoner's innate talent can limit a beast's growth. However, high talent could also nurture a beast to rival other professions. Yet, in the end, the author circled back to advising everyone to abandon their fantasies early, enter the factory sooner, and avoid 40 years of detours. This kind of book can actually become a textbook, which shows how little summoners are valued, and truth be told, there really isn't much to teach. Unlike warriors, who have various schools to choose from, decisions about skill points, attribute points, equipment selection, and which abyss zones to farm all require careful consideration. Making the wrong choices leads to wasted effort. That's why textbooks and professional courses exist. First, I need to buy a summoning skill book usable at level 0. I turned on my computer, logged into the temple website built by the Department of Justice, and searched for summoning skill books in the store section on the homepage. Hundreds of items for sale popped up. Even though summoner players are few, some still sell skill books, mainly because keeping them is useless, and listing them online doesn't incur fees. They're just waiting for some poor sucker to buy them. After browsing for a long time, I only found one level 0 skill book, Summon Goblin, priced at 500 yuan, ridiculously cheap. A single potion that restores 200 HP costs 1000 yuan. I chuckled self-deprecatingly. This must be the summoner's only advantage. The low prices were because nobody wanted to buy these unsellable items. A Warrior's Rage/skill book, learnable at level 0, costs 12,000, while summoner skill books don't even amount to pocket change compared to that. I purchased the skill book, and it was instantly transmitted into my personal inventory through the temple's holy light. I had already prepared the contract formation in advance. This was a summoner's basic innate skill. After using the skill book, a green-skinned goblin appeared at the center of the formation. Contract. As my voice fell, the formation lit up. The goblin's initially dazed expression gradually cleared, and it looked at me with surprising warmth. Then the prompt informed me that I had successfully formed a contract with the goblin. It would be summoned as a skill, growing stronger as my level increased, and could be equipped with gear. There was a chance for equipment to drop upon its death, but it wouldn't truly perish. Instead, it would wait in my personal space to be revived. After successfully signing the contract, I checked the goblin's stats. Summon, Goblin, level 1, scales with summoner's level. HP, 400, attack power, 32.5, 13, summoner's ANT, asterisk 2.5, coefficient. Talent, tier 0, 1 point remaining until upgrade, plus. Skill I, jump smash LV.1 leaps high and delivers a swift hammer strike to the enemy, dealing 162.5, 5, coefficient, asterisk 32.5, goblin attack power, damage with a 15% chance to stun the target. Skill 2, rock throw LV.1 precisely hurls a rock, dealing 130, for asterisk 32.5, goblin attack power, damage. Summon equipment, none. Looking at the goblin's stats, I was speechless. No wonder summoners level up so slowly. With a goblin this weak, no party would ever want me. Its measly 400 HP is way behind other classes. The goblin's attack power and skill damage scale with my intelligence stat, but the scaling coefficient is pathetically low. Each skill barely deals over 100 damage. Though my summon is only level 1 now and will improve later, nobody wants to party with a summoner. I'm forced to grind dungeons solo, but with these stats, I can't even handle regular mobs. What's worse, summoners themselves have zero combat capability. We rely entirely on summons. This goblin gives me absolutely no sense of security. I hope the demon contract comes through. I pinned my hopes on the demon contract and opened its talent interface. A prompt popped up. Sacrifice 10 HP upper limit to gain 1 talent point. After some thought, I tentatively sacrificed 600 HP upper limit, earning 60 talent points. I didn't sacrifice everything after all. Summon creatures can be revived, but if I die, it's game over. I needed to keep some HP as a safety buffer. I noticed a plus symbol appear behind the Goblin Talent tab. Clicking it triggered a ding. Goblin, Tier 0, Talent Evolved Goblin Warrior, Tier 1. The goblin still within the contract array suddenly bulged outward. Its originally short stature grew to about 1.7 meters, though its hunched spine made it appear shorter than me. Its muscles became visibly defined, its imposing presence significantly enhanced, its coarse linen garments replaced with gleaming armor, and its stats were refreshed. Summoned Beast Goblin Warrior, level 1, scales with Summoner's level. HP, 800, attack power, 39, 13, Summoner's Intelligence, asterisk 3, coefficient. Skill 3, Warrior Strike LV1, the Goblin Warrior charges an attack against the target, dealing damage that increases with charging time, inflicting 273 to 468, 7, coefficient, asterisk 39, Goblin's attack power, 12, coefficient, asterisk 39, Goblin's attack power, points of damage. Summoned beast equipment none. Not bad. I nodded in satisfaction as I examined the refreshed stats of the Goblin Warrior. With the talent upgrade, its attributes had improved across the board, and it had even gained a warrior-type skill. Its HP had risen to 800, and both the Hammer Strike and Fierce Strike skills could now deal over 200 damage. While it still wasn't enough to solo the Abyss, this only cost 1 talent point. I still had 59 talent points and 500 HP cap in reserve, leaving plenty of room for further improvement. I clicked the Talent Plus button 10 times in a row, another upgrade. Ding! Goblin Warrior, Tier 1, Talent Evolution Elite Goblin Warrior, Tier 2. HP 8001500. Attack Power, 395213. Summoner's Intelligence, *4, Coefficient. 50 more talent points required for next advancement. Not bad, not bad. The Elite Goblin Warrior's HP surpassed my own, and its attack coefficient reached 4. Still not enough. To solo a dungeon at level 1, except for a few hidden classes, all other classes would need to form a party. In the level 1 Abyss, a boss's HP could exceed 10,000, making it nearly impossible to one-shot. Only coordinated teamwork could take it down. This was why leveling up as a professional was so difficult. The Abyss's difficulty was too high, and party composition requirements were strict. Typically, no one would team up with a summoner. If I wanted to level up, I had to solo. 49 talent points left. To advance to Tier 3, I need 50 points. Without hesitation, I spent another 10 HP to replenish my talent points to 50. Just 10 HP, my remaining HP was still 490. I allocated all 50 talent points to the Goblin. Ding! Elite Goblin Warrior, Tier 2, Talent Evolution Goblin Wolf Rider, Tier 3. Growl. A low roar emerged from the contract formation as an exaggeratedly large direwolf appeared within the magic circle. The Elite Goblin Warrior mounted the giant wolf, its presence far surpassing its previous state. HP 15003000. Attack Power 526513. Summoner's Intelligence, *5, Coefficient. 3000 HP. 5.0 attack coefficient, not bad. I was fairly satisfied. While it still fell short of killing a boss, it would suffice against Tier 1 Abyss mobs. The stats would improve further after leveling up, and I noticed the Goblin Wolf Riders have gained a new skill. Skill 4, Wolf Rider Charge LV1. Goblin Wolf Riders initiate a charge attack against the target, dealing 1640 damage, 65. Goblin Attack Power, *25, Coefficient. His 1600 damage? In the beginner's zone, that's no small number, especially considering neither I nor the goblins were wearing any equipment. Summoners and mages share the same set of equipment. Mages are a money-burning class, but summoners burn even more cash than mages, spending the same amount of money, yet unable to deal mage-level damage. I muttered while looking at the summoner equipment in the store. Here's yet another reason why summoners are being abandoned. The entire Holy Temple marketplace didn't even have a dedicated summoner section. I had to browse through the mage equipment area instead, eventually settling on a novice staff priced at 6,000 yuan. Equipment name, Novice Staff. Equipment level, Level 1. Equipment attributes, Intelligence plus 10, Strength plus 2, Mana plus 50. Equipment origin, Level 1 Abyss. Equipment durability, 50-50. Though I think spending 6,000 on a beginner's staff that only adds 8 points to intelligence with no other effects is hardly worth it, I still have to buy it. Unlike in actual games, newly transitioned professionals don't receive starter packs. Everything must be purchased yourself. This is already considered decent. At least you don't have to pioneer the wilderness yourself. I remember learning in my history class that the first batch of human professionals entered the abyss barehanded back then. With countless deaths, entire pioneering teams perished. Nowadays, we can easily find abyss guides and purchase level-appropriate equipment, all thanks to the efforts of our predecessors. This is why Nan Muyun, ranked first on the leaderboard, is deliberately stalling his level. He's currently pioneering the level 70 abyss dungeon, a realm humanity has never set foot in before. I searched for summoning beast equipment again and actually found sellers offering gear for summon creatures. Summoned beast equipment, Sharp Fang Blade, equipment level, Level 1. Equipment attributes, HP plus 300, Attack Power plus 5. Price, 500 coins. Simple attributes and cheap price. I equipped the novice staff and gave the Fang Blade to the Goblin Wolf Rider, boosting our overall stats once more. But that's not all, because I still have one final way to improve the Silver Tier Hextech Augment Rune, Butler's Heart. Butler's Heart. Your team is considered to have one additional butler and gains one butler emblem. Emblems can increase bonds for flags. Who would have thought that modified emblems could also enhance bonds for summoned creatures? If multiple summoned creatures can form a high bond lineup, that would be a powerful bonus. I wonder if luck-based bonds like Fortune and Pirate are included. Maybe we can take a gamble. I opened the Heart of Emblems and took out a Butler emblem. Butler Bond, 2/4/6/8. The attendant summon will be promoted to VIP attendant, evolving more powerful abilities. Currently 2 attendant bonds have been activated. 2. Select one summon beast to evolve into a VIP attendant, increasing all attendants' HP by 20% and attack power by 20%. VIP attendants will receive special skill enhancements. VIP attendant? Special skill enhancements? My interest was instantly piqued. I know what VIP is, and I understand attendance, but a VIP attendant goblin, now that has me extremely curious. Chapter 6 VIP Butler. A Goblin Aristocrat? Your Goblin Wolf Cavalry has donned the Butler insignia. 2 Butler bonds currently activated. Option to evolve Goblin Wolf Cavalry into VIP Butler available. Proceed with evolution? Yes. How could I refuse? Impossible. Ding. Your Goblin Wolf Cavalry has evolved into VIP Butler class Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Skill 4, Wolf Cavalry Charge. Enhanced Wolf Cavalry Charge. A brilliant light shone upon the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. In an instant, the elite Goblin warrior riding atop the wolf underwent a dramatic transformation in demeanor, resembling a high-class noble goblin. Though possessing aristocratic grace, it's still fundamentally a goblin. Ugly, yet its fur is meticulously groomed to immaculate cleanliness. With a ghastly green face and protruding fangs, yet its gaze carries the poise of a true gentleman, exuding noble refinement. In short, it's utterly incongruous. A goblin noble? Unimaginable, yet it truly appeared before Zhang Yu's eyes. He noticed that even the giant wolf had flowing fur, resembling a pampered imperial poodle fresh from the pet salon. Zhang Yu couldn't bear to look directly. It's good as long as I get stronger. The noble goblin couldn't bear to look, but the evolved stats made Zhang Yu's eyes light up. Summoned Beast VIP Butler Class Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Level 1, scales with Summoner's level. HP, 3900, 3000, base HP, plus 600, 20% Butler Bond HP boost, plus 300, Blade Fang Attribute HP. Attack Power, 120, 23, Summoner's Intelligence, asterisk 5.0, Coefficient, plus 5, Blade Fang Attribute, plus 23 asterisk 0.2, 20% Butler Bond Attribute. Talent, Tier 3, 100 talent points remaining for upgrade, plus. Skill I, a Jumping Hammer Strike LV1. Leap high and swiftly deliver a hammer strike to the enemy, dealing 600, 5, Coefficient, asterisk 120, Goblin Attack Power, damage with a 15% chance to stun the target. Skill 2, Archery Mastery LV1. Fire an arrow with precision, dealing 600, 5 asterisk 120, Goblin Attack Power, damage. Skill 3, Warrior Smash LV1. The Goblin Warrior will charge an attack on the target, dealing damage that increases with charging time, inflicting 840-1440-7, Coefficient, asterisk 120, Goblin Attack Power, 12, Coefficient, asterisk 120, Goblin Attack Power, points of damage. Skill 4, Enhanced Wolf Cavalry Charge LV.1. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry launches a charge, striking multiple, 3, targets with a charging attack, dealing 3120, Goblin Attack Power, asterisk 25, Coefficient, points of damage. Summoned Beast Equipment, Razor Sharp Fangs. That's what I call a summon. Zhang Yu couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the stats sheet. With 3900 HP, it far surpassed even the tankiest Paladin class, but the most terrifying part had to be the VIP Butler enhanced skills. Deal 3000 damage to 3 targets. Keep in mind, before sacrificing his HP, Zhang Yu only had 1100 health points. Who could withstand this charge attack? Moreover, Zhang Yu noticed that his original rock-throwing skill had transformed into archery mastery. It makes perfect sense after all, as a VIP steward and an elite warrior, attacking by throwing stones would be a bit beneath his status. An elite goblin warrior mastering archery is completely reasonable. As expected of a divine tier talent. As expected of a demonic contract. Although my maximum health has dropped to 490 and can never be restored, getting such a powerful summoned beast in exchange is totally worth it. It's time to take a trip to the Abyss. Southern district of Jiangshui City. Decades ago, this used to be a bustling street, but now it's heavily guarded by the military and has been transformed into an abyss dungeon for novice professionals to level up. Though it was already midnight, the place remained brightly lit and packed with people. The Abyss of Cold Streets. Level 1 Abyss. The level of the abyss corresponds to the level of the professional. It's called a level 1 abyss, but in reality, it's a level 1 to 10 abyss. Any professional below level 10 can enter. After reaching level 10, entering the Abyss of Cold Street will result in backlash, as one becomes hunted by the roaming manager butchers within the Abyss. Though no one knows which powerful race operates behind the scenes of the Abyss. But as long as they can level up, these minor professionals don't care about such issues. Or rather, it's beyond their control anyway. What conspiracies, what grand schemes, what wars against foreign races, none of these were things you could even think about touching before reaching level 50. There was only one thing they needed to do, level up. Looking for a party? Level 1 Warrior comes with a beginner's shield and a full set of 5 beginner's equipment, armor, shoulder guards, pants, boots, gloves. Carrying runs through Easy Frost Spring Abyss. I'm a level 7 Blood Chi Warrior with 4 clears of Easy Frost Spring Abyss. 2 spots available, 15,000 per run, non-negotiable. Speedrunning Frost Street Abyss, need 1 more warrior, level 3 plus, quick join. Self-improvement run. Easy Abyss, current team setup, 3 level 1 warriors, 1 level 1 priest. Need 1 more warrior or paladin. Newbie ranger here, looking for a carry. Level 10 Berserker Path Warrior, running a normal Frost Street Abyss, 100k per run, limited spots available. Upon entering the Abyss Hall, the air was filled with voices shouting for team formations, seeking teammates, and offering leveling services. The hall screens continuously scrolled with team recruitment messages. These on-screen announcements came at a cost $100 per posting. Not cheap, but not expensive either. Because you only get one scroll if you see it, it's fate. If you don't, you'll have to pay again. Zheng Yu looked around. He found that everyone was looking for warriors. Some teams even formed groups of 5 warriors, with no need for support, no tanks, and no mages. It's like a warrior nest. Zheng Yu. Hearing his name called, Zheng Yu turned to see Tao Qian waving at him from the crowd. Several familiar faces surrounded him, all classmates, about a dozen or so. You're finally here? We've been waiting forever. Tao Qian and the others had come straight to the abyss of Cold Street right after leaving the temple, barely wasting any time. Did you clear it? Zheng Yu asked. Tao Qian rolled his eyes. Clear my ass, couldn't find a team. Zheng Yu frowned. You've been here for hours and couldn't find a team? Guofeng and Xu Xiuzhan managed to get into teams though. Both are warriors with B-grade talents, so they're in high demand. Xu Xiuzhan also bought a 100,000 yuan warrior starter set and was immediately recruited into a team upon arrival. The warrior starter set consists of 7 pieces in total. A novice warrior sword, novice shield, novice armor, novice shoulder guards, novice trousers, novice boots, and novice gloves. Originally, all 7 items were very inexpensive, but there were simply too many warriors, and with such high demand, prices naturally skyrocketed. Why don't you try forming a team and going in? Zheng Yu asked curiously. After all, he felt that just standing guard here without entering the abyss was a complete waste of time. Tao Qian said with a helpless expression, mainly, I just don't dare. Didn't you see earlier? A team of complete newbies went in together. Guess what got teleported out? A pile of minced meat. Damn terrifying. Tao Qian added, his face still haunted by the memory. Although there are guides for the Cold Street dungeon, guides are just guides, reality is reality. You still need someone experienced to lead the way. Then why did I just see a group of level 1 warriors recruiting teammates on the big screen? They're just reckless. If you're not afraid of dying, go ahead and play like that. But I changed my class for a better life, not to die in the abyss. I'll wait a bit longer. I refuse to believe a B-grade talent monk like me can't find a team. Zheng Yu tentatively asked, how about, I take you along? Tao Qian grinned slyly. I was waiting for you to say that. With an S-tier talent like you as our banner, finding teammates won't be a problem at all. Truth be told, Tao Qian could have joined any team already. Monks are far more valuable than mages and rangers in the early stages, and with his B-tier talent, he wouldn't even need to pay to get recruited. He was simply waiting for Zheng Yu. With Zheng Yu on board, their teammates would undoubtedly be top-notch, making dungeon clears a sure thing. Tao Qian immediately said, then let's quickly post the notice and find 2 strong teammates to speedrun. Zheng Yu interrupted Tao Qian's words. I'm aiming for the leaderboard. Tao Qian was taken aback. Then he looked seriously at Zheng Yu. Although he had always supported Zheng Yu, this matter was no joke. Are you sure? Zheng Yu didn't waste words and replied directly, absolutely certain. Then it's settled. Tao Qian gritted his teeth and decided to trust Zheng Yu this once. The ranking competition was a battle for the level leaderboard. Every year on the day new recruits underwent job transitions, the Holy Temple would activate this ranking system. It was a time-limited leaderboard tracking new recruits' level progression within 1 month. After the month concluded, the rankings would be finalized, with rewards distributed by the Holy Temple, along with additional prizes from both municipal and provincial authorities. Zheng Yu needed money now, and he had already demonstrated his S-rank talent. What he needed was to be as high-profile as possible, to showcase his abilities. Only then could he gain more attention. There was only one goal, more money. Zheng Yu had done his homework, having researched in advance the methods of competing for rankings, the timing, and the dungeon rewards. He wanted more experience, and faster. The abyss could accommodate up to 5 players. The more people entered, the slightly stronger the monsters would become, and thus the experience gained would increase accordingly. When they talked about soloing, it didn't actually mean going in alone, but rather bringing along 4 deadweight teammates. The captain kills the abyss monsters while the remaining teammates cheer him on with 666. The captain takes the lion's share of the experience. Not only do teammates not split the experience, but they even increase the abyss difficulty, giving Zhang Yu even more experience. This ensures maximum experience gain. Of course, the prerequisite is having sufficient strength. Tao Qian chose to trust Zhang Yu, and immediately after Zhang Yu made his decision, he shouted to the surroundings, S-rank talent profession holder competing for the leaderboard, bringing 3 carry-alongs, priority given to number 1 high profession holders, come quickly. Chapter 7, Forming a Team, Entering the Dungeon. Cold Street Abyss. Someone's competing for the leaderboard? Who is it? They say it's an S-rank talent. That strong? Does our Jiangshui city have any S-rank talent professionals? You didn't know? It's been announced on Jiangshui City's WeChat account, Zhang Yu from number 1 high school, an S-rank summoner. What? You heard right, a summoner. Put. Then what's he competing on the leaderboard for? I thought he was some god-tier player, turns out he's just putting on airs. A summoner? People still actually choose summoners these days? No, even if he's a summoner, he's got an S-rank talent. Why are you all just focusing on the summoner class? Let me put it this way, if Zhang Yu was forming a team, I'd be the first to latch onto him, because even as a summoner, with that S-rank talent, he's definitely no pushover. But what he wants is to compete for the leaderboards. Do you even understand what that means? It means carrying 4 deadweights, taking the lion's share of EXP, and soloing a level 1 abyss dungeon by himself. If he were a warrior, I'd be groveling already. But since he's a summoner, I don't think he's got what it takes. To put it bluntly, he simply doesn't have what it takes to compete for the rankings. His arrogance might even get himself and those 4 other nobodies killed. You're right. What a disappointment. I thought we'd caught a lucky break for once. Many were watching, but none came forward. They're all watching and waiting. Most of them don't even think highly of Zhang Yu. Damn, these blind fools. Seeing no effect, Tao Qian turned his gaze toward his own classmates. They quietly took a step back. Zhang Yu, Tao Qian. Who knew that taking half a step back could hurt so much? Tao Qian said angrily, forget it, don't count on these cowards. I'll send a broadcast message to see if there are any brave souls. Zhang Yu couldn't say much either. When someone used the term warrior, it was clear that before he could demonstrate his strength, following him into the abyss would indeed require some courage. Screen projection sent. S-rank talent profession holder competing for rankings, bringing 3 weak links, mid-tier profession holders preferred, come quickly. Same old story. The effect was obvious. A flood of private messages came pouring in, asking about the details and pricing. But when they saw Zhang Yu's profession as team leader, they immediately fell silent. However, one assassin player privately messaged Zhang Yu. Koeng, assassin, are you really S-tier talent? Zhang Yu, summoner 1. Koeng, assassin, can you make it cheaper then? I'm really broke, how about 5,000? Zhang Yu turned to ask Tao Qian, what's the market rate for a level 1 abyss run with a carry? 15,000, although it's just a supporting role, the experience gained is substantial, so the price remains unchanged. Zhang Yu nodded, then sent a message to the assassin. Zhang Yu, summoner sure, just apply. The price didn't really matter, since no one dared to team up with him anyway. Once you enter the abyss, there's no way out unless you clear it. If anything goes wrong, it means certain death. Zhang Yu didn't want to waste any more time waiting. Kuling, assassin, thank you so much. Immediately after, an assassin joined the team. Koeng, assassin master, I see there's still room. I have another friend who can join too, is that okay? Zhang Yu, summoner sure. Koeng, assassin smiley.jpg, thanks, I'll pull her in right away. Zhang Yu, summoner 1. Faced with Zhang Yu's concise and aloof reply, Koeng showed no dissatisfaction on her little face. On the contrary, she was quite happy to have found such an affordable ride. Meanwhile, Wen Renxingyu, who was watching the chat log, couldn't help but comment, this guy, staying silent and pretending to be some kind of expert, huh? Wait, Xiaoying, are you really planning to join this team? Isn't it too dangerous? Many people don't even dare to join this team. Koeng didn't respond verbally. Instead, she simply opened her mobile banking app and displayed her pitifully low balance. That's all the money we've got. Can't you figure something out? The two of them had been teaming up here for a whole day. Nobody was willing to team up with an assassin class player. Unless you paid them. What's more, they're both assassins. Basic copy, bringing one person costs 15,000. 2 people would be 30,000. Koeng noticed Wen Renxingyu's concern and reassured her, trust my judgment, I don't think anything will go wrong. Think about it, this Zhang Yu has an S-grade talent. Geniuses are the least likely to take risks. Only desperate ordinary people would resort to reckless actions. The more gifted one is, the more one cherishes life. Besides, where else can you find such an affordable team? Wen Renxingyu thought Koeng made a fair point, but she still retorted, let's hope so. I just hope this won't be our final abyss. Koeng, however, wasn't as pessimistic as Wen Renxingyu and said with a smile, actually, there's danger everywhere. Forming a team makes it even riskier. You never know if your teammates are sane unless you've already gone through the breaking in process together. Hiring others comes with risks too. What if they make mistakes? At least this Zhang Yu has an S-tier talent as insurance. I actually think he might be more reliable than others. The reason professionals struggle to level up is mainly because they can't quickly exit the Abyss dungeon. When encountering danger, they must first disengage from combat before they can leave the Abyss. The way to disengage from combat is either to vanish from the monster's sight or to kill the creature before you. Both options are equally difficult in practice. Under normal circumstances, a single mistake means being pinned down by Abyss creatures, ultimately trapping you in the depths with no escape, leading to death. Of course, you could purchase revival items or teleportation scrolls, but both are astronomically expensive, so much so that even high-level professionals might struggle to afford them, let alone beginners. Therefore, among new adventurers, only 3 types can level up quickly. One kind is those who don't fear death. One kind is those with formidable strength. Then there's the kind with money. The rest, like classmate Zhang Yu, afraid of dying in the Abyss, must find a good team, but good teams don't want them, so they're left awkwardly waiting all day. They probably just wanted to try their luck on the first day. In a few more days, they'd be willing to pay someone to guide them. After all, 15,000 isn't too expensive. Most families could manage it by tightening their belts. After Kuing and one run, Xingyu entered. Tao Qian also called over a friend. A tall and robust young man. He appeared significantly older than both Tao Qian and Zhang Yu. Tao Qian first introduced him to Zhang Yu. This is my coach, Wu Zong. He's 3 years older than me and also graduated from our school. Like me, he's a monk. Back then, his family couldn't afford it, so he stayed at level 1. Then he introduced Zhang Yu to Wu Zong. This is our captain, with an S-grade talent. Zhang Yu nodded slightly as a greeting. However, Wu Zong's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Especially when seeing the team composition, I could barely hold it together. A summoner, a monk, and 2 assassins. All level 1. If there had been just one warrior or priest, it would have seemed normal. This team composition is somewhat too abnormal. However, retracing the path of a professional has always been his dream. All he needed was the right opportunity. So he gritted his teeth and decided to take the gamble. Even if Zhang Yu fails, after years of training, he's confident he can disengage from combat and retreat from the Abyss. Most importantly, it's cheap. He actually only charged 5,000 yuan. To think that after taxes, his monthly salary barely exceeded 3,000. At the original price of 15,000 per session, he'd have to save for half a year. Choosing the professional path meant even greater expenses down the road. Not being a lucrative combat class like warriors, every penny of his 3-year savings had to be spent with meticulous calculation. So, the team was formed just like that. The leader was an S-rank summoner, Tao Qian, Zhang Yu's trusted buddy, and 3 desperate for cash, dirt-poor random tagalones, formed a team. Then I'm joining, Zhang Yu said in the team voice chat. Tao Qian, monk LV1 go. Kuing, assassin LV1 go for it. One run Xingyu, assassin LV11. Wu Zong, monk LV1 I'm ready, let's go in. Following the panel's prompt, Zhang Yu selected the abyss of Cold Street. 5 beams of light descended, and Zhang Yu, Tao Qian, Kuing, One Run Xingyu, and Wu Zong vanished from the spot. Zhang Yu's classmates who saw him disappear began to chatter. Zhang Yu actually found 4 noobs. Is he really going for the rankings? I thought he was joking. Let's wait for the results, see if Zhang Yu comes out flat on his face or slaps all of ours. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. The current fastest clear time for Cold Street Dungeon is 4 hours and 41 minutes. Zhang Yu's a summoner, so he'll probably be slower. My guess? 8 hours. Just passing would be good enough, but I bet he won't make it. That'd be interesting, the first S-rank talent dying in a level 1 abyss dungeon. Now that's headline news. Can't you guys hope for something better? Zhang Yu is, after all, the only S-rank talent in our Jiangshui city. It's kind of an honor. It's not my honor, so why should I wish him well? Give me that S-rank talent, and I do better than him. How far can a summoner really go? They wouldn't dare say these things in front of Zhang Yu, but with Zhang Yu absent, they spoke without restraint. Amidst the unrestrained words of envy from the crowd, Zhang Yu and his group had already entered the depths of Frost Street Abyss. Chapter 8, One Arrow Instant Kill, the Mighty Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Whoosh! A chilling wind swept through. Ouch, it's freezing me to death. Tao Qian shouted loudly as he took out an overcoat from his inventory and draped it over himself. Zhang Yu also pulled out a military-style coat he had prepared in advance, putting on gloves and a thick hat to bundle himself up tightly. At this moment, he also noticed the 2 female assassins from their team. Kuing had a petite figure and a face that looked very youthful. If job transfers weren't restricted to adults only, he would have thought she was an underage Lolita. Wen Xingyu was the typical image of a freshly graduated high school student, the youthful girl type. Having 2 different types of beautiful girls in the team did make this oppressive dungeon instance feel less monotonous. Zhang Yu said to Wu Zong, Kuing, and Wen Xingyu, you know the rules, right? Wu Zong nodded. Koing was more talkative. We know. We'll just watch. You handle killing the monsters and clearing the dungeon. We won't pick up items, wander around, disturb you, or steal kills. When Ran Xingyu asked curiously, we all understand the rules. We're just really curious, how exactly is a summoner going to solo this abyss dungeon? Zhengyu replied with a smile, how else? With summon creatures, of course. As he spoke, Zhengyu raised his hand, and a contract formation appeared. Roar! A wolf's howl emanated from the formation. The glow of the contract formation faded, revealing an enormous wolf standing before the crowd. The elite goblin warrior, seated atop a giant wolf, bowed respectfully to Zhengyu with a greeting as refined and precise as a gentleman's. After paying respects to its master, it courteously nodded towards Tao Qian, Ran Xingyu, and the others as a form of greeting. Tao Qian exclaimed in amazement, damn, I actually feel like this goblin has more class than I do. Wu Zong bluntly stated, no need to feel it, it genuinely has more class than you, like a noble gentleman. What a strange feeling, a polite goblin. Koing sized up the goblin wolf rider with curiosity. Her gaze was slightly intrusive, earning a glare from the giant wolf. Yet it was the goblin who stroked the wolf's head, soothing its temper. It felt as if he was saying, don't be rude to the lady. The whole situation was utterly surreal. The key point was, this goblin and giant wolf didn't just possess gentlemanly manners, they exuded an aura that made resistance utterly unthinkable. His 3,900 HP, 120 attack power. Only then did Tao Qian notice the goblin's stats. A health pool of 3,900 is still somewhat acceptable, after all, the paladin, a tank class, starts with over 3,000 HP at level 1. But the real issue is that 120 attack power. Tao Qian glanced at his own strength stat, a mere 13 points. A single furious slash would only deal around 200 damage, yet this goblin alone had an attack power of 120. Only then did Tao Qian say, UGE, turns out you really weren't exaggerating after all. Just by looking at the stats of the goblin wolf cavalry, he already knew this dungeon run was pretty much in the bag. Zhengyu asked in confusion, you actually thought I was bragging all this time? Then why did you follow me in? Tao Qian chuckled slyly, thinking my buddy's full of hot air and trusting my buddy are two completely different things. Crack, crack, crack. At that very moment, the sound of cracking ice shards echoed through the frozen streets. From both sides of the street emerged the stiffened corpses of frozen dead. Abyssal creature, frost corpse, level, LV1, HP, 500, attack power, 20, skill I, bite, skill 2, slow aura, crack. With the appearance of the cold corpse, the surrounding temperature dropped several degrees lower. Tao Qian, Koing, and the other two instinctively retreated behind Zhengyu first, to avoid stealing his experience points, and second, to ensure their own safety. Don't underestimate the cold corpse's 500 HP and 20 attack points. But there were so many of them. In an instant, nearly 7 or 8 frost corpses emerged from both sides of the street. They stepped back to observe the battle. The elite goblin warrior took out the longbow from his back, remained seated on the giant wolf without moving, drew the bowstring, aimed, and fired. Whoosh! The arrow accurately struck the nearest frost corpse. Crack! The arrow shattered as if piercing a block of ice, delivering a direct headshot. A damage number floated above the cold corpse's head. -693. Defeated cold corpse, LV.1, gained 7 EXP. Holy shit! Even the usually silent Wu Zong couldn't help but show surprise at the numbers that appeared. It's just way too high. To them, the arrow shot by the goblin seemed like a normal attack, but it was actually caused by the arrow mastery skill. Dealing nearly 700 damage in one hit and instantly killing the frost corpse, that's truly absurd. Koing and Ran Xingyu exchanged glances. The two of them understood each other without speaking. Their gamble paid off. This summoner was truly a powerhouse. And with the speed at which he annihilated the frost corpses, breaking a record shouldn't be too much to ask. They had also watched other professional players recorded videos of clearing the Frost Street abyss, but none of them had achieved such effortless instant kills. The frost corpses possessed a slowing aura that could restrict warriors' movement speed. With 500 HP, they couldn't be instantly wiped out by a warrior's combo either. The first wave of 12 frost corpses required kiting tactics to defeat. The first wave was considered quick if cleared within half an hour. But look here, the goblin warrior had already fired 4 arrows in mere seconds, instantly taking down 4 frost corpses in a row. Eliminating 12 frost corpses didn't even take 3 minutes. This is absolutely insane. Is summoners really this powerful? Ran Xingyu finally let go of her prejudice against summoners, replaced instead by deep confusion. If summoners are so strong, why does everyone say they're weak? Tao Qian, standing nearby, heard this and said smugly, it's not that summoners are strong, it's that my buddy here is strong. At this moment, Zhengyu was also calculating the damage issue. According to the numerical values and skill coefficients, archery mastery could deal 600 damage per arrow, but 600 was only theoretical damage. The opponent's armor and level still needed to be considered. The cold corpse was also level 1, so there was no level suppression. Armor would offset a portion of the damage, but the damage dealt was actually as high as 700 points. Could it be because of a headshot? Zhang Yu speculated. Theoretical damage and actual damage must be different. Headshots are most likely the reason for increased damage. Since frost zombies move very slowly, the goblin warrior can almost land headshots with every arrow, taking down one small frost zombie per shot. Minus 666. Frost zombie, LV1, defeated, gained 8 experience points. Minus 711. Defeated frost corpse, LV1, gained 9 experience points. Minus 705. Defeated frost corpse, LV1, gained 8 experience points. Minus 619. Killed frost corpse, LV1, gained 7 experience points. Minus 659. Killed. The frozen corpses couldn't even get close to the goblins before being shot dead by continuous arrows. Minus 782. The final arrow struck right between the eyes. Killed frozen corpse, LV1, gained 8 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level, LV1 LV.2, 200 XP needed for next level. HP, 410510. MP, 160170. Intelligence, 2326. Strength, 1314. Level up. A surge of joy welled up in Zhang Yu's heart. Upgrading means increasing your maximum health points. Just gather a bit more, and you can continue enhancing your summoned beast's talents. Chapter 9, Charged Strike, 3000 damage. The abyss of cold streets is vast. You'll need to traverse frozen streets before delving deep into the district to find the boss. They were now at the entrance of Cold Street. After killing 8 frost corpses, Zhang Yu waited at the first intersection for a few minutes, following the abyss guide. According to the guide, there's a level 4 frost corpse in the shop here. If we don't wait for it to come out and just pass by, we'll be ambushed by the abyss creatures ahead in this level 4 frost corpse. The Cold Street guide was a mandatory lesson for every student in Jiangshui City. For Zhang Yu, the strategy for Han Street was almost as deeply ingrained in examinees' minds as the difficulty of Shu roads. Crack! Crack! Sure enough, 2 minutes later, the ground began to freeze. A massive frost corpse emerged from a shop. Abyssal creature, frost corpse, level, LV4, HP, 2000, attack power, 80, skill I, bite, skill 2, slow aura, skill 3, ice axe throw, roar. The level 4 frost corpse let out a low growl, warning the goblin wolf cavalry that had entered its territory. Clatter. The surrounding shops also made strange noises, as nearly a dozen cold corpses emerged from the dark corners. Holy shit, so many, Tao Qian exclaimed in shock. Wu Zong beside him also said, no wonder so many teams refused to team up with me back then. Turns out I really am useless. Whether it was Tao Qian or Wu Zong, who was 3 years older than them, this was their first time entering the abyss. Previously, they had only learned about the abyss through videos and online images. They had thought the teams that refused to take them along were simply being overly cautious. Those professionals who died in the abyss must have been too clumsy. But only after experiencing it firsthand did they finally understand the true difficulty of the abyss. In other words, without Zhang Yu, they might not even have been able to defeat the first wave of frost corpses, let alone this level 4 frost corpse with 2000 HP right before their eyes. Tao Qian, Wu Zong, Ke, and Wenren Xingyu quickly retreated from the battlefield, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and that level 4 frost corpse. Now I finally understand why Zhang Yu wanted to compete for the rankings, why those people didn't believe him. Just this level 4 frost corpse alone is more than our group of level 1 small fries can handle. Tao Qian stared at the massive level 4 frost corpse radiating cold energy and said with lingering fear, thank goodness we retreated quickly. Wu Zong also nodded and said, it's only because I trusted you that I followed you in. Had I known you weren't confident either, I would never have come along. With a sheepish grin, Wu Zong added, but good thing I did follow you in. Who could have guessed a summoner could be this strong, right? Wu Zongi wore an expression that said he'd hit the jackpot. Although level 4 cold corpses were strong, they were facing goblin wolf cavalry that could casually deal over 700 damage per strike. The goblin wolf cavalry had barely moved from their spot, just standing there firing arrows, and already a large swath of cold corpses had fallen. So fierce. Even Wenren Xingyu, who had always been prejudiced against summoner Zhang Yu, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Staring at the attributes of the level 4 frost corpse, she asked doubtfully, I'm seriously doubting whether those warriors training newcomers outside could actually defeat this frost corpse. The answer came from Zhang Yu, who was sitting beside her. That's unfair criticism. Although this frost corpse looks fierce, it actually only has 80 attack power. A single skill can only deal 4 or 500 damage. Those mercenary warriors who charge newcomers for guidance outside aren't solo operators. Usually there are at least 2 warriors, plus a paladin or priest for support. While they can't instantly kill frost corpses, these creatures have low agility. It's not difficult to kite them in battle. Despite Zheng Yu's detailed explanation, Wenren Qingyu beside him only wanted to know one thing. Why are you here too? Zheng Yu shrugged. Can't I be here? Wenren Qingyu said, you can, but it's weird. It feels like the one leading us is that goblin wolf cavalry, not you. They stayed far away from the combat zone, dutifully being bystanders, never expecting that their assigned carry would also be here and lying around even more comfortably than they were. It was a real reclining chair, who knows where he got it from. Zheng Yu lay on the recliner and said with a laugh, you're right about that. The one leading you is this goblin wolf cavalry. I'm a summoner, after all. Perhaps it was because they had never encountered a summoner before, but this feeling of being carried by summoned creatures alongside a powerhouse felt entirely novel. Tao Qian stared at Zheng Yu's recliner and asked, where did you get that recliner? Brought it from home. Plenty of space in the item storage anyway. Only brought one? Just this one, but there's another at my place. I'll bring it for you next time. Alright, this recliner looks pretty comfortable. It's okay. I'm planning to bring my beanbag chair next time. By the way, want some coffee? You have hot water? I brought a thermos in advance. Didn't they say the abyss of Cold Street is pretty chilly? I figured hot water would be necessary. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Watching Tao Qian and Zheng Yu exchange words that seemed perfectly normal yet utterly bizarre given the current circumstances, the other three wore expressions of bewilderment. Is this the abyss? Why does it feel like you two are here on vacation? You even brought tea? Zheng Yu looked up and asked, would you like some hot tea? Wu Zong, Kuing, and Wenren Qingyu replied, we'll have some. Thus, a rather peculiar scene unfolded in the frigid depths of the street. Ahead, the goblin wolf cavalry was picking off frost corpses one arrow at a time, fighting fiercely. Behind them, a group of young men and women chatted and laughed while holding teapots. This was even more jarring than encountering a goblin with gentlemanly manners. Zheng Yu sat sipping tea as his experience points kept soaring. Minus 694. Killed frost corpse, LV1, gained 9 experience points. Minus 777. Killed frost corpse, LV1, gained 8 experience points. Minus 782. Killed frost corpse, LV1, gained 9 experience points. After leveling up, the goblin's precise archery damage has also increased. Killed all the nearby frost corpses. The level 4 frost corpse finally couldn't hold back any longer, hurling a spinning ice axe toward the goblin. Whoosh! The ice axe missed its target. It turned out the goblin had already stowed its bow and arrows, leaping up violently, not only dodging the ice axe attack but also landing right in front of the level 4 frost corpse. The hammer in my hand smashed fiercely into the skull of the level 4 frost corpse. Bang! Minus 890. A leaping hammer strike wiped out more than half of the frost corpse's health in one hit. The skill coefficient for leaping hammer strike is the same as archery shot, but this time the strike landed with pinpoint accuracy right on the head. And indeed, the actual damage dealt in melee combat is somewhat higher than that at range. Stunned. A precise hit to the head, perfectly triggering the stun effect. The frost corpse was already slow-moving, and this strike left the level 4 frost corpse frozen in place. The goblin warrior gripped his heavy hammer, muscles bulging in his right arm. Taking advantage of the frost corpse's dazed state, powering up, hammer strike, bang, minus 1750, one-shot kill, overkill. The level 4 frost corpse was completely smashed into two halves by the hammer. Frost corpse, LV4, slain, 72 experience points gained. The experience bar jumped significantly, probably just one more wave of abyss frost corpses, and I'll level up to 3. Leveling up is still pretty fast in the early stages. Basically, reaching level 4 by clearing a simple dungeon is no problem. Zheng Yu's method of leveling up with carry players is even faster. Holy shit! 1750 damage. Tao Qian spilled half of his hot tea. Isn't that goblin supposed to be a pure beginner's summon? How ridiculously overpowered. Tao Qian had been sitting calmly before, but when he saw the goblin wolf rider dealing nearly 3000 damage with just a hammer strike, he truly couldn't hold back his shock. That could probably one-shot a paladin, Kuing also remarked in astonishment. No need to estimate. Although a level 1 paladin might reach 3000 HP, I bet they'd be shot dead by my goblin before even getting close to Brother Yu. Facing their astonishment, Zheng Yu felt it was nothing special. After all, this was a fully charged smash. If the damage wasn't high, it would truly be unworthy of that 15% stun chance. The skill Warrior Slam, combined with the stun effect of Leaping Hammer Strike, perfectly charges up the attack. A 12x coefficient critical slam, boosted by various stat bonuses, dealt this amount of damage exactly as Zheng Yu had anticipated. Next, the Goblin Wolf Riders finished off the remaining Frost Corpses. A total of 14 level 1 Frost Corpses yielded 112 experience points. A level 4 Frost Corpse gave 72 experience points. Just a little more to level up. The only pity was that the level 4 Frost Corpse didn't drop any equipment. Chapter 10, instantly killing level 5 Frost Corpses, plowing through all the way. Minus 778. You have slain Frost Corpse, LV1, gained 8 EXP. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level, LV2 LV.3, 349 EXP needed for next level. HP, 510640. MP, 170180. Int, 2631. STR, 1415. After re-entering the Cold Street, I encountered another wave of level 1 frost zombies and easily dispatched them, leveling up in the process. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry also leveled up to level 3, their HP increasing to 4500, and their attack power rising to 160 points as Zhang Yu's intelligence stats improved. Now, the Goblin Wolf Cavalry could deal 900 damage with a single arrow. Under the effect of precision archery, the frost zombies were practically insta-killed the moment they appeared. They bulldozed through everything at incredible speed. The only downside was the meager experience gained. Each Frost Corpse only gave 7 to 8 experience points. Occasionally encountering level 3 or 4 Frost Corpses was a rare occurrence. Level 3 Frost Corpses grant 30 to 40 experience points. Level 4 Frost Corpses grant 70 to 80 experience points. After clearing several waves of Frost Corpses, it took less than an hour to push deep into Frost Street, the spawning area of the final boss. If not for Frost Street's expansive map wasting time on traversal, the slow movement speed of Frost Corpses, and the need to wait for respawns, we could have progressed even faster. Zhang Yu and his companions moved forward with intermittent pauses along the way. With wolf-riding goblins holding the front line, each arrow took down a small Frost Corpse. No matter how many Frost Corpses respawned, they couldn't even reach them. After all, the Frost Corpse's speed was barely faster than a walking pace. This is the final destination. Tao Qian gazed at the park at the end of the Cold Street and said to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu nodded, his face serious as he said to them, "Let's begin the operation." "Yes, sir." Wu Zong then took out a grill from his inventory, skillfully opened it, while Tao Qian set up the fire to burn the charcoal. With a hint of concern, he asked, "Old Wu, are you really good at barbecuing?" "Don't worry," Wu Zong replied. "Before I became a coach, I worked as a barbecue chef for 3 months. That's settled then, I'll leave it to you." Koing and Wenran Xingyu weren't idle either, starting to arrange small tables. Wenran Xingyu took charge of brewing tea while Koing handled preparing snacks and setting out plates. As for Zhang Yu, he pulled out a reclining chair and comfortably stretched out on it. Though the winter street wind was cold, the heater placed beside Zhang Yu served perfectly to ward off the chill. Tao Qian said while burning charcoal, "I've scouted this place, no Frost Corpses will respawn here. We're completely safe." Their location was atop a small Western-style building by Central Park. Zhang Yu had brought not just tea, but also instant noodles, a grill, snacks, and even skewered meat. A single abyss run took at least 3 hours to complete. Summoners don't need to fight themselves, so why just freeze like this? So Zhang Yu nearly emptied his own refrigerator, and even borrowed the barbecue grill and heater that the old man downstairs wasn't using temporarily. All for the ultimate comfort experience. While brewing tea, Wenran Xingyu whispered to Kuing, "Is it really okay for us to do this?" Kuing rolled her eyes, "Disrespectful to whom? Do you think it's disrespectful to the cold corpses? Or that barbecue doesn't taste good anymore?" Wenran Xingyu remained silent for a long time before saying, "It just feels very unrealistic." Kuing agreed on this point. "More than just unrealistic, I never dreamed I'd clear the abyss this way." Wu Zong also chimed in, "If anyone dares to say summoners are weak from now on, I'll be the first to object." "Haven't I told you already? It's Zhang Yu who's strong, not the summoner." Tao Qian also joined the conversation. Wu Zong shook his head, "No, what I mean is, no matter how strong a warrior is, he can't eat barbecue while clearing the abyss." "You want the warrior to try clearing it while lying down?" Even if the martial god Nan Muyan came and saw this scene, he'd have to say holy shit. Tao Qian nodded, "The words may be crude, but the reasoning isn't." Kuing, "True enough. Wenran Xingyu, Brother Wu, after you finish grilling, wait for me to take a photo. I'll post it on my moments after we finish the dungeon." Zhang Yu, who was nearby and could hear their conversation, turned to Wenran Xingyu and said, "Send me a copy after you take it. I'll post it too." "Got it. Come on, great one, look here." Wenran Xingyu first snapped a photo of Zhang Yu. In the picture, Zhang Yu was reclining on a lounge chair, sipping hot coffee with a look of pure contentment. Below the photo, Wenran Xingyu captioned it, "The Abyss, Coffee, Barbecue, Frozen Corpses, and the Great One Zhang Yu." Tao Qian's charcoal fire wasn't even properly lit when commotion erupted downstairs. Crack, crack, crack. The continuous sound of freezing echoed from the depths of the forest in the park. A layer of glistening ice crystals was clearly visible on the ground. "This is the first wave." Zhang Yu sipped hot coffee while observing the situation in the park below. A summoner doesn't require complete lack of skill, just minimal effort. They need only do 2 things. First, issue commands to their summoned beasts. Second, find a safe spot to hide and protect themselves. The rest can be left entirely to the summoned creatures. The simplest profession without equal. Bang! The first to charge out was a level 5 Frost Corpse. A level 5 frost corpse boasts 2500 HP. The massive figure's slowing aura had an extensive range, affecting even the goblin wolf cavalry over 100 meters away from the level 5 frost corpse. Then, an elite goblin warrior drew its bow and fired an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow pierced straight through the frost corpse's forehead. Headshot, but not fatal. Minus 928. A near 1000 damage number appeared, instantly wiping out over 1/3 of the cold corpse's health bar. Whoosh! Precision archery has no skill cooldown. As long as you have stamina, you can keep firing. The firing speed is related to the goblin's agility. The second arrow follows in quick succession. Minus 901. The damage from level 3 archery can theoretically deal a minimum of 848 damage. Adding the critical hit bonus from a precise headshot and subtracting the resistance from the frost corpse's ice armor, each strike can deal over 900 damage. Whoosh! Another arrow. Minus 910. 3 arrows shot down a level 5 frost corpse. Frost corpse, LV5, slain. Gained 105 experience points. So fierce. Wu Zong, who was grilling meat nearby, couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Wu Zong had studied the Cold Street Abyss longer than Zhang Yu and Tao Qian combined. After all, Jiangshui City only had one level 1 abyss, the Cold Street Abyss. Over the past 3 years, he had reviewed countless strategies for conquering the Cold Street Abyss. He remembered clearly, after entering Central Park, they would encounter a level 5 frost corpse. Under no circumstances should they let it get close. They had to use the surrounding structures to kite this level 5 frost corpse. Otherwise, once slowed by its deceleration aura, this creature with 2500 HP and 100 attack power would wipe out the entire team. This counts as the first major challenge in the Abyss of Cold Streets. How to quickly kill a level 5 frost corpse. But watching as a level 5 frost corpse gets instantly taken down in just 3 arrows, barely managing a few steps. What strategy guides, what team composition depth, none compared to the sheer efficiency of those 3 goblin arrows. Are S-rank talents really this overpowered? He remembered that Jiangshui City had also produced several S-rank talented professionals, but none seemed quite this monstrous. At this moment, the level 5 frost corpse had already died, and the first wave of frost corpses that should have spawned alongside it were just beginning to emerge. Roar, Urk! The frost corpse that had just emerged from the depths of the park forest didn't even get to finish its roar before an arrow blew its head apart. Whoosh! Minus 941. Whoosh! Minus 909. Whoosh! Minus 932. It was practically a crushing dominance. The goblin wolf cavalry didn't allow any cold corpses to exist for more than 3 seconds. The moment one showed its head, an arrow would strike. Clean, neat, and decisive. First wave cleared. Level directly upgraded to 4. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level, LV3 LV.4, 600 EXP needed for next level. HP, 640810. MP, 180190. Intelligence, 3137. Strength, 1516. Zhang Yu realized that leveling up was particularly crucial for him. Not only did it increase his HP, but it also boosted his skill damage. Increased intelligence leads to higher base damage, and skill coefficients rise accordingly. Now, precision archery can theoretically deal 1000 points of damage in reality, even more, surpassing the standard of peers in the same tier. Most importantly, as long as Zhang Yu hides well, the abyss creatures won't attack him at all. If I want to farm hard mode or even nightmare mode abyss dungeons, these goblins need to get even stronger. Should we just go all in? Zhang Yu hadn't dared to go all in before, partly because he was worried his health would drop too low. If a deep abyss monster so much as grazed him, he'd be done for. On the other hand, it was also because upgrading the goblin talent from 3rd tier to 4th tier required 100 talent points. His maximum health wasn't high enough. One more level up should be enough. Zhang Yu decided to go all in, preparing for the upcoming challenge of the Frost Street Abyss on hard difficulty. Chapter 11. Why should they get it cheap? Delicious. Tao Qian let out a pig-like squeal. TSK, pair this with a shot of baijiu, and it's pure bliss. Don't get me wrong, though the meat's just passable and the liquor's mediocre, having a meal like this in the abyss beats eating outside any day. The wine was brought by Tao Qian, who claimed it was for courage since he was rather afraid of death. The meat was grilled by Wu Zong, but neither of them refuted the comment that the barbecue was mediocre, and the wine was poor, because those words were spoken by Zhang Yu. Who dares to argue? Downstairs, a goblin with a gentlemanly demeanor was circling Central Park, disposing of the frozen corpses that hadn't yet perished. Upstairs, a group of young men and women were laughing and chatting while grilling meat. No one who saw this would think it was the abyss. The second wave is over. We'll need to wait 20 minutes before the third wave of frost corpses and the boss all emerge from the forest. Once we finish the third wave, it's done, Wu Zong said while roasting skewers. Wan Ranqing Yu then asked, then why don't we just enter the forest directly? Clearly you didn't read the guide carefully, Kaing, who was eating voraciously nearby, said. For the easy-level Frost Street Abyss, you just need to wait in the Central Park. Going into the forest would just waste more time. Kuing is right. There must be something in Central Park that attracts these cold corpses, making them actively gather here. So waiting here is the fastest way to clear the simple cold street abyss. I see. Wenran Qingyu wore an expression of understanding as she stuffed a skewer of meat into her mouth. Clearly, she wasn't very concerned. Tao Qian asked curiously, "You don't even glance at the strategy guides, yet you still want to become a professional?" Wenran Qingyu gave a nonchalant glance at Kuing beside her. With a top student like Kuing here, why would I need to read guides? I wouldn't understand them even if I tried, and even if I did, I wouldn't remember. Might as well not bother. Such a carefree attitude drew admiring looks from everyone. So let's pick up the pace. Wrap this up in 20 minutes, and we're out of here. Zhang Yu interrupted them. All right. The crowd responded in agreement. When Zhang Yu said it would take 20 minutes to finish, it meant exactly 20 minutes, not a second more, not a second less. The Frost Street Abyss on easy difficulty posed no challenge whatsoever to Zhang Yu. At this moment, Wu Zong asked, "You're not going to challenge the easy level next time, are you?" An obvious question. Zhang Yu shook his head. "No, I should probably increase the difficulty. If it weren't for the rule that beginners must attempt the easy level abyss at least once, Zhang Yu would likely have chosen normal or hard difficulty right away. At market price, 100,000 per regular dungeon run. I've saved up some money over the years, I can afford it. Can you take me on the next run?" Wu Zong asked earnestly. He absolutely had to cling to Zhang Yu's coattails. While he could technically pay anyone to carry him, Zhang Yu was the kind of player who could break speedrun records. The temple will reward teams that clear the fastest and set new historical records. This reward holds great significance for professionals. If you think the price is too low, you can raise it. I can still take out a loan, Wu Zong asked nervously. He knew that once they emerged from the abyss, Zhang Yu, who had broken the record, would prove everyone wrong. Moreover, if he entered the abyss again, the price would surely rise, and all those people would seek Zhang Yu out to team up, even some professionals from powerful, well-connected families. So what if they were proven wrong? For the sake of a record, what did pride even matter? But Zhang Yu just smiled and shook his head. This gesture sent a chill through Wu Zong's heart. As expected, bargains only come around once. Just as Wu Zong's spirits were sinking, he heard Zhang Yu say, 100,000 definitely won't be enough. Let's make it 300,000. This left Wu Zong utterly speechless. Even Tao Qian beside him couldn't help but say, "Bro, this is a bit too expensive." However, Koang said with a bitter smile, "Actually, it's not that expensive. Given Zhang Yu's speed in clearing the abyss, I estimate he could probably set a clearance record for ordinary level dungeons too. There are plenty of people willing to pay 300,000 for a record." Wenran Qingyu just looked at Zhang Yu without speaking, clearly having noticed something. Zhang Yu, however, put on an innocent expression and said, "Clearing a nightmare-level dungeon for 300,000 isn't expensive, right?" Indeed not expensive, considering even the record reward for a normal-level dungeon is quite generous. Wait. At this moment, Wu Zong finally reacted. "You said nightmare difficulty?" Zhang Yu nodded. "Yes, I plan to attempt the nightmare level next. I heard that so far, no one has cleared the abyss of Cold Street on nightmare difficulty. I want to take on that challenge. If I succeed, not only would it be the first clear, but I'd also set a new historical record. First clear rewards, nightmare dungeon rewards, historical record rewards, 3 types of prizes. 300,000, is that expensive?" Wu Zong immediately shook his head and hurriedly said, "Not expensive at all. Not a bit expensive. But, are you really planning to take me along?" Wu Zong was a bit skeptical. After all, that was a nightmare-level abyss. Not to mention the abyss in Jiangshui City, even in the central districts where all the geniuses gather, many nightmare-level abysses remain unconquered to this day. Zhang Yu said with a smile, "As long as you're not afraid, I'll take you." "Not afraid?" Wu Zong immediately responded, fearing he might miss the chance if he hesitated. "Really not afraid? This is a nightmare-level abyss." Zhang Yu looked at Wu Zong. Wu Zong chuckled, "What's there to fear? If you're not afraid, why would I be?" This was no longer a gamble, but an opportunity that couldn't be missed. Wu Zong wasn't afraid that Zhang Yu couldn't pass the nightmare-level abyss. What he feared was regret. Once this chance was missed, it would truly never come again. After speaking, Zhang Yu looked up and asked Kuing and Wenran Qingyu, "What are you two planning to do?" Wenran Qingyu immediately responded, "We're willing. We're not afraid. 300,000, no, 600,000 for both of us, we'll transfer it to you shortly." Kuing whispered from the side, "But we don't have the money." Wenran Qingyu shot a glance at Kuing. "Are you really that dense? We'll take out a loan. You were bold enough to gamble before we knew Zhang Yu's capabilities, now you're scared?" Kuing nodded, but he still asked Zhang Yu a question. "Why are you still willing to take us along?" Actually, this was something Wu Zongha and Wenran Qingyu also wanted to know. They all turned to look at Zhang Yu. Even Tao Qian was curious. After all, For a nightmare-level dungeon, even if Zheng Yu charged 1 million, there would still be people willing to pay. Zheng Yu explained, the reason is simple, I just don't want others to take advantage of this. Zheng Yu was actually quite stingy. When he initially recruited teammates, he remembered all those who stood by indifferently, refused, watched the show, and even made remarks that bordered on insults. Why should they get the benefit? I want them to regret not teaming up with me. I want them to never have the chance to choose again. I'm a petty person. If they didn't treat me well before, then they should never come near me again. The first clear record of the nightmare-level Frozen Street Abyss won't be theirs. Neither will the historical records. Zheng Yu looked at Kuing, Wuzong, and the others with a smile, saying, besides, each of you has unique skills, some can brew tea, some can grill meat, you all know the rules, and you're good looking too. Why would I trouble myself by finding teammates who are disobedient, ugly, and cowardly? Zheng Yu spoke bluntly. Finding new teammates might not guarantee they'd be as obedient as these three. When Ren Xingyu agreed, you're right, we should make them regret it. Kuing chimed in, exactly, let them regret not teaming up with me, the great Zheng Yu. Roar! As they spoke, a roar echoed from the depths of the forest. Everyone looked toward the forest. The final wave of frost corpses was coming. Chapter 12, instantly killing a 10,000 HP frost corpse, shocking power. Abyss monster, boss frost corpse, level, LV7. HP, 11,000. Attack power, 150. Skill I, level 3 slow aura. Skill 2, frost shock. Skill 3, reinforced ice armor. Skill 4, summon horde. The boss of Frost Street Abyss finally appeared, accompanied by 2 level 5 frost corpses, 2 level 4 frost corpses, and a horde of nearly 20 level 1 frost corpses. The boss frost corpse's massive body stood nearly 2.5 meters tall. Its entire form was encased in a thick layer of icy armor. Roar! It turned its gaze toward the goblin wolf riders and let out a furious roar. With this roar, a chilling cold surged around. Crack, crack, crack. The ground, the trees, even the very air began to freeze. The chill even affected Zheng Yu and the others watching the play upstairs, rendering the heater useless as the temperature plummeted. Every boss in the abyss has high HP, and this frost corpse is no exception. Over 10,000 HP. Enough to make one's head spin. Break the ice armor first, then charge. Zheng Yu reminded the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. He feared the Goblin Wolf Cavalry would exhaust all their skills on the ice armor, wasting stamina and abilities. Whoosh! Elite Warrior Goblin, better start with ranged archery first. The advantage of Goblin Wolf Cavalry is that they can engage in both melee and ranged combat, with high health points, and the dire wolves possess strong mobility. They can be considered all-round summoning beasts. Even their only flaw, being unattractive, has been somewhat improved by the VIP Butler Bond effect. -0. An arrow struck the ice armor of the level 7 frost corpse boss. Crack! A fissure appeared in the ice armor. No harm was done. This was within Zheng Yu's expectations. According to the strategy, the ice armor could block any 3 attacks and refreshed every 30 seconds. This was precisely what made it a challenge for many professionals. This is also the reason why the Abyss dungeon runs take longer. Since frost corpses have over 10,000 HP, and novice adventurers' attack power is still very low, they can only chip away at the health bit by bit to kill a frost corpse. Add to that the protection of the ice armor, which makes it even more difficult. Even a well-equipped party, without a high-level adventurer leading them, can only drag out the fight. Killing a single frost corpse in 5 hours is considered fast. So under normal circumstances, a complete newbie clearing the easy-level Cold Street dungeon in 8 hours can already be described as badass. Solo clearing it within 8 hours can be considered strong. After all, it was done solo. All the historical clearance records on the leaderboards were achieved by level 10 professionals. Whoosh! -0. Whoosh! -0. The Goblin Warrior fired 2 more arrows. They pierced straight through the ice armor. Roar! The enraged Frost Corpse boss howled at the Goblin Warrior, while the surrounding Frost Corpses suddenly accelerated, charging toward the Goblin Warrior. Whoosh! -1167. Whoosh! -1098. Whoosh! -1200. Facing the numerous frost corpses, the Goblin Warrior remained remarkably composed, like a seasoned veteran of countless battles, steadily and swiftly firing arrows in rapid succession. The giant wolf beneath him carried the Goblin Warrior with agility, deftly dodging the ice axes hurled by the frost corpses. Don't be fooled by the giant wolf's 3-meter-long frame, yet when it moves, there's an incredible sense of lightness. The ice axes flying from different directions not only failed to hit them, but actually helped stabilize the Goblin Warrior, allowing it to continue drawing its bow with perfect accuracy. Watching Goblin Wolf Cavalry in battle is truly a pleasure. Yeah, if I'd known summoner controls were this easy, why would I have picked Monk? Bro woo, didn't you pick Monk because you could only transfer to Monk? With your 0.1 intelligence rating, you couldn't transfer to Summoner. Hey, don't sweat the small stuff. During their conversation, the Goblin Wolf Cavalry leaped high into the air, launching a fierce assault on a level 4 Frost Corpse. Bang! The sound of a skull shattering echoed. The level 4 Frost Corpse was instantly slain. Without any hesitation, the Goblin Warrior fired 3 arrows in quick succession. Whoosh! 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 Minus 1099. Minus 1122. Minus 1097. The Frost Corpse boss instantly lost 3000 HP. Roar! The enraged Frost Corpse boss roared, unleashing a wave of freezing air. Hum! The ground trembled. A wave of cold air spread outward like a shockwave. The boss Frost Corpse's skill, Ice Shockwave. This is a large-scale area of effect skill. Crack! Minus 817. A damage number appeared above the Goblin Wolf Rider's head, as frost crystals formed on the giant wolf's fur. Since summoned creatures don't have defensive equipment, they take higher damage values. Fortunately, the level 4 Goblin Wolf Rider has exceptionally high HP, boasting a full 4,900 health points. Taking a single hit like this doesn't make much difference. Howl. A wolf's howl was heard. Charge. After casting its skill, the Frost Corpse will experience a brief moment of stiffness. Seizing this moment of paralysis, the Goblin Wolf Cavalry unleashed their ultimate skill, Wolf Cavalry Charge. With the VIP Steward Bond bonus, the Wolf Cavalry Charge evolved into a VIP skill. Not only was its damage multiplier increased, but it could now charge 3 targets simultaneously. The Wolf Cavalry's charge was exceptionally ferocious, and 2 phantom images of giant wolves appeared on either side. The giant wolves ran with thunderous roars. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry crashed into the Frost Corpse boss. The other 2 phantoms charged at the level 5 Frost Corpses respectively. Minus 5,762. Minus 5,542. 2 exaggeratedly massive blows instantly shattered the level 5 Frost Corpse. Frost Corpse, LV5, slain, gained 110 EXP. Frost Corpse, LV5, slain, gained 104 EXP. Level 5 Frost Corpse instantly obliterated. Minus 4,819. A high damage number also appeared on the Frost Corpse boss. Due to level suppression, the damage didn't exceed 5,000, but it still took away half of the Frost Corpse boss's health bar. But it wasn't over yet. The Goblin Wolf Riders didn't give the Frost Corpse boss even a moment to react. The instant their charge was completed, they wheeled around and fired 3 arrows in quick succession. Thunk! 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 Minus 0. Minus 0. Minus 0. Seize the moment, shattering the Frost Corpse's freshly regenerated ice armor in one strike. The instant the ice armor shattered, the Goblin Wolf Cavalry immediately switched to giant hammers, leaped up, and delivered a crushing blow straight to the Frost Corpse's skull. Minus 1,200. The upgraded level 4, Leaping Hammer Strike, skill now has a 19% chance to stun. Whether it was the Goblin Warrior's good luck or the Frost Corpse's weak resistance to stun, almost every Leaping Hammer Strike triggered a stun effect. The Goblin Wolf Rider twisted its waist, swinging the hammer as far back as possible, gathering strength. Then, with all his might, he swung at the Frost Corpse's head just as it was regaining consciousness. Goblin Warriors never aim for the body when they can strike the head. Whoosh! The hammer swung with a sound that split the air. Bang! The warrior's strike, charged to its maximum potential, landed with crushing force on the frozen corpse's head. Crack! Like a frozen watermelon being smashed. The cold corpse's head shattered into pieces. Minus 3,005. This charged attack actually dealt over 3,000 points of damage. The Frost Corpse had already taken an arrow's worth of damage earlier. The combination of the Wolf Cavalry's charge, a leaping hammer strike, and a fully charged warrior smash, a neat little combo totaling exactly 10,000 damage, instantly obliterated the boss, the Frost Corpse. Witnessing this scene, Tao Qian and the others remained silent. Though they had somewhat grown accustomed to it, they were still left speechless by such staggering damage output. 5,000 damage. Is this something a level 4 junior summoner could pull off? Not even the highest damage hidden class, the swordsman, could achieve this, right? Such an absurdly high damage number gave Wu Zong, King, Wenran Qingyu, and the others a bit more confidence for the upcoming nightmare level abyss they were about to enter. The damage is sufficient, and the health pool can withstand it. For Zhang Yu, this simple abyss dungeon is just a walk in the park. With a bit more caution, focus, and some kiting, even the nightmare level abyss shouldn't be too difficult. Wu Zong and the others couldn't contain their excitement at the thought of becoming Jiangshui City's first team of professionals to clear the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss. After all, before this, they were unwanted professions. Defeated boss Frost Corpse, LV7, gained 521 experience points. Congratulations, you obtained Frost Armor, LV1. Congratulations, you obtained Novice Mage Boots, LV1. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level, LV4 LV.5, 1000. 446 EXP needed for next level. HP 81011010, MP 190200, Intelligence 3745, Strength 1617, Agility 1213, remaining free attribute points 15, Skills, Contract Rune, Summoned Beast Frenzy, Summoned Beast Space, VIP Butler Class Goblin Wolf Cavalry, currently available contract slots 2, Talents, Demon Contract, Butler's Heart, remaining chances to draw Hextech Augments 2, Equipment, none. Chapter 13, Breaking Historical Clear Records, The Abyss, that's it? You have cleared Cold Street Abyss, Easy Mode, Rewards obtained, Cold Street Treasure Chest, Easy Mode, Professional Experience plus 300, Health Recovery Potion, plus 200, asterisk 5. You will be teleported outside the Abyss in 1 minute. Prepare accordingly. That's it? We cleared it already? Wenran Xingyu still sounded a bit dazed as she spoke. Because it was too easy, because it was too fast. Less than 3 hours in total. Eating barbecue, sipping wine, just strolling along with Zhang Yu's summoned creatures, and they cleared the level. Tao Qian bloated, the Abyss? That's it? Ha, what trash. Zhang Yu, as if you were the one who cleared it. Before exiting the dungeon, Zhang Yu said, I won't disband the team after we get out. Koing and Wenran Xingyu, you two go apply for loans as soon as possible. I'll wait for you, but we need to be quick. If I want to compete for the rankings, I'll have to cut down on rest time. Koing and Wenran Xingyu nodded in agreement. Got it. Business is business. Zhang Yu wouldn't bring others along, but he also wouldn't help them for free. 300,000 for a clear record of a nightmare-level Abyss run was already dirt cheap. Normally, clearing the Abyss once would drain a professional's energy and stamina to an extreme degree. After all, fighting and traversing maps continuously for 7 or 8 hours is something no one can endure. Most would rest for a day to recuperate before diving back into battle. But Zhang Yu was different. Drain his energy? Who's ever seen barbecue consuming energy? Wasting stamina? It's not like he's the one fighting. As long as the summoned beasts have abnormally abundant stamina, there's no need to worry about energy issues. If you want to climb the rankings, you've got to race against the clock. Buzz. Exactly 1 minute later, the 5 were teleported outside the Abyss. It was now around 1 a.m. The Abyss Hall on Cold Street remained packed as ever, mostly with people waiting to form teams. Many professionals had even pitched tents right in the hall, living there. Luck doesn't come by chance, it comes to those who wait. Determined to latch onto skilled veterans at the first opportunity, they decided to camp out here indefinitely. Another team just cleared the dungeon. Must be nice. Newbies clearing at this hour are probably professionals who entered right after their first job change, definitely first-tier material. Wait, isn't that Zhang Yu? Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Yu just entered the Abyss 3 hours ago. He won't be out until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Whether Zhang Yu can even make it out is another question. Exactly. Wait, are you blind? Can't you see for yourselves? That's clearly Zhang Yu, the class monitor from class 3 next door. Or am I the one who's blind? Now that you mention it, this guy does look exactly like Zhang Yu. But here's the thing, it can't possibly be Zhang Yu. I've been keeping track of the time. He entered the Abyss less than 3 hours ago. How could he possibly? Is there a chance that? No way, absolutely impossible. He's a summoner. The notion that summoners were weak and incapable of clearing the Abyss was deeply ingrained in their minds. Just as some began to recognize Zhang Yu, yet couldn't bring themselves to believe he'd cleared the Abyss so quickly. An announcement from the temple concerning an all-class professional silenced the entire hall. Notice, congratulations to the professional team Summoner Squad for breaking the historical clearance time of Frost Street Abyss, easy difficulty, but, clearance time, 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Leader, Zhang Yu, Summoner, team members, Tao Qian, Monk, Wuzone, Monk, Koing, Assassin, Wenran Xingyu, Assassin. Rewards obtained, Professional Experience plus 500, Historical Records Package, Frozen Street Abyss Easy Difficulty, X1, Historical Records Title, Frozen Street Abyss Easy Difficulty Version, X1. Silence was the dominant melody in the hall. The sanctuary was bestowed upon all professionals in Jianshui City, not just the novice professionals. It was directly blasted onto their faces, so no professional could possibly miss this information. Such record-breaking messages frequently appeared. After all, as professionals developed better and better, the treatment of novice professionals also improved, and records were constantly being refreshed. But the problem was, this time was a bit different. The team composition was just too bizarre. The captain is a summoner. The team consists of 2 monks and 2 assassins. Assassins are practically useless before level 15, stronger than mages, but not by much. Monks have some combat ability, but not much, and compared to mainstream classes like warriors and knights, they're still hard to team up with. No way, did he actually clear it? And broke the record too? This has to be fake. How could he, a summoner, possibly do that? Some voiced their doubts, but others had already started sending private messages to Zhang Yu, only to find he'd disabled private chats, refusing all direct communication. But this couldn't stop their determination to latch onto success, especially Zhang Yu's former classmates. Bro Yu, congratulations. Zhang Yu, oh, what for? Congratulations on soloing and breaking the record. Zhang Yu, me breaking the record has nothing to do with you. What right do you have to congratulate me? Brother Yu, have some water. Zhang Yu, no thanks, I'm not thirsty. Brother Yu, have you eaten? How about taking a break, my treat for lunch? Zhang Yu, no thanks, I'm not hungry. Every attempt at small talk was met with Zhang Yu's unwavering refusal. Back then you ignored me, now I'm out of your league. Zhang Yu wasn't that magnanimous. One might even say he was petty and vindictive. Brother Yu, I'm a warrior who's cleared the Frost Street Abyss once. How about we team up for the normal abyss next round? Zhang Yu, not great? You're too weak. No, I'm a warrior. Zhang Yu, what's so special about warriors? You're saying warriors are weak? Zhang Yu retorted, then can you solo the abyss? I can tank the damage for you and help with extra DPS. Although you've cleared the easy level abyss, there's a huge difference between normal level and easy level. Zhang Yu, you can't handle it. I'm a level 4 warrior with iron wall skills, and you're saying I can't tank? Zhang Yu nodded, you really can't. Ha, you're getting full of yourself. Do you really think clearing an easy level abyss makes you strong? Without a warrior to tank the damage, you can't even clear a normal level dungeon. You want to compete for rankings without teammates? I've never seen any genius who could rank up just by clearing easy level abyss. Facing the man's sarcastic remarks, Zhang Yu looked at him seriously and said, do you know the difference between you and Neza? What? Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms. You have 1 head and 2 arms. After finishing his words, Zhang Yu ducked into the tent Tao Qian had just set up, seeking some peace and quiet. Inside the tent, Tao Qian asked with confusion, why is it different from what I imagined? Zhang Yu inquired, what's different? Tao Qian said, I thought they'd regret not teaming up with you and start beating their chests in frustration or something. Tao Qian looked disappointed, having missed the scene he'd hoped to witness. Zhang Yu laughed, it's still early? This is just the beginner level dungeon. Besides, this is completely normal behavior. When he starts feeling regretful, he'll begin making excuses for himself, talking tough, convinced you might pass the easy level but definitely won't clear the normal difficulty. Those who genuinely regret not coming to me will also keep it bottled up even if they're hurting inside, they won't show it. Just watch, even if we conquer the Nightmare Abyss, there'll still be people stubbornly claiming that summoners fall off late game, that my future looks bleak, and similar nonsense. Having seen enough internet bravado, Zhang Yu understood these patterns all too well. That's why he decided not to bring any professionals other than Tao Qian and their group of 4. This sucks. Tao Qian complained discontentedly, but Zhang Yu just smiled and said, you're wrong. Their tough talk is just a facade. Once they return home, in the dead of night, they'll toss and turn in bed, unable to sleep, open NetEase cloud music, and start feeling emotional. They'll begin to regret, to blame themselves, to reflect. This emotion will be magnified infinitely after we conquer the Nightmare Abyss. Zheng Yu said with a smile, especially that soldier just now, he thought he had some skills and believed it was an honor for me to have him as a teammate. But soon enough, he'll regret it, why he didn't humble himself when speaking to me, why he didn't choose to team up with me right away. But you won't get to see him beating his chest in frustration. If it were you, you wouldn't either. Tao Qian also nodded in understanding. You're right. If I were him, I'd probably stay stubborn till the end too. Don't let anyone else into the tent. I need to do something. Zheng Yu ended the conversation and said to Tao Qian, don't worry, with me here, no one will disturb you. Tao Qian assured him. Tao Qian stood outside the tent, blocking all the professionals who wanted to speak with Zheng Yu. Wu Zong went out to borrow money from friends because he was short on cash. Koing and Wenren Xingyu went to borrow money from nearby loan sharks, leaving only Zheng Yu alone in the tent. He was about to boost his strength in preparation for the upcoming nightmare level Cold Street Abyss. Claim the historical record rewards. Experience points plus 500. Level up again. Chapter 14 Third Tier Talent. Twin Flame Demons. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level, LV5 LV.6, 1700, 1046 EXP needed for next level. HP, 10101230. MP, 200210. Intelligence, 4553. Strength, 1718. Agility, 1314. Remaining free attribute points, 17. With the additional 10 intelligence from the newbie staff, the overall intelligence reached 53 points after leveling up to 6. His maximum health had returned to over 1000, and there were still 17 unused attribute points remaining. Zheng Yu pondered for a moment. He decided to allocate all the attribute points to his health. After reaching level 5, the summoning beast slot increased to 2, meaning he gained the ability to summon a second creature. Going all in not only upgrades the goblin to tier 4 but also boosts the new summon to tier 2. Compared to the minor damage increase from boosting intelligence, it's better to enhance summoning beast talents. Otherwise, a tier 0 summoning beast would be practically useless against nightmare level abyss monsters. Zhang Yu opened the rewards first. One was the clearance reward. Frost Street Treasure Chest, simple tier, can yield Frost Street Abyss equipment, medicine, materials, or valuable ores. The other was a simple tier historical record. Historical record pack, easy tier, may contain advanced equipment, LV5, from the Frost Street Abyss, high-grade potions, LV5, and other items. Both treasure chests have been opened. Congratulations! You opened the Frost Street chest, easy tier, and obtained a piece of equipment, novice warrior armor. Congratulations! You opened the historical record pack, easy tier, and obtained a frost crystal pendant LV5, silver. Silver equipment. Zhang Yu's face lit up with joy. Equipment is categorized into 9 tiers: no grade, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, radiant, legendary, and divine. 9 levels in total. I never expected the gift pack could yield silver tier equipment. For a beginner, this is already miraculous. Frost crystal pendant, silver tier. Required level, LV5. Attribute, intelligence plus 25, magic power plus 100. Effect, when equipped, increases ice resistance by 10 points, reduces ice-based slowing effects by 20%, and grants immunity to one freeze effect, activates once per minute. Not bad. In addition to increasing intelligence by 25 points, whether it's the ice resistance, freeze immunity, or reduced slowing effect, this equipment is specifically tailored for the Frost Street dungeon. The attributes were actually quite average, but the effects suited Zhang Yu perfectly at the moment. He equipped every piece of gear he could carry. A frost armor dropped from the boss, the frozen corpse, and a pair of mage boots. The frost armor increases 300 HP and comes with an ice armor effect. Although the cooldown for the ice armor effect is quite long, it's extremely useful for a low HP professional like Zhang Yu. The mage boots increase 150 HP and 5 agility. The 450 HP gained from these equipment cannot be sacrificed. It was precisely because of these 2 pieces of equipment that Zhang Yu had the confidence to prepare for his all-in gamble next. First, allocate all 17 free attribute points to health. Consume 1 free attribute point to increase maximum health by 50. Consuming 17 free attribute points exchanged for 850 health points. Currently, Zhang Yu has 2080 health points available. Equipment provides an additional 450 health points. No need for words, directly sacrifice 1000 points of maximum health in exchange for 100 talent points. Pour them all into the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Goblin Wolf Rider, Tier 3, Talent Evolution Goblin General, Tier 4. Base HP 400080000. Attack Power Coefficient 5.06.0. New Skill V, General's Command. Notice, General's Command has evolved into VIP Steward Tier. General's Command under VIP Steward Enhancement. General's Command, VIP Steward Tier summons a Goblin Army, 18 units, summon count increases with level, for temporary combat. This summons 2 Goblin Wolf Riders, 5 Goblin Archers, 5 Goblin Death Warriors, 5 Goblin Shield Bearers, and 1 Goblin Shaman. Duration is unlimited. Cannot be summoned again until the entire Goblin Army perishes. Hiss. Now that's something. Zhang Yu looked at the newly refreshed skill and felt this health consumption was totally worth it. Evolving directly from a Goblin Wolf Rider to a General. Not only was there an overall power boost, the additional skills truly transformed the Goblin into a battlefield commander. The emergence of this skill gave Zhang Yu more confidence in clearing the nightmare level abyss. Then Zhang Yu opened his phone. He entered the Holy Temple Mall and purchased the Summoner Skill Book that had long been sitting in his shopping cart. Summon Fire Spirit. Skill Book, learnable at level 5. One-time use item. The skill book disappears after learning. Can be learned by Summoner class, granting a trainable Fire Spirit with 0 tier talent. Price, 2,000 yuan. Still very cheap. Other class level 5 skills all sell for at least 5,000, while warrior skills have been bid up to tens of thousands. Inside the tent, draw the contract formation. The tent Tao Qian setup was quite spacious, with ample room to summon a Fire Spirit. Buzz. A flash of firelight flickered. A fireball materialized midair. The next instant, the fireball established a psychic connection with Zhang Yu. Sensing the frigid energy within Zhang Yu's body, it instinctively radiated warmth to envelop him. Not only was it not scalding, but the warm current perfectly matched Zhang Yu's body temperature. The fireball made no sound. This was a pure elemental entity. Just as mages could manipulate fire elements, this fireball was an elemental entity that had gained its own life. Summoned creature, Fire Spirit. Level, 6, scales with Summoner's level. HP, 1100. Attack power, 172/78. Summoner's current intelligence, asterisk 2.0, coefficient. Talent, tier 0, 2 points remaining for upgrade, plus. Skill I, Flame Aura LV.6. can control temperature within a 10-meter diameter range, at maximum intensity, inflicts 121 burn damage per second to all objects, 172, Fire Spirit Attack Power, *0.7, coefficient. Skill 2, Fireball LV.6. Release a fireball that tracks and locks onto the target, dealing 551, 172, Fire Spirit Attack Power, *3.2, coefficient, points of fire damage. Summoned Beast Equipment, none. Looking at the Fire Spirit's attributes, Zheng Yu truly felt the weakness of a summoner. Although the spirit follows the summoner's level, its actual improvement is quite limited. A warrior who normally reaches level 6 can already face the easy level Frost Street Abyss without fear, but if it's the attributes of a Fire Spirit without upgraded talents, they still can't clear the easy level Frost Street Abyss. A single fireball just dealt 551 points of damage. How many fireballs would it take to defeat the 10,000 HP Frost Corpse boss? Zheng Yu glanced at the current attributes of the Goblin General. Summoned Beast VIP Butler Class Goblin General. Level 6, increases with the Summoner's level. HP, 8,900. Attack Power, 489. Talent, Tier 4, 500 talent points needed for upgrade, plus. With a total attribute of 6.0, equipped with Baki Gear and Butler Bond, the attack power directly reaches nearly 500. Skill damage has nearly doubled. Now warriors can deal at least 4,000 damage with a charged attack. It's practically a complete domination over fire spirits. It seems a summoner's strength entirely depends on their summoned beast's talent level. Fortunately, the demon contract can enhance talent levels. Zheng Yu glanced at his remaining health points. 1080 base HP plus 450 equipment HP. Since the fire spirit was a level 5 summon creature, the talent points it provided were surprisingly more than those from a goblin. Rank 1 requires 2 talent points. Level 2 requires 15 talent points. Level 3 requires 85 talent points. Zheng Yu did the math, a total of 102 talent points, which meant 10-20 points of maximum health. Just enough. Zheng Yu looked at his remaining 60 points of base health and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Am I probably the professional with the lowest health points in history? Fortunately, he had 450 points of equipment health, otherwise with just 60 points, he'd die from a single touch. Zheng Yu directly upgraded the Fire Spirit to Tier 3. Summoned Beast Fire Spirit, Tier 0. Talent Evolution Summoned Beast Twin Flames, Tier 1. Summoned Beast Twin Flames, Tier 1. Talent Evolution Summoned Beast Fire Demon, Tier 2. Summoned Beast Fire Demon, Tier 2. Talent Evolution Summoned Beast Twin Fire Demons, Tier 3. Chapter 15. The main theme is companionship. Bang! The flames erupted violently. If not for the contract formation, the rented 10 Tao Qian was using might have burned down completely. The scorching flames couldn't harm Zheng Yu, who was a summoner. Instead, a warm sense of familiarity washed over me. Whoosh! The flames danced. Finally, they took shape. 2 fire spirits curled up together. The fire sprite floated in the air, standing about 1 meter tall, somewhat resembling the little fire character from Ice and Fire, with an adorable appearance, light and graceful, and a well-proportioned figure. Its looks were countless times better than those of a goblin, yet its demeanor fell far short of the VIP Butler plus General's combination of domineering and majestic presence. The twin fire sprite's aura was more like that of a cute, obedient child from the neighborhood, well-behaved, sensible, lively, and giving off a very clever vibe. At this moment, its attributes had undergone tremendous changes. Summoned Beast Twin Flame Demons. Level 6, increases with the summoner's level. HP, 3000. Attack Power, 375, 78. Summoner's Current Intelligence, *4.8, coefficient. Talent, Tier 3, 150 points remaining until upgrade, plus. Skill I, Flame Aura LV.6. Can control temperature within a 10-meter diameter range. When maximized, deals 825 burn damage per second to all objects, 375. Fire Spirit Attack Power, *2.2, coefficient. Skill 2 Fireball LV6. Releases a fireball that pursues and locks onto the target, dealing 2325, 375, Fire Spirit Attack Power, *6.2, coefficient, points of fire damage. Skill 3 Twin Pact, special skill, no level. The twin fire demons coexist symbiotically and can simultaneously release skills, with damage stacking and fire attribute damage doubled. Skill 4, Flame Cage LV6. Preset the position of the flame cage, which automatically triggers when enemies enter its range. The entire area within the cage is engulfed in high-temperature flames, dealing 2,100 damage per second, 375, Fire Spirit Attack Power, *5.6, coefficient. Summoned Beast Equipment, none. Gained 2 additional skills. A Twin Pact. A Flame Cage. The Twin Pact means double casting and double elemental damage, making the Twin Flame Demon's attacks extraordinarily devastating. As for the Flame Cage, it's a trap-type skill dealing pure damage. The damage skill may seem low at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it deals 2,100 damage per second. It's not the explosive burst damage of a wolf cavalry charge, but with 2,100 damage per second, it can kill a 10,000 HP frost zombie in just 5 seconds. Wait, that's not right. Junyu suddenly came to his senses. 2,100 damage doesn't count as Gemini's double bonus. Which means, if we let the fire spirit attack the 10,000 HP frost corpse, the battle would be over in 3 seconds. Strong. Junyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, despite the twin flame demon's strength, they still couldn't compare to the Goblin General who had already reached 4th tier talents. The Goblin General's current damage output was so high that a single charge could instantly obliterate a frost corpse, making it even more formidable. After strengthening the fire spirits, Junyu still hadn't touched upon his most crucial enhancement. That was his core, the Hextech Augment runes. Every 5 levels gained, he would obtain 2 Hextech Augment runes. Junyu couldn't wait to draw. Extracting Hextech Augment runes. Congratulations, you've drawn your 3rd rune, Gold tier rune, mainly for companionship. Congratulations, you've drawn your 4th rune, Silver tier rune, library card. Mainly here for company, provides a training dummy. All damage dealt to the summoner will prioritize attacking the training dummy first. At the end of each abyss run, if the training dummy survives, grants 10 talent points. Library card, obtain a Tome of Emblems. The Tome of Emblems allows you to choose one from 4 random emblem synergies and grants an equipment forge. Ugh, seems pretty decent? Though I didn't manage to draw a prismatic tier rune, but the training dummy's effect was exactly what Junyu needed right now. You must attack the taunting unit first, the training dummy. A typical survival rune. With his naturally low health pool, the training dummy ensured Junyu wouldn't be killed by surprise attacks. A very nice rune. And for every abyss cleared, you get 10 free talent points. This is really good stuff, equivalent to a free 100 health cap increase. Right now, he's exactly short on talent points. Junyu didn't hesitate at all and directly opened the Tome of Sigils gifted to him by the library card rune. Please choose one from Mage Crest, Ionia Crest, Barrier Crest, or Steward Crest. Steward, then. A single crest couldn't activate the bond. She already had 2 Steward Crests herself. Equipping another to the Fire Spirit wouldn't activate the 4 Steward bonus, but it would still allow the Fire Spirit to share the Steward's attribute boosts, 20% HP and 20% attack power. Obtained Butler Emblem. Obtained Equipment Forger. Equipment Forger can transform unwearable equipment into gear you can use. This is awesome. Junyu stored the Equipment Forge in his item space and adorned the Fire Spirit with the Steward's emblem. Everything was now ready. At that moment, Junyu received a message. It was from his homeroom teacher. Junyu, you're the one who broke the record, right? Junyu replied, yes. The homeroom teacher quickly called. Here's the thing, if you're free tomorrow, come to the Jianshui Municipal Government Building. The mayor wants to meet you. Junyu wasn't surprised, as every year the record-breaking newcomers would be personally received by the mayor and given rewards. Junyu, however, asked, is it about giving rewards? Rewards are one aspect, but also to give you some publicity, and then, before the homeroom teacher could finish, Junyu said, I might not have time. You can collect the rewards for me. The homeroom teacher looked somewhat troubled. Junyu said directly, just tell the mayor that I'm about to enter a nightmare-level dungeon. If he doesn't want this record, then I'll go. Junyu didn't like such occasions, mainly because there was no benefit in it for him. All he cared about was the rewards, everything else was irrelevant. After all, even at his best, he's just a low-level professional. Fame and reputation don't matter for now. Troublesome, and too much hassle. And nightmare level? The homeroom teacher thought he must have misheard. Yeah, you heard me right, nightmare level. Anyway, don't ask too much, and I don't want to explain either. Just wait for the results. The mayor will understand. With that, Junyu hung up the phone. On the other end, the homeroom teacher scratched his head, then somewhat bewilderedly dialed the mayor's number. Bro, lend me some money. Inside the martial arts school, Wu Zong found his own elder brother, who was also the school's owner, Wu Xian. How much do you need? 20, make it 500,000. How much did you say? Wu Xian nearly dropped his teacup. Look, we're brothers. If you were broke or needed money, of course I'd lend it to you. But you're asking for 500,000 right off the bat. Do you think your brother's made of money? No? Then go find somewhere cooler to be. Wu Zong didn't take offense. He simply showed Wu Xian something. Title? Record holder for completing the Abyss of Cold Street History? Wait a minute. Wu Xian immediately jumped up from the sofa, turned on his computer, and opened the official website of Jianshui City Sanctuary. He didn't even need to search carefully. A message popped up directly on the page. Congratulations to the professional team Summoner Squad for breaking the historical clearance time of Frost Street Abyss. Easy difficulty. Clearance time, 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Team leader, Zhang Yu, Summoner. Team members, Tao Qian, Monk, Wu Zong, Monk, Koing, assassin, Wenrun Qingyu, assassin. Holy shit, you're really something, kid. No wonder you didn't come to work today, so you've taken up the path of a professional again? Wu Xian was overjoyed. He'd always known his younger brother had been skimping on meals and expenses these past few days, all to save up money for another attempt at the professional path. I never expected him to actually pull it off. Not only did he pull it off, but he even managed to set a record. The reason he was so certain it was a fluke record was because he knew Wu Zon's capabilities all too well. A D-grade talented monk simply didn't have what it took to break records. Then he noticed the team composition. Bro, this team composition seems a bit odd. Wu Zong said, don't worry about the classes, Zheng Yu has an S-tier talent. No wonder. So you still don't plan to send me the money? He plans to take me through the nightmare abyss. I need to let your sister-in-law know. No one has ever cleared the nightmare abyss in Cold Street Abyss before. This is something worthy of being recorded in the family genealogy. Our household could kneel in the front row during next year's ancestral worship. Come with me to the bank. For southern entrepreneurs who came here from Guangdong province, nothing mattered more than bringing honor to their ancestors. How much do you need to borrow? Compound interest upon compound interest, commercial loan companies. A tattooed bald man stared at Kuing and Wenrun Qingyu as he asked, 2 million. Any collateral? No. Then why should I lend to you? Unless. The bald man pointed at the camera on the table. Want a couple of shots? Kuing was about to get angry when Wenrun Qingyu stopped her. She stared at the bald man and said, are you sure you won't lend it? Then I'll go find another company. The bald man froze. He'd never seen someone act so tough when borrowing money, but he still asked patiently, what do you need the money for? To cross the abyss. What level? Nightmare level. Huh, messing with me? Dead serious. You think I'd believe that? Plenty have come here trying to scam me, none left in one piece. Better not piss me off. Fine then. No loan, no deal. Was gonna give you free publicity after Zheng Yu carries us through the dungeon. Who? Zheng Yu, you don't know him? Of course the bald guy knew. He was a professional himself, otherwise, where would he get the confidence to lend high-interest loans to other professionals? The message that popped up a few hours ago was still the most discussed topic on the forum. After all, a summoner achieved astonishing results. 2 hours and 45 minutes. What does that even mean? The previous record was 3 hours and 49 minutes. In other words, a summoner, a profession universally regarded as the weakest without exception, not only broke the record but did so by a full hour. Is he planning to challenge the nightmare abyss directly? The bald man's tone softened slightly. Yes, he told us himself. Then how can I believe you that he'll take you in? Wenrun Qingyu displayed the team information. It's been several hours since we came out of the abyss. If he wanted to join a team, he would have left the party long ago. Just say whether you'll lend it or not. I'll lend it. This time, the bald man didn't hesitate. Even if Zheng Yu truly couldn't clear the level, he would still try to borrow it with an attitude of giving it a shot. He understood perfectly well that if Zheng Yu could actually clear the nightmare level abyss, the entire provincial resources would unconditionally tilt in Zheng Yu's favor. His future prospects would be limitless. With such a top-tier expert, even if you couldn't build closer ties, you certainly shouldn't make an enemy of him. 2 million, right? Let's get this straight first. No matter whether Zheng Yu can clear the nightmare abyss or not, borrowed money must be repaid with interest. Since it wasn't clear what relationship these two strikingly beautiful girls had with Zheng Yu, it was better to lay out the terms up front to avoid any future disputes. Zheng Yu was Zheng Yu, but the lending company's rules were the rules. Otherwise, his business wouldn't be able to continue. No problem. Wenrun Qingyu said with a smile. Chapter 16, this pretentious act isn't smooth anymore. When Kuing and Wenrun Qingyu returned from handling the loan, they found Zheng Yu sitting outside the tent, chatting with a group of people. Oh no! Kuing suddenly exclaimed upon seeing the group. What's wrong? Wenrun Qingyu still hadn't noticed anything unusual. The people chatting with Zheng Yu are the team that broke the ordinary level abyss record yesterday, Kuing explained. Wenrun Qingyu also recalled that earlier yesterday, there had indeed been a notification about the ordinary level abyss clearance record being broken. Two things happened yesterday in total. One was Zheng Yu, as a summoner, single-handedly leading his team to break the record for the easy-level Cold Street Abyss. The other was 4 A-grade talent professionals leading 1 B-grade talent professional to break the normal level Abyss record. In terms of popularity and discussion, Zheng Yu's feat as a summoner naturally drew more attention. After all, he was a summoner. Whatever Zheng Yu did, it always sparked considerable buzz. But when it came to significance, the real focus was on the normal level Abyss record being shattered. This year, among the new professionals in our Jianshui city, we've surprisingly had 4 A-grade professionals, the highest number in nearly a decade. Now they've all gathered in one team. I bet they're here to recruit the great Zheng Yu into their squad. After Kuying's explanation, Wenrun Qingyu finally understood why she was so panicked. If Zheng Yu joins their team, there'd be no one left to guide them anymore. Not only was the money borrowed for nothing, but they still had to pay interest after all. Baldy wasn't exactly a legitimate lender. Hurry up and get over here. Wenran Qingyu quickly pulled Kuing closer. Then, a haughty, condescending voice spoke up. To be honest, we didn't think much of you before. After all, you're just a summoner. We were afraid you'd slow down our progress. But you've proven yourself, leading a solo run through the abyss. Though it was just on easy difficulty, it's still not bad. Who's this, talking so arrogantly? Wenran Qingyu couldn't help but look over. She saw it was a handsome young man speaking, but his face full of arrogance and undisguised contempt for Zhang Yu's summoner class instantly made his handsome features turn greasy in her eyes. This person, Kuing and Wenran Qingyu both knew him. Li Feng. They were from the same school. A warrior by profession, with an A-grade talent rumored to be exceptionally suited for combat. Not only was it a highly sought-after class, but he also possessed genius-level aptitude. No wonder he had the right to be arrogant. So, after discussion, we've all basically acknowledged your strength and decided to allow you to join our team to conquer the abyss together. As Li Feng spoke these words, the only B-rank talent warrior in the team wore a dark expression. Clearly, not everyone agreed. At the very least, this B-rank warrior didn't agree. After all, once Zhang Yu joined the team, this B-rank warrior would have to leave, so he harbored resentment toward Zhang Yu. But Zhang Yu, with a puzzled expression, asked, "So, who are you guys? What do you want with me?" Zhang Yu might as well have written "Are you nuts?" on his face. Showing off your superiority right in my face? But unfortunately, Li Feng, who was utterly confident that Zhang Yu would be grateful to join their team, completely failed to grasp the meaning behind Zhang Yu's expression. He even genuinely believed Zhang Yu didn't know who he was. Me, Li Feng, an A-rank warrior. I know you just cleared the easy level abyss. To be honest, we're nothing special, we just cleared the normal level abyss dungeon and broke the historical record. Li Feng said with a smug expression. Oh, that's just average. Li Feng, infinity? You said average? Zhang Yu nodded. No, you might have misheard. I said regular level history records. And then? Zhang Yu asked expressionlessly. Aren't you surprised? Zhang Yu laughed and said, bro, saying that ruins your cool factor. Who asks others while trying to act impressive? I'm awesome, aren't you surprised? That's not how you smoothly show off. Li Feng. Anyway, you're the one who said you were average first, so I just agreed with you, then you got mad. Zhang Yu pointed at Li Feng with the tone of someone who's been there and done that, saying, your pretentious skills still need some work. Li Feng. This whole act left Li Feng speechless. He had never encountered someone who talked like this before. Although he had indeed come to show off in front of Zhang Yu, his original intention was to say, see, even an S-rank talent like you still has to join our team. It should have been a moment of superiority, both saving face for himself and recruiting a strong teammate, killing two birds with one stone. But he never expected Zhang Yu to outright refuse him. Are you out of your mind? Witnessing this scene, another A-rank talent professional standing beside Li Feng rebuked. Even though you have S-rank talent, don't forget you're just a summoner. We allowed you into our team as a favor, don't push your luck. This person clearly understood the situation better than Li Feng. Zhang Yu was simply toying with Li Feng, so he resorted to outright verbal abuse. In Jianshui City, you're the only S-grade talent professional to emerge in years, but you chose to become a summoner. What a disgrace to our city. We were kind enough to guide you, and this is how you repay our goodwill? Don't think clearing an easy-level Hanjie Abyss makes you special. When S-grade talents from other cities crush you, it'll be Jianshui City's reputation that suffers. Zhang Yu wore an expression of speechless exasperation. Damn, now we're getting emotionally blackmailed? If this guy went on Weibo, he'd definitely rank as a top-tier keyboard warrior. Li Feng realized he'd gone too far and quickly cut off his teammate, saying to Zhang Yu, let me be straight with you, we're planning to tackle the hard-level Frozen Street Abyss next round. Let's try to set another record. We actually knew you had S-tier talent all along, but because of your summoner class, we really didn't plan to bring you along. After all, you know how weak summoners are. But now it's different. You've proven your strength is enough to team up with us, so we're ready to give you a boost. It ensures you won't fall too far behind other S-rank talents, at least you'll have a hard difficulty historical record. Li Feng spoke more gently this time. Yet, his tone still carried that indelible trace of condescension and arrogance. Beside them, Ke-ing and Wenran Qingyu were laughing hysterically. That's hilarious. Haha, did he really say he wants to help Zhang Yu? Who's helping who here? The funniest part is he thinks letting Zhang Yu join his team is doing Zhang Yu a favor? I can't breathe, I'm laughing so hard. The reason they were laughing was because, judging by Li Feng's tone and attitude, there was a 100% chance Zhang Yu wouldn't join their team. As long as the legs don't leave, everything can be discussed. Their laughter also caught the attention of Zhang Yu and Li Feng. Think it's funny? Li Feng's face darkened. Wenran Qingyu answered honestly. Then keep laughing. Let's see how long you can keep it up. After we break the hard mode record, we'll see if you're still laughing. Li Feng had clearly recognized that Ke-ing and Wenran Qingyu were the two assassins in Zhang Yu's team. Zheng Yu completely ignored his attitude, while Ko Ying and Wen Xingyu's laughter that bordered on mockery pushed Li Feng to the peak of fury. If it weren't for the prohibition against fighting in military zones, he would have already swung his blade at them. Don't mind them. We're aiming for higher records, we're not like them, a teammate beside him said. Exactly. And they still want to compete for rankings? They have no vision at all. Even if Li Feng and Zhang Long's tone and attitude were problematic, if you want to compete for the rankings, you have to endure it. Are you sure you're speaking up for me? Your attitude really is problematic. We originally agreed to bring Zhang Yu along for the Hard Abyss run to increase our chances of clearing it, but you had to act all high and mighty. Before this sole reasonable teammate could finish speaking, Li Feng and the others dragged him away. Zhang Yu watched the group with amusement. He actually understood Li Feng and the others' mindset quite well. A-grade talent, popular profession, just broke a record. This was the peak of his youthful vigor. Combined with the misleading nature of his summoner class, it was hard for him to truly act like a corporate elite who prioritized profit over pride. Young people, this was precisely the age where pride mattered and showing off was irresistible. Did you borrow the money? Zheng Yu asked Ko Ying and the others. Ko Ying nodded and transferred 600,000 yuan to Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu nodded and said, yeah, received it. Tao Qian and Wu Zong have gone to prepare the ingredients. They should be back soon. If you two have anything you'd like to prepare, do it quickly. Don't complain later when we're in the abyss and there's nothing you like to eat. Although both of them clearly understood what Zheng Yu meant, but it still feels really strange. Is this really entering the abyss, rather than going on a picnic? I'm going to get some dessert, Ku Ying said. When Ren Xingyu glanced at Ku Ying, you've adapted quite quickly. Then I'll get some fruit too. Ku Ying. Chapter 17, Extremely High Mortality Rate, Choose Wisely. Zhang Yu's rejection of Li Feng's invitation quickly spread, unexpectedly becoming yet another forum discussion topic. Zhang Yu's getting arrogant, actually refusing a team composed of 4 A-grade talents. As the only S-grade talent in Jiangshui City, and the first S-grade to emerge in years, his actions are truly perplexing. A detailed analysis of the difficulty behind the 2-hour 45-minute clear time for the simple difficulty of Cold Street Abyss. A rational analysis shows that Zhang Yu rejecting Li Feng's invitation is actually a good thing. It proves Zhang Yu's strong self-confidence. I think Zhang Yu is just scared. He's already satisfied with clearing the simple difficulty, especially since Li Feng's team is preparing to tackle the hard difficulty abyss. Zhang Yu the coward, trash summoner, pure rant post, enter at your own risk. I bet Zhang Yu will enter the normal level abyss and still lead solo. Mark my words, Zhang Yu won't make the leaderboard. After being rejected by Zhang Yu for teaming up, I've decided to roast him. The Jiangshui City Professionals Forum was flooded with posts about him. Zhang Yu found it quite amusing as well. Being the subject of discussion, he actually thought it was rather fun. The internet has this magical ability, no matter how dramatic the reversal, no matter how painful the slap in the face, the person who posted always remains behind the scenes. And thus, there's no face left to lose. Words can be said casually, stances can be changed at will. As long as he clears the nightmare level abyss, the forum will surely paint a completely different picture. In any case, it's amusing. Zheng Yu idly browsed the forum to pass the time. By the time Tao Qian and Wu Zong returned with their purchases, Ko Ying and Wen Xingyu had already bought fruits and snacks. Everything goes into the inventory. Brother Yu, I'm ready, Tao Qian said. Zheng Yu nodded and, after some thought, added, if you have the money, it's best to buy a revival item, just in case. Tao Qian immediately replied, a revival cross is already selling for 5 million on the market, can't afford it. Wu Zongzi said, I don't think there's any danger. I believe in Brother Yu's abilities. Zheng Yu, you're 3 years older than me, yet you call me brother? Wu Zong replied casually, hey, wisdom comes with experience. The stronger one is the brother. Zheng Yu turned his gaze to Ku Ying and Wen Xingyu, what about you two? Wen Xingyu replied, we don't have money for resurrection cross props either, but we bought 5 invisibility props. As she spoke, she directly distributed one to each person in the team chat group. Even Zheng Yu received one. Invisibility potion. Enter an invisible state for 1 minute, immune to all damage, can move but cannot attack. Attacking will cancel the invisibility effect. This thing sells for about 300,000 in the market, doesn't it? Tao Qian exclaimed in surprise. I know a pharmacist who got them for 200,000 each. Tao Qian marveled at Wen Xingyu's unexpected connections while remarking, 200,000 each isn't cheap either. Are you really giving them to us? Consider it my way of saying thanks, while also hitching myself to great God Zhang Yu's boat. Wen Xingyu didn't mince words as she spoke frankly. Her way of doing things was straightforward. If she was going to flatter someone, she did it openly and without groveling, treating everyone equally. The idea of using borrowed money to buy invisibility potions actually came from Ko Ying. But Wen Xingyu believed that if they were going to buy them, they shouldn't just get one for themselves, they should buy 5, one for each person. She wanted to firmly hold on to this team. In other words, this team was her future. Even if Zhang Yu's strength surpassed both of them in the future and he no longer teamed up with them, Wu Zong and Tao Qian would still be excellent teammates. With the nightmare level abyss as their starting point, their future development might not be smooth sailing, but it certainly wouldn't be too bad. Zhang Yu didn't refuse either. Having noticed Wan Renxingyu's little scheme, he simply accepted the invisibility potion. He couldn't keep carrying Tao Qian forever. He was already level 6, while Tao Qian, who had been slacking off the whole time, was only level 4. After clearing one more nightmare level abyss and reaching level 10, it would be time to change maps. Tao Qian still had to stay here. Wan Renxingyu and the others were decent teammates. For Tao Qian, this brother who unconditionally and absolutely trusted him, he hoped Tao Qian could forge his own path as a professional, instead of always relying on him. With my current leveling speed, solo grinding is the only suitable option. There's simply no teammate who could keep up with my pace. Zhang Yu accepted the invisibility potion. He directly selected the nightmare difficulty of Cold Street Abyss from the display interface. Alert! You have selected the nightmare difficulty level for the Abyss of Cold Street. This difficulty fully replicates 100% of the Abyss's true appearance and restores the complete history of the Abyss. The challenge is extremely high, and the mortality rate is exceedingly high. Please choose carefully. 3, 2, 1. The system even thoughtfully gave Zhang Yu 3 seconds to reconsider. Are you determined to enter the nightmare level Abyss? Yes. There was no reason to refuse what had been prepared long ago. Zhang Yu, summoner no problem, entering the Abyss. Tao Qian, monk charge. Charge, charge. Nightmare level Abyss, here I fucking come. Wu Zong, monk first time entering nightmare level Abyss, feeling a bit nervous. Kuing, assassin go get him, Master Zhang Yu. Wan Renxingyu, assassin 1. Entering Frost Street Abyss, nightmare level, please wait. At the same time, all the professionals waiting in the Abyss Hall of Cold Street saw a notification. Notification. Team Summoner Squad has entered Cold Street Abyss, nightmare difficulty. The announcement immediately caused an uproar. Is this Summoner Squad Zhang Yu's? Among all the professionals present, besides Zhang Yu being a summoner, who else is? It's him. Holy shit, are they crazy? Nightmare difficulty? All I can say is, they're asking for death. Strong. Whether Zhang Yu is a summoner or not, just the courage to enter a nightmare level abyss is enough to earn my respect. Holy shit, that's insane. Just cleared the easy level and now jumping straight to nightmare? That's one hell of a leap. Seems the forum analysis was right. Zhang Yu really has gotten carried away. Just because he cleared one easy level abyss, he thinks he can take on nightmare now. This isn't about being carried away anymore, this is straight up madness. Is there any possibility that Zhang Yu might actually clear the nightmare difficulty? No way, absolutely no way. If Zhang Yu clears the Frost Street Abyss on nightmare difficulty as a summoner, I'll eat shit upside down. I'll suck a 5-speed fan. What era is this already? Still sticking to traditional fans. If you've got the guts, go eat seafood from Sakura country directly. Ha, wouldn't dare. At this moment, Li Feng and his team, who were preparing to enter the abyss on hard difficulty, also received the notification. They all froze simultaneously. They exchanged glances, each reading something in the other's eyes. No way, we absolutely cannot enter the nightmare abyss, the B-grade talent warrior said bluntly. Zhang Long frowned deeply. Zhang Yu is too ruthless, going straight into the nightmare level abyss. If we only enter the hard level, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage? That's not ruthlessness, that's suicidal. No, to be precise, that's throwing his life away. I'm not going to the nightmare abyss, whoever wants to go can go. I'm just a B-rank warrior, I quit. Seeing the team divided, Li Feng spoke bluntly, don't push yourselves. Zhang Yu is Zhang Yu, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with us. There's no need to throw our lives away just to prove a point. Zhang Yu was clearly provoked by us earlier, he's just rushing into the nightmare abyss in a fit of anger to die. As long as we steadily clear the hard abyss, we'll already be outperforming 90% of A-rank talent holders. Li Feng remained relatively calm. But in truth, he was also afraid. He wasn't even confident about clearing the hard level abyss, which was why he invited Zhang Yu to increase their chances of success. Nightmare level? Forget about it. He didn't even dare to think about it. In other words, the nightmare difficulty isn't designed for us, not even for those with S-tier talents. It's made for those true geniuses who were poached by the Central District, the SS-tier talents. Bottom line is, if Zhang Yu wants to throw his life away, we just don't follow him. Anyway, he won't make it past the nightmare level abyss. If Zhang Yu had an SS-level talent, there might be some cause for concern. But given that he went in with 4 deadweights and is just a summoner, there's nothing to worry about. Chapter 18, The Butcher's Frozen Corpse, The Cleaver. Tisk. The temperature here is much lower than in the simple level Frozen Street Abyss. Every breath I take feels like my lungs are burning. Upon entering the nightmare level Frozen Street Abyss, the overwhelming cold immediately made Tao Qian and the others shiver uncontrollably. Only Zhang Yu, who had contracted with a fire spirit, showed better resistance to the freezing cold. It's said that the nightmare difficulty simulates the true scene of the abyss back then. Whether it's the easy level abyss we entered before or the hard level abyss Li Feng and his team experienced, both were actually simplified and weakened versions. Koying recalled the information she had read and spoke. Tao Qian wrapped himself in a thick coat and said, "So it's not that the nightmare level abyss has become harder, but simply that there's no weakening anymore?" "That should be the case," Koying nodded. At this moment, Zhang Yu said, "I've uploaded 2 documents in the chat group. The first document I sent contains basic information about the nightmare level abyss, and the second one is a strategy guide for the hard level Cold Street abyss that someone made before. I'm not sure if they'll be useful, but it doesn't hurt to know a bit more." Zhang Yu wasn't actually acting on impulse when he decided to enter the nightmare abyss. He had done a lot of research before even entering the abyss. About the Cold Street abyss, about its nightmare level difficulty, he was well informed. At school, Zhang Yu was considered a top student. While Tao Qian and the others were reviewing the materials, Zhang Yu spoke up. "Before we entered the abyss, there was a warning. The nightmare level is a 100% accurate recreation of the abyss's true appearance, restoring its entire history. The abyss resembles a sealed segment of time and history. Professionals can enter the abyss, repeatedly experiencing that fragment of history. As for nightmare level abysses, they are 1:1 recreations of the history preserved within the abyss. The difficulty goes without saying, and the storyline inevitably differs from other difficulty levels. I've read all the strategy guides about the Frost Street abyss on the forums and have basically pieced together a coherent story framework." Zhang Yu summoned the Goblin General while saying, "For the easy level Frozen Street abyss, we can only reach Central Park. Killing a level 7 boss, the Frozen Corpse, will end the battle. For the normal level Frozen Street abyss, we need to enter the forest and find a spring. This spring is the source that froze this entire street. We must protect this spring until we repel all attacks from the frozen corpses, only then will it be over. The highest level for ordinary ranks is a level 9 Frost Corpse, which is moderately difficult." Moderately difficult? Listening to Zhang Yu's description, Tao Qian and the others pursed their lips, silently disagreeing in their hearts but saying nothing. Only you would call a level 9 Frost Corpse moderately difficult. In the hard level abyss, besides protecting the spring, you also need to retrieve a frozen female corpse from the spring and deliver it to an unfrozen lake deep in the forest. Along the way, you'll be pursued by a special frost corpse in the form of a spider. You can either kill the spider or endure the cold to deliver the corpse to the center of the lake to clear the dungeon. That's all for the guide. Currently, there's no guide for the nightmare level Frost Street abyss. Tao Qian listened to Zhang Yu's words and quipped, "Of course there's no guide for the nightmare level Frost Street abyss, no one's cleared it yet." Wu Zong added, "Not a single professional who entered the nightmare level abyss has ever come back out." Koing and Wenrun Qingyu shivered, clearly frightened. Only Zhang Yu said with a smile, "Well, that's perfect, you won't have to repay your loans then." Wu Zong, Koing, and Wenrun Qingyu. "Hey you, your goblin wolf cavalry seems a bit different now." Tao Qian stared at the Goblin General and said. Then he locked eyes with the Goblin General mounted on the giant wolf, immediately feeling an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. It was as if this upright, gentlemanly goblin was a battle-hardened general who could exert pressure with just a glance. Not just some changes, it's a complete transformation. "Tell me more about this complete transformation." Zhang Yu cracked a joke but offered no further explanation. He had hidden the Goblin General's stats, nearly 10,000 HP and close to 500 attack power, which were indeed intimidating. To avoid the hassle of explaining, he simply chose not to show them the Goblin's information at all. Roar! As the Goblin General entered the mouth of Cold Street, familiar howls echoed around him. The frost corpses emerged from the shops in their usual predictable manner. Based on past experience, the goblins would need to slaughter at least 3 or 4 waves of frost corpses along this street, a process that would take no less than an hour. Whoosh! The Goblin General was far more decisive than the previous Goblin warriors, firing an arrow without hesitation, no nonsense, no wasted words. Crack! Minus 3051. An ordinary arrow. Deals 3000 damage. Slain Frost Corpse, LV5, gained 110 EXP. Instantly killed a level 5 Frost Corpse. Holy shit! Are the first wave of Frost Corpses in Nightmare Abyss starting at level 5 now? Tao Qian exclaimed in shock upon seeing the creature's levels. Level 5? Look behind them. When Run Qingyu pointed toward a shop hidden on either side of the street. An obese figure weighing at least 330 pounds was gripping a cleaver, staring fixedly at the Goblin General. Isn't that a Frost Corpse variant that only appears in hard difficulty? I just watched Zhang Yu's hard-level strategy video and recognized this fat Frost Corpse wielding a cleaver. Wu Zong couldn't help but comment, this is indeed nightmare difficulty. The first wave of Frost Corpses already rivals the strongest ones from hard mode, excluding the boss. Roar! The fat Frost Corpse let out an enraged roar, but it did not step forward, as if it were driving the Goblin General away, warning him not to enter Cold Street. Yet the Goblin General refused to listen, and immediately shot an arrow. Whoosh! Crack! -0. The fat cold corpse also had ice armor for protection. No damage dealt? Then fire a few more arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The goblin general's firing speed was faster, mainly because its agility was twice that of a goblin warrior, making its shooting rate much quicker. -0. -0. -2998. The arrow shattered the ice armor and struck the fat frost corpse square in its fleshy face, piercing through the eye socket and lodging just below the eyeball. Roar! Seeing that threats were useless, it roared furiously and charged out of the shop. Its obese frame was so massive that it shattered the doorframe outright, bringing down part of the wall along with it. Like a tank made of flesh, each stomp sent faint tremors through the ground as it barreled recklessly toward the goblin general. The goblin general showed no fear in the face of the enormous frost zombie. Gripping its heavy hammer, it lightly tapped the giant wolf's neck just as the zombie was about to collide with it. The giant wolf understood instantly, leaping up swiftly to effortlessly dodge the fat frozen corpse's charge. Boom! The fat frozen corpse crashed into the stone pillar behind, shattering the entire column. -1087. A wound appeared on the fat frozen corpse's head. According to the hard mode guide, the fat frozen corpse possesses immense strength and high HP, but has extremely low intelligence. It only knows how to charge recklessly, and it can't stop its momentum. Crashing into obstacles will also reduce its HP. So, the way to deal with the frost corpse is to keep dodging its charges and slowly wear it down. However, that's the approach of ordinary professionals. It wastes time and has low fault tolerance. The best approach is to instantly kill it. At the moment the fat zombie crashed into the stone pillar, the goblin general had already taken position, swinging his heavy hammer downward onto the zombie's head. Bang! -3596. Stunned. A high damage value appeared. Due to a backstab and precise headshot, a stun effect was triggered. The fat frost corpse froze in place. Now at level 6, the general goblin's jumping hammer strike damage coefficient had reached 6.2, combined with its 489 attack power, dealing 3000 damage effortlessly. Considering factors like headshots, momentum, and impact force, reaching 3500 damage is perfectly reasonable. Still the same old combo that needs no explanation. Leap, hammer strike, descend. Dizziness triggered. During the dizziness, the heavy hammer swung backward, gathering momentum, then smashed down. Boom! A powerful hammer strike sent the bloated cold corpse flying backward, crashing into the ground so hard that stone slabs were torn up. -6823. An exaggerated amount of damage appeared once again. Charging the heavy strike to its maximum delivers considerable damage. -2719. -2876. -2633. -2922. Not only that, the fat frost zombie that was hammered away crushed 4 or 5 level 5 frost zombies behind it to death. Boom! The 10,000 blood fatty frost corpse was instantly killed, along with crushing and flattening the first wave of frost corpses. Frost corpse, LV5, slain, 101 experience points gained. Defeated frost corpse, LV5, gained 103 EXP. Defeated frost corpse, LV5, gained 112 EXP. Defeated frost corpse, LV5, gained 106 EXP. Defeated butcher shop owner frost corpse, LV6, gained 449 EXP. Congratulations, you have obtained the equipment cleaver, bronze tier, LV.5. Congratulations, you have obtained premium pork, consumable, LV.5. Drop some loot? Junyu glanced at the newly acquired cleaver in his inventory. Equipment name, bone cleaver. Required level, 5. Tier, bronze. Attributes, strength plus 30, agility plus 2. Equipment effect, attacks have a 5% chance to trigger bleeding, causing 20 HP loss per second. Junyu thought for a moment but resisted the urge to use the equipment reforger. After all, this was just a level 5 item. A bronze tier, level 5 piece of equipment wasn't worth using the reforger on. However, this cleaver was perfect for a bleed-focused warrior. Prices in the temple market were inflated, so it could fetch a handsome sum. Chapter 19, Visceral Cake, Level 9 Frozen Corpse. To be honest, Junyu wasn't short on money. It wasn't that he currently lacked funds, but rather that he had already demonstrated sufficient talent and potential. Future resources would be covered by the state. This was precisely why he only charged Tao Qian and the others 300,000. Of course, the main purpose was simply to piss off those gossiping about me outside. Putting away the cleaver, noticing there was still one consumable item left in the backpack. A premium cut of pork. Premium pork consuming restores 1000 HP and grants 500 additional shield points. It's best to cook the pork before eating. If you're short on time, eating it raw is fine, though you'll likely end up with an upset stomach. Another ingredient added. Junyu tossed the premium pork into the ingredient storage. Meanwhile, the goblin general had already cleared all the frost corpses from the entrance area of Cold Street. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level, LV6 LV.7, 2450, 2441 EXP needed for next level. HP, 500800, 450 equipment bonus. MP, 310320, 150 equipment bonus. Intelligence, 7886, 35 equipment attributes. Strength, 1819, 2 equipment attributes. Agility, 1415. Remaining free attribute points, 3. Only the Nightmare level Abyss can give you 1 level up per wave. Levels are just too important for professionals. Not only because leveling up boosts all attributes, but more importantly, 10th, 25th, and 50th levels mark 3 distinct stages. At level 10, you can learn exclusive skills and unlock different playstyles within the same profession. Level 25 Profession Evolution. Level 50 Profession Awakening. Rumors say that reaching level 70 unlocks even greater abilities, but Nan Muyun remains the only player worldwide who has surpassed level 70. He once mentioned that level 70 is a watershed. The difference between before and after level 70 is like 2 entirely separate worlds. No specific information was disclosed. In short, leveling up is the only path to becoming stronger. Along the way, the Goblin General cleared the path. Zheng Yu and the others followed behind. The deeper we ventured into Cold Street, the lower the temperature dropped. The ground was almost entirely covered by a thick layer of ice. After entering Cold Street, we encountered more and more frost corpses, no longer appearing in waves but emerging wherever we went. Moreover, these frost corpses were no longer ordinary, each had its own distinct identity. For example, the fat frost corpse encountered at the entrance of Cold Street was originally called the butcher shop owner frost corpse. Just killed a fishmonger frost corpse. Now facing off against a chef frost corpse. The chef frost corpse is the strongest frost corpse Zhang Yu has encountered so far. Dressed in chef's attire stained red with blood, his face appeared as if scalded by hot oil, covered in burns and swollen bumps, a terrifying visage matched by formidable strength. Abyssal Monster, Frozen Corpse Chef. Level, LV9. HP, 17,000. Attack Power, 300. Skill I, Level 4 Slow Aura. Skill 2, Enhanced Ice Armor. Skill 3, Look, a Cleaver. Throws a kitchen knife. Skill 4, Look, a pile of kitchen knives. As a chef, isn't it perfectly normal to own a pile of kitchen knives? 17,000 HP is truly terrifying. The attack power isn't high, but their kitchen knives seem endless, constantly being thrown out. A level 4 slow aura, 1 level higher than the simple tier boss Frost Corpse's slow aura. This prevented the Goblin General from maintaining his flawless defense, as his body was already covered in numerous wounds, with one kitchen knife even embedded in the giant wolf's leg. Awoo! The giant wolf howled in pain. Truly worthy of being called a nightmare level abyss. At that moment, seated in a sheltered corner to avoid the wind, Zheng Yu and his 4 companions were gathered around the twin flame demons for warmth while eating grilled sausages. This is the first time I've seen the giant wolf get injured, and the first time I've seen goblins fight so fiercely. Brother Yu, are you sure we don't need the twin flame demons to join the battle? Tao Qian asked with some concern. Zheng Yu looked at Tao Qian, then at the grilled sausage in the twin flame demon's hand, and said with a smile, if the flame demon goes to fight, who will grill the sausages? Tao Qian, sound logic, can't argue with that. Don't worry, this is nothing. The Goblin General is quite conservative with his skills, dealing with the Chef Frostcorpse would be a piece of cake. Zheng Yu took a bite of the grilled sausage and said unhurriedly, each summoned creature has its own personality. The Goblin General is more cautious and conserves its skills, perhaps it senses more dangerous threats ahead and is saving its abilities to deal with them. Although skills have no cooldown, they generally cannot be used twice in quick succession. Whether it's a professional, a summoner's summoned beast, a druid's animal companion, or a necromancer's skeleton, there exist 2 mechanisms that cannot be quantified by data: stamina and mental energy. Thus, the frequency of skill usage, the intervals between spellcasting, and the stamina consumed by constant movement all vary. Especially skills like the Wolf Cavalry Charge, their particularly high consumption abilities. Every use tests both physical strength and mental energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Goblin General chose to engage in a ranged duel with the zombie chef. The giant wolf then used agile footwork to dodge the kitchen knives. Although the chef had many knives, each throw was preceded by a telltale preparatory motion. After just a few probing attempts, the Goblin General had already discerned the pattern, effortlessly evading the flying knives while returning fire with arrows. Whoosh! Skill 2, Archery Mastery LV7. Precisely shoots an arrow, dealing 3066, 5.7 * 538, Goblin Attack Power, points of damage, minus 3450. 1 arrow, 3005. Whoosh! Whoosh! Minus 3519. Minus 3443. 3 arrows, 3500 damage. Don't underestimate the high HP of this level 9 chef zombie. 3 arrows take it straight to half health. 3 more arrows shatter its ice armor. 3 final arrows send this chef zombie straight to the afterlife. You have killed the frozen corpse of pork shop owner, LV9, and gained 771 EXP. Congratulations! You have obtained armor, headgear, bloodstained chef's hat, bronze tier, LV5. Armor, headgear, name, bloodstained chef's hat. Equip requirement, level 5. Grade, bronze. Attribute, HP plus 500. Equipment effect, chef skill effectiveness plus 10%. Probability of creating special dishes plus 15%. Warning, do not wear the chef's hat in the abyss of Cold Street, someone loathes this hat. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. What was written as a warning, he saw as a clue. No one knew exactly what had happened throughout the history of Cold Street Abyss, because no one had ever cleared the nightmare level abyss. This chef's hat was clearly deeply connected to the story of Cold Street. Did the goblin find something? Wu Zong reminded him. Only then did Zhang Yu notice that after killing the chef's cold corpse, it had retrieved a cake from the restaurant where the chef had appeared. A blood-red cake. A normal cake would have fruits or chocolate on top of the cream, but what was placed on this cake was organs. Fuck, that's disgusting. Tao Qian looked at the cake brought by the goblin general and nearly vomited. The heavy stench of blood filled the air, with crushed organs placed on top. The extremely low temperature had frozen the organs onto the cake. Human organs? Unlike Tao Qian, Kuang, and others who showed disgust, Wen Runxingyu didn't behave like a girl who just graduated from high school. She examined the organ fragments on the cake carefully and seriously. Zhang Yu said, they should belong to a child, probably around 7 or 8 years old. So what is this? Wen Runxingyu asked. Zhang Yu glanced at the cake's properties and said, a quest item. It says, a delicious cake made by the chef to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Fuyun Street. Delicious? Yeah, that's what it says. So this place originally called Fuyun Street was actually a gourmet street built by cannibals? Wen Runxingyu speculated. Zhang Yu shook his head, probably not. They're eating pork and killing fish. It should be a normal farmer's market type district, just like we'd imagine. You're right. Wen Runxingyu agreed with Zhang Yu's assessment. Hey, when you two are analyzing, could you stay a little farther away from that cake? Anyone would think you're drooling over it. Kuang watched Zhang Yu and Wen Runxingyu, who were excitedly analyzing the organ cake, and couldn't help but comment sarcastically. Chapter 20 The Goblin General's Strength. The General's Command. Roar. Unlike simple dungeons, it didn't take long to wait. Just as the Goblin General stepped into Central Park, that enormous high-level Frost Corps charged out. Elite Frost Corps, level, LV13, HP, 39000. Attack power, 600. Skill I, level 4 Slow Aura. Skill 2, Enhanced Ice Armor. Skill 3, Frost Shock. Skill 4, Ice Axe Throw. The skills remain unchanged, the size stays the same, the attack patterns are identical, only the health and attack power have increased. Damn, level 13. 39,000 HP, that's terrifyingly thick health. From a previous boss monster, it's downgraded to an elite monster now, but it feels manageable. If a team of 5 level 10 high-talent warriors were assembled, a level 13 Frost Corps wouldn't stand a chance. The real challenge seems to lie ahead. So, while the difficulty is still low, let's hurry and start the fire. I'm hungry. Zhang Yu interrupted their spectator mindset, urging the group to get to work. Steel is iron and rice is steel. Only when you're well fed and watered can you muster strength to watch a show. I bought lamb chops, Wu Zong said, pulling out a fresh piece from his inventory. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, immediately summoning the twin flame demons. Give them the lamb chops. Wu Zong tossed the lamb chops directly to the twin flame demons. A fire demon held it. Another fire demon was responsible for wrapping the lamb chops at just the right temperature. Within mere seconds, the lamb chops began to change color, sizzling loudly. Brother Yu, your fire demon summon is just too convenient, Wu Zong said enviously. It grills quickly, with no worries about burning, charring, or undercooking. Zhang Yu also said with satisfaction, fire demon barbecue, it's trustworthy. Tao Qian glanced worriedly at the level 13 frost corpses below. Are we really going to let the goblin handle all those frost corpses alone? At this moment, Central Park wasn't just home to the elite Frost Corps. Hordes of Frost Corpses were emerging from the forest behind Central Park. This time, they've truly formed a horde. And even the weakest Frost Corpses are at least level 3. There are even 2 level 10 Frost Corpses glaring menacingly at the Goblin General. Zhang Yu chuckled, who told you it was just goblins? As they spoke, a woo sound was heard. Tao Qian and the others looked down. They saw the Goblin General holding a horn, from which the sound was emanating. Ow woo. As the sound of the horn rang out, several wolf howls echoed in response. Click, clack, click. Behind the Goblin General, an entire combat squad of goblins unexpectedly emerged. At the forefront were 5 goblin shield bearers wielding massive silver shields. 2 goblin wolf riders approached the Goblin General's side. Behind them followed 5 goblin archers and 5 frenzied, bloodthirsty goblin death warriors. At the very rear stood a goblin mage clutching a staff. A perfect team composed entirely of goblins. The Goblin General's new skill. Skill V, VIP Butler class, General's command. Goblin archers, ready. At the command of the Goblin General, 5 goblin archers standing behind the shield bearers drew their bows. Aim. The bows were drawn to their fullest. Fire. Whoosh. Whoosh. 5 arrows were loosed. Minus 1,190. Minus 1,281. Minus 1,308. Minus 1,554. Minus 1,421. 5 damage numbers appeared on the nearest Frost Corpse's body. Though the numbers couldn't compare to the Goblin General's, they were on par with an average professional's damage output. Whoosh. Minus 3,158. Whoosh. Minus 2,100. Whoosh. Minus 1971. 3 more arrows. These 3 arrows came from the Goblin General himself and the 2 Goblin Wolf Cavalry beside him. Keep going. Aim. Fire. Whoosh. 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 The arrows never stopped coming. Arrow after arrow flew, and the frozen corpses fell one by one. Frozen Corpse, LV3, slain, gained 32 EXP. Frozen Corpse, LV4, slain, gains 70 EXP. Frozen Corpse, LV4, slain, gains 69 EXP. Killed. Apart from those high-level Frost Corpses, none could make it into the Central Park area. Just stepped out of the forest. Within a few steps, you'd get hit by at least 2 or 3 arrows. Level 4 Frost Corpses have around 2,000 HP. Can't even withstand 2 arrows from a regular Goblin Archer. Only those above level 8 can endure a few more arrows before being finished off by the Goblin General. Defeated Frost Corpse, LV8, gained 602 EXP. Defeated Frost Corpse, LV7, gained 499 EXP. Kill Frost Corpse, LV8, gained 617 EXP. Killed. I leveled up again. Tao Qian stirred his instant noodles with a pleasantly surprised expression. What level are you now? Zheng Yu asked. Level 5. Only level 5? Zheng Yu was somewhat surprised. He was already about to reach level 8, never expecting Tao Qian and the others to have just reached level 5. Tao Qian said, we never participated in the battle from start to finish, so our experience is naturally lower, but it'll improve soon. Alright, team up to clear the abyss. With 5 people sharing the experience, it's only slightly higher than ours. Keep in mind, I've been in this job for less than a day. Actually, it's progressing pretty fast. Of course, we can't compare to you. You cleared the abyss, you killed the monsters, you're aiming for the leaderboard, so naturally, your level rises faster than ours. Tao Qian was already quite satisfied with his current leveling speed. No, not just satisfied. It was beyond expectations, reaching level 5 in less than a day. And that's not all. If we complete the entire Nightmare level abyss, we'll reach at least level 7, which already puts us ahead of 90% of rookie professionals. Wu Zong chimed in from the side. I just checked Li Feng's level, he's only level 6, and they've cleared the dungeon twice in a row. In other words, once we clear the Nightmare level abyss, the 4 of us will be just slightly behind you and Li Feng's team in terms of level throughout Jianshui City. Most importantly, leveling up is effortless for us. It's truly effortless. Eating lamb chops while traversing the abyss. And it's the Nightmare level abyss at that. Something no one could ever imagine. When Ran Xingyu stared at the Goblin Combat Squad below and said enviously, now I finally understand the terror of summoners. I remember the summoner's textbook once said that if a summoner truly has talent, one person can be an entire army. Back then, I scoffed at it. Now it seems, it's true. They had indeed been somewhat worried, with so many Frost Corpses in Central Park, could a single goblin really hold them off? Their worries turned out to be unnecessary. More than just holding them off. It had already reached the level of a massacre. Yeah, if anyone dares tell me summoners are weak in the future, I'll slap this video right in their face and shut them up for good. You call this weak? This is fucking invincible, okay? Wu Zong couldn't help but curse. It's no wonder they were so astonished, because even Zhang Yu hadn't accurately predicted the actual combat capabilities of this Goblin Combat Squad. They could both defend and attack. The Goblin Shield soldiers could block nearly all flying axe attacks, even managing to withstand the ice-based shockwave skills of level 13 elite Frost Zombies. Goblin Archers, Goblin Wolf Riders, and even Goblin Death Squads all possess archery skills, long range, high damage, and rapid firing speed. Isn't this invincibility? Moreover, despite being creatures of relatively low intelligence like goblins, their tactical proficiency is exceptionally high. Primarily follows the Goblin General's orders, will never disobey. A standard war machine. The Frost Zombie Horde had already lost 2/3 of their numbers before even setting foot in Central Park. Only the elite level 13 Frost Corps and a few high-level Frost Corpses remained, struggling desperately. They were nearly finished too. Frost Corpses were naturally slow-moving to begin with. Wave after wave of arrows rained down, leaving the level 13 Frost Corps with only half its health, while several level 10 frost corpses had already fallen, one even lay motionless on the ground. You have slain Frost Corpse, LV10, and gained 954 EXP. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level, LV7 LV.8, 4400, 4062 EXP required for next level. HP, 8001100, plus 450 from equipment. MP, 320330, plus 150 from equipment. Intelligence, 8695, 35 equipment attributes. Strength, 1920, 2 equipment attributes. Agility, 1516. Remaining free attribute points, 6. Level 8. Zhang Yu's face lit up with joy. Chapter 21, The Human Scalp Spider. So overpowered. Watching the frozen corpses fall one after another, Tao Qian and the others actually began to harbor an illusion. Nightmare level Abyss isn't so difficult after all. Of course, this was merely an illusion. A frost corpse with 40,000 HP would take them a whole day to hack to death. But a single ice shock can deal 2,000 damage. Even monks with high HP can't withstand 2 ice shocks. Yet those shield soldiers have already endured 4 ice shocks. The ice armor also proves utterly worthless against the archer's arrows. Yet every strategy guide mentions that frost corpses despise the ice armor's skill most, as it can block any damage, often giving players a false sense of security. They'd think they almost had the kill, only for their damage to land on the ice armor, leading to a counterattack from the frost corpse. Then there's the level 4 slow aura. Once caught by a frost corpse, your movement becomes utterly crippled, like trying to walk through knee-deep mud. I'll go. No, I can't do it. Tao Qian finally snapped out of his delusion. I'll go. I'd get instantly killed, Kang added. Same here, when Ren Xingyu chimed in. All they could say was watching Zhang Yu slaughter frost corpses looked ridiculously easy. Going up alone would mean instant death. Not to mention that level 13 elite frost corpse, even the hordes of low-level frost corpses constantly crawling out from the surrounding forest would be more than ordinary professionals could handle. Eating and drinking, vast numbers of frost corpses had already fallen. Experience points were skyrocketing. The most troublesome chill of the abyssal cold street vanished thanks to the presence of the twin flame demons. In the end, the horde of frozen corpses still couldn't get close to the goblin general. Even the level 13 elite frozen corpses fell over 30 meters away from the goblin frozen corpses under a barrage of chaotic attacks. With the skill, General's Command, activated, they cleared the stage almost unscathed. The only thing that sustained damage was the shield in the goblin shield-bearer's hand. The shield was practically the sole casualty of battle. It was covered in ice shards and axe marks from the frost weapons, along with cracks from the ice-based shockwaves. The goblin general hadn't even taken a single step. Boom! As the goblin general fired his final arrow, the level 13 elite frost corpse was taken down, its icy body crashing heavily to the ground with the sound of shattering ice. Elite frost corpse, LV13, defeated. Gained 1547 experience points. Congratulations! Obtained weapon Frostblade, silver tier, LV.10. Level 10 equipment. Zhang Yu was delighted. He immediately opened his inventory to examine this new piece of gear. Weapon, Frostblade. Equip level, level 10. Equip requirement, dagger proficient classes such as Assassin Shadowblade Grey Warrior, requires 35 plus agility. Tier, silver. Attributes, strength plus 50, agility plus 30, movement speed plus 20%. Equipment effect, attacks carry ice attribute, ice damage plus 200, guaranteed freeze effect upon critical hit. An ice element dagger? Zhang Yu looked towards Kuing and Ren Xingyu. There's a dagger, would you two like to buy it? A dagger. Kuing and Ren Xingyu's eyes lit up simultaneously. Zhang Yu said, but the equipping requirements are a bit high. You probably can't use it right now. He then posted the item's stats in the team chat. That's indeed a bit high. It requires 40 agility, and I only have 22 right now, Kuing said after checking the stats, indicating she couldn't meet the requirement. Zhang Yu, however, remarked, although the dagger's stat requirement is steep, its effects are excellent. I remember assassins have backstab skills, dodging and attacking from behind has a high chance to crit. Combined with the weapon's critical freeze effect, it guarantees freezing your opponent after a backstab, allowing you to follow up with another round of damage. Kuing and Ren Xingyu glanced at Zhang Yu in surprise. Didn't expect you to know so much about assassins. Zhang Yu shrugged. I know about all classes, except summoners. I just checked, this Frostblade isn't too expensive at the temple auction house, 300,000. I'll sell it to you for 200,000 as compensation for the invisibility potion. If you need it, find me after the Abyss event. But since you're both assassins, discuss between yourselves who'll use it. The Frostblade has decent attributes, but its price isn't actually that high. A dagger with good attributes usable between levels 10 to 15, priced at 300,000 on the market, that's indeed quite affordable. After all, most professionals are stuck at this level. The reason it's not expensive is also because assassin professionals are rare. If it were warrior weapons, they'd start at least 800,000. The markup is just too severe. Koing and Wanlen Xingyu seem to be privately discussing whether to bid on this dagger. Zheng Yu didn't disturb them either. Instead, he said to the goblin general, "Take a rest here. We'll enter the forest after we finish eating." The central park was the only resting area. Once they entered the forest, they would be forced to keep moving until the very end. This is the perfect time to rest here, allowing both the goblin general and the goblin combat squad to recover their stamina while also finishing off the lamb chops. Eating lamb chops. An hour later, Zheng Yu and his companions were fully satisfied with food and drink. Summoned beasts didn't need to eat, otherwise Zheng Yu would have definitely prepared some lamb chops for these meritorious creatures. After packing up, led by the goblin general, they entered the forest. Before venturing into the woods, Zheng Yu took out a dummy and tossed it to a goblin wolf rider, instructing him to tie it behind the giant wolf. The forest is the final level in the abyss of hardship. As long as you guard the spring and deliver the female corpse to the unfrozen lake, you'll clear the level. In the nightmare difficulty, the forest isn't the end, it's where the true challenge begins. To be on the safe side, Zheng Yu summoned the decoys that could help block damage for him. Training Dummy Level 2 possesses 5,000 health points and can withstand all damage dealt to the summoner. Own 2 identical dummies to synthesize and upgrade into a level 3 training dummy. This is equivalent to a 5,000 point shield, perfectly suited for Zheng Yu at this moment. After entering the forest, the temperature dropped once more. The twin flame demons adjusted their aura's warmth, keeping Zheng Yu and the others from freezing without making it too hot. The forest was larger than they had imagined. Following the map from the difficulty guide, they found that spring. Hiss! As they approached the spring, they all gasped in shock, because right beside the spring lay a giant spider. The giant frost spider corpse was a monster they had long known about from the strategy guides, but they never expected the nightmare level version to look like this. The spider's head was a human head. Its body was covered with stitching marks. Upon closer inspection, what should have been black, hairy spider skin was actually human scalp. Patch after patch of human scalp was stitched onto its body, and the black hairs weren't spider fur at all, they were human hair. Ugh! Koing couldn't hold back and nearly vomited. No wonder those frozen corpses were all missing their scalps. With their skull flesh frozen and exposed, it was all sewn here. This doesn't seem like some monster's work, it looks more like revenge. Zheng Yu suddenly remembered the visceral cake made by that human child, and the female corpse that needed to be fished out from the well in the strategy guide. He roughly understood why this street had become like this. Roar! As the goblin general stepped into the spring's range, the human skin spider let out a threatening roar at the goblin general, still not attacking proactively, but driving it away. Exactly, they don't actually want to fight us at all, they're forced to battle because there's something they fear even more. Human scalp spider. Level, LV 15. Tier, Elite. HP, 60,000. Attack power, 1050. Skill I, Artificial Spider Silk. Skill 2, Cryo Venom. Skill 3, Brutality. Skill 4, Resentment Infusion. Skill V, Hatred. Zheng Yu stared at the attributes of this human skin spider, finally sensing the true difficulty emanating from the nightmare abyss. He turned to the twin flame demon beside him and commanded, "You go too." Whoosh! The flames surged violently. The twin fire demons had been holding back for far too long. Watching the goblin general, another summoned creature, wreak havoc while they were stuck roasting meat and sausages had filled them with pent-up fire just waiting to be unleashed. Chapter 22 Twin Flame Demons. The human skin spiders moved swiftly. Upon spotting the goblin general, they quickly changed positions, dodging the arrows shot at first sight. Thud! And spat out a glob of white, sticky mucus. It was artificial spider silk. It instantly glued a shield-bearing goblin's shield to the ground, rendering it immobile. Then, the human skin spider spat out 3 more globs of web in quick succession. But before they could reach the shield goblin, they instantly burned to ashes. Whoosh! The twin flame demons arrived at the battlefield in a rage. Their bodies blazed with raging flames. The frozen ground had completely thawed from the cold, becoming so dry it began to crack as temperatures rose. SSSSS. As the heat steadily intensified, the human skin spider's body, stitched together from scalps, began showing scorch marks. Being an ice-type monster to begin with, fire was its natural nemesis. This was also the reason why Zheng Yu chose a fire elemental summon as his second familiar. -1441, -1528, -1359, -1259. Chunks of damage suddenly appeared on the human skin spider's body. Ring of Fire. Deals 1186 burn damage per second, 456, fire spirit attack power, *2.6, coefficient. And it's not just 1 damage instance per second, but rather 2 damage instances every second. Twin Flame Demons, Dual Auras. The The burning damage from the flame aura, the countered damage against fire attributes, and the double fire attribute damage from the twin flame demons, dealing nearly 3,000 damage per second directly. The health bar of the human skin spider visibly dwindles. Not only the human skin spiders, but the ground and surrounding trees were all set ablaze. Boom! Flames nearly engulfed everything around them. Even the goblin general had retreated with his troops to a safer distance, and was commanding the goblin archers to maintain their barrage of arrows. Roar! The scorching flames didn't seem to cause pain to the skin-stealer spider, but as an ice-type monster inherently heavy with energy, it detested fire intensely. It spewed silk threads, attempting to bind the twin flame demons. Yet before the threads could reach the demons, they had already burned to ashes. The human skin spider, seeing its silk fail, charged directly through the scorching flames toward the twin fire demons. Protect the twin fire demons, Zhang Yu said. At that moment, the goblin wizard standing at the rear raised his staff. The tip of the staff emitted a green glow. The human skin spider suddenly froze, its stitched-on head abruptly drooping downward. It had actually fallen into a deep slumber. A sleeping charm? Wu Zong recognized this spell. This is a level 5 mage skill, considered a fairly decent crowd control ability. Most mages learn it early on as a supportive skill. Who would have thought goblins could cast such spells too? The sleep duration isn't long. It lasts only about 1.5 seconds. But for the twin flame demons and the goblin general, this time was more than enough. Flame Cage, Wolf Cavalry Charge. Facing the 55,000 HP human skin spider, the twin flame demons and the goblin general had long received Zhang Yu's order: attack at full strength, hold nothing back. The ultimate skill was unleashed. Beneath the human skin spider, a ring of fire appeared. Crimson flames gathered within the fiery circle. Boom! A deafening roar. Flames erupted within the fiery ring, completely enveloping the human skin spider. Flame Cage LV8. Dealing 2645 damage per second, 456, Fire Spirit Attack Power, *5.8, Coefficient, minus 3018, minus 2985. Instantly, 2 damage numbers appeared. The twin flame demons' burst damage wasn't particularly high, but their sustained damage was terrifying. Double damage, with a 1-second interval. Combined with the fact that the human skin spider had almost no magic resistance, the damage dealt by the twin fire demons was simply baffling. Roar! The human skin spider awoke from its slumber with a start. Frantic retreat, desperate to escape this cage of flames. But now, the goblin general had entered the battlefield. As fellow summon creatures of Zhang Yu, the twin flame demon's fire couldn't harm the goblin general. This was the perfect tactical combination. Awu! The giant wolf's charge was unstoppable. It charged into the flaming cage with the goblin general and swung its hammer down. Minus 14,891. An astronomical damage number approaching 15,000 floated up. Hiss! Tao Qian and the others watching from behind gasped in shock. What the hell is this? 15,000 damage with a single hammer strike. I don't understand this damage. A single hammer strike worth 15,000, that's terrifying. If the opponent were a professional, who could possibly withstand this hammer blow? Tao Qian and the others, keeping their distance, whispered these comments among themselves. Not necessarily. Abyss creatures are abyss creatures, and professionals are professionals. Abyss creatures generally have high HP but low defense, while professionals possess various equipment and skills, making it very difficult to instantly kill them. Wu Zong analyzed rationally. Very difficult to instantly kill? Tell me, who at the same level can withstand 15,000 points of damage? Tao Qian retorted. Wu Zong. Indeed, no one could. This is just one skill. You have to remember that behind the goblin general, there's an entire combat squad supplementing damage, plus a fire demon constantly releasing flames that deal damage every second. Kuling said, according to what you're saying, if Zhang Yu participates in the professional fighter tournament, wouldn't he be guaranteed to win? Wan Xingyu then replied, that's not necessarily true. The only requirement for the tournament is being above level 25. After the second job advancement, there's no level restriction. Actually, Wu Zong makes a valid point. Zhang Yu's damage output is indeed high, but against professional fighters, he might not be able to deal that much damage. First comes attribute advantage. Next is defensive capability. Most importantly, professionals are different from abyss monsters. They won't just stand there and take damage. With level suppression, gear advantage, and professional superiority, I don't think Zhang Yu can continue dominating everything like he is now. Of course, you'll achieve decent results, but you won't be at the top. I believe summoners excel at conquering the abyss, but they're at a disadvantage in combat tournaments. After all, everything can be solved by ignoring the summoned beasts and just attacking Zhang Yu directly. In the abyss, the abyssal creatures only attack the summoned beasts that pose a threat to them. That's why they could stand so casually at the back watching the show, precisely for this reason. but fighting competitions are entirely different. Professionals aren't mere abyss monsters. Why bother with summoned creatures when eliminating the summoner instantly solves everything? Besides, apart from warriors, no profession is perfect. How could anyone expect to master both the abyss and combat? One Run Qingyu analyzed. It was precisely because Zhang Yu wasn't by their side that she dared to analyze so boldly. For Zhang Yu was currently near the spring's mouth, observing something. Chapter 23, Flame Domain, Frozen Corpses Keep Out. Zhang Yu was fishing out corpses. The Goblin General and the twin flame demons were locked in battle. Zhang Yu's task was to retrieve the female corpse and complete the mission. This job couldn't be entrusted to others, because only the professional who retrieved the female corpse could obtain the mission item and gain access to that unfrozen lake. Use the rope by the well to make a noose and throw it down. Find the unfrozen water surface in the well, where a pale woman's head emerges. Forgive my intrusion, I'm taking you to where you belong now. Though mentally prepared, this was indeed his first time retrieving a corpse, and he was still somewhat inexperienced. There are also some taboos in mind. The battle ahead is nearing its end. The human skin spider, knocked unconscious within the ring of fire by the Goblin General, continues to burn and lose health. Its health points are nearly depleted. Not a single patch of intact skin remains on its body, all charred into a horrifying state. Just as the Goblin General was about to deliver the final blow to the skin spider, a piercing sound abruptly interrupted the Goblin General's attack. Ah! The noise resembled the agonized screams of thousands. Blood began seeping out from within the skin spider's body. Gray phantom-like shadows emerged all around. A wave of chilling air rushed toward him. Zhang Yu couldn't help but shiver. They actually ignored the twin flame demon's fiery aura. Zhang Yu looked at the human skin spider. That chilling air wasn't cold wind at all, it was the frigid resentment of vengeful spirits. Ah! The screams continued unabated. Blood gushed from the Goblin General's eyes and ears as damage numbers appeared above its head. -1259, -1141. Two massive damage numbers popped up. Zhang Yu was so startled that he immediately ordered the Goblin General to retreat. The damage is already extremely high. You must understand that even an 8th level Goblin General only has a maximum HP of 9,900. Just hearing the screams deducted over 2,000 HP. Fortunately, the range of this resentment's damage isn't large. Not only was Zhang Yu unharmed, but even the twin flame demons, located over 10 meters away from the skin stealer spider, remained unscathed. Then, that resentment seeped into the skin stealer spider's body. Click, click, click. The human skin spider suddenly grew in size. His health suddenly recovered by 2/3. This triggered the brutal mechanism. Brutal mechanism, an ability all bosses possess. When their health drops critically low, they enter their second phase. An ability that should have belonged only to the boss unexpectedly appeared on an elite monster. The human skin spider, infused with resentment, exuded an aura that warned all living beings to stay away. And indeed, none could approach. Simply getting near the human skin spider would inflict damage from the resentment, causing health points to plummet rapidly. Now this feels more like the Nightmare Abyss. Zhang Yu muttered a complaint. This time he also understood why the strategy guide suggested the best approach was to escape with the female corpse rather than kill the skin spider. A berserk skin spider could kill instantly. Zhang Yu immediately fed the Goblin General a 1,000-point recovery potion. And finally, they pulled the female corpse out of the well. You have obtained Frozen Mad Mother. A notification popped up. This signaled that the abyss of Cold Street had entered its final stage. Just deliver this female corpse deep into the forest, and you'll likely encounter the true nightmare difficulty boss of Cold Street Abyss. Zhang Yu guessed it was probably a child, because the hints were already quite obvious. Brother Yu, should we go? Tao Qian shouted nervously from behind. Because after Zhang Yu pulled the female corpse out of the well, the roars of various cold corpses echoed around the forest. The cold corpses were all mobilized. Let's go, Zhang Yu said. It's impossible to stay here. The cold corpses are emerging from every corner of the forest. Staying would mean certain entrapment, there are too many of them. Even the Goblin General couldn't guarantee their safety. Zhang Yu tossed the female corpse to the Goblin General. Carry her. Don't lose her. Yes. The Goblin General took the female corpse. Zhang Yu added, don't let the skin spiders get near the twin flame demons. Send the shield soldiers to hold the line. The twin flame demons are the primary damage dealers. As long as we can withstand a few waves of attacks from the skin spiders and buy enough time for the twin flame demons, we can burn through tens of thousands of HP in no time. The nightmare level difficulty skin spiders were incredibly fast. They could shake off frost corpses, but couldn't escape the skin spider's pursuit. The only solution was to kill it immediately. Upon receiving the order, one of the shield-bearing soldiers in the Goblin Combat Squad stood firm with his shield raised, holding the line against the skin spiders. -658, -699, -644. As soon as they entered the vengeful aura of the human skin spider, a series of numbers appeared above the goblin's head. Zheng Yu breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the damage value. Fortunately, the shield goblin had decent defense. While the resentment corrosion dealt over 1,000 damage to the goblin general, it only did around 600 to the shield-bearing goblin. The shield-bearing goblin fearlessly raised its shield to block the path of the human skin spider. Roar! The human skin spider was now radiating an extremely savage aura. Attacking without any pattern, it would frenziedly assault any living creature in its sight. With a furious roar, it charged toward the shield-bearing goblin. A flurry of biting ensued. Minus 5,489. The shield goblin was instantly torn to pieces. Instant kill. Holy shit! Not only Tao Qian and the others, even Zhang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. If this were a professional, they'd be dead instantly. Goblin shield soldiers are summoned creatures of summoned creatures, so they can be summoned repeatedly, and their deaths aren't a big loss. But the combat power of the brutalized human skin spider is truly terrifying. No wonder no one has ever cleared the nightmare level abyss. A monster that can instantly kill you isn't even the boss, it's just an elite mob. Who the hell could possibly get through this? Tao Qian screamed in horror as he watched the second shield soldier get torn apart. Stop yelling and run for your life. Zheng Yu took the lead in bolting away. There was no choice, the frozen corpses were simply too numerous. Dense and swarming, they came in hordes. The scene had the feeling of a zombie apocalypse closing in. The goblin squad needed to deal with the most troublesome skin spiders first. Even if they had time, they couldn't hold back this sheer number of frost corpses. Fire demon, finish this quick, or run, Zheng Yu urged. The twin fire demons and the goblin general retreated while hurling fireballs and shooting arrows at the human skin spider. Whoosh! The twin fire demons were furious. They had thought it was finally their time to shine. I never expected to run into such a tough opponent. Flames blazed. 2 fireballs shot toward the human skin spider. Boom! Boom! It exploded right on the human skin spider's face. Minus 3,548. Minus 3,666. Keep going. Only the twin flame demons could deal significant damage now. The third shield-wielding goblin was also torn apart by the skin stealer spiders. But casting spells also drained the twin flame demon's energy, and their prolonged use of the flame aura had weakened its damage output. At that very moment, the goblin sorcerer thrust his fingers into his own chest. He pulled out a piece of bone from his chest, placing it atop the grooved staff. An obscure and incomprehensible incantation began to resonate. A purple light shone upon the twin flame demons. In the next moment, the twin flame demons unexpectedly regained their full strength, their flames blazing fiercely once more. Boom! The flames took on a terrifying violet hue. All cold corpses approaching the twin flame demons turned to ashes. Flame domain, no cold corpses allowed. Chapter 24, the 3-piece human skin skeleton set. The twin flame demons accepted the life sacrifice from the goblin shaman, resulting in overall power enhancement. Size increased, damage increased, HP increased, duration, 1 minute. The goblin wizard struck twice in total. First was a slumber spell, halting the flesh spider's assault. And now comes the second strike. Sacrifice life to enhance the overall strength of the twin flame demons. The twin flame demons grew in size, their flames shifting from their original red hue to a deep violet. Any frost corpses entering their fiery aura would be reduced to ashes within seconds. Low health level 5 frost corpses instantly turned to ash upon entering the flame aura. Even the hardier level 10 frost corpses could withstand no more than 5 seconds within its range. Elite Frost Corpse, LV10, defeated, gained 921 EXP. Elite Frost Corpse, LV6, defeated, gained 321 EXP. Elite Frost Corpse, LV5, defeated, gained 129 EXP. Elite Frost Corpse, LV7, defeated, gained 503 EXP. A series of experiences kept pouring in. The experience bar was growing wildly. In just 1 minute, the experience increased by nearly 3,000. Only a tiny bit left to level up to 9. The cold corpses kept dying, and the experience points kept increasing, making Zheng Yu somewhat tempted to stay here and farm experience to his heart's content. But Zheng Yu also knew that only under the sacrificial bonus from the goblin shaman could the twin flame demons achieve this level of performance. Once the goblin shaman's bonus was gone, the twin flame demons would quickly lose their energy. Facing the endless stream of cold corpses emerging from the forest, the twin flame demons with only a minute of shamanic enhancement wouldn't be able to hold out. Kill the skin spiders, then we retreat. Zheng Yu said to the twin flame demons. The skin spiders are the priority target. The skin spider nearest to the twin flame demons was bombarded with a barrage of fire spells. The twin fire demons had already reached their limit of energy and couldn't cast any skills, but with the goblin shaman's life sacrifice, their energy was completely restored. A full set of spells was unleashed upon the skin crawler spider. Double fireballs, double flame cages, double fire attribute damage. Boom! The human skin spider was instantly engulfed in purple flames, emitting black smoke as the pungent odor of burning rubber filled the air. Elite enemy defeated, Human Skin Spider, LV.15, gained 2691 EXP. Congratulations, obtained armor, chest piece, Human Spider Hide Armor, Gold Tier, LV10. Congratulations, obtained armor, helmet, Human Spider Hide Helm, Gold Tier, LV10. Congratulations, obtained armor, pants, Human Spider Hide Trousers, Gold Tier, LV10. Level, LV8 LV.9, 6800, 5298 EXP needed for next level. HP, 11001410, 450 equipment bonus. MP, 330340, 150 equipment bonus. INT, 95105, 35 equipment bonus. STR, 2022, 2 equipment bonus. Agility, 1617. Remaining free attribute points, 10. Not bad, not bad. Zheng Yu was very happy looking at the 3 pieces of golden tier equipment. At level 10, gold tier equipment is considered the highest grade. A single piece of level 10 gold tier gear, regardless of class, typically sells for around $1 million. Equipment premium is one factor. Merchant speculation also plays a small role. But the more crucial reason is that level 10 gold tier equipment can be used all the way until level 20. Only by safely passing through the stages of levels 10 to 20 can one truly make a living as a professional. Most wealthy professionals are willing to pay this price. Zheng Yu looked at these 3 pieces of golden tier equipment. Armor, upper body Human Spider Hide Armor. Equip level, LV.10. Equip requirement, any class, grade, gold. Attributes, HP plus 4000, physical defense plus 15%, magic defense plus 15%. Equipment effect, when attacked, the Human Skin Spider armor absorbs 10% of the damage. Set effect, Human Skin Spider 3-piece set, chest piece helmet leggings, 4000 HP. Zheng Yu froze. The amount of health added by one piece of equipment was more than double his current health. What a shame. Equipment health can't be converted into talent points, otherwise we could upgrade the twin fire demons to tier 4. Zheng Yu turned to Tao Qian and Wu Zong and asked, how much health do you two have now? Tao Qian replied, 4290. Wu Zong explained in more detail, I just reached level 6, and now I have 5490 HP. Why do you have over 1000 more than me? Tao Qian was astonished. Wu Zong explained, my highest potential stat is Constitution. With high Constitution potential, the upper limit for HP growth is naturally higher. Monks are the tank class with health points second only to paladins. Zheng Yu estimated that by the time they reached level 10, they might have around 8 to 9000 HP. A golden tier equipment adding 4000 HP didn't seem so outrageous anymore. Equipment is the most crucial source of combat power for professionals. It also increases physical and magic resistance by 15%, and can even absorb an additional 10% of damage. The attributes make it excellent equipment. Set effect. Zheng Yu saw the final attribute on the equipment. It was actually a set, and it dropped 3 pieces all at once. This Human Skin Spider has got something special. Armor, headgear Human Skin Spider Cap. Equip level, LV.10. Equip requirement, any class, rank, gold. Attributes, HP plus 1500, energy plus 10%, energy recovery speed plus 10%. Equipment effect, when the wearer or the wearer's summon creatures have low energy, it replenishes energy once. Cooldown, 2 hours. Set effect, Human Skin Spider 3-piece set, top hat pants. A hat that boosts energy. The hat was entirely made of black suede spider skin. Zheng Yu had previously worried that the Human Skin Spider suit was actually made from that disgusting human scalp material. Fortunately, it didn't look that repulsive. Zheng Yu didn't dislike spiders, what he detested were spiders made from human skin. Armor, pants Human Skin Spider Pants. Equip level, LV.10. Equip requirement, any class. Quality, gold. Attributes, HP plus 2000, movement speed plus 15%, agility plus 5. Equipment effect, reduces negative effects such as slow, bind, and mud by 20%, jump power plus 30%, and grants immunity to all slow/bind effects from spider webs. Set effect, Human Spider 3-piece set, top hat pants. The shoe effects are mediocre, because it cannot be applied to summoned creatures. This is also the difficulty for summoners aside from intelligence. Few equipment effects can be applied to summoned creatures. After all, summoned creatures are technically considered skills. Increasing health or speed has little effect when it comes to skills. Over the years, summoners being abandoned wasn't without reason. It's not that no one wanted to prove summoners' worth. The truth is, the summoner profession itself just isn't very strong. All 3 pieces of equipment were level 10 gear, which Zheng Yu couldn't equip yet, but he still managed to see the 3-piece set bonus. Set effect, Human Skin Spider 3-piece set, top hat pants. Wearing human skin spider armor, human skin spider hat, and human skin spider pants simultaneously activates set attributes, intelligence plus 50, strength plus 50, agility plus 5, and activates the set effect grudge. Grudge marks the last enemy that attacked you. Your next attack will inflict a grudge strike on the target, dealing damage equal to a critical hit's value, but without benefiting from critical hit bonuses. Grudge? Zheng Yu remembered this should be one of the human skin spider's abilities. No wonder the human skin spider could instantly kill the 6000 HP shield goblin in one bite. It must be this grudge effect. It could deliver critical hit damage, but wasn't a true critical, just had the numerical value. But it was more than enough. This set effect can significantly enhance the goblin general's burst damage. Meanwhile, the flames on the twin fire demons shifted from purple to red. The goblin shaman's life sacrifice effect has dissipated. Let's retreat. Zheng Yu directly recalled the weakened twin flame demons back into the summoner's space. The goblin shieldbearers covered the rear. The goblin general and wolf cavalry cleared the path ahead. Zheng Yu and his group sprinted toward the unfrozen lake. Chapter 25. His son is Li Feng. The shield soldiers are all dead. 2 wolf cavalry were surrounded earlier and didn't make it out. The goblin wizard sacrificed his life. There are only 5 archers and 5 death warriors left. After escaping the siege of the frost corpses, as they neared the unfrozen lake, the frost corpses stopped pursuing them. They seemed terrified of this lake. This gave Zheng Yu and the others some time to rest. Zheng Yu assessed their losses. The goblin general has lost half its health, and the dire wolf is wounded in its right leg. The goblin combat squad has suffered heavy losses, but fortunately, the 5 elite warriors remain. These 5 warriors were Zheng Yu's trump card, prepared specifically for the boss inside the frozen lake. The twin flame demons have exhausted their energy and are recovering within the summoner's space. Zheng Yu surveyed his surroundings. They discovered the cold corpses had long since vanished, and the silent surface of the unfrozen lake showed no signs of life. Let's rest first. We'll head to the unfrozen lake after the twin flame demons recover their energy. No one objected to Zheng Yu's plan. When he suggested resting, Tao Qian and the others had already begun preparing chairs and food. In truth, it wasn't just Zheng Yu's group behaving this way. The same goes for other teams. An abyss expedition often lasts several hours, and it's said that the longest can extend beyond a month. Taking breaks to recover stamina, energy, and heal injuries is absolutely necessary. Unless it's the kind of relentless pursuit type abyss. Zheng Yu took out a pile of medicine from his inventory. He tossed the premium pork directly to the giant wolf. The giant wolf devoured it in a few bites. The wound on its leg visibly healed before their eyes. Zheng Yu selected various recovery potions, restoring nearly 4000 HP to the goblin general and replenishing its health to full. The twin flame demons remained within the summoner's space, because the summoner's space was where summoned creatures recovered the fastest. Damn, I'm exhausted. Tao Qian lay inside the tent that had been set up. Zheng Yu said with a laugh, "What are you tired for? You didn't even have to fight." Tao Qian chuckled, "It's just that I've been lying down for too long, suddenly running feels a bit uncomfortable." Oof. Facing Tao Qian's antics, Zheng Yu chuckled. Wu Zong said while preparing food, "Now I truly understand what nightmare level abyss difficulty means. With that number of frost corpses we just saw, regular professionals wouldn't stand a chance of getting through." Koeng, who was cutting fruits, added, "I don't think the frost corpse horde is the hardest part. Any professional daring enough to enter a nightmare level abyss would be elite level anyway. They should have ways to break through. The real challenge is that human skin spider. It's fast, deals massive damage, and its frenzied state can instantly kill with a single bite. Who could possibly clear it? No wonder Jianshui City hasn't had a single professional complete this dungeon in all these years, despite producing S-rank professionals. It's genuinely difficult." Zheng Yu also asked at this moment, "By the way, didn't previous S-class professionals try entering the nightmare level abyss? The rewards from the nightmare level abyss are extremely generous. It's fair to say that clearing the nightmare level abyss once at each stage can lay a solid equipment foundation for leveling up in the next stage, because the nightmare level abyss guarantees drops of the top tier equipment for that stage. The top tier equipment at level 10 is a platinum warrior weapon. It drops from nightmare level abysses in other cities. Rumors say that platinum weapon fetched a staggering 20 million price tag when resold at auction after the warrior's level 25 class advancement. A level 10 weapon worth tens of millions is absolutely outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that after several rounds of reselling, this weapon has now been hyped up to a price of 40 million, and it has been crowned with the title of the strongest warrior weapon at level 10. In other words, with this weapon, even the most talentless warrior can effortlessly advance to the third stage of professional ranking. This is precisely why Zheng Yu is determined to clear the nightmare level dungeon. The state may provide resources and subsidies. They say it's unlimited, but it's not truly unlimited. It just ensures you won't lack resources. Not all resources can be obtained effortlessly. As for that level 10 strongest warrior weapon, everyone must rely on their own skills. Unfortunately, the Nightmare Abyss difficulty is too high. Non-SS class talent professionals have little chance of clearing it, and even SS class professionals need the most suitable teammates to have a shot. It can only be said that the doubts about Zhengyu from the outside world are not without reason. Tao Qian and the others who followed Zhengyu into the nightmare level abyss were truly reckless and thick-skulled enough. Tao Qian believed that no S-rank professionals had attempted it before. When we entered the nightmare abyss before, there were official announcements. I couldn't find any records of S-rank professionals entering the nightmare level abyss in previous years. Wenran Xingyu looked at Zhengyu with great interest and said, "Then you'll have to ask our flamboyant captain about that. Public announcements cost money." Tao Qian turned to Zhengyu, seeking an answer. Zhengyu spread his hands and said, "If I don't announce it, who would know I entered the nightmare abyss? They'd think I was afraid to team up with Li Feng. Of course, I had to announce it." Tao Qian's lips twitched. "I thought the announcement was passive, turns out it's an active skill. How much did it cost?" Kuing asked curiously. Pushed right into their faces, 50,000 in total. Kuing. Spending 50,000 just to issue a notice seemed like a waste to Kuing, but Zheng Yu thought it was completely worth it. Why should I keep a low profile? With my exceptional abilities, wouldn't it be a waste of my talent if I didn't flaunt them a little? Zheng Yu said half-jokingly, but Tao Qian, Wenran Xingyu, and the other two felt that Zheng Yu's words weren't sincere. Wenran Xingyu thought of something and then asked, "Earlier you said you didn't have a resurrection cross. I thought you were joking." After all, the minimum subsidy for an S-rank talent includes at least one life-saving resurrection item. So, the resource department in Jianshui City didn't allocate resources to you? Zheng Yu glanced up at Wenran Xingyu. "You seem to know quite a lot." Wenran Xingyu shrugged. "Before my family's decline, the Wenran clan was considered a first-tier family. I'm still aware of these things." Zheng Yu neither agreed nor disagreed. As for what kind of family the Wenran clan was or why it declined, Zheng Yu didn't ask. Everyone has their secrets, just as none of them would ask why Zheng Yu's summoned creatures were so powerful or how the Goblin Wolf Riders had transformed into Goblin Generals. To pry further would be impolite. Wenran Xingyu guessed correctly, his subsidy still hadn't arrived. The reason Zheng Yu spent 50,000 on such a notice was also driven by his frustration. Logically speaking, as an S-rank talent professional, the subsidies and resources should have been allocated long ago. They should have been provided before he entered the abyss. Others might experience delays, but S-rank talents would definitely receive them immediately. This is a form of respect for S-rank talents. As for why they weren't given, Zheng Yu understood the reason perfectly well. No one had ever contacted him. It wasn't until he broke the abyss record that the mayor of Jianshui City remembered him. What is this? This is clearly preferential treatment. Li Feng, an A-grade talent professional, how could he clear the dungeon so quickly and break the normal abyss record? Because the supplies were already in place. All A-grade talents have supplies, except him. Zheng Yu didn't say it, but that doesn't mean he didn't know, nor does it mean he wasn't angry. He could afford the money for the announcement. It was also meant to warn those who were blocking his resources. He holds grudges. I'm someone who holds grudges and doesn't like to swallow insults. If something can be told to everyone, there's no need to hide it. Did you know? After we broke the record for the easy level abyss, the mayor came straight to me. Wenran Xingyu asked, "Did he call you directly?" Zheng Yu smiled and shook his head. "No, he had the homeroom teacher notify me to contact him first." Wenran Xingyu. Zheng Yu said with an understanding tone, "Of course I get it. Jianshui City doesn't have many resources to begin with. After allocating them to Li Feng, where would they find extra resources for a summoner? So now I'm really curious, if I clear the nightmare level abyss again, how will the mayor respond?" Wenran Xingyu thought for a moment before saying, "I recall the head of Jianshui City's resource department is surnamed Li." Zheng Yu replied with a broad smile, "I'm aware of that. His son is Li Feng." Chapter 26. Our experts always right? The mayor's vision shouldn't be this narrow. Tao Qian asked doubtfully. To become a mayor, one's professional level must be at least level 45 or above. An official, in charge of their jurisdiction, serves not only political governance but also purposes of protection and arms suppression. Professional ranks symbolize everything. Not necessarily. You should know that for professionals with S-grade talents and above, the state provides resources not just once, the subsequent resources are astonishingly generous. Moreover, mayors need performance metrics, they also want to level up. After reaching level 40, every subsequent level becomes extremely difficult to attain. Jianshui City's performance hasn't been great these years. Although you have S-grade talent, the summoner profession might have been manipulated by certain people. Most likely, the resources have already been allocated to Li Feng. Wenran Xingyu analyzed rationally. Zheng Yu also nodded. The mayor wouldn't dare to withhold my resources, but this couldn't have happened without his approval. It's simple comparison logic. An S-grade talent, but in a bottom-tier profession, versus an A-grade talent, but in a popular profession, and the practitioner's father happens to be the head of the resources department. Zheng Yu shrugged his shoulders. With this connection, the answer was self-evident. Tao Qian asked in confusion, isn't the resources department under the mayor's jurisdiction? Why would the mayor need to curry favor with the resources department head? Wan Runqingyu shook her head. First, you've misunderstood the relationship. The resources department is the resources department, and the mayor is the mayor. The two don't have a hierarchical relationship. In fact, the resources department might even be more important, you know why, since it controls resources. Also, the word flattery isn't the right term here. First, the mayor needs results. Judging by Zhang Yu's career, although Li Feng's qualifications are inferior to Zhang Yu's, he's a solid combat class, reliability is his strong suit. Secondly, the relationship between the mayor and Li Nan is mutually beneficial. A few years ago, before my family declined, I had heard of Li Nan. You could say, given his status, his coming to Jiangshui City was for experience, and he would return soon after. I see. With Wan Runqingyu's explanation, Tao Qian fully understood. It's not that the mayor has a narrow perspective, but rather their vision is too limited. They see things clearly, analyzing the pros and cons accurately, offending an unknown summoner with no background or future prospects. It's far better to allocate resources to the resource minister descending from above, forging connections and stabilizing networks. Plus, they'd gain a Class A talent warrior, not exceptionally gifted, but reliable. Whether the resources are given to Zhang Yu or not is reasonable. The resources didn't reach Zhang Yu, and he didn't have the Summoners Guild to handle these matters for him. It could be said that the other party could say whatever they wanted. The homeroom teacher mentioned on the phone that the mayor would personally present the award. But Zhang Yu knew very well that the mayor had realized this summoner wasn't as weak as he seemed. However, since the resources had already been allocated, they had to go through the motions to placate him. Draw a big pie, then offer some compensation. That's about enough. It was precisely this reasonableness that infuriated Zhang Yu. Why should he give up what rightfully belonged to him to others? So even though Zhang Yu had the time, he still declined the mayor's invitation to meet. He held a grudge. There was no helping it, Zhang Yu was never a magnanimous person to begin with. Resources didn't matter to him, but what belonged to him couldn't be taken by others. Even if he didn't want it, that didn't give anyone else the right to snatch it away. At the same time, in the mayor's office, Zhou Yun listened to the phone call, sounding somewhat surprised as she spoke. He refused to see me? The homeroom teacher's voice on the other end of the line was cautious. Zhang Yu said he needs to enter the abyss and time is pressing. He'll come find you after he emerges from the abyss. The homeroom teacher tried to phrase his words as diplomatically as possible. Mayor Zhou Yun chuckled. Ha, this kid's still holding a grudge, just because he didn't get resources? Fine, when he comes out of the abyss, I'll compensate him with a share. The other end of the phone remained silent for a long time. Then the homeroom teacher's voice sounded somewhat odd as he asked, Mayor, I want to know, did you really not give Zhang Yu any resources at all? The tone was not as respectful as before, more like an interrogation. Mayor Zhou Yun frowned. He detected a certain hardness in teacher Zhang Yu's voice on the other end of the line and felt the urge to snap, what gives you the right to question me? But after a moment's thought, he restrained himself. I could tell his mood probably wasn't great right now. He patiently explained, Teacher Zhang, you know very well that resource allocation requires evaluation and approval. After assessment by various experts across Jiangshui City, everyone unanimously agreed Li Feng has greater potential. Although Zhang Yu has S-grade talent, his profession is ultimately summoner. Our Jiangshui City has been ranking at the bottom for years. We can't afford to waste resources on Zhang Yu anymore. The resources are truly running thin. You need to understand the government, understand our decision. On the other end of the phone, the homeroom teacher listened to the mayor's words and said faintly, Are experts always right? Mayor Zhou Yun's tone began to show impatience. Comrade Zhang Chang, let me say it again, this is a decision made after evaluation, and the Provincial Resource Department has already approved and issued it. If you have any objections, you can take it up with the provincial authorities. Zhou Yun was extremely frustrated. Although he was the mayor, there were many things beyond his control, especially when it came to political achievements. Did he not want to allocate resources to Zhang Yu, this S-grade talent? It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. The nation has issued S-grade talent resources, totaling 4 portions. 1 portion at level 1, 1 at level 10, 1 at level 25, and 1 at level 40. All 4 rewards are exceptionally generous, but they all express doubts about whether Zhang Yu could reach level 10. Who should receive the first and second notifications? Would it be like last year, reporting to the higher-ups that Jiangshui City's key cultivation candidate has failed again? What future could a summoner possibly have? Are we really going to waste these resources? It just so happened that the son of the Jiangshui City Resources Department director was an A-rank warrior. This was the perfect solution that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. As for Zhang Yu, he was merely a summoner. Before long, he would fade into obscurity like everyone else. His decision to allocate resources to Li Feng would instead be praised by everyone as the right choice. He was well aware that Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu's teacher would certainly have complaints. Therefore, for a mayor like him to personally call Zhang Yu's homeroom teacher and patiently explain the whole situation was already giving them plenty of face. What more did they want? Did they really think he, the mayor, owed them something? He wasn't lying, because after Zhang Yu's S-rank summoner class was announced, several departments, including but not limited to the Ministry of Education, high school principals, and the Resource Department, had already come knocking. Many meetings were held, and numerous plans were made. In the end, it was decided to report to the provincial authorities and make an exception. Instead of allocating resources to S-rank Zheng Yu, they would be given to A-rank Li Feng. Hearing silence on the other end of the line, Zhou Yun spoke earnestly. The provincial authorities have already approved this. What can I do? All I can promise is that Zhang Yu will receive some compensation, but the subsequent resources must indeed be transferred to Li Feng. You need to understand me, and also understand the provincial situation. There are more and more professionals now, and those with high talents are gradually increasing. Zhang Yu's S-level talent really isn't that rare anymore. That's all. Think it over carefully yourself. He hung up the phone. Zhou Yun called for his secretary. Prepare a resource from our own reserves, don't touch the resources from the resource department, and get it ready for Zhang Yu. This matter was indeed his fault, so he still intended to make it up to Zhang Yu. The secretary, however, said, Mayor, I don't think we need to prepare anything. Zhou Yun looked up in confusion. The secretary said, Teacher Zhang Cheng probably didn't tell you, but the abyss Zhang Yu entered this time is a nightmare-level abyss. Zhou Yun froze for a moment. Does he want to die? The secretary didn't answer directly but continued. Before entering the nightmare-level dungeon, he paid to issue an announcement. Every professional in the Cold Street Secret Realm Hall at that time knew Zhang Yu had entered the nightmare abyss. Zhou Yun's expression turned peculiar. This kid's got quite the temper. Is he planning to vent his dissatisfaction by dying? He didn't believe Zhang Yu had what it took to clear the nightmare-level abyss. The Cold Street Abyss had existed in Jiangshui City for over a decade, yet no one had ever cleared its nightmare difficulty. Not to mention Zhang Yu was a summoner. At this moment, Zhou Yun also realized why teacher Zhang Cheng's attitude had been so strange earlier, initially respectful, then suddenly shifting to an accusatory tone. It turned out he knew Zhang Yu had entered a nightmare-level abyss, where survival was highly unlikely. Zhang Yu had neither borrowed money, nor came from a good family background, nor possessed any resources, essentially entering the nightmare-level abyss completely unprepared. What kind of suicide mission is this? Yet Mayor Zhou Yun laughed, not considering it a bad thing at all. Prepare an obituary? Do you know how to write one? With years of secretarial experience under his belt, he naturally understood all the twists and turns involved. He said, I'll write with genuine emotion, lamenting Jiangshui City's loss of an S-grade talent. Additionally, exaggerate Zhang Yu's spending on public announcements as much as possible, portraying him as arrogant and conceited due to his S-grade talent, ultimately causing his own downfall through this arrogance. Then highlight the drawbacks of summoners being unable to disengage from combat normally, and resurrection crosses being unusable. And will subtly mention Li Feng's achievements as well. Zhou Yun shook his head and said, Don't mention Li Feng, leave him out. Understood. The secretary wrote avoid suspicion in his notebook. Prepare the resources I asked you about earlier and give them directly to Zhang Yu's teacher. If I recall correctly, Zhang Cheng has a child in the first year of high school, right? Let him deal with this resource however he wants. Understood. Chapter 27 Grave Robbing. The Abyss of Cold Streets. Zhang Yu lay on the recliner with his eyes closed, resting. Since there was no internet connection in the abyss, he couldn't even browse forums. All he could do was sip some coffee and take proper care of his body. He rested for about 2 hours. The twin flame demons regained their energy. The summoner can view the status data of the summoned creature. After a short rest, the Goblin General's mental and physical condition reached 98%. HP fully restored. Though the Goblin General didn't enter the summoner's space to rest, this veteran labeled as a battle-hardened old soldier has endurance as its greatest strength. His mental and physical condition remained consistently excellent. This veteran warrior, accustomed to war and familiar with slaughter, had spent years navigating between life and death. The Goblin General would always maintain a state of vigilance and seriousness. The Goblin General would never truly allow himself to relax, thus unable to reach 100% of his potential state value. In contrast, the twin flame demons quickly recovered to their full 100% state within Zhang Yu's summoner space. The twin fire demon's label is young, lively, energetic, and warlike elemental. Youth is its capital. A warlike nature defines the twin fire demon's character. But this also leads to rapid consumption without understanding combat restraint. Situations like just now occur where exhaustion prevents skill release. Lacking endurance, yet all skills are sustained abilities. I need to find a way to enhance the combat longevity of the twin flame demons. Zhang Yu pondered. After reaching level 10, summoners gain exclusive cultivation skills to train their summoned beasts, modifying their traits, nurturing attributes, and refining skills, until it's finally suitable for battle. because it's too cumbersome, and the cost far outweighs the benefits in the summoned beast's actual combat capabilities. Many summoners, after struggling through the novice stage and reaching level 10, ultimately choose to abandon the summoner profession. But for Zhang Yu, no matter how he trains them, the final combat power is determined by talent, something Zhang Yu doesn't have to worry about at all. At this moment, Tao Qian and the others were also packing up their camping gear, tents, campfires, food, hot water, and other supplies. Swift and efficient. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. Where else could you find teammates this good? If only you were the same level as me, then I wouldn't have to find new teammates for dungeons after level 10. Although Tao Qian and Wu Zong weren't strong, but Tao Qian, like a blood brother, understood Zhang Yu's thoughts perfectly. Often before Zhang Yu could even speak, Tao Qian would already have handled things for him. Just like when Zhang Yu mentioned competing for the rankings, without a second thought, Tao Qian immediately started recruiting teammates, showing no hesitation at all. Wu Zong's barbecue skills have improved by leaps and bounds, especially his grilled lamb kidneys, perfectly cooked and seasoned with exceptional flavor. Wen Renqingyu knows how to brew tea properly. Koing is clearly a kid who's used to hard work, she tidies up with remarkable efficiency. The key point is, these two girls are really good looking. They're hard-working, easy on the eyes, and obedient. What more could you ask for? Zhang Yu felt that it might be hard to come across such obedient and well-behaved teammates again in the future. Brother Yu, don't worry. We're all level 6 now. After clearing the nightmare level abyss, we'll definitely reach level 7, and getting to level 10 is just a matter of 1 or 2 easy dungeons. Tao Qian had already calculated everything. A level 2 abyss is for characters between levels 10 to 20. Even if you clear another nightmare difficulty dungeon, you still won't exceed level 20. There's still a chance, hee hee. Besides, I heard that after level 20, each level requires hundreds of thousands of EXP. We'll have plenty of opportunities to ride your coattails. Zhang Yu couldn't bear to part with these clever carry seekers. Tao Qian and the others were even more reluctant to let go of Zhang Yu, their golden goose. Following Zhang Yu's method of farming dungeons, their levels would rise rapidly. To compete for the rankings, there was no way they could afford to rest. They couldn't keep leeching off Zhang Yu's dungeon runs forever. But if they could cling to him for one more run, they would take it. At least at this stage of the level 2 abyss, they could still rely on each other. After packing everything up, Zhang Yu summoned the fully recovered twin flame demons, with the goblin general standing at the forefront. Zhang Yu glanced at the time. 6 hours had already passed since entering the nightmare level abyss. This is the final stage of the abyss. The hard level abyss ends right at the human skin spider. If you can't kill the human skin spider, you must deliver the female corpse to the center of the lake. From this point onward lies territory no Jiangshui city professional has ever reached. Zhang Yu tossed the training dummy to Tao Qian. Just wait here. If things go wrong, you can still retreat from the abyss in time. Let's go. With that, Zhang Yu had a goblin suicide soldier carry the female corpse while he and the goblin general mounted the giant wolf and entered the unfrozen lake. The unfrozen lake was very shallow, only reaching halfway up the giant wolf's leg. The surrounding temperature was at least 40 degrees below zero, yet the unfrozen lake still rippled gently, its waters crystal clear. At the center of the unfrozen lake stood a grave mound. No one knew whose grave it was. The grave wasn't large, trapped in the lake's center, half submerged by the lake's surface, yet the grave's peak remained dry. Carrying the female corpse, he walked to the grave without encountering any obstacles. No frozen corpses, no skinless monsters, only bone-chilling cold and a palpable sense of resentment. Crack! A crisp sound of freezing came from behind. The temperature plummeted. The unfrozen lake instantly turned to ice as Zhang Yu stepped onto the grave mound. A surge of overwhelming resentment erupted from the graveyard. Zhang Yu quickly retreated, stepping onto the frozen surface of the unfrozen lake, while the goblin general, twin flame demons, and goblin combat squad stood ready for battle. Clearly, he had already triggered the final boss of the Cold Street Abyss. Nightmare level abyss, the final monster. Are you here to persuade me to spare them too? A cacophonous voice erupted from the surroundings. It didn't sound like a single voice, but rather hundreds of vengeful spirits screaming simultaneously. Zhang Yu quickly stepped back and said, I only came to return things to their rightful place. As he spoke, he had the goblin general set down the female corpse, but he did nothing to stop the surrounding temperature from dropping. A swirling miasma of resentment, frigid air, and furious emotions hovered over the unfrozen lake. Phew! The twin fire demons raised the temperature of their flame auras to resist the cold. Return it to its original place? She deserves to stay in that deep well forever, never seeing the light of day, just like what she did to me. Do you also want to plead for her? The voice was shrill and piercing, full of resentment. Crack, crack, crack. Several frost corpses crawled out around the unfrozen lake. Zhang Yu's face darkened, because these frost corpses had actually reached level 15. Death warriors, hold them back. Goblin general, go dig up the graves directly. A single level 15 flesh spider is already difficult to kill, a whole group of level 15 frost corpses would be impossible to deal with quickly. We must eliminate the boss in the graveyard. Only then can we completely clear this nightmare level abyss. Chapter 28, The Source of the Curse, the God of Frozen Prison. The goblin general charged forward, rushing toward the grave at incredible speed. Roar! The frozen corpse blocked the goblin general's path. Bang! The frost corpse blocked the wolf cavalry's charge with its body. The level 15 frost corpse was instantly sent flying by the impact. Minus 18,451. Level 9 goblin general, 656 attack power, 27x wolf cavalry attack coefficient, dealing nearly 20,000 damage in one strike, instantly wiping out 2/3 of its health. The frost corpses here don't have much health. Zheng Yu retreated to observe the battle situation. This is the combat style unique to summoning professions, not just summoners, but also druids who call upon beasts and necromancers who command undead creatures. All share this method of battle. Get as far away as possible. If it weren't for the fact that professionals had to enter the unfrozen lake to trigger the boss mechanism, he wouldn't have been willing to step foot in it at all. Twin fire demons, death warriors, archers, clear the path for the goblin general. Whoosh! 2 fire demons unleashed flame auras and fireballs to deal damage, whittling down the frost corpse's health. Goblin archers harassed from behind, chipping in with additional damage. Meanwhile, goblin death warriors used their bodies to block the frost corpse, buying time for the goblin general. The goblin general leaped up, his heavy hammer smashing down on the grave mound. Stop hiding! The frost corpses you control can't stop me. Keep hiding, and I'll dig up your grave. Boom! The goblin general's hammer came crashing down, but was abruptly intercepted by a ghastly pale little hand. Finally out! Zheng Yu squinted at the pallid hand, about the size of a child's arm, likely belonging to a 7 or 8-year-old. The fingers were deathly white, nails caked with blood and dirt, the skin covered in frost like all the other frozen corpses. And its data appeared before Zheng Yu's eyes. The Cursed Shao Qi. Level, LV15. Tier, Level 1 Curse. Curse Origin, God of Frozen Prison. HP, 200,000. Attack Power, 1,500. Skill I, Absolute 0. Skill 2, Biting Cold. Skill 3, Lord of the Unfrozen Lake. Skill 4, Skill V, Tisk. 200,000 HP. That's somewhat terrifying. No wonder so few have cleared the nightmare abyss. Just this 200,000 HP alone is enough to scare off even the so-called genius professionals. God of the Frozen Prison. Zheng Yu wasn't actually unfamiliar with this term appearing above the nightmare level boss. Just like in the game, this suddenly descended temple, abyss, and data-based professions on Earth also had a grand overarching background. That is, opposing the gods. According to the narratives of other nightmare-level abyss dungeons, one can glean a piece of information: the abyss is a byproduct of the gods' emergence. Take for example this child before me named Little Chi, possessing the power to freeze everything and create frozen corpses, yet ultimately reduced to lying in a coffin within the unfreezing lake. The favor of the gods is not a blessing, but a curse. This was all Zheng Yu knew about the abyss. After all, even Nan Muyun, the highest level player, was only at level 71 and hadn't yet encountered the true abyss where gods existed. Crack! A crisp freezing sound rang out as the goblin general was immobilized. As boss Shao Qi crawled out of the grave, the surrounding temperature dropped once again, and instantly froze the nearest goblin general. Effect of Frost Pendant triggered, immune to freezing once. Effect enters cooldown, next activation in 1 minute. The Frost Pendant's effect activates. Though only level 5, this necklace proves exceptionally effective in the Frost Street Abyss. Not only does it provide immunity to freeze effects once per minute, but it also grants plus 10 ice resistance and a 20% slow effect. Without this pendant, the goblin wouldn't still be standing in front of Shao Qi. Bang! The goblin general wasted no time after thawing out. Without waiting for boss Shao Qi to fully emerge, he immediately started hammering the outstretched hand. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 strikes. The momentum was overwhelming, yet not a single point of damage was dealt. Zheng Yu frowned. Dealing no damage was actually quite normal. After all, elite monsters and above in the Cold Street Abyss were protected by ice armor. But the problem was, even with ice armor, damage numbers should still have appeared. Even if it's 0 damage. Step back. Zheng Yu immediately thought of something and had the goblin general quickly retreat from the only solid ground on the unfrozen lake. But it was already too late. A piercing cry echoed from around the graveyard. The previously frozen lake, which had never completely iced over, shattered entirely, restoring its original rippling surface. Zheng Yu, standing on the lake's surface, stepped directly into the water. Though the water only reached his knees, the bone-chilling cold numbed his entire body, sending a piercing chill from his leg bones up through his spine. At the same moment, the goblin general was sent flying backward along with his wolf. Minus 4,187. Over 4,000 points of damage, nearly half the goblin general's health bar wiped out in a single hit. plus 1000, plus 2500. Zheng Yu quickly replenished the Goblin General's HP. Earlier at Chef Cold Corpse's restaurant, they had found quite a few recovery items. Now was the perfect time to use them. The reason they couldn't deal damage earlier was because boss Shao-Chi was casting his skill. Piercing cold deals damage composed of resentment and chilling air. While gathering cold energy, the user takes no damage. One of the boss's skills. The mechanic involves charging up, during which the user is invincible. This mechanic is seriously disgusting. Zheng Yu complained while downing a potion himself. The invisibility potion given by one Ren Qingyu. A piercing chill struck the Goblin General, dealing 4000 damage. Had it hit him instead, the damage would have been outright lethal. Even with training dummies, he had to proceed cautiously. If I mess up, it's game over. In the distance, Tao Qian and the others who witnessed this damage wore expressions of shock. Holy shit! Tao Qian outright cursed. He had only seen the Goblin General deal this kind of damage to frost corpses before, but he had never witnessed a goblin taking such massive damage. This is just ridiculous. 4000 in one hit. Kuling glanced at her own HP and muttered, if it were me, I'd be instantly wiped out. No wonder the nightmare level abyss is so hard to clear. It's basically impossible to clear at all. Wu Zong watched with concern as the Goblin General was sent flying and Zheng Yu, now covered in frost, shivered uncontrollably. Can we even win? A heavy silence fell. Even Tao Qian, who usually had full confidence in Zheng Yu and unconditionally supported him, remained silent. They were anxious but could do nothing. All they could do was wait in agony, and hope that Zheng Yu had an ace up his sleeve to turn the tables. Zheng Yu certainly had an ace up his sleeve, but now wasn't the time to play his hand. This was just the first exchange with Cold Street's boss. The piercing screams continued unabated. At this moment, the boy named Shao-Chi, cursed by the god of frozen hell, had completely crawled out of his grave. He floated in mid-air, surrounded by swirling cold air. His resentment had even materialized into visible black smoke, coiling around him. A 7 or 8-year-old boy with his internal organs hollowed out. His face was covered in scars, one arm bent at a 90-degree angle, deformed and pressed against his chest where there was nothing but emptiness, revealing severed intestines and chunks of torn flesh. Fortunately, the freezing temperatures had frozen everything solid, so there were no sticky pools of blood or anything of the sort. Ugly, terrifying, gory. Yet Zheng Yu felt a deep pang of sorrow. That organ cake was undoubtedly made from this child. It's hard to imagine how much suffering this child endured before death. Huff. By now, the twin flame demons had already eliminated 2 level 15 frost corpses. Adjust the flame aura temperature appropriately and return to Zheng Yu's side to dispel the chill for him, because Zheng Yu is in a state of invisibility. Therefore, only the Goblin General, the twin flame demons, and the surviving Goblin combat squad can be seen here. Shao-Chi, floating midair, stared blankly at the twin fire demons. Clearly, he loathed flames. You, all deserve to die. The voice echoed from all directions. Hoarse voices, tearing sounds, men, women, children. Shao-Chi controlled the souls of the entire Cold Street abyss as they spoke. He charged straight toward the twin flame demons. The fire made him feel uneasy. He could also sense that this twin flame demon was the most threatening presence. Block him. Zheng Yu quickly retreated, enduring the cold to distance himself from the twin flame demon to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The death warriors swarmed forward. Shao-Chi's scar-covered face twisted into a look of contempt as he flicked his right hand, sending a wave of frigid air like an ice dragon sweeping toward the 5 Honkai zombies. Whoosh! Instant freeze. His skill, absolute zero. Looking at the frozen assassins, Shao-Chi's pupil-less white eyes revealed an expression of utter disdain. But the next moment, he froze in surprise, because only 4 assassins had been frozen here. The 5th one had somehow appeared behind him without warning. Get away from me! Boom! Before he could react, with a deafening explosion, the dead warrior detonated right in front of the boss. Purple flames completely engulfed him. Minus 5,874. Zheng Yu's first trump card. A death warrior capable of using assassin blink skills and possessing self-destruct capabilities. Chapter 29. Dad? Mom? The suicide attack damage from Goblin Death Warriors is actually decent. It deals around 5,000 damage. But against a boss like Shao-Chi with 200,000 HP, it's like trying to put out a burning cartload of firewood with a cup of water. However, the damage from the suicide attack isn't what matters. What's crucial is that the blood exploding from the Death Warrior's body is poisonous. Not just poisonous, but also highly flammable. Goblin Death Warriors not only fear no death but also possess the ability to explode upon dying. Years of consuming poison and injecting special blood have transformed their blood into yet another weapon. Hiss. Blood splattered all over boss Shao-Chi. It actually made a sizzling corrosive sound. Minus 109. Minus 125. Minus 158. The damage keeps increasing. 3 or 4 pops per second. Phew. The death of this loyal warrior bought precious time for the twin flame demons. The fiery cage was poised to strike. Boom! The flames ignited the purple blood on Boss Shao-Chi's body. The inherently corrosive blood instantly burst into flames. Like maggots burrowing into bones, they tormented Shao-Chi's skin and body. -258, -269, -3684, -2284. The burning damage from the Deathsworn's toxic blood, combined with the flame cage's harm and the scorching effect of the fire aura, 3 types of damage merged into one. The health bar of the Cold Street boss visibly plummeted. Keep in mind, the twin flame demon's damage output was doubled, nearly 10,000 HP per second. It instantly made Tao Qian exclaim, "Holy shit, nightmare level abyss is truly difficult." But Zheng Yu is just too OP. Is this a summoner? Isn't this a fucking boss versus boss battle? Tao Qian actually hadn't thought much of the twin flame demons before. After all, they were just responsible for grilling sausages, but he never expected them to be this fierce. But it's still not enough. Even though the twin flame demons currently hold the upper hand, Zheng Yu still has 4 death warriors ready to intercept the Frost Street boss at any moment, buying enough time for the twin flame demons to unleash their full damage. Given enough time, the twin flame demons can burn everything to ashes. Yet, one Run Xingyu remained frowning. All bosses have a rampage state, and this Frost Street boss hasn't unleashed any skills yet. If it enters rampage mode, the goblin death warriors won't be able to hold it back. Tao Qian and Wu Zong also showed expressions of concern. We must win. All Wu Zong and the others could do now was pray. Ah! Another piercing scream. The voice brimming with resentment instantly froze the death warrior approaching it. Crack! The death warrior was frozen to death on the spot by the chilling cold. It didn't self-destruct. Zheng Yu. Alright, so that's how you want to play? Zheng Yu had originally planned to send another death warrior to intercept boss Shao-Chi. The twin flame demons deal high damage, but they're also extremely fragile. Just one hit could kill a twin flame demon. But unexpectedly, this little boy with hollowed-out innards actually predicted the Deathsworn's movement in advance, even though, to think it could evolve countermeasures, seems I can't just treat you as a game boss anymore. Summoned Beast Frenzy. Zheng Yu played his second trump card. It was also the only active skill he possessed as a summoner. Summoned Beast Frenzy enrages all of the summoner's summoned beasts, sending them into a frenzied state that enhances their overall combat capabilities. The skill description is extremely simple. No numerical values, no coefficients, just a brief introduction. According to that not quite a textbook, the degree of summoning beasts berserk enhancement scales with the enemy's strength. The stronger the enemy, the greater the enhancement, but correspondingly, the duration of berserk state shortens, followed by entering a weakened state after berserk ends. The duration of the berserk state is related to the summoned beast's talent level. The higher the talent, the longer it lasts. This was the conclusion drawn by the author of that textbook after personal experimentation. Summoned Beast Berserk, a summoner's trump card. The summoner class may be weak, but this berserk skill of summoned beasts is anything but. Whoosh! At the moment the skill was unleashed, the flames on the twin fire demons instantly turned violet. High-level flames doubled the damage once more. Howl! Not only did the twin flame demons go berserk, but the goblin general, the direwolf, the death warriors, and the goblin archers all entered a frenzied state as well. Their eyes turned wild with madness. Their auras grew chaotic. The most transformed were actually the death warriors. Originally irrational due to their special soldier traits, after going berserk, they completely lost all reason and turned into purely frenzied monsters. Roar! The death warrior let out a roar. The frenzied gaze fixed on boss Shao-Chi, that primal look of pure desire, actually made Shao-Chi hesitate for a fleeting moment. That split second of hesitation was all the summoned beast needed to seize its chance to attack. All 4 death warriors blinked into position right in front of boss Shao-Chi. Boom! The first one self-destructs. Boom! The second one follows with a self-destruction. Boom! The third one. Boom! The last one. 4 consecutive explosions directly wiped out 30,000 HP from the mini-boss Shao-Chi. That's not all. The Goblin General followed closely behind. Goblin Charge. Like a steel blade piercing straight into boss Shao-Chi's heart, an exaggeratedly massive damage number popped up. -32,489. Directly exceeding 30,000 damage. Coupled with the twin fire demons' continuous scorching and the goblin archers chipping in with additional damage from behind, boss Shao-Chi's HP is down to just over 40,000. Beautiful! Tao Qian shouted excitedly. That combo made the health bar drop like crazy. If I didn't know this boss had 200,000 HP, with how fast its health is dropping, I'd have thought it only had a few thousand. This is fucking insane. I never knew summoners had such a powerful skill. It's kinda OP, one Run Xingyu remarked. Are you sure it's the skill that's strong, and not Zheng Yu? Tao Qian retorted. One Run Xingyu nodded and said, they're all strong. I've observed before that Zhang Yu's goblin charge can deal a maximum of 18,000 damage in one strike, but after using this summon beast frenzy skill, the damage nearly doubled. This isn't a skill that a professional under level 10 should possess. This skill means that the stronger the summoned beast, the greater the enhancement after berserking. For other summoners, it's just average after all, doubling trash still equals 2 pieces of trash. But when Zhang Yu doubles, Tao Qian added, one freak turns into 2 freaks. The child has entered a state of brutality. Wu Zong's words cut through their conversation. A bone-chilling cold swept over them. Waves rippled across the unfrozen lake. When Zhang Yu's frenzied attacks reduced Xiaoqi's health to just a quarter, the cursed Xiaoqi entered a savage state. His 2 hidden skills were also revealed. Skill 4, Father. Skill V, Mother. I just want to ask, who the hell is actually winning this nightmare level abyss? Wu Zong finally blurted out the question he'd been holding back. Even Zhang Yu, who's ridiculously overpowered, struggles this much with nightmare level abyss. Can other professionals really clear it? The reason he asked this question, because behind this hollowed-out boy, the skin spider that Zhang Yu had gone to great lengths to eliminate had reappeared. He was the father. The female corpse Zhang Yu had pulled from the bottom of the well slowly rose to her feet. She was the mother. The existence of parents should be to shelter their children from wind and rain. While I was alive, you abandoned me. Now that I'm dead, you should at least do something for me. Xiaoqi revealed his true voice for the first time. A crisp child's voice. Chapter 30, no chance of winning. No level? No HP? When the human skin spider and the female corpse from the mine shaft appeared, Wu Zong discovered that the monsters referred to as mom and dad by the cold street boss actually had no data. That's why he wanted to ask who exactly is winning in this nightmare level abyss, because he couldn't see any chance of victory at all. Zhang Yu's 5 death warriors all self-destructed, and his berserk state seems to be nearing its end. They've only just triggered the enemy's brutal state. How are we supposed to fight this now? Wu Zong had already begun contemplating retreating from the abyss at this moment. If it weren't for the goblin general still holding the front line, he might have actually withdrawn. When Ren Qingyu stared intently at the center of the lake, you need to understand that only Zhang Yu here has the strength to fight this boss. None of us can be of much help. In other cities that have cleared nightmare-level abyss dungeons, they had at least one SS-grade talent professional, while the remaining team members needed at least S-grade qualifications to be eligible for clearing nightmare-level abyss. And this doesn't guarantee an absolute victory either. To be honest, Zhang Yu's performance to reach this stage is already considered impressive. When Ren Qingyu had actually already lost most of her hope for clearing the level. She hadn't anticipated that the nightmare-level abyss of Cold Street would be this formidable. Ren Qingyu, Kling, and Wu Zong's eyes showed a hint of melancholy. After all, they had borrowed quite a bit of money betting on Zhang Yu clearing the nightmare abyss. Money, truth be told, wasn't the most pressing issue. They had already leveled up to 6 or 7 in just a day, at least making a decent start. Earning money to repay the debts gradually would be manageable. The real pity was the nightmare abyss itself. If they could clear the nightmare level abyss just once, the completion rewards, historical record rewards, first clear rewards, and the special nightmare level rewards, these resources would be enough to sustain them until they reached at least level 20 and entered the 3rd stage of the abyss. But alas, fantasy is fantasy, and reality is cruel. Given the current situation, they couldn't see any chance for Zhang Yu to turn things around. 2 monsters whose levels couldn't be discerned. A boss that had entered a frenzied state. As for Zhang Yu's side, the twin flame demons were about to exhaust their energy again. Although the berserk goblin warrior could still fight, it was completely incapable of holding off 3 monsters. All the goblin death warriors had self-destructed. The goblin wolf riders who had stayed behind to cover the retreat were now surrounded by the horde of frost corpses. The goblin shaman had sacrificed his life just to kill the human skin spider. Only the weakest fighter remained, the goblin archer. At this point in the battle, Zhang Yu had completely lost any chance of victory. I'm going to help him. Tao Qian drew his monk's staff, charged out. You're insane. Wu Zong directly grabbed hold of Tao Qian. What can you possibly help with by going up there? Can you kill the skin spiders? Or can you block the female corpse in the well? If this were any other level of the abyss, their level 6 status might have made them somewhat useful in combat. But this was a nightmare level abyss. Forget about them even. Even if Li Feng were here, he'd only be a liability. I can't just stand by and watch Zhang Yu die. Tao Qian was frantic. They weren't in combat anymore, they could still retreat from the abyss. But Zhang Yu couldn't. As long as he couldn't escape the boss's attacks, he couldn't exit the abyss. Tao Qian barely hesitated before preparing to rush in and help Zhang Yu. You'll just be throwing your life away. Wu Zong tried to dissuade him. It doesn't matter. Tao Qian's eyes burned with determination as he gripped his monk's staff and turned to enter the unfrozen lake. Though he knew full well he stood no chance against the boss and those frigid corpse monsters. Still he went. For no other reason than this, if Zhang Yu died, the guilt would haunt him all his days. Shit. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Wu Zong cursed through gritted teeth. The next moment, Wu Zong noticed Ko-ing had also drawn a dagger. Stunned, he asked, "You're not planning to go throw your life away too, are you?" Ko-ing nodded earnestly on her doll-like face. "For me, becoming a professional is the only way to turn my life around. Otherwise, it's no different from being dead." With that, she entered stealth mode and slowly infiltrated the unfrozen lake. Wu Zong was somewhat stunned. Tao Qian going to help Zheng Yu was understandable. After all, Zheng Yu and Tao Qian had practically grown up together as brothers, with a deep emotional bond. But why Ku-ing? "Don't look at me, I don't know either." When Ran Qingyu noticed Wu Zong glancing her way and casually shrugged her shoulders as she replied. Then she pointed around and said, "You probably want to retreat, right? Better hurry." At that moment, Wu Zong realized rustling sounds were emerging from all directions. The horde of cold corpses had reappeared due to the revival of the human skin spiders. Damn it! Damn! Wu Zong was torn. He had gotten along really well with Zheng Yu and the others before, but that was only because Zheng Yu could help him level up. But now things were different. The horde of frozen corpses appeared, leaving him no place to hide, while Zheng Yu's goblin general was also being suppressed by the skin-wearing spider and the female corpse from the well. He couldn't see any hope of winning. He remained silent for a moment. He looked up and asked Wan Runqingyu, "Aren't you leaving?" Wan Runqingyu pulled out a dagger. "My sisters are here. If I leave now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Wu Zong gave Zheng Yu and Tao Qian a complicated look. "I want to live." Wu Zong finally let out a sigh. "Going up now would be suicide. Help me tell Tao Qian that I'm sorry." Wu Zong ultimately chose to leave. He felt he had already been crazy enough, accompanying Zheng Yu and Tao Qian this far. Gambling was acceptable, but he couldn't stake his life on it. After all, he had already witnessed the opponent's formidable strength. Continuing to gamble would be sheer foolishness. He wanted to become a professional, and he was indeed lured by the rewards of the nightmare-level abyss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have borrowed money from his brother to enter the abyss. But the problem is, what's done is done, the outcome is set, and there's no hope left. I'll give you a piece of advice. While you're still not in combat mode and can still withdraw, try to back out. As long as the green hills remain, there'll never be a shortage of firewood. Wu Zong gazed at Wan Runqingyu with reluctant affection as he advised her. Wan Runqingyu didn't bother hiding her look of disdain. "Mind your own business. Don't get any wild ideas about me, you're not worthy. Besides, I'm not obligated to pass along any messages for you. Get lost." Wu Zong. He had indeed taken a liking to Wan Runqingyu, but it was merely a pity that beauties like Ko-ing and Wan Runqingyu would die alongside Zheng Yu and the others. Fine then. Wu Zong shook his head, chose to forcibly exit the Abyss Dungeon. Forcibly exiting the Abyss Dungeon will result in an automatic 2-level demotion and a 60% experience reduction debuff in the next Abyss run. If you understand the penalty mechanism for forcibly exiting the Abyss, please click Confirm. You will exit the Abyss in 10 seconds. Wu Zong sighed. Compared to life itself, what does this punishment amount to? Confirm exit. Exiting Frozen Street Abyss, Nightmare Difficulty, 10, 9, 8. Chapter 31, 4th Tier. Twin Flame Serpent Dragon. Party Notification. Party member Wu Zong, monk, has left the party. Due to forced exit from the Abyss Dungeon, Wu Zong will receive a penalty. Zheng Yu glanced back. He discovered Wu Zong had already transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Tao Qian was seen holding a monk's staff, shivering as he ran towards Zheng Yu across the unfrozen lake. "Brother Yu, I'm coming to help you," he kept shouting while running. Then, because his legs were numb from the cold, he stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Just as he was about to get up, a footprint appeared on his back. Thud! He was stomped down again. Ku-ing! It was clearly Ku-ing, the hidden assassin. Before Tao Qian could stand up again, another footprint stomped on his back. "Damn it! You two are going too far!" Tao Qian cursed. The assassins were swift, capable of both concealment and teleportation, but they needed a foothold, and the prone Tao Qian was just right. Zheng Yu looked at the two beautiful assassins in surprise. "What? Didn't expect us to stay?" Wan Runqingyu raised an eyebrow as she looked at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu smiled and said, "Indeed. Given the current situation, his chances of winning weren't great. Tao Qian was truly a brother who'd go through life and death with him. But in the end, the relationship between Ku-ing and Wan Runqingyu was merely one of mutual benefit. Wan Runqingyu pointed at Ku-ing with her doll-like face beside her. "She says she trusts you." Zheng Yu glanced at Ku-ing. During their earlier break, while chatting, they had also heard that it was Ku-ying's decision to join his team in the first place. Although Wan Runqingyu came from a prominent family and knew quite a bit, when it came to making decisions, she always followed Ku-ing. "Why?" Zheng Yu asked. Then he pointed at the goblin general, who was being overwhelmed and had already lost half its health. With just them, Ku-ing pursed her lips and said, "I'm taking a gamble too, betting that you still have an ace up your sleeve." Zheng Yu laughed. "To gamble, you at least need cards. Without cards, where would you even gamble?" Ku-ing wasn't fooled by Zheng Yu's words. She said bluntly, because you're about to level up. Smart. Zhang Yu nodded. Neither Wu Zong, who would rather endure the penalty of forced exit than stay here any longer, nor the well-informed Wenrenqingyu noticed that their experience bars were about to reach level 10. Instead, it was this seemingly naive and legally lowly girl who observed this detail. That's right. This was Zhang Yu's final trump card. It was also the grand gift he had prepared for Cold Street's boss Shao Qi. Truth be told, the Cold Street boss's strength had exceeded his expectations, perhaps because he was soloing the dungeon, which significantly increased the difficulty. According to his original plan, the summoned beast's frenzy skill was meant to be saved for the brutal phase. After all, being stuck at level 10 and suddenly boosting power was far too risky. But now, this was his last trump card. It has to be said, this truly lives up to being a nightmare level abyss. He had exhausted every last card in his hand. Level 10? Wenrenqingyu beside her said doubtfully, while reaching level 10 does improve one's strength, it's far from the qualitative leaps of the class evolution at level 25 or the class awakening at level 50. Her concern was reasonable. Level 10 is merely a minor improvement. The real significant boosts come at levels 25 and 50. That depends on the person. For me, every level up is a significant improvement, Zhang Yu said in a calm tone. At the same time, the twin flame demon burned another level 15 Frost Corpse to death. Frost Corpse, LV15, defeated, gained 1681 EXP. Congratulations, level up. Level, LV9 LV.10, 11,000, 10,541 EXP needed for next level. HP, 14101750, plus 450 from equipment. Intelligence, 105116, plus 35 from equipment. Remaining free attribute points, 20. Level increased to 10. Acquired Summoner Basic Mastery Skills, Summon Beast Physique Training, Summon Beast Skill Training, Summon Beast Attribute Training. Level 10 at last. Zhang Yu looked at the improved attributes and nodded in satisfaction. He temporarily set aside the 3 newly acquired specialization skills. Specialization skills couldn't provide Zhang Yu with immediate improvements. What mattered most were actually the maximum health points and the free attribute points. Level 10 granted 10 attribute points. 1 attribute point equals 50 maximum health points. 20 free attribute points mean 100 talent points. This means that by sacrificing just 500 more health points, one could directly upgrade the Twin Flame Demon to 4th tier talents. This is Zhang Yu's trump card. Even a 3rd tier Twin Flame Demon could restrain the Cold Street boss. If upgraded to the 4th tier, it would reverse the current situation. Most importantly, Zhang Yu discovered that every time a summoned beast's tier was upgraded, its condition would reset to peak state. Boom! A deafening explosion. The Goblin General was sent flying by the Skin Spider. The female corpse in the well pressed her hands against the ground, and a massive ice spike erupted from the unfrozen lake, piercing straight into the giant wolf's abdomen. Put! The moment the blood sprayed out, it froze into icy shards. With a whimper, the giant wolf instantly dropped dead. Only the Goblin General remained fighting alone. Zhang Yu hesitated no longer. With lightning speed, he allocated all his attribute points to health, then sacrificed 1,500 health points to exchange for 150 talent points. He poured every last one into the Twin Flame Demons. Promoting the Goblin General from 3rd tier to 4th tier required 100 talent points. Twin Flame Demons require 150 points to advance from 3rd to 4th tier. However, the more talent points required, the greater the improvement after upgrading. A beam of light descended upon the Twin Flame Demons. Summon Beast Twin Flame Demons, Tier 3, Talon Evolution Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, Tier 4. Summon Beast Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. Level, 10, scales with the Summoner's level. HP, 9,500. Attack power, 696, 116, Summoner's current intelligence, asterisk 6.0, coefficient. Talent, Tier 4, 850 points remaining until next level, plus. Skill I, Flame Aura LV10. Can control temperature within a 50-meter diameter range. At maximum intensity, deals 2088 burn damage per second to all objects, 696, Fire Spirit attack power, asterisk 3.0, coefficient. Skill 2 Flame Breath LV.10. Spews ultra-high temperature flames, dealing massive damage. The flames possess exceptional adhesion and are extremely difficult to extinguish, causing 4,872, 696, Fire Spirit attack power, asterisk 7.0, coefficient, points of fire damage per second. Skill 3 Twin Pact, special skill, no level. The twin fire demons coexist symbiotically, allowing simultaneous skill activation with stacked damage. Fire attribute damage is doubled. Skill 4 Serpent's Inferno LV10. Preemptively creates a Serpent's Inferno zone. When enemies enter the area, it automatically activates, engulfing the entire range in scorching flames that deal 7,239, 696, Fire Spirit ATK, 10.4, coefficient, damage per second. Simultaneously summons 20, 10, summoner level, 2, coefficient, serpent clones, each dealing 1392, 696, spirit ATK, 2.0, coefficient, explosive damage. Summoned beast equipment none. A serpentine shriek intertwined with dragon's roar echoed across the unfrozen lake. Hiss. The glow of evolution faded. A two-headed snake appeared before the crowd. Its body measured over 5 meters in length, connecting two heads that resembled dragons yet were not quite dragons, serpentine yet not quite serpents, the horned draconic heads. Its crimson body was wreathed in deep scarlet flames. The moment the twin-flame draconic serpent appeared, the bone-chilling cold that had filled the abyssal frost street was completely dispelled. Boom! The flames descend. Boss Shaoqi, who had always believed victory was assured, now watched the two-headed fire serpent with a darkened expression, his face filled with wariness. Fire inherently counters ice. Even at its third-tier form, the twin fire demons had already overwhelmed it, forcing it into a frenzied state. Now this twin-flame dragon snake made Shaoqi feel the threat of death. Ah! This time, the boss Shaoqi let out a scream of agony. Fire overcomes ice. This is the absolute nemesis of Cold Street Abyss. Chapter 32. What right do you have to say sorry? Whoosh! Flames instantly engulfed everyone present. After evolving to Tier 4, the radius of the flame aura expanded to 50 meters in diameter, not enough to cover the entire unfrozen lake, but sufficiently vast nonetheless. The enveloping flames not only made Shaoqi scream in agony, but also forced the ice attribute human skin spider and the female corpse in the well to retreat continuously, desperate to escape the scorching heat. This gave the goblin general a chance to catch his breath. Tao Qian and the others fell silent once more, staring at the twin-flame serpent in speechless silence. Even though Kuing had long suspected Zheng Yu might have a hidden trump card at level 10, she never expected it to be this overpowering. The moment the twin-flame serpent appeared, it immediately suppressed the berserk state of the Cold Street boss. Someone's going to regret this. Tao Qian saw the twin-flame dragon serpent suppressing the boss and finally relaxed, standing beside Zheng Yu with a slight chuckle. Actually, it's pretty normal. Zheng Yu knew Tao Qian was referring to Wu Zong, who had already withdrawn. After all, he had no reason to stay here and risk his life with me. Although Wu Zong had prepared for 3 years, both to become a professional and to be recorded in the clan's genealogy, he gritted his teeth and borrowed money. But all of this paled in comparison to life itself. It wasn't enough reason for him to stake his life here. Leaving was understandable. The consequences, he would bear alone. It had nothing to do with him, for better or worse. I'm just curious about the reason you two stayed here. Zheng Yu looked curiously at Wenran Xingyu and Kuing. Betting that I have a trump card at level 10 isn't a good enough reason for you to stay here either. Seeing Zheng Yu's serious tone and that he wasn't just making up excuses to brush her off, Wenran Xingyu said, if I want revenge, I naturally need strength. I originally held no hope for revenge, but if I can clear the nightmare level dungeon, there's still a chance. Kuing must become a professional. She committed a grave mistake within her family and is currently being hunted by them. Without strength, the consequences would be barely better than death. It was a difficult argument to refute. One seeks revenge, the other fights for survival, both need strength. Family bounty? Zheng Yu found this term intriguing, mainly curious whether a family would actually hunt down their own blood relatives. Kuing didn't explain why her own family had placed a bounty on her, but it certainly wasn't trivial. In short, both of them were people with stories to tell. Zheng Yu and Tao Qian exchanged glances, thinking how much easier ordinary people had it. As they spoke, the twin-flame dragon serpent unleashed its most powerful skill, Hellfire Serpent. In an instant, the center of the unfrozen lake had completely turned into a sea of flames. Boss Shaoqi was as if trapped in hell, scorched and eroded by the flames. Damage numbers densely erupted from his body. Roar! Just as Shaoqi was about to be burned to death, the female corpse from the well suddenly threw herself over him, shielding him from the flames. Sizzle! But even the well corpse couldn't withstand the damage from these flames. Hiss hiss hiss. At the same time, the sound of snake hissing arose. They surrounded the human skin spider trying to escape, continuously attacking it. As the father, the human skin spider's first instinct when encountering danger was actually to flee. Each fire snake hell contained 30 fire snakes. With the Gemini's doubling ability, a total of 60 fire snakes encircled the human skin spider, coiling tightly around its body. SSSSS. The sound of scorching continuously echoed from the center of the unfrozen lake. Everything came to an end with these raging flames. The final battle was neither intense nor the balanced confrontation one might have imagined, only the overwhelming suppression by the twin flame serpent. A 4th-tier twin flame serpent. Double flame attribute. Summoned beast frenzy effect. Grants twin flame serpents absolute dominance, giving them innate superiority at the very least within the abyss of frozen streets. Boom! The flames continue to burn. The human skin spider struggles endlessly. But without a health bar, without life, it cannot die, only writhe in ceaseless agony. At the very heart of the unfrozen lake, the real mother and son embraced in the flames of the fire snake hell, quietly awaiting death. No, it was the female corpse from the well shaft who was waiting for death. She used her own body to restrain the struggling Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, his skin charred and cracking from the scorching heat, wanted to escape this fiery hell, but was held tightly in the arms of that well shaft corpse. "Let me go! Let me go!" Xiaoqi's face twisted in fury as he thrashed violently, cursing wildly. By now, his health bar had completely bottomed out, yet he hadn't died completely. Zheng Yu didn't let the twin flame dragon snake and goblin general continue attacking either, because this was effectively over. What happened next was no longer Zheng Yu's concern. "Are you trying to get me killed?" Xiaoqi was furious. Discovering he couldn't break free from the female corpse's grip, the enraged man directly bit down on the corpse's shoulder. The pale face of the woman in the well finally revealed a gentle smile. "Xiaoqi, let it all end now. Don't suffer anymore." "End? Why should it end? You're the ones who caused my pain, and now you want to end it just like that? What kind of logic is that?" "I'm sorry." Facing Xiaoqi's questioning, the female corpse could only utter a single "I'm sorry," while continuing to cling tightly to him. "The one you should feel most sorry for, is giving birth to me." The female corpse fell silent. "I'm sorry." After a long silence, those were still the only words she spoke. Xiaoqi's patience had worn thin with this female corpse. To break free from her grasp, he reached out and clutched her throat. With a terrifying, twisted expression, he snarled at the corpse. "What good is your apology now? What's done is done. None of you could possibly understand the torment I've endured. What right do you have to say sorry? What did you do when they captured and tortured me? Where were you when they gutted me and made my organs into a cake? And now you're saying sorry to me? You're not worthy." Xiaoqi, screaming at the top of his lungs, gripped the female corpse's neck tightly, demanding answers over and over again. But the corpse never responded. Because that female corpse had been dead for a long time. She had been dead for who knows how many years. Whether it was the female corpse in the mine shaft or the human skin spider, they were all created by Xiaoqi herself merely to satisfy the resentment she could never let go of. Everything was under Xiaoqi's control, even, including the act of being embraced by the female corpse, and those words of apology. After all, how could the frost corpses he created possibly restrain him? Whoosh! The flames vanished. Along with them disappeared both the cold and the unfrozen lake. Instead, what appeared was a street filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Zheng Yu, Tao Qian, Wenren Xingyu, and Kuing stood on the street, gazing at the increasingly desolate Fuyan Street and a crowd of visibly angry people. They walked past Zheng Yu and the others, heading toward a child of about 7 or 8 years old. "Was it you? The tourists are gone, the business is gone. I borrowed money to set up this shop, and now I haven't earned a single penny. Instead, I've lost my life savings." "Enough with the nonsense." The shaman said, "As long as we kill him and offer his innards to bless Fortune Street's birthday, the street can return to how it was before. Grab him, just a madman's child. No loss if we kill him." Among the crowd, Zheng Yu recognized many familiar faces. The cook, the fish-cleaning boy, the butcher, and the talking village chief. The spider-headed creature's skull was none other than the chief's own head. These men wore twisted expressions, having nearly lost all reason. Is this Xiaoqi's memory? Chapter 33, Let their souls return to their bodies and experience true hell. "If I'm not mistaken, these people must have gone mad long ago," Wenren Xingyu remarked from the side. "It feels like they've been brainwashed." "Who is this witch they're talking about?" Kuing asked. Zheng Yu shook his head. "Who knows? But clearly, all the evil stems from that witch, or rather, from the curse carried by Xiaoqi." As they spoke, the scene shifts to the chef's restaurant. Xiaoqi had already vanished in an instant. The corpse was casually discarded to one side, with a red cake placed beside it. A crowd of people, as if gone mad, completely oblivious to the absurdity of their actions, gathered together with excited expressions and placed the red cake at the entrance of Fuyan Street. Following the shaman's instructions, they built an altar and personally renamed Prosperity Street to Cold Street. So they changed it themselves after all. Zheng Yu's eyelid twitched. He had originally thought Xiaoqi was the one who changed it. The ritual reached its midpoint. Everyone gathered before the cake, piously yet frenziedly taking a bloodstained slice while murmuring, "Next year will surely be better. I'm so devout, the gods will help us." Hearing these whispered words, Zheng Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. What had reduced them to this state was precisely a divine curse, yet they remained so devout to those very gods. At this moment, a madwoman approached the altar. She stumbled frantically toward the blood-red cake. No one stopped her, perhaps out of guilt. But the main reason was that the ritual was over, and no one cared what the madwoman would do next. To everyone's surprise, the madwoman carefully picked up a piece of cake untouched by blood. She smiled and asked the village chief beside her, "Can I take this to Xiaoqi? Today is his birthday." Xiaoqi said he wants to have a proper birthday. I asked him what counts as a proper birthday. He said, "One with a birthday cake, that would do. So, can I have this one? The village chief stared expressionlessly at the madwoman until he realized she truly didn't know Shao-Chi had already died, then slowly nodded. The madwoman glanced around and asked the chief, have any of you seen Shao-Chi? I haven't seen him all day. That child, always running around. The madwoman's words came out in jerks because she couldn't control her facial muscles, but the love in her eyes remained undiminished. The village chief stared at the madwoman. Maybe playing by the well behind the street? Should I go with you to look for it? The scene shifts again. The madwoman was pushed into the well by the village chief. Damn it! Finally, it's all settled. The village chief spat out curses, his voice dripping with venom. Who would have thought that fucking you once would get you pregnant, and you even had the nerve to hide in the mountains and give birth to the damn kid? So what if you gave birth? In the end, you spawned a cursed beast that doomed us all. You shouldn't have given birth to Shao-Chi in the first place. You shouldn't even be alive. Fuck. The village chief spat into the well, then turned and walked away. The subsequent events unfolded exactly as Zhang Yu had anticipated. A child cursed by the gods doesn't die so easily. The corpse of little Qi, discarded in the kitchen, rose once more and froze the entire cold street, turning all its inhabitants into frozen corpses. He made every villager who had eaten the cake suffer eternal torment. Leave the madwoman forever in the well, because he too believed she should remain there forever. Because without her, he would never have been born, and he would never have suffered so much. The cake was merely the conclusion of this matter. Without a father and with a mother who was insane, he endured what could only be described as inhuman treatment on this street. Hatred, coldness, and resentment forged the boss Shao-Chi of today. The scene returns. Shao-Chi's eyes flickered with loathing. He hated everything, but what he hated most was the mother who gave birth to him, standing right before his eyes. Frozen Street Abyss, Nightmare difficulty, has ended. Automatic settlement in 5 minutes, followed by dungeon exit. Is it over just like that? Tao Chen felt suffocated and panicky. The tragic history seemed to have become even more twisted with their arrival. Doesn't it feel like something's missing? This feels so damn frustrating. Wenran Qingyu always felt like something was missing, leaving her somewhat restless. They had conquered the abyss, slain the boss Shao-Chi. It should have been a joyous occasion, yet none of them could muster any happiness. Zheng Yu said, there's definitely something missing. This shouldn't have been the ending. Zheng Yu took out the blood-red cake from his backpack. Finding a piece uncontaminated by bloodstains, he walked over to the charred remains and the wild-eyed woman staring blankly ahead. He placed the crimson cake between them. Quest item triggered. A prompt instantly appeared. The madwoman who was supposed to be dead suddenly opened her eyes. She grinned foolishly, giving Zhang Yu a grateful smile, then fumbled in her pocket and produced a candle. She stuck it into the cake. With all her strength, she thrust it toward the charred figure before her. Shao-Chi, here's the birthday cake you wanted. Happy birthday. The madwoman's voice was incredibly gentle. She was striving with all her might to be a real mother, but due to her mental instability and intellectual disability, she lacked normal logical thinking and awareness of reality. Yet, she was truly trying her best to fulfill the role of a mother. A faint cracking sound. The charred remains on Shao-Chi's body slowly crumbled away, revealing his original childlike face. So innocent, so adorable, so beautiful. No scars on his face, no look of hatred, no hollowed-out body. Shao-Chi stared blankly at the madwoman before him. His eyes revealed emotions even he couldn't comprehend. Come, Shao-Chi, blow out the candles. With halting speech and awkward pronunciation, the madwoman struggled to say, I heard, they always blow out candles on birthdays. They say it can make a wish come true. Mom, I hope Shao-Chi can live a normal life. Mom hopes that in the future, she won't be Shao-Chi's mother, so Shao-Chi can always be happy, just like other children, celebrating proper birthdays every year. Mom hopes Shao-Chi has a normal mother, not me. Shao-Chi should be able to carry a school bag and go to school with good friends, instead of hiding in the mountains with me. Little Chi, Mom wishes she wasn't your mother, but, Mom is so selfish, because Mom never once thought of giving you up, because you are the only one I ever had, the only one I ever loved. Little Chi, forgive me for selfishly bringing you into this world. You must make a wish, say you want to leave this place, go somewhere no one knows me. You will be so happy there. Shao-Chi stared at the mother before him. At last, he realized that in this world, the only one who truly loved him was the person he hated most. He remembered the woman who had woven a floral wreath to cheer him up when he was being bullied. He recalled the woman who never forgot his birthday, sneaking various treats from Fuyan Street to celebrate his unconventional birthday. Suddenly, a pang of guilt struck him, making him wonder if he had truly been wrong. But just then, Zheng Yu turned to Shao-Chi and spoke. Shao-Chi, you did nothing wrong, and there's no need for guilt. The fault was never yours, nor your mother's. It was that witch doctor, those villagers who believed her words, that village chief who took advantage of the madwoman. Zheng Yu took out the blood-red cake. Zheng Yu had long noticed that when Xiaoqi entered a weakened state, the properties of this blood-red cake changed. Cursed version blood-red cake, after absorbing centuries of resentment from Cold Street, the cake has nurtured the original souls within Cold Street. Feed the cake to their bodies, and they will be resurrected. Xiaoqi. Zheng Yu's smile was eerie, yet oddly relieved. He pushed the blood-red cake toward him and said with a grin, "Back then, it was this cake that made them stay here forever. Now let them have another taste." A cold corpse has no senses, no thoughts, knows no repentance, and feels no pain. This is far from enough to ease your resentment. If you seek revenge, be thorough. Here. Zheng Yu pushed the blood-red cake with completely altered properties toward Xiaoqi. With a brilliantly radiant smile, he said, "Let those demons, those beasts who once caused you pain, experience true hell. Let their souls return to their flesh, to feel agony anew. This is the ending I believe they deserve." Chapter 34, a banquet that belongs only to Cold Street, a hellish feast. In truth, the entire Cold Street abyss was created by Xiaoqi himself, whether it was the chef's cold corpse, the fishmonger's cold corpse, the butcher's cold corpse, the human skin spider, or the unfrozen lake, all were his creations. The only thing that remained in its original state was the female corpse in the well, his mad mother. From Zheng Yu's perspective, the Cold Street abyss had two possible endings. One ending involved Xiaoqi and his insane mother dying together, achieving the complete annihilation ending. But Zheng Yu found this ending very unsatisfying. The other involves using the cursed organ cake to make the wandering souls in the abyss of Cold Street return to their frozen corpses, giving Xiaoqi a swift revenge. It was also the ending Zheng Yu found most comfortable. With his inherently vengeful nature, he considered this conclusion worthwhile regardless of the final rewards. Congratulations on completing the Frozen Street Abyss's unique achievement, the Living King of Hell. The Living King of Hell, achievement badge, you revived the tormented souls trapped in the Frozen Street Abyss, forcing them to relive the agony of their enemy's vengeance. Even the King of Hell would praise you. This is what a true King of Hell looks like. Basic achievement attributes, intelligence plus 1%, strength plus 1%. Special achievement attributes, damage taken from frost corpses plus 50%, damage dealt to frost corpses plus 100%. After handing the visceral cake to Xiaoqi, a special achievement was unlocked. The attributes are quite good, they actually provide percentage-based bonuses. Although it's only 1%, it becomes a significant boost in the later stages, because achievements activate as long as they're unlocked, without needing to actually equip the badges. Many professionals, after hitting a level cap, choose to complete various achievements to obtain badge attributes and enhance their strength. Such professionals are called achievement hunters. This has spawned a specialized profession of helping others complete achievements, reportedly quite lucrative. As for the special attributes of the achievement, Zheng Yu believed they would prove useful. After all, the description specified Frozen Corpse rather than Abyss of Frozen Street. The Frozen Corpse was created by Xiaoqi, but it was fashioned using the cursed power of the Frost Prison deity. There was no ruling out the possibility that he might encounter this Frost Prison deity in the future. If encountered, he would gain an advantage because of this achievement. The Abyss has ended, exiting the Abyss, 10-9. The system's voice sounded. Tao Qian, Wanren Xingyu, and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Watching Xiaoqi embrace the madwoman, the human skin spider convulsing on the ground nearby, and the lake strewn with the wreckage of cold corpses, Tao Qian proudly declared, "Zheng Yu and I are truly badass." Wanren Xingyu and Kuing. As the countdown ended, Zheng Yu and the others were teleported out of the Cold Street Abyss one by one. The four of them departed. The various frozen corpses lying within the unfrozen lake suddenly began to twitch, their previously lifeless eyes flickering with a faint glimmer of light. The chef corpse, the fishmonger lad, the butcher shop owner, the human skin spider, one by one, all the frozen corpses rose again. This time, they were no longer cold, no longer numb. Instead, they were filled with fear. Xiaoqi helped the madwoman beside him up and said with a smile, "Mom, let's have a proper birthday this time." The madwoman asked, "What's a proper birthday?" A cruel smirk curled at Xiaoqi's lips as he spoke in a voice both icy and intrigued. "Of course, it's not a proper birthday until we see blood and guts. Come on, let's start the feast. A hellish banquet that belongs solely to Cold Street." At the same time, Frost Street Abyss Hall. A crowd was gathering around a team that had just emerged. Holy shit, that's insane. Is Li Feng really just an A-grade talent? Not only did he break the Frost Street Abyss normal level record, but he also shattered the hard level record that had stood for years. Gotta admit, that's truly impressive. If I remember correctly, that record was set 3 years ago by an S-grade talent professional leading 4 A-grade talents, wasn't it? Yeah, it was supposed to be an unbreakable record, but now Li Feng has shattered it. Envious. The crowd surrounded none other than Li Feng, who had just cleared the hard-level Frozen Street Abyss and broken the record. Wu Zong sat in the corner, watching the smug expression on Li Feng's face, feeling completely at peace inside. Li Feng is Li Feng, and he is himself. If Li Feng could break records, that was his own capability. He was grateful for his current choice, at least it could save his life. Though the money might have gone down the drain, he now had a level 6 status. Finding teammates by joining any random squad wouldn't be a problem. Clearing the beginner level abyss was a breeze. What a shame. Someone spoke behind Li Feng. Li Feng froze, those were the exact words he'd been thinking. He turned to see several unfamiliar professionals chatting nearby. They were talking about Zhengyu, it seems. I don't think it's a pity at all. Zhengyu brought this on himself by insisting on entering the nightmare level abyss. If he had accepted Li Feng's team-up request back then, wouldn't he have gotten a reward for free? All I can say is, Zhengyu was a bit too arrogant. Ha, you don't understand anything. Oh, so you think you've got it all figured out again? Actually, I do know something you don't. The relationship between Zhengyu and Li Feng is far more complicated than it appears. Wait, is there some juicy gossip here? Heh, you want to hear it? Godfather. The man clearly hadn't anticipated that someone would actually lower their seniority status just for a piece of gossip. Without beating around the bush, he went straight to the point. Why do you think Zhengyu turned down Li Feng's invitation? Arrogance? The man shook his head. Too shallow. Your understanding is too shallow. Because Li Feng took away resources that rightfully belonged to Zhengyu. What do you mean? What resources are you talking about? An S-rank talent subsidy. Do you know how many goodies come with an S-rank talent subsidy? Forget about the 5 million worth resurrection cross, golden tier weapons, golden tier armor, golden tier accessories. Holy shit, a full golden tier set? Of course, and that's not even counting the cash and medicine included in the subsidy, all given to Li Feng. Wait, that's not right. Shouldn't the S-rank subsidy go to Zhengyu? That's exactly what I'm saying. Not only did Zhengyu not get it, but Li Feng even invited him to join the team right to his face. If you were Zhengyu, would you join? Then I definitely wouldn't. That's an insult. You're thinking too shallow again. It's not just about the insult. You're an S-grade talent, would you be willing to have your resources taken away? Of course not. What would you do then? I'd report it. If the city won't handle it, I'll take it to the provincial level. If the province ignores it, I'll go straight to the central government. There's more than one S-level subsidy available. What he stole wasn't just money, it was my future. Exactly. That's what you're thinking. And Zhengyu is thinking the same. Li Feng would be afraid of Zhengyu doing just that after all. It could affect his father's political career. Don't tell me. Exactly, as long as Zhengyu disappears into the abyss without a trace, there won't be any problems. You think inviting Zhengyu was out of kindness? It's actually a trap. Holy shit, there's so much scheming behind this? But how did you know all this? When questioned, the man revealed a peculiar smile and said, because I'm Li Feng's younger brother. Chapter 35, Clearance. Nightmare level abyss reward. The man who claimed to be Li Feng's younger brother disappeared to who knows where after saying those words. Wu Zone listened to the entire story. While feeling somewhat regretful, he also noticed many people discussing how Li Feng had snatched Zhengyu's resources. No wonder Zhengyu entered the nightmare level abyss to voice his grievances. Honestly, it's a bit foolish. Even without subsidies, he still has an S-grade talent. Wouldn't it be better to stay alive? Wait, he's not dead yet. Why are you all acting like Zhengyu is doomed for sure? Oh, look who that is? Ha, isn't that the monk who went in with Zhengyu? Why is he here? He must have quit early. With the penalty for forced withdrawal, if he's here, how could Zhengyu still be alive? But what if? There's no what if Zhengyu actually clears this level. Never mind, clearing it is too unrealistic for him. If Zhengyu even manages to survive, I'll stand upside down and F***ck a 5-speed fan. But honestly, if I were Zhengyu, I wouldn't enter a nightmare level abyss just to prove a point. Too much pride. What can we do? Haven't you heard? Li Feng's father is Li Nan, who's not only the Minister of Resources but also the son of Li Changgong from the Central District. That's some serious background. Li Changgong? That level 65 flame warrior? Yeah, that's him. Damn, I had no idea Li Feng had connections like that. So you see, what Zhengyu lost wasn't just resources, but his entire future development. Otherwise, why do you think Li Feng came to our Jianshui city? Just to snatch resources? Probably not. That would be too blatant. More likely it's a coincidence Li Feng failed to awaken his S rank, and Zhengyu just happened to be an S rank, with the useless summoner class. Let's just say Zhengyu drew the short straw. Ah, what a shame. The murmurs of the crowd not only reached Wu Zon's ears but were also heard by Li Feng. Brother Feng, should we go teach them a lesson for wagging their tongues so carelessly? The buzzcut young man beside Li Feng asked. Li Feng shook his head. He wasn't particularly concerned about these rumors, after all, he wouldn't be staying in Jianshui city for much longer. Once he left, the gossip would gradually fade away. The idea of snatching Zhengyu's resources had been his suggestion. Originally, his father Li Nan had refused. But with his mother's help and the threat from her family, his father merely mentioned it to Mayor Zhou Yun, and surprisingly, the matter was settled. Not only did they smoothly obtain the resources, but they also secured provincial approval, turning what could have been a grab into a legitimate acquisition. The main reason was Zhang Yu's status as a summoner, which simplified everything. Li Feng then noticed Wu Zong sitting in the corner. Coincidentally, Wu Zong was also looking at him. Li Feng walked up to Wu Zong with a smile. Wu Zong said irritably, "The man is already dead. What are you coming to me for? To humiliate me for betraying the team?" Though he didn't agree with Zhang Yu's methods, but he equally despised Li Feng for seizing others' resources. Li Feng shook his head. "No, I have no right to insult you. After all, I lack the courage to enter the nightmare-level abyss myself. I just came to remind you, some things should be said, others shouldn't." Wu Zong laughed in anger. "You think I spread those rumors? Who else?" Li Feng believed that only Zhang Yu and his teammates could know about this, and currently, only Wu Zong fit the description. Whether it was you who said it or not, just remember, save yourself the trouble. Faced with such a threat, Wu Zong hesitated for a moment before ultimately swallowing the harsh words he had prepared. Zhang Yu was already dead. Even if he cursed Li Feng, it wouldn't make any difference. He was just curious about one thing. "I want to know, when you invited Zhang Yu back then, did you really intend to kill him?" Wu Zong asked very bluntly. He actually never intended to get a real answer, he just wanted to slightly annoy Li Feng. But Li Feng sighed and said, "I don't know why it was rumored like this, but I was genuinely sincere when I invited Zhang Yu back then. I guess it's to make it up to him. After all, his skills truly deserve to be my teammate. But now there's no chance left. He brought it upon himself, can't blame me for that." Wu Zong actually found himself somewhat believing Li Feng's words. "I just don't understand, with your impressive background and such a formidable grandfather, you should have endless resources at your disposal. Why would you steal Zhang Yu's?" Li Feng replied expressionlessly. "Steal? Everything was done reasonably and legally, approved by the provincial review. They determined that within Jiangshui city, my potential was higher than Zhang Yu's, which is why the resources were allocated to me." Li Feng didn't directly answer Wu Zong's question. How could he possibly say that the S-class resources granted by the nation were so abundant they could drive people mad? Or is it that most powerful families would do the same? Though this is an unspoken rule among their upper-class society, it's a secret that must never be revealed to someone like Wu Zong. Speak it aloud, and you'll die faster. Perfectly legal and reasonable. Wu Zong muttered these 4 words. Is it reasonable? No. Is it legal? Ironically, it was fucking legal. Wu Zong felt terrible. On one hand, he believed he knew truths others didn't, yet couldn't speak them aloud. On the other hand, he also grieved for Zhang Yu's death. Looking at Wu Zong, who kept his head down in silence, Li Feng snorted coldly. He could tell that while this type of person talked tough, they were actually cowards at heart. However, just as Li Feng was about to leave, Wu Zong sighed in despair, and the crowd lamented the unfairness of the world. Then, like a bomb exploding, a notice swept through the scene. Notice! Congratulations to the professional team Summoner Squad for breaking the historical clear time of Frost Street Abyss, Nightmare difficulty, but clear time, 7 hours, 18 minutes, and 11 seconds. Team Leader, Zhang Yu, Summoner. Members, Tao Qian, Monk. Koing, Assassin. Wenrun Qingyu, Assassin. Team Member Wu Zong, Monk, will receive no rewards and will be penalized for desertion due to fleeing the battlefield. Remaining team members receive rewards, Profession EXP plus 15,000, Historical Record Pack, Frost Street Abyss Nightmare difficulty, ×1, Title Chronicler of Frost Street Abyss, Nightmare version, ×1. Silence. No one spoke. Some even repeatedly opened and closed notifications, trying to confirm if they had misread. Is this a system glitch? Someone broke the silence and asked. No one answered him. The only response was a series of sharp intakes of breath, and exclamations of disbelief. Holy shit, the system could never be wrong. This is the Holy Temple, after all. For decades, the Holy Temple has never made a single mistake. That's why many people began to think the problem must lie with themselves. How is this possible? Zhang Yu cleared the Nightmare Abyss? A summoner, carrying 4 deadweights, cleared the Nightmare Abyss. You must be joking. Chapter 36, This overwhelming fortune, Shanyu City will take it. At first, they didn't believe it, until a brand new column of data appeared on the ranking display screen at the center of Cold Street Abyss Hall. The clearance records officially documented by the Holy Temple. First clear record of Frozen Street Abyss, Nightmare difficulty Zhang Yu, Summoner, Tao Qian, Monk, Wenrun Qingyu, Assassin, Koing, Assassin. Clear time of Frozen Street Abyss, Nightmare difficulty 7 hours 18 minutes 11 seconds. Clearing members, Zhang Yu, Summoner, Tao Qian, Monk, Wenrun Qingyu, Assassin, Koing, Assassin. Although Zhang Yu and his team haven't been teleported out yet. But records don't lie. This summoner whom everyone had written off actually cleared the Nightmare Abyss. I think I'm dreaming. Someone said. It's the same, it feels too unreal. Was Zhang Yu really just an S-rank talent? That's not important. What I want to know is Zhang Yu really a summoner? Didn't they say summoners are the weakest? How did he clear a nightmare level abyss? Who knows? No one had any faith in Junyu before. This isn't about having faith anymore. Didn't someone say they fuck 5 electric fans if Junyu survived? Well, not only did he survive, he cleared the nightmare abyss. Come on, time to deliver. I said I'd fuck fans if Junyu survived, not if he cleared the nightmare abyss. What's the difference? We all survived anyway, didn't we? It's not the same. How is it different? One is just surviving, the other is surviving like a total badass while slapping all of us in the face. Different ways of living. Speaking of this, I actually feel quite sorry for someone. Who? Li Feng? Li Feng is actually fine. Although he got thoroughly humiliated and will face troubles in future resource disputes, he's still a Li after all. It's not our place to pity him. You're talking about Wu Zong, right? Exactly. Look at his face now. Put. Pure liver colored. I can't take it. I need to laugh for a moment. What an absolute jinx, a nightmare level abyss. And he just gave up on such incredible wealth? What jinx? He chose to withdraw himself. Who's there to blame? Fair point. Their voices were loud in discussion, almost without any concealment. If not accidental, then deliberate. Rather than envying Junyu, they preferred watching jokes at Wu Zong's expense. What could have been a great bargain has now turned into a lifelong regret. No one knows what happened in the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, but they know it has nothing to do with Wu Zong anymore. Schadenfreude is the greatest joy. Wu Zong's face was indeed the color of pig liver. He sat there in a daze, the dramatic ups and downs of the past day leaving him breathless. Wu Zong finally couldn't hold back, letting out a sigh filled with regret and anger. Just one step short. Just one step away, he could have made it onto the rankings list, enjoyed the resources, basked in admiring glances, instead of the schadenfreude in the eyes of those around him. If only he had held on a little longer back then. Held on? He suddenly froze for a moment. He recalled the moment when Zhang Yu was being suppressed by the Cold Street boss, and Tao Qian picked up the monk's staff with unwavering determination, completely disregarding his own dissuasion and charging forward without hesitation. He thought of the courage of Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu, who dared to stake their own lives as a gamble. Given another chance, could he really hold on? Could he truly charge forward for his brothers, just like Tao Qian did? Betting your life for your own future? No. He knew he was just a coward. He stared at the notification before him. Team member Wu Zong, monk, will receive no rewards and will be penalized for desertion due to fleeing from battle. Deserting at the critical moment. These 4 words, glaring like an insult, darkened Wu Zong's vision before he collapsed unconscious to the ground. A man just fainted from anger after failing to get his reward. Any priests here? Cast a healing spell on him. Someone deliberately shouted, clearly enjoying stirring up trouble. Better not. If we wake him now, how's he supposed to face Zhengyu when he comes out later? Wouldn't that be too cruel? Ha ha ha, indeed it's cruel. Let me handle such cruel matters. I'm a level 10 priest. Watch my greater heal. I've had a day full of amusement. Today's been really interesting. People just love watching the drama unfold. The more chaotic, the better. Especially when it comes to this kind of satisfying spectacle, they're all the more eager to kick someone when they're down. This is called positive energy. Some people were watching the commotion, some were chattering noisily in discussion, while others had already started showing their true colors on the forums. All the previous posts criticizing Zhang Yu were dug up like unearthing old graves. Original post, Zhang Yu's getting arrogant, he actually refused a team composed of 4 A-grade talents. Post number 126, Li Feng's getting too full of himself, daring to snatch Zhang Yu's resources. Post number 127, 4A levels mean nothing. If Li Feng hadn't stolen Zhang Yu's resources and didn't have his family connections, how could he possibly break records? Just a plain thief. Original post, as Jianshui City's only S-grade talent, his actions are truly perplexing. Post number 298, perplexing? The man can solo nightmare level abyss dungeons by himself, since when does he need Li Feng to carry him? Post number 299, what's truly baffling? It's not Zhang Yu's choice that's confusing, it's Zhang Yu's actual strength. Original post, detailed analysis of the difficulty behind clearing Frost Street Abyss, simple, in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Post number 1112, so, what exactly did you analyze? Post number 1113, OP analyzed a whole bunch just to conclude Zhang Yu cleared Frost Street Abyss, simple, by luck. Now that he's cleared Nightmare difficulty, care to analyze what kind of luck this was? Post number 1114, who would have thought this bullshit analysis thread would get over 1,000 replies? Original post, rational analysis, Zhang Yu rejecting Li Feng's invitation is actually a good thing, proving Zhang Yu's tremendous self-confidence. Post number 17, holy shit, you're the real MVP. Post number 18, legendary. Out of all these threads, you're the only one backing Master Zhang Yu, and you were right. That's some next level confidence. Post number 19, only with formidable strength comes unshakable confidence. OP, you're clearly a perceptive one. Post number 20. Don't be an armchair quarterback. This guy's just a troll. I checked his post history. None of his takes follow the crowd. He's all about being contrarian. This time he just got lucky like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Original post, Coward Zhengyu, Trash Summoner, Pure Rant Thread, enter at your own risk. Post number 154. Bring it on. Let's duel. Floor 155. Come out and take your scolding. Floor 191. Cowardly OP, Trash, Pure Rant, Team Welcome. Zhengyu hadn't even teleported out yet. In just 5 short minutes, all forums in Jianshui City exploded with activity. Not just the forums, the mayor's office phone lines and the phone of Li Nan, Minister of Resources, were also overwhelmed. An emergency late-night meeting was convened in the mayor's office of Jianshui City. At the same time, the news also reached Jianshui City's neighbor, Shanyu City. Mayor Zhang Zhan of Shangyu City looked nervously at his secretary, who shook his head and said, "Zhengyu isn't answering his phone." Zhang Zhan nodded and said, "That means he hasn't emerged from the abyss yet." He stood up, lit a cigarette, and after a moment's thought, said to the secretary, "Send someone to Jianshui City immediately, block him at the entrance. Send Chai Fong. He's fast, he can get from Shangyu City to Jianshui City in 2 minutes. We must secure this genius at all costs. If Jianshui City doesn't want him, then we in Shangyu City will take him. We'll gladly accept this heaven-sent fortune for Shangyu City." Chapter 37. Securing Zhengyu is imperative. There is competition among professionals, competing for resources, competing for rankings. The same goes between cities. Shangyu City and Jianshui City are old rivals. In Jiangnan Province, they consistently rank at the bottom year after year, lacking quality talent. Without sufficient talent output, they receive inadequate funding from higher authorities. Without dated equipment, backward healthcare, and poor education, fewer people are willing to come, ultimately creating a vicious cycle. If he didn't achieve any results soon, he might really lose his position as mayor. What gave Zhang Zhan a headache was that there were still no promising talented professionals today. Then, he discovered Zhengyu. Having kept a close eye on the situation in Jianshui City, he was naturally well aware of Zhengyu's circumstances. An S-ranked talent professional had his resources stolen. The one who stole his resources was none other than Li Qinggong's grandson. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they could only admit defeat, forget about reclaiming the resources? Impossible. Most importantly, Zhengyu wasn't even considered an ordinary person. Fatherless and motherless. His grandfather had just passed away. Living in the slums. After learning about Zhengyu's background, he thought this might be an opportunity. Even if he was just a summoner, it was still worth taking a gamble on him. Just as he was hesitating, Zhengyu broke the simple level Cold Street Abyss record, which further solidified his decision, though he still had slight reservations, because he learned that the provincial authorities had even approved replacing Zhengyu's subsidy eligibility with Li Feng. He couldn't gain anything more either. After agonizing all night and just about to give up, he received the astonishing news that Zhengyu had cleared the nightmare level abyss. He literally shot up from his chair. Then he summoned his secretary, immediately applied for resources from higher-ups, and called the resource department of Shangyu City to discuss strategies, determined to secure this genius Zhengyu at all costs. But, Zhengyu has already cleared the nightmare abyss. Even if Zhou Yun is opportunistic, he should know what's important, right? He probably won't give him up to us. Someone raised a question. Give him up? Who said anything about asking for his permission? Aren't we just going to snatch him? But the problem is, our offer won't be much higher than Zhou Yun's. Plus, they have Li Nan's support. If Li Nan is willing to allocate more resources to appease Zhengyu, we won't have any advantage. That is indeed a problem. Poaching him wouldn't be easy, because any professional who could clear the nightmare level abyss had limitless potential, let alone Zhengyu, who accomplished this feat while carrying 4 deadweights, making it even more difficult than a solo run. Such talent and combat prowess were enough to make even the mayor swallow his pride and properly appease Zhengyu. But Zhang Zhan smiled and said, "It's not as bleak as you all think. I think we have a very good chance of securing this genius." Zhengyu isn't the type to swallow his pride. By issuing that announcement, he's clearly expressing his dissatisfaction with Zhou Yun. If there were no other options, he might temporarily endure it due to resource constraints. But the moment he has an alternative besides Zhou Yun from Jianshui City, he definitely won't choose reconciliation. Zhang Zhan analyzed with an expression that suggested he knew Zhengyu very well. I understand people like Zhengyu perfectly, publicly rejecting Li Feng, indirectly mocking Mayor Zhou Yun through announcements, diving into nightmare-level abysses, slapping the resource department of Jianshui City in the face. Such people shouldn't be provoked, but they're also the easiest to get along with, because we know exactly what he needs. Zhang Zhan was very confident. As long as no accidents occurred, once he delivered this pledge of allegiance, Zhengyu would have both the opportunity and the justification to reject Zhou Yun's appeasement. At that moment, someone from the Human Resources Department knocked and entered the office. Mayor Zhang, we've looked into it. Zhang Yu's household registration does indeed have issues. His parents went missing years ago, and the so-called grandfather is just an elderly scavenger who found Zhang Yu. There's no blood relation. Zhang Zhan asked, so, Zhang Yu isn't considered a citizen of Jianshui City? Not only is it not settled, but he hasn't even gotten his household registration. No registration? An unregistered person? Well, not exactly. It's just temporarily suspended. You know how difficult these procedures can be. We can't prove his relationship with his grandfather, but we also can't prevent Zhang Yu from going to school. So, we have to wait until he turns 18 to handle the registration on his own. So, it hasn't been done yet? No. Great. Absolutely fantastic. One can only say heaven is helping our Shangyu city. If it weren't for Li Nan, Zhou Yun wouldn't have given up on Zhang Yu. After all, compared to an S-class summoner, Li Nan and his family were more suitable targets for currying favor. That's how Zhang Yu, this genius, was overlooked. Hurry up and get all the procedures sorted out. Make sure Zhang Yu's paperwork is fully processed so he can officially become a citizen of Shangyu City right now. Oh, and there are a few more things you need to take care of. Jianshui City, number 1 high school office. Take your things back. I don't want them. Zhang Yu's homeroom teacher, Zhang Chang, looked expressionlessly at the secretary from the mayor's office and mercilessly refused. The secretary smiled at Zhang Chang. The smile was perfectly polite, but the words that followed were ice cold. Teacher Zhang, you'd better think carefully before speaking. If you accept these resources, we'll pretend nothing happened, and you'll become the head of number 1 high school next year. If we don't accept it, what if we don't? At worst, they'll just fire me. Zhang Chang said indifferently. This isn't the first time. You've always liked to tamper with subsidy resources before, but previously it was just B grade and C grade resources. Now it's S grade, that's all. It's all the same, my conscience can't take it either way. Zhang Chang pointed to the spotless desk and the packing boxes nearby, making it clear he'd already prepared to leave. This wasn't just about the Zhang Yu incident alone. It was resentment that had been building for a long time. Poof. The smiling tiger secretary snorted coldly. Since Teacher Zhang has made up his mind, then we can only say sorry. Just as the smiling tiger secretary was about to take away the gift prepared for Zhang Chang, a notification appeared before their eyes. Both of them froze instantly. Performed the same series of actions, turning off notifications, turning them back on, rubbing their eyes, widening them, and slightly parting their lips. Honestly, nearly every professional who heard the news had done the same. It was an instinctive reaction of disbelief. The secretary was stunned. What's going on? Zhang Yu cleared the nightmare level abyss? Zhang Yu? Is that Zhang Yu they were just talking about? Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Damn it. This is going to be a disaster. The secretary keenly sensed something amiss. Because all the work he'd done recently was based on plans assuming Zhang Yu would die in the nightmare class Cold Street Abyss. But he never expected Zhang Yu to clear the nightmare level abyss. Everything was in chaos. Everything had gone completely awry. Because his first thought was about Zhang Yu's household registration issue. Due to certain reasons, Zhang Yu was stuck, not because the government couldn't handle it, but because the ambiguity of his household registration issue would actually eliminate the ripple effects of Li Feng snatching Zhang Yu's resources. But now, it had become the most troublesome matter. Damn it! The politically astute secretary, disregarding decorum, was about to turn and leave when Zhang Chang called out to stop him. Leave the stuff. What? I said, leave the stuff. Isn't this meant for me? Zhang Chang changed his mind. He wanted these resources as compensation for Zhang Yu. The secretary had no time to argue with Zhang Chang anymore. He had to rush to handle the aftermath, so he dropped the resources and quickly left the school. Zhang Chang looked at the resources before him, and his previously heavy mood instantly lifted. I never expected that after enduring humiliation for so long, finally standing my ground would bring me such incredible luck. A professional who cleared the nightmare level abyss is actually my student. Zhang Chang was very proud. Although he knew full well that he couldn't stay in Jianshui City any longer, he had no regrets. At that moment, his phone rang. Hello? I don't know who's calling. Hello, are you Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu's teacher? Yes, I am. Would you be interested in coming to teach in our Shangyu City? Chapter 38. Taking my resources comes at a price. Before Zhang Yu even emerged from the abyss, undercurrents were already swirling around him. Shangyu City was eager to recruit talent and was reapplying for resources on Zhang Yu's behalf. Spectators reveled in the drama. The Jianshui City Forum had never been livelier. As for this side of Jianshui City, it remained eerily quiet. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was in the transmission space, examining his rewards. You have cleared the abyss of Cold Street, Nightmare difficulty, and obtained rewards, Cold Street treasure chest, Nightmare difficulty, professional experience plus 15,000. Congratulations! You have received the first clear reward for the abyss of Cold Street, Nightmare difficulty. Obtained, first clear reward package of Frozen Street Abyss, Nightmare difficulty, professional experience plus 15,000. A clearance reward. A first clearance reward. 2 nightmare difficulty chests from level 1 abyss means 2 platinum tier equipment pieces. You'll receive historical record rewards notified before teleportation. That makes 3 rewards in total. A total of 45,000 EXP gained. Leveling from 10 to 11 requires 11,000 EXP. Zhengyu estimates 45,000 EXP should at least get him to level 13. So satisfying. As expected from a nightmare level abyss, the rewards are truly exhilarating. However, since we're still in transit, we can't claim the rewards right now. As the dizziness subsided, Zhang Yu and the others finally emerged from the abyss. Zhang Yu and his team have come out. Gotta admit, Zhang Yu is actually quite handsome. Getting spring fever? Don't even think about it. Didn't you see those 2 beauties by his side? Way prettier than you. Damn, a nightmare level abyss. He's hit the jackpot with this one. And it's the first time clearance of the nightmare level abyss, with additional rewards for setting an abyss record. I can't even imagine how insane the rewards must be. Wouldn't this be way better than the resources Jianshui City offered? Whether it's better or not is one thing. These resources were earned by Zhang Yu himself through his own efforts. The government's resources should rightfully go to Zhang Yu, not Li Feng. Principles are principles, but reality is reality. Before Zhang Yu cleared the nightmare level abyss, didn't you also think summoners were useless? Almost 99% of people on the forum agreed that giving the resources to Li Feng was fine. Now you're just being wise after the event. That's got nothing to do with me. Isn't this the mayor's decision to make? I want to know right now what Mayor Zhou Yun plans to do about this. It's said that the resources Li Feng obtained went through proper procedures. Not only did experts from Jianshui City unanimously agree that Li Feng was the most suitable candidate, but provincial authorities also gave their approval. Heh, this is going to be entertaining to watch. Yeah, who would have thought Zheng Yu would come through so strong, directly slapping those experts in the face. Experts? Just a bunch of idiots. I remember those so-called experts telling us to sell the houses we couldn't live in, saying we'd have money to buy equipment with the proceeds. What kind of bullshit advice is that? Useless trash who can't accomplish anything but ruin everything. Hey, wait, look over there. Are those government officials? Someone noticed several men in suits standing at the entrance of Hanjie Abyss, briefcases in hand, walking toward Zhang Yu. Isn't that Chai Feng? Who's Chai Feng? The current professional from Shangyu City, seems to have just been promoted to Director of Resources Department, currently level 42. What's he doing here? What else could they be doing? Poaching talent, obviously. Poaching Zhang Yu? Who else? You? Holy shit, does Shangyu City have balls this big? Coming to our city to poach an S-class talent? You should ask Mayor Zhou Yun and Minister Li Nan why Shangyu City dared to snatch him away. Isn't it because they treated Zheng Yu like trash and threw him out? They allow us to discard him, but forbid others from picking him up? So what if they snatched him? It's got nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? It does, and it's a big deal. How so? Every city has one powerful professional, and in our city, it's Zhou Yun. He was originally from Jianshui City, but he's been stuck at level 45 and can't progress any further. If Zheng Yu surpasses level 45, he will replace Zhou Yun and become the mayor of Jianshui City. What does this have to do with me? The connection is this: every stage 4 abyss is extremely difficult, but for each one cleared, the Holy Temple supplies resources to the entire surrounding district of the city. Don't you understand yet? This is exactly why every city invests so many resources in nurturing professionals. Hiss. Finally, someone grasped the significance of an S-class talented professional's existence. Doesn't this mean that if Zheng Yu gets snatched away, every abyss he clears afterward will have nothing to do with us? Not a single penny's worth of relation. That won't do. In our Jianshui city, we've only had this one professional who cleared the nightmare level abyss in decades. It's a surefire bet for awakening. We can't let this golden goose fly away. Some people began catching on. They started panicking. If Zheng Yu himself was strong, then it actually had nothing to do with them. They were originally people from 2 different worlds, and there would be no connection in the future either. But now it was different. Zheng Yu was not just an S-grade talent. He was the only professional in over a decade since the emergence of the Abyss of Cold Streets to clear the nightmare level abyss. He would undoubtedly surpass level 40 in the future. They all benefited from any abyss that Zheng Yu cleared. While Zheng Yu feasted on meat, they got to sip the broth. Even that broth was like manna from heaven. It's over, it's over, it's over. Why haven't the people from Jianshui City arrived yet? Someone noticed that Zheng Yu had already started communicating with Chai Feng from the Resources Department of Shangyu City and immediately grew anxious. No, I need to call the mayor. You actually know the mayor's number? Isn't there a complaint hotline? It doesn't connect. I've tried. What about petitioning then? There's surveillance, and the complaint box is locked with a fist-sized padlock. You think this is a joke? Do you really think Zhou Yun and Li Nan would back down? Damn, that's disgusting. Someone cursed under their breath. Indeed, Zhou Yun chose Li Feng over Zheng Yu for her own future prospects. But actually, Li Feng isn't that bad. That Li Feng's family is from Central District. Coming to our Jiangshui city was clearly about snatching Zheng Yu's resource quota. No matter how capable Li Feng is, it's got nothing to do with us. Zheng Yu met this professional from Shangyu City. Level 42. His profession was a second-class mage. After meeting Zheng Yu, the first words he said were, "Do you want to make Zhou Yun regret it? Come to our Shangyu city, and let Zhou Yun face all the accusations and curses from the citizens of Jiangshui city in the future. We'll help you secure the S-class resource quota." With just one sentence, Zheng Yu was instantly convinced. This Chai Feng really knows how to negotiate, because this was exactly the result Zheng Yu wanted. If you take my resources, you'll have to pay a price. Chapter 39, this Zhou Yun really has such a petty mindset. While Zhang Yu and Chai Feng were discussing follow-up matters, Wu Zong watched from afar with envy. His heart was filled with grievance and bitterness. He didn't envy Zhang Yu, after all. Zheng Yu had earned everything through his own abilities, and it wasn't Zheng Yu who forced him to withdraw. It was all his own wrong choices. What he envied were Tao Qian, Wenran Xingyu, and Kuing standing beside Zhang Yu. Just a few hours ago, they were gathered together eating barbecue, laughing and chatting, but now he could only hide in the corner, watching them with envy. He didn't dare to appear before Zhang Yu, too ashamed, and didn't know what to say either. Apologize? Nothing he says now will make a difference. The moment he distrusted Zheng Yu and chose to forcibly exit the abyss, he had already been expelled from Zhang Yu's small group. This was his own choice, after all. Wu Zong ultimately chose to leave in silence. He won't be coming to upgrade in the Cold Street Abyss for now. At the very least, he won't dare return until Tao Qian and the others reach level 10 and enter the second tier abyss. Tao Qian saw Wu Zong's retreating figure. As for his friend, Tao Qian felt a pang of regret. Having persisted in the martial arts school for 3 years, scrimping and saving every penny, all for the chance to walk the path of a professional once more. He finally got the chance, only to give it up by his own choice. What a pity, Tao Qian sighed. Wenran Xingyu, standing nearby, smiled and said, "No need for pity. It's all his own choice. As an adult, he should take responsibility for his decisions and bear the consequences they bring. At least he gained something, having reached level 6. Fair point. Tao Qian nodded. He wasn't trying to plead for Wu Zong, who had fled the battlefield. He was merely lamenting how some decisions could shape a person's entire life, like his own resolute choice to support Zheng Yu. To be honest, he had initially backed Zheng Yu simply because they were childhood friends, growing up together, skipping school together, striding together. But little did he expect that his resolute choice would pave the way for his professional career. It's worth noting that across the entire 9 provinces, the number of professionals who have cleared the nightmare level abyss can be counted on one's fingers. Now, he too stood among their ranks. Speaking of which, where's Li Feng? Kuing asked eagerly. She couldn't wait to see Li Feng's expression. She also wanted to know how Jiangshui City would handle the matter of Zheng Yu's replaced resources. Didn't see him, probably left already? Tao Qian looked around but couldn't spot Li Feng. If it were me, I'd leave early too. Who'd want to stay and endure Zheng Yu's bad mood? True, not seeing Li Feng was a disappointment, but they did see a large group of people marching in. Is that Mayor Zhou's secretary? Yes, it's him. I've seen him before. Just recently, he came to our school on behalf of Mayor Zhou to give a speech. Tao Qian frowned deeply. What? They only sent the secretary? Wenran Xingyu also smiled and said, from the looks of it, Mayor Zhou Yun of Jiangshui City really has a narrow perspective, doesn't he? Shangyu City has one. Kuing asked in confusion. I really don't understand. Do they truly not care about Zheng Yu? He's a professional who cleared the nightmare level abyss. Wenran Xingyu analyzed rationally, they probably gave up on him. Between the Li family's power and Zheng Yu's future, he could only choose one. Besides, do you think Zheng Yu would accept Zhou Yun's apology? Well, Kuing thought for a moment and said, it depends on how far the apology goes. Exactly. Given Zheng Yu's temper, Zhou Yun would at least have to write a formal apology letter and make it public before Zheng Yu might consider accepting such unfair treatment. But do you think Zhou Yun, a major city mayor and a level 45 professional, would do such a thing? So, the emergence of Shangyu City just gave Zheng Yu a choice, preventing him from clashing head-on and ending up in an unpleasant stalemate. Now we just wait for things to slowly unfold. Zhou Yun might become the shame of Jiangshui City in the future. The stronger Zheng Yu becomes and the higher his level rises, the more Zhou Yun will be forever cursed by his own hometown folks, even his own family. In this world, power is everything. Levels indirectly represent strength. The higher Zheng Yu's level becomes, the more Zhou Yun will be criticized for his choice to drive away Zheng Yu in the future. Zheng Yu, the mayor's secretary, called out urgently. He approached Zheng Yu with his entourage. First, congratulations to student Zheng Yu for clearing the nightmare level abyss of Cold Street. On behalf of the entire Jiangshui City, we will hold a grand celebration where all citizens will commemorate your conquest of the nightmare level dungeon. Regarding your S-class subsidy matter, it was indeed our mayor's office that mishandled it by not allocating the resources to you promptly. But rest assured, Jiangshui City will provide you with an additional compensation package. We guarantee it won't be inferior to the S-class subsidy. The secretary rapidly listed all the compensatory measures he could think of in quick succession, but there was no mention at all of Zhang Yu's resources being snatched away by Li Feng. Before Zhang Yu could speak, Chai Feng beside him interjected, "This is hilarious. Is this the compensation you came up with? Seriously, do you really think sucking up to Li Nan will do you any good? Oh wait, no, it will bring benefits, but only Zhou Yun will benefit. The people of Jiangshui City won't get anything." Since there were many onlookers, Chai Feng's words were practically said right in front of the young professionals of Jiangshui City. The secretary knew very well that Chai Feng was deliberately escalating the conflict. The secretary simply ignored Chai Feng and spoke directly to Zhang Yu. "Zhang Yu, you need to think carefully. You're currently a citizen of Jiangshui City. If you go to Shangyu City, are you trying to guilt-trip me?" Before the secretary could finish, Zhang Yu immediately retorted, "No. Or do you think that by leaving Jiangshui City, it's me who's losing out, not you?" Zhang Yu smiled. He looked at the secretary and said, "If you want me to stay, it's not impossible. Agree to 2 conditions of mine." "What conditions?" the secretary asked. Chai Feng, standing nearby, also looked nervously at Zhang Yu. "First, return all the resources allocated to Li Feng to me, untouched. Second, I want public apologies from Zhou Yun and Li Nan." The secretary fell silent. Zhang Yu's request was actually the most basic appeal, but he knew it was an impossible demand. The secretary tried her best to explain, "You should understand that Li Feng obtained these resources, whether in terms of procedure or legitimacy, there's absolutely nothing questionable about it." "So you're saying there's something wrong with me?" "No. Let me ask you this, wasn't this resource originally mine?" Zhang Yu demanded. The secretary remained silent. "Fine, no answer, no problem, since you can't make the call anyway. Go back and tell Zhou Yun these 2 conditions of mine. If he agrees, I won't leave." Zhang Yu shrugged and said, "See, I'm not being aggressive or demanding any compensation. I just want the most basic resources that belong to me, along with an apology." "But you cannot satisfy me. So, was it me who left Jiangshui City, or was it you who drove me away?" The secretary was speechless, because after all, they were in the wrong. Chapter 40, Level 13, The Third Summoned Beast. The negotiations broke down immediately, and there was absolutely no room for compromise, because Zhou Yun would never apologize. How could a city mayor, a level 45 professional, possibly apologize to a novice summoner? Even if this summoner had just cleared the nightmare level abyss, a feat unrecorded for over a decade, it still wouldn't be enough to make a mayor publicly apologize to him. In this world, strength is everything. Zhou Yun's level 45 prowess was both his pride and his capital. Even with potential, one must convert it into actual power before claiming fairness. Even Zhou Yun couldn't publicly apologize, let alone Li Nan. As for the resources, there's no way to get them back either. Zhou Yun used those resources to bribe Li Feng, trading them for entry into the Li family faction. Trying to reclaim them now would mean offending both sides. He could only choose between the Li family and Zhang Yu. Of course, Zhang Yu was out of the question. A perfect solution? There wasn't one. The secretary knew it all too well. Having served under several mayors, Zhou Yun was the most arrogant and impatient careerist he'd ever encountered. The secretary glanced at Zhang Yu, then sighed, dropping the bureaucratic tone. "If I were in your position, I wouldn't accept it either. But if I stood in Zhou Yun's shoes, I wouldn't back down either. So all I can do is hope you won't achieve much in the future. Otherwise, I'd be cursed to death just like Zhou Yun." After all, this was just part of the secretary's job. The secretary left with the others. After exchanging contact information with Chai Feng, Zhang Yu took Tao Qian and the others away from the Abyss Hall of Han Street. Mayor's office, Jiangshui City. Li Nan and Zhou Yun learned about Zhang Yu's 2 demands from the secretary. Zhou Yunjian noticed Li Nan remained silent, so he took the initiative to say that kid Zhang Yu thinks just because he lucked out and cleared a nightmare-level abyss, he can start making demands of me. There's a long road ahead. I don't believe a mere summoner like him has much of a future. Li Nan exhaled cigarette smoke, his expression indifferent as he remarked, "You can't put it like that. Clearing a nightmare-level abyss isn't something you can just chalk up to luck. But the abyss of stage 1, even if it's nightmare difficulty, is still just a beginner's abyss. In our central district, every abyss has countless geniuses who've cleared nightmare difficulty. It's only considered rare in your backwater city." Backwater. Zhou Yun really wanted to retort. Although Riverwater City couldn't compare to the central district, the capital of the 9 provinces, it certainly didn't deserve to be called a backwater. Li Nan didn't notice Zhou Yun's subtle expression at all and continued, "I won't interfere with your choice, but I, Li Nan, only have Li Feng as my son. Don't worry, Minister Li, I understand." "Good then." Li Nan stubbed out his cigarette and then left Zhou Yun's office. The moment Li Nan left, his smiling face instantly darkened. At his level, if one wants to advance further without sufficient personal strength, choosing sides becomes inevitable. Li Nan's parachute appointment to Jianshui City presented him with the perfect opportunity. Aligning with the Li faction would grant him not just political protection, but also priority access to team formations. Decades of development have allowed some individuals to monopolize certain privileges within the Abyss. These privileges refer specifically to the right to form teams. They are commonly referred to as factions. The 4-tier difficulty system of the Abyss makes team compositions for entering it an extremely luxurious affair. Most capable professionals join factions to consolidate their positions. Only members of the same faction have the chance to team up with powerful allies. This is the most crucial condition for conquering the Abyss. In all of JoJo, there are only a few strongest factions, one of which is the Li family faction led by Li Chenggong at level 65. Compared to the resentment of an S-rank summoner, the opportunity to join the Li family faction through this matter is far more important. Nothing is more important than enhancing one's strength. As for why Li Nan spoils Li Feng so much, it's not entirely because he's the only son. It's about the family's status. For families at the Li family's level, hierarchy is extremely rigid. Li Nan wanted to compete for family status and become a pivotal figure within the faction, which required not only his own strength but also capable offspring who wouldn't drag him down. Clearly, Li Feng's A-grade talent was Li Nan's weak spot. And having only one son wasn't because he doted on Li Feng, it was simply his only option. Presumably, he aimed to secure more upgrade resources for Li Feng without relying on the family's assets, thereby consolidating his position. Zhou Yun pondered for a moment, then picked up the phone. Secretary Wang, have the Personnel Bureau block Shan Yu's household registration transfer. Didn't he want to go to Shan Yu City? Just make sure he can't go. Mayor Zhou, we might not be able to block it. What? Can't block it? Why? The secretary explained. Zheng Yu was never originally from Jianshui City. His grandfather was just an unregistered garbage collector, so he never had household registration from the start. Then how did he attend school? Because his grades were excellent, top marks in every subject, practically ranked first in number 1 high school. So, Zhou Yun understood. Number 1 high school had overlooked Zhang Yu's household registration issue for the sake of academic performance. What the hell have you all been doing? Zhou Yun really wanted to curse. By the way, that teacher of Zhang Yu's, what's his name? Zhang Cheng, don't let him stay at the school anymore. The secretary paused and said, Zhang Cheng has already gone to Shanyu City. Why can't you even handle such a small matter? Now I have to worry about it myself. A bunch of useless fools. Zhou Yun couldn't help but curse. The secretary felt wronged. Throughout the entire government, from top to bottom, he was the most diligent and devoted. Every time something went wrong, he was the one who handled it and cleaned up the mess. Why don't you ask who is responsible for letting things escalate to this point? Are you just going to scold me like that? The secretary suddenly felt the urge to say, screw this job. Alright, what's done is done. Let it be. He's just a newbie professional anyway. Issue a notice. I'll be entering the Tier 4 Abyss in Jianshui City in a few days. Once I clear it, all the city's professionals will get benefits. By then, no one will even remember who Zheng Yu is. As for the future, what future does a summoner like him even have? Zhou Yun still believes to this day that Zheng Yu only cleared the nightmare-level dungeon by sheer luck. He refuses to believe that Zheng Yu could ever pose a real threat to his future standing. Not now, and certainly not in the future. Moreover, he had now joined the Li family faction. With a bright future ahead, what was there to fear? Yet, Zhou Yun still vented his anger, directing it at those so-called experts. Fire those idiot experts immediately, then draft a notice to all professionals. You know how to word it. The secretary still harbored resentment, but work was work after all. One had to put food on the table. Understood. Downplay the Zheng Yu incident, avoid mentioning Minister Li Feng and Li Nan entirely, shift the blame onto the experts, dig up their scandals to divert attention, and then, silence them. This playbook was all too familiar to him. Go ahead and do it. Thank you for your hard work. In the end, Zhou Yun still expressed his gratitude. Jianshui City could survive without Zhou Yun, could manage without Zheng Yu, but it absolutely couldn't function without Secretary Wang. The slums of Jianshui City. Zheng Yu's home. Tao Qian skillfully entered Zheng Yu's home, took an ice cream from the fridge, and then asked Zheng Yu, want some? Zheng Yu shook his head. Have one. Aren't you cold enough from freezing in the abyss of winter streets? Coming out just to eat ice cream? What about you too? Want some? Tao Qian asked Wenrun Qingyu and Kuing, who had followed Zheng Yu to his home. Wenrun Qingyu shook her head. Kuing asked curiously, isn't this Zheng Yu's house? Why does it feel like yours? Tao Qian effortlessly fetched some water and settled onto the sofa. I'd been neighbors with Zheng Yu since he first arrived in Jianshui City. I know his place like the back of my hand. Zheng Yu nodded, indicating this was perfectly normal. Let's get down to business. Zheng Yu put down his phone. I just had a chat with Chai Feng. Shangyu City has already transferred teacher Zheng Cheng to Shangyu. You're next. I'm not sure if you two were originally from Jianshui City? Zheng Yu asked Wenrun Qingyu and Kuing. Wanran Qingyu shook her head and said, no. Once you reach level 10, come to Shanyu City. There are 2 tier 2 abysses there, you can work on strategies then. Great. Kuing answered eagerly. This meant Zhang Yu had agreed to keep guiding them, what an opportunity. Although they were just supporting players and wouldn't receive fair distribution of rewards, even so, the rewards Zhang Yu helped them obtain by clearing high difficulty abyss were far greater than what ordinary people could get. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe the difference as being like heaven and earth. Wanran Qingyu asked worriedly, but the difficulty of Phase 2 abyss far exceeds Phase 1. Is it really okay to keep carrying us? It's fine. Zhang Yu didn't say much more. His 2-word promise was enough to put Wanran Qingyu and the others at ease. Zhang Yu needed teammates who were this obedient. He had previously asked Tao Qian, Wanran Qingyu, and Kuing about the rewards they received only one historical recorded abyss box. The first clear reward is a random golden tier equipment chest. Clearing the nightmare difficulty rewards a self-selected golden tier weapon for any class, but only weapons produced by the Frost Street Abyss can be chosen. The experience reward is also a full 3 times lower than Zhang Yu's. In other words, the temple distributes rewards humanely based on combat performance and achievements within the abyss. However, even the reduced rewards were enough to make others envious. Actually, there's no need to wait for us. I see the 15,000 EXP reward is enough to get us to level 10. Tao Qian said. What are we waiting for? Claim the reward, then let's open the chest. Zhang Yu was equally excited. After all, it was his first time clearing the nightmare level abyss. He had been looking forward to this guaranteed platinum-grade equipment chest for ages. Claim rewards. Zhang Yu directly claimed all 3 rewards. Historical record rewards, professional experience plus 15,000, historical record gift pack, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare Difficulty, X1, historical record title, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare Difficulty version, X1. First clear rewards, Cold Street Abyss First Clear Gift Pack, Nightmare Difficulty, Professional Experience plus 15,000. Nightmare Level Clear Reward, Cold Street Treasure Chest, Nightmare, Professional Experience plus 15,000. First, 45,000 experience points are directly obtained. Congratulations! Level up! Level, LV10 LV.13, 27,400, 26,900 experience points needed for next level. HP, 12502800450 equipment bonus. MP, 340370150 equipment bonus. Iantate 116161335 equipment bonus. STR, 20262 equipment bonus. Agility, 1619. Remaining free attribute points, 15. Just as Zhang Yu had originally calculated, 3 consecutive level ups. Reached level 13. The increased health and free attribute points meant he had talent points to evolve his summoned beasts again. What should I choose for the 3rd summoned beast? Chapter 41, Platinum Weapon. Frost Prison Staff. Zhang Yu wasn't in a hurry to select his summoned beast. He first opened the Historical Records gift pack. It was said that the Historical Records gift pack was guaranteed to yield a top-tier platinum weapon, which filled Zhang Yu with anticipation. He was currently lacking a suitable weapon. Open the gift pack. A dazzling array of colorful lights flashed across the panel. You have opened a historical record package, Frozen Street Abyss Nightmare Difficulty. Detected that your class is Summoner. The prize pool has been locked to the Staff series. Congratulations! You have obtained the weapon Frozen Prison Staff LV.10, Platinum Tier. Congratulations! You have obtained Enhancement Stones *10, Forging Stones *10, Frost Stones, Material, *100, HP Potions, 5000 HP, *10. Directly giving a staff? Zhang Yu's face lit up with joy. He had originally thought that if another weapon appeared, he would use the equipment forge to exchange it for his preferred weapon. Never did he expect the gift package to be so considerate. It actually yielded a staff right away. Though, upon reflection, it did make sense. Because Tao Qian and the others had a self-selected gold-tier weapon package, they could choose a weapon for their own class. As the one with the highest battle record, there was no reason he wouldn't have one. A transparent staff crafted from ice crystals appeared in Zhang Yu's inventory. Frozen Prison. Looking at this name, Zhang Yu thought of the Frost Prison god who had cursed Shaoqi. This staff should be considered the strongest weapon in the abyss of Frozen Streets. Zhang Yu examined the attributes of the Frost Prison Staff. Weapon, Frost Prison Staff. Equip level, level 10. Equip requirement, Staff Mastery Profession. Tier, Platinum. Attributes, Intelligence plus 150, Casting Speed plus 50%, Skill Damage plus 10%, Ice Damage increased by 150%. Equipment effect, after casting 3 skills, automatically releases the Prison of Frost skill, locking enemies with powerful ice abilities, dealing 3000 fixed ice attribute damage and freezing them. Forging, 0. Enhancement, 0. Refinement, 0. Rune, Unsocketed Rune. Not bad at all. Zhang Yu was quite satisfied with this staff. Just the plus 150 intelligence bonus alone was impressive. After all, Zhang Yu's current intelligence stat was only 161 points. Deducting the 10 intelligence points added by the novice staff, this is almost the same as the intelligence boost from this frost prison staff. Not only that, but also the skill damage and ice damage. For summoners, skill damage directly translates to their summoned creature's skill damage, which is a significant enhancement. It's just that this casting speed is practically useless for Zhang Yu. The equipment's effects are surprisingly powerful. Every time 3 skills are cast, it adds a control-type skill with fixed damage. Summoned creatures' casting skills can also trigger the Frost Prison Staff's effect. As for forging, enhancing, refining, runes, all are at 0. Platinum-grade equipment and above can undergo 4 types of enhancement. Forging requires forging stones and corresponding attribute materials, such as frost stones obtained from the Frost Street Abyss. Forging stones are acquired by dismantling equipment and can increase the base attributes of equipment, alter its properties, and enhance elemental strength. Strengthening requires strengthening stones and corresponding attribute materials, which are obtained from Abyss stages 2 and above. This process increases a weapon's ignore defense damage attribute and boosts armor's defensive properties. Refining requires core stones and corresponding attribute materials, obtainable from Abyss stages 3 and above or purchased directly from the Sanctum. This process improves a weapon's quality. Runes, which can be obtained from Abyss stages level 4 and above, are also available for direct purchase at the temple. These runes carry powerful additional effects, with divine-grade runes even rivaling the effects of a mage's forbidden spells. All these items can be purchased at the temple. The prices are generally quite expensive. Yet no matter how costly the materials are, there will always be those willing to cultivate them. A level 10 professional, if equipped with a nurtured platinum-grade weapon, could effortlessly breeze through phase 2, if not dominate it completely. Chests also guarantee drops of enhancement stones and forging materials. Zhang Yu immediately swapped out his beginner's staff for the Frost Prison staff, boosting his total intelligence stat straight to 301. Next, Zhang Yu proceeded to open the remaining 2 Nightmare-grade Frost Street treasure chests. You have opened the first clear reward pack for Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare difficulty. Congratulations! You have obtained the Ring Grudge Emitting Engagement Ring LV10, Platinum tier. Congratulations! You have obtained Enhancement Stones *5, Forging Stones *5, Frost Stones, Material, *25, HP Potions, 5000 HP, *10. You have opened the Cold Street Abyss Nightmare Treasure Chest. Congratulations! You've obtained the Summoning Beast Equipment Fish Slayer Blade LV10, Platinum tier. Congratulations! You've obtained Enhancement Stones *5, Forging Stones *5, Frost Stones, Material, *25, HP Potions, 5000 HP, *10. Not bad at all. Who would have thought I'd actually get Summoning Beast equipment? This is not good to obtain. If other professions had gotten this equipment, they'd probably be furious. Can't use it, can't sell it either. Selling it at a low price would be a shame given its platinum-grade quality. Among level 10 equipment, platinum-grade can't even be considered top tier, because while it has value, there's no market for it. Summoned Beast Equipment Fish Slayer Blade. Equipment level 10. Equipment attributes HP plus 5000, attack power plus 350. Equipment effect Summoned beasts equipped with the Fish Slayer Blade will have the exclusive line, 30 years of fish slaying, my heart is as cold as my blade. After uttering this line, their next 3 attacks gain a 100% speed boost. This must undoubtedly be the signature weapon of that fish slaughtering lad, Cold Corpse. Zhang Yu directly placed it on the Goblin General. Then he turned his gaze to that platinum-grade ring. Ring, engagement ring exuding resentment. Equip level 10. Equip requirement, none. Grade, platinum. Attributes, intelligence plus 100, strength plus 100, magic power plus 500. Equipment effect 1, mental shield, a shield formed from resentment, capable of blocking 10,000 points of spell damage. Equipment effect 2, shield shatter, when the shield breaks, it deals 2,500 fixed damage to surrounding enemies. Forging, 0. Enhancement, 0. Refinement, 0. Runes, no runes embedded. To be honest, the ring's attributes are actually decent, far superior to other level 10 equipment. 100 intelligence points, quite impressive. 10,000 shield points, that's remarkably high by any standard. 2,500 fixed damage, might as well be negligible. Staring at this 10,000 point shield, Zhang Yu recalled footage he'd seen of professional arena matches where even a high damage assassin could barely land a few hundred points of damage against a warrior. At first he didn't understand, but now he does. Equipment advantage. With this grudge ring, ordinary assassins would find it hard to instantly kill him. Put on the ring. Intelligence increased by 100. 2 platinum tier equipment pieces directly boosted intelligence to 401. Then equip the 3-piece set of human skin spider gear dropped from the human skin spider. All attributes comprehensively upgraded. Name, Zhang Yu. Title, Nightmare Level Record Holder of Cold Street Abyss, Living Yama King. Occupation, Summoner. Level, 13, 26,900 XP remaining until next level. HP, 10,300, 7,950 from equipment. MP, 370. Int, 451. STR, 180. Agility, 28. Remaining free attribute points, 15. Skills, Contract Formation, Summon Beast Frenzy, Summon Beast Physique Training, Summon Beast Skill Training, Summon Beast Attribute Training, Summon Beast Space, Goblin General, Twin Flame Dragon Snake, Uncontracted. Talents, Demon Contract, Butler's Heart, mainly here for company, Library Card. Equipment, Human Skin Spider 3-piece set, Ice Crystal Pendant, Engagement Ring Exuding Resentment, Frost Prison Staff, Novice Mage Armor, Novice Mage Boots. Summoned Beast Equipment, Razor Sharp Fangs, Fish Cleaver Knife. Chapter 42, The 4.2 Million Gold Shield. The Human Skin Spider set directly boosted his health to 10,000, but the health he could actually use was only 2,350 points, plus 15 talent points, and an additional 10 talent points from the training dummy. A total of 320 talent points can be sacrificed. Zheng Yu glanced at the Goblin General. Talent, Tier 4, 500 points needed for upgrade, plus. Then he looked at the Twin Flame Serpent again. Talent, Tier 4, 850 points remaining for upgrade, plus. One requires 500 points to evolve to Tier 5, while the other needs 850 points to reach Tier 5. Still a long way to go. To solo clear the Abyss at Stage 2, a Tier 5 summon is absolutely essential. Although with his current strength, he could casually farm the Abyss already. But his goal remained the Nightmare difficulty. Having witnessed the challenge of the Nightmare Abyss in Cold Street, he grew even more cautious and wary of the second stage Nightmare Abyss. Fortunately, there were now many ways for him to enhance his strength. Equipment cultivation, summoning beast training, the third summoning beast, and the 2 hex tech augments waiting to be claimed upon reaching level 10. Each method could enhance his strength. Forging, strengthening, refining, and runes all could be purchased with money. Once the resources applied for by Shangyu City arrived, he could perform a minor upgrade. As for the third summoned beast, Zheng Yu found 4 level 10 summoned beast skill books in the Holy Temple. They are Shadow Bat, War Centaur, Wasteland Wolf, and Rain Butterfly. The Shadow Bat is an assassin-type summoned beast. The War Centaur and Wasteland Wolf are warrior-type summoned beasts. The Rain Butterfly is a support-type summoned beast. Zheng Yu leaned more towards Rain Butterfly. After the battle with Shao Qi, he realized he lacked stamina and recovery abilities. The Twin Flame Dragon Serpent dealt high damage but was fragile, and its skill consumption drained energy rapidly. He needed a support summon that could both protect and restore energy. The Goblin General possessed explosive damage but was slow, while Rain Butterfly happened to be a support summon capable of boosting group speed. Zheng Yu didn't hesitate at all and directly chose the Rain Butterfly. He wasn't lacking in damage output. The reason he chose the Rain Butterfly was that it didn't require a massive investment of talent points for now, since he was planning to save up a batch of talent points to upgrade the Goblin General to 5th tier. In the early stages, talent points were simply insufficient to upgrade 3 summoned creatures simultaneously. You have to focus all your resources on a single summoned creature. The Goblin General is the best choice. It can tank damage, deal high DPS, and the Goblin Squad brings full utility to the table, plus it requires fewer advancement talent points. It's practically the perfect option. The most important thing is that after reaching level 10, summoners gain 3 additional skills for nurturing summoned beasts, but they can only cultivate 1. Of course, the Goblin General is the first choice. After level 10, each profession receives specialization skills, allowing the same class to develop different skill branches. For example, warriors gain 3 distinct specialization skills, Vitality, Burst, and Balanced Defense. Choosing different skills leads to entirely different paths of development. One can also opt for mixed development or pursue comprehensive growth. The same applies to summoners. They are divided into 3 distinct schools: physical training, skill training, attribute training. Physical training can be divided into the Colossal Beast path, primarily focusing on developing the summoned beast's size, health points, and defense. Skill training mainly pertains to the cultivation methods for Twin Flame Serpents, with paths including the Nuclear Path, Arcane Bombardment Path, Pure Elemental Path, and Mixed Elemental Path. Attribute training is the simplest of all. It's simply about stacking attributes. The Goblin General follows the attribute path. The higher his attribute values, the greater his damage output. Previous summoned creatures all followed the attribute path because, with limited resources, pure attribute stacking was the simplest approach. Of course, you could also train the Goblin General based on constitution, raising a goblin with an enormous physique. However, nurturing summoned beasts not only requires various expensive materials but also demands sacrificing summoned beasts of equal talent for cultivation. What's more crucial is the time cost. Only through vast amounts of time and substantial financial resources can one cultivate a truly perfect summoned beast. This has been the obstacle that hindered the growth path of summoners in the past. Because they couldn't be properly nurtured, summoners were unable to fully demonstrate the true potential of their summoned beasts. This made the summoner profession not only incapable of clearing the abyss, but also unable to achieve any notable rankings in various competitions. Over time, summoners became a bottom-tier profession. Talented professionals wouldn't even consider becoming summoners, and without talent, it was even harder to raise powerful summoned beasts. In short, it was a vicious cycle. Zheng Yu first purchased the Rain Butterfly Summoning Beast skill book from the temple store. Summoning Beast Rain Butterfly. Skill book, learnable at level 10. One-time use item. The skill book disappears after learning. Can be learned by summoner class players, granting a trainable Rain Butterfly. Price, 30,000 yuan. To be fair, it's dirt cheap. Skill books are extremely hard to drop. Zheng Yu cleared the abyss twice, even completing a nightmare level abyss run once, yet didn't get a single skill book. Normally, a level 10 warrior skill, even the weakest flame blade, would cost at least 200,000. And that's not a fixed price, you'd have to bid for it at auction. The usual final transaction price tends to be around 300,000. Warriors are a popular class, but precisely because they're so popular, all equipment, consumables, and skills related to warriors get inflated to exorbitant prices. Zheng Yu dumped all the unused materials and equipment from his warehouse into the temple store. Keep the enhancement stones and forging stones. Sell all the remaining items, including the novice mage robe, novice mage boots, gloves, and everything else. The Frost Corpses and the Frost Street Abyss also dropped a lot of materials, sell all of them to the material merchants. These materials, which ordinary professionals consider useless, have great value in the hands of merchants. All in all, they fetched quite a bit of money. The Frost Stone material alone sold for nearly 200,000. The Ice Blade went for 270,000. Since Wenren Xingyu and Kuing already had golden tier weapon selection boxes, their previous deal became void. Zheng Yu directly listed it in the sanctuary, where it was instantly bought at the fixed price of 270,000. The Bloodstained Chef's hat was purchased for 120,000 by a player with the Universal Chef subclass. A level 5 cleaver was actually sold for 150,000. A whole pile of beginner gear, complete warrior set of 5 pieces, was priced at a flat 100,000. In the Nightmare level Frost Street Abyss, beginner equipment drops like it's free. After a single Nightmare level Abyss run, selling just the trash loot earned enough to buy a house. Though Tao Qian and his companions received relatively little, when they pieced everything together, they still managed to earn 300 to 400,000 in income. And that's not even counting the equipment they obtained from opening chests. From the historical record chest, Tao Qian pulled out a platinum-grade chest armor, a gold-grade monk's staff, and a gold-grade shield warrior's shield. The platinum-grade equipment was definitely not for sale, it was their trump card, something to be kept as a last resort. The monk's long staff was obtained from a self-selected treasure chest. It can be said that with this weapon, Tao Qian can no longer be treated as a mere bystander. As for the shield warrior's shield, holy shit, 4.2 million. Tao Qian found the historical transaction price of this shield. Tao Qian's first reaction was actually utter confusion. What? Why would anyone spend 4 to 5 million on a level 10 piece of equipment? Chapter 43, 3rd tier, Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly. Didn't you notice that a level 20 gold tier shield only costs 2 million? Zheng Yu pointed to another piece of equipment in the temple store. You should know that at level 10, gold grade equipment is the best gear you can find on the market. Platinum grade equipment can only be obtained by clearing nightmare level abyss dungeons and is generally not for sale. Naturally, gold grade gear gets hyped up to insane prices. Tao Qian clicked his tongue and shook his head. Damn, there are so many rich people. Look at this, a level 10 platinum grade warrior weapon sold for 13 million. That's terrifying. You'll never understand the world of the wealthy. Zheng Yu recalled the tycoons from his previous life who would spend millions on a single car. The price of this equipment wasn't much different from their luxury purchases. Holy shit, someone made an offer. A straight bid of 4 million, should I sell? Tao Qian had just hung the shield in the temple when someone placed an offer to buy it. Wenren Xingyu analyzed, shield warriors aren't top tier, but plenty of rich players choose the class because it's hard to die and easy to play. You could try putting it up for auction. Alright, I'll follow your advice. Tao Qian was quite open to suggestions. After all, Wenren Xingyu was the most knowledgeable among the 4 of them. Tao Qian outright rejected the fixed price offer. Instead, he listed it in the auction house with a starting bid of 3.4 million and set the auction duration for 24 hours. I just remembered something. Tao Qian said to Zheng Yu while keeping an eye on the bidding prices, if a single shield is worth millions, how many gold tier items were among the resources Li Feng took from you? 1 set. The response came from Wenren Xingyu. Tao Qian, how many pieces? The standard set includes weapon, top, gloves, hat, pants, and boots 6 pieces in total. Hiss. Tao Qianzai twitched. These 6 pieces must be worth at least 20 million? Wenran Xingyu reminded him, Li Feng is a warrior. The warrior's equipment costs more. In other words, the total price would double for this set. Li Feng, you bastard. When he finally understood the value of S-grade resources, he started cursing outright. At last, he understood why people like Li Feng from such families would fight for resources. Their value far exceeded his imagination. Wenran Xingyu explained, because abysses keep appearing, and large abysses continue to expand. If no one suppresses them, the entire world will be devoured by the abyss. So, the government's primary goal is to cultivate more professionals, almost exhausting all the national treasury's resources to nurture highly talented professionals. This is only the first phase of resources. The second phase, third phase, all the way to the fourth phase will only be better than this, never worse. It can only be said that the market price for level 10 gold tier equipment is inflated and doesn't reflect its actual value, making it seem somewhat exaggerated. Tao Qian nodded, I see. It's unclear whether Tao Qian took it in. He had already shifted his full attention to the auction house. The shield he just listed had already started receiving bids. It's clear how highly sought after level 10 gold tier equipment is. Wenran Xingyu and Kuing each obtained their own class-specific equipment and auctioned off one extra gold tier item. Wenran Xingyu sold a pair of gold tier ranger boots. Kuing sold a gold tier warrior armor. Armor equipment is far less valuable than weapons, but Kuying's warrior armor still sold for nearly 4 million. With the money in hand, the two hurriedly left Zhang Yu's house to repay their debt. Every extra day meant more interest to pay. Tao Qian, meanwhile, sprawled on Zhang Yu's couch and began shopping for silver tier gear. A single gold tier weapon could be exchanged for a full set of silver tier equipment, with plenty of money to spare. Tao Qian happily picked out his gear. Zhang Yu, meanwhile, entered the house to begin contracting his new summoned beast. Rain Butterfly. Buzz. The contract takes effect. A pale blue rain butterfly with enormous wings appears at the center of the magic circle. Its wingspan stretches over 2 meters, an impressive size for a level 1, tier 0 summoned creature. Yu Dai was a creature Zhang Yu didn't know much about. Among all previous summoners, no one had ever chosen Yu Dai as their summoned beast. Perhaps it could be cultivated towards the Constitution path. A giant support butterfly? Zhang Yu thought of the butterfly queen from the Godzilla movie. If he could really cultivate the rain butterfly to that level, support, just sheer size would crush everything. The rain butterfly was beautiful. Even Zhang Yu, a straight man, had to admit that the rain butterfly's looks were top tier. Summoned beast, rain butterfly. Level, 13, scales with summoner's level. HP, 7,800. Attack power, 1353, 451. Summoner's intelligence, *3, coefficient. Talent, tier 1, 20 points remaining for upgrade, plus. Skill I, Rain Butterfly Protection LV.13. The Rain Butterfly forms a protective bond with one summon creature, providing the bound summon with 5,412, 1353, Rain Butterfly's ATK, *4, coefficient, points of shield value. When the shield breaks, it deals 2,030, 1353, Rain Butterfly's ATK, *1.5, coefficient, points of damage and helps absorb 50% of the damage taken. Skill 2, Spirit Butterfly LV.13. As a spirit entity, Rain Butterfly possesses rapid recovery abilities. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50%. Active, immediately restores 4,059, 1353, Rain Butterfly's attack power, *3, coefficient, HP. When healing herself, the healing effect is enhanced by 25%. Skill 3, Butterfly's Chime LV.13. Rain Butterfly consumes 3% of its HP per second while chanting. Increases agility speed and movement speed by 130 points for all summoned creatures belonging to the summoner. Summoned creature equipment, none. So fierce. Zhang Yu stared in astonishment at the Rain Butterfly's attributes. 3 skills. Healing, shields, speed, it had them all. But what was truly staggering wasn't the Rain Butterfly itself, it was Zhang Yu's absurdly high intelligence stat, which granted the butterfly an attack power of 1353. Whether it's shields or healing, the values are all in the range of 4 to 5,000. The Goblin General paired with Rain Butterfly provides both sustainability and recovery. Goblins deal burst damage while Rain Butterfly shares the damage taken. And this is just the tier 1 talent. Zhang Yu did the math. Upgrading Rain Butterfly to tier 3 talents would only require 90 talent points. Immediately sacrifice health points, consuming talent points. Summoned Beast, Rain Butterfly, tier 1, talent evolution. Summoned Beast, Spirit Butterfly, tier 2. Summoned Beast, Spirit Butterfly, Tier 2, Talent Evolution. Summoned Beast, Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly, Tier 3. Chapter 44, Goblin General, Heavy Cavalry Regiment. Summoned Beast, Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly. Level, 13, scales with Summoner's level. HP, 11,500. Attack power, 2706, 451, Summoner's Intelligence, *6, Coefficient. Talent, Tier 3, 300 points remaining for upgrade, plus. Skill I, Spirit Butterfly Protection LV.13. The giant-winged spirit butterfly will form a protective bond with one summoned creature, providing the bound summon with 13,530, 2706, giant-winged spirit butterfly's attack power, *5, coefficient, points of shield value. When the shield shatters, it deals 5,683, 2706, giant-winged spirit butterfly's attack power, *2.1, coefficient, points of damage and helps bear 50% of the damage. Skill 2, Spirit Butterfly LV.13. The giant-winged spirit butterfly, as a spiritual entity, possesses rapid recovery abilities. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50%. Active, immediately restores 10,824, 2706, giant-winged spirit butterfly's attack power, *4, coefficient, HP. When healing itself, the healing effect is enhanced by 50%. Skill 3, Butterfly Song LV.13. The giant-winged spirit butterfly consumes 3% of its health per second while chanting. Increases agility speed by 260 points and movement speed by 260 points for all summoned creatures belonging to the summoner. Skill 4, Spiritual Nourishment. The giant-winged spirit butterfly transfers its own energy to the summoned creature with the lowest energy, restoring its spiritual power. The giant-winged spirit butterfly's mental power increases by 100%. Summoned Beast Equipment, none. Tier 3 Giant-winged spirit butterfly. Not only does it gain an additional spirit nourishment skill that provides energy, the attack power has directly increased to 2,706 points. The current giant-winged spirit butterfly can release shields of nearly 14,000 points and restore 10,000 HP with a single healing spell. This is already an exaggerated level. The intelligence boosts from the Platinum Staff and Platinum Ring show significant numerical improvements. The giant-winged spirit butterfly, having advanced to the third stage, was enormous in size. At the moment of successful evolution, Zhengyu immediately stored the giant-winged spirit butterfly in the summoning space to prevent it from breaking through the ceiling. Inside the summoning space, the giant-winged spirit butterfly flapped its wings to greet the Goblin General and the twin-flame dragon snake. A summoner's summoning space is a vast, unrestricted realm. It's not like in a real game where everything is divided into square grids. Within the summoner's space, all summoned creatures rest, live, and daydream inside. Before the giant-winged spirit butterfly arrived, the twin-flame dragon snake and the Goblin General hardly communicated at all, mostly due to the twin-flame dragon snake's fault. During the twin-flame demon stage, Zhengyu had already noticed that this fire elemental summoned creature had a rather reclusive temperament, not only solitary, but also irritable. This made the Goblin General rarely communicate with him, fearing that this two-flame dragon snake might explode. The Goblin General's personality was more like that of a battle-hardened, wine-loving, cheerful uncle. Seeing the giant-winged spirit butterfly appear in the summoning beast space, the Goblin General was quite pleased. At least he wouldn't have to face a grumpy fire snake all the time. As for the twin-flame dragon serpent, it seemed to ignore the giant-winged spirit butterfly entirely, continuing to coil up and sleep. Summoned beasts all have personalities. They're not just skills, they're more like lives sealed within skill books. Besides training their strength and fighting alongside them, I believe we also need to properly nurture emotions and intimacy with them. These were the words written by Zhang Anquan in that textbook. As Zhang Yu's level increased, he increasingly felt that the textbook wasn't as useless as he had previously thought. The complexity of the summoner profession far exceeded that of other professions. Exit the summoning space. Zhang Yu activated the Hextech Augment rune. You have 2 unclaimed Hextech Augment runes. Would you like to claim them now? Claim them. These were the 2 Hextech runes he had obtained upon reaching level 10, which he had kept unopened until now. Congratulations! You have drawn the 5th rune, Prismatic Rune Windfall. Congratulations! You have drawn the 6th rune, Prismatic Rune Golden Egg. Windfall, Prismatic Enhancement Rune, gains summoner level *100 talent points, and continue to grant level *100 talent points for the next 3 upgrades. Golden Egg, Prismatic Enhancement Rune, obtain a golden egg, which requires 22 abyss matches to hatch. After hatching, it provides a large number of high-quality rewards based on the summoner's level. Friendly reminder, Hell level abyss matches count as 2 matches. Holy shit! Zheng Yu couldn't help but swear out loud. Double Prismatic. An unexpected windfall, a golden egg. Unexpected wealth needs no explanation, getting it early is like a dream start. Being at level 13 now isn't too late either. To suddenly obtain 1,300 talent points, means the Goblin General and Twin Flame Serpent now have enough points to advance to 5th tier talents. As for the golden egg, it requires 22 matches. Still far from it. Only in the 3rd phase does the abyss with hellish difficulty appear, and that's still far off. But it's worth the wait, because the reward of the golden egg will be exceptionally good. Unlock 2 enhanced runes. You've obtained unexpected wealth, plus 1,300 talent points. You have obtained a golden egg. 22 battles remain until it can be opened. Place the golden egg in your inventory. Then immediately summon the Goblin General and Twin Flame Serpent. Begin evolution. Twin Flame Serpent, consuming 850 points, evolves directly into 5th tier. Summoned Beast Twin Flame Serpent, 4th tier. Talent evolution. Summoned Beast Twin Magic Fire Drakes, 5th tier. 5th tier evolution. The serpent directly ascends to drake form. This signifies complete eradication of all serpentine attributes. Gained an additional skill, Dragon's Breath. Dragon's Breath. Twin Magic Fire Dragons gather flame energy to unleash a high-temperature breath attack, dealing 27,706, 3958. Twin Magic Fire Dragons attack power, *7, coefficient, instant damage. A standard explosive flame damage attack. Combined with flame burns and the twins' double damage effect, Zhengyu didn't even dare imagine how devastating this breath attack could be. The twin demonic fire serpent's greatest transformation lies in its form. At 5th rank, the twin demonic fire serpent still maintains its dual-headed posture, but both serpent heads have completely transformed into dragon-like shapes, with its serpentine body now covered in dragon scales. Its body remains composed of elementalized flames. Its attack coefficient has increased from 6.0 at 4th rank to 8.0 now. With the addition of the summoned beast equipment Fish Slayer, the attack power has increased to 3,958. The HP growth isn't particularly significant. A standard fire element glass cannon mage deals massive damage, but his physique is fragile. However, with the Goblin General holding the front line, no one could harm the twin flame hydras. Zhengyu thought as he glanced at the Goblin General. There were still 450 unspent talent points left as unexpected gains. Sacrifice 500 points of your maximum HP directly in exchange for 50 talent points. Gather 500 points to advance immediately. The Goblin General's 5th tier advancement requires only 500 talent points. Enough. Summoned Beast Goblin General, 4th tier. Talent evolution. Summoned Beast Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Regiment, 5th tier. Chapter 45. Having this much fun and you still force quit? The Tier 5 Goblin General didn't even get a name change. The only difference was the addition of a heavy cavalry regiment. No new skills, but the core skill General's Command underwent significant changes. Skill V, General's Command Heavy Cavalry Regiment. General's Command Heavy Cavalry Regiment. Summons a Goblin Army, 26 units. Summon quantity increases with level, to engage in battle. Army composition, 8 Goblin Archers, 8 Goblin Fanatics, 8 Goblin Shieldbearers, 1 Goblin Shaman, and 1 Troll Goblin. The summoning duration is unlimited. The skill cannot be recast until all summoned Goblin units perish. Summon a Goblin Heavy Cavalry unit, 26 units. Summon quantity increases with level, for battle. Unit composition, 26 heavily armored Goblin Wolf Riders. Ugh, this is a jackpot. Zhengyu was extremely satisfied with this heavy cavalry regiment. There's a saying that in the era before firearms, having just 50 heavy cavalry was considered remarkable, and possessing 500 heavy cavalry gave one the confidence to stage a rebellion. 5,000 heavy cavalry could sweep through any army. Although he currently only has 26 Goblin heavy cavalry in the abyss, they're absolutely lethal for grinding monsters. If 5th tier units are already this powerful, 6th tier can't take off? Then Zhengyu glanced at the next advancement condition. Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Corps, Talent, Tier 5, 3,000 talent points needed for upgrade, plus. Alright. He took another glance at the Twin Demonic Fire Serpent. Twin Demonic Fire Serpent, Talent, Tier 5, 5,000 talent points needed for next level, plus. Alright, 5,000 talents. Which means, 50,000 HP cap. Actually, it's not that bad, because so far, historical records show that among summoners, there has never been a 5th tier talent summoning beast. 5th rank is indeed considered theoretically the pinnacle. From level 12 to 13, the health cap increased by 400 points. As levels increase, the health growth becomes more substantial. If relying solely on the demon contract, one could possess a 6th rank summoned beast by level 20. However, at level 15, an additional summoned beast contract space can be unlocked, requiring another talent point investment. The giant winged spirit butterfly is only at tier 3. TCH. Zhengyu did the math, there weren't nearly enough talent points. Luckily, there's still unexpected windfall. The prismatic tier enhancement rune greatly pleased Zhengyu. The subsequent levels 14, 15, and 16 would respectively grant 1,400 talent points, 1,500 talent points, and 1,600 talent points. Added together, a solid 6th tier was guaranteed. Imagine, a level 16 summoner possessing a 6th tier talent summon. It would be a dimensional crushing blow against practitioners of other professions. The Rain Butterfly, learnable at level 10, is a tier 1 talent. The Shadow Creature, learnable at level 15, is a tier 2 talent. Following this pattern, summoners who progress step by step would need to reach at least level 40 to obtain a tier 6 summon. Demon Contract plus Windfall directly maxes out the early game. In fact, summoners can also enhance their summoned beast's talents through other means, such as those 3 skills at level 10. Continuous training can also lead to improvement. It just takes a long time. According to Zhang Anshuan's understanding in the textbook, being a summoner is a profession that requires patience, one that needs to be honed slowly over time. However, in Zhang Yu's hands, it has developed somewhat ahead of schedule. After tallying up the spoils, feeling slightly excited and not at all sleepy, Zhang Yu idly wrote a strategy guide. Frost Spring Abyss, Nightmare Difficulty Guide, video plus images plus detailed explanations, step-by-step guide to clearing Nightmare Difficulty Abyss. Paid post, 100 gold beans/hour. There are many paid posts in the forum. Guides, gossip, secrets, equipment analysis, career development, and even fortune-telling. 100 gold beans equal 100 yuan. Since he had nothing better to do anyway, Zhang Yu always recorded his battles. Such guides with videos and images usually sold very well. Zhang Yu wrote a lengthy 10,000-word guide with great enthusiasm. Once published, it immediately topped the forum's popularity chart. Holy shit, a nightmare level guide. Is it really him? Of course it's me. There's video and pictures, isn't there? Hands-on teaching? So you're saying if I learn, I can tackle nightmare level abyss too? One dares to teach, another dares to learn, and the scary part is, someone actually dares to believe it. What I lack isn't a guide, it's combat power. Although this guide might be useless to me, I still want to buy it and take a look, mostly out of curiosity. What exactly is the complete historical storyline of the Cold Street Abyss? I'm even more curious, how on earth did Zhang Yu, a summoner, manage to clear the nightmare level abyss? All because of one guide. The forum of Jiangshui City suddenly buzzed with activity again. The number of buyers was rapidly increasing. In truth, most people bought the guide out of curiosity about Zhang Yu's abilities, while some were just looking to nitpick. Even though Zhang Yu had cleared the nightmare level abyss, many still believed it was more about luck than skill. Or perhaps Zhang Yu had found some shortcut to clear it. After all, Zhang Yu was a summoner. Known as the weakest summoner, he had cleared the most difficult nightmare level abyss. Even a day later, many still couldn't believe it. Jiangshui City Martial Arts Hall. Wu Zong, unaware that Tao Qian and the others had already reached level 10, planned to return to the martial arts hall first to avoid overlapping team formation times with them. The other colleagues at the martial arts school looked at him with strange expressions. There was no real malice in it, just a hint of schadenfreude. After all, they were all colleagues, people who had failed to become professionals. If he really managed to cling to Zhang Yu's coattails and successfully clear the nightmare abyss, they wouldn't be on the same path anymore. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Otherwise, they would have been the ones feeling uncomfortable. Wu Zong was actually somewhat accustomed to this kind of scrutinizing gaze, because back in the Abyss Hall of Cold Street, people had looked at him exactly the same way. Even if those people weren't even level 1, and even if they would never have the courage or opportunity to enter the abyss in their lifetime, it didn't stop them from enjoying the spectacle. Used to it, Wu Zong comforted himself. After all, if he waited a little longer, he could still enter the abyss. The only person who didn't look at him differently was Wu Zong's elder brother, who comforted him. It's alright. If it were me, I would have done the same. This wasn't just empty consolation. He too had spent the entire previous night browsing through forums. He understood that if it weren't a life or death situation, his younger brother wouldn't be the type to flee at the critical moment. Bro, about that money, Wu Zong stammered. It's fine. Pay me back whenever you have the money, I'm in no hurry. Running this martial arts school all these years, I've saved up quite a bit. Worst case, I'll just get an earful from your sister-in-law. Besides, it's not like you got nothing out of it. You reached level 6, didn't you? That means you've officially stepped onto the path of a professional. Wu Zong's mood remained somewhat somber. Did you make it? Not really. A true professional would be considered one at level 25. Without Zhang Yu, he doubted he could reach level 25. Hey, look, Zhang Yu posted a guide. What guide? Of course it's the nightmare level guide. Like that's any fucking use. I can't even clear the easy level abyss. No one wants me anyway. What if there's a chance? You're right, it's just $100. No harm in checking it out. Now that you mention it, I'm actually curious. Hearing the discussions, Wu Zong and his brother also opened their phones and saw that the top trending post on the forum was none other than the guide posted by Zhang Yu. Wu Zong's brother directly purchased the post. Wu Zong didn't buy it, he was an eyewitness to the events and knew exactly how Zhang Yu had cleared the challenge. A guide? Bullshit strategy guide. Didn't you just brute force your way through? Even if you knew the strategy, it'd be useless. You couldn't even get past the frozen corpse of the butcher at the entrance. Not to mention the fish-killing guy and the human skin spider later on. Holy shit! But the moment they opened the post, they all gasped in shock. Because Zhang Yu had cheekily placed their barbecue gathering photo on the first page, followed immediately by scenes of the Goblin General battling frost corpses. Zheng Yu, Wenran Xingyu, Kuing, Tao Qian, and Wu Zongquan were all in the picture. The smile was radiant. There was wine and meat aplenty. Even Wu Zong's elder brother couldn't help but glance at him. Did you all go on a picnic? What he really wanted to ask was, since it's already this enjoyable, why would you still force quit? Chapter 46, One dares to teach, one dares to learn. Fortunately, someone carefully noticed that this was a photo from the easy level abyss, because when Run Xingyu had posted it on the forum before. Zheng Yu posted it purely to provoke hatred in spite those who had refused to team up with him before. Further down lay the true nightmare level abyss strategy. Extremely detailed, divided into 5 phases. I. The butcher's cold corpse, the fishmonger's cold corpse. 2. The cook's cold corpse. 3. The human skin spider. 4. The woman's corpse in the well. 5. Shao Qi with his innards hollowed out. 5 stages, each accompanied by videos and images, with Zheng Yu providing detailed explanations how to block the skin spiders, Shao Qi's 2 forms, and how to handle both the normal and brutal phases. A very serious guide, but the comments below are anything but serious. Zheng Yu genuinely wants to teach us. I thought it was just a bragging post, but Zheng Yu is actually making a strategy guide. Ha, you're overthinking it. This is just Zheng Yu showing off. Even if you follow his guide, do you think you can block Chef Cold Corpse's flying daggers? Or dodge the skin spider's pursuit? Wait, are summoners this overpowered? These summoned beasts seem stronger than that SS rank warrior I saw the other day. If I met him in real life, I'd say damn impressive. But since this is the internet, all I can say is, kid, not good enough. Is that all you've got? You still need more practice. Although these people were just talking big online, they could all tell from the videos and records in the posts that this nightmare level abyss was truly difficult. Zheng Yu's summoned creatures were genuinely powerful. In the first half of the strategy, they could still see Zheng Yu casually clearing monsters while eating and drinking with Tao Qian and the others. But in the latter half, when reaching the human skin spiders, the difficulty suddenly skyrocketed. Terrifying human skin spiders, gathering nearly half the forest's horde of frozen corpses. At this point, many who considered themselves somewhat capable, thinking that since Zheng Yu, a mere summoner, could clear the nightmare-level cold street abyss, they could too. But the truth is, he really can't handle it. In the video, the skin spider devours goblin shield soldiers one by one, dealing 6,000 damage per bite. With its extreme speed, control abilities, defense, and damage output, it's practically a nightmare for novice adventurers. Forget about killing the skin spider. They don't even have the strength to escape this forest. Is this a dungeon meant for humans? No wonder no one in Jiangshui City has cleared the nightmare-level dungeon in over a decade. It's this difficult. I saw some people on the forums claiming Zheng Yu cleared the nightmare-level dungeon by luck. Come on, step forward and explain. Does this look like luck to you? Luck? A goblin that can deal over 10,000 damage, you call that luck? All I can say is Zheng Yu's summoned beasts are ridiculously overpowered. But you have to admit, the nightmare abyss is truly insane. That human skin spider has no weaknesses at all. Aside from freaks like Zheng Yu, how are other classes supposed to fight this? Commenter above, you're shocked too early. This is just the beginning. There's more elite players coming? The boss is even more insane. Tisk. Some professionals who had finished reading the entire guide ahead of time began spoiling the plot. In their eyes, this post was no longer just a strategy guide, it felt more like experiencing a first-person narrative of an abyss story with plot twists. From Zheng Yu's perspective, this is a standard power fantasy novel. Spoiler hounds are practically a staple of such stories. As the walkthrough progresses, killing the human skin spider, escaping the horde of frozen corpses, reaching the unfrozen lake, the real challenge is just beginning. Zheng Yu described Shao Qi as a boss even I find troublesome to deal with. Many couldn't help but echo Wu Zong's earlier lament, just who exactly is clearing the nightmare abyss. The video showed boss Shao Qi's appearance, his stat sheet in the images, along with the reappearance of the skin-stealing spider in its frenzied state, the reanimated female corpse from the well, and the horde of frost zombies surging back from the woods. This silenced all the professional skeptics who had questioned Zheng Yu's capabilities. As for how to deal with boss Shao Qi, Zheng Yu simply explained everything with one phrase, just overpower it with raw strength. No strategy, only strength. Little brother, this really isn't your fault. Wu Zong's elder brother finally understood his younger sibling when he saw the brutal Cold Street boss overpowering Zheng Yu, leaving no safe ground left in the entire Cold Street abyss. It's not that his brother was cowardly. He simply made a correct and reasonable decision. Anyone in his position would have made the same choice. Compared to death, what does a little punishment matter? As for Tao Qian, Wenran Xingyu, and Kuing, he can only say these three weren't normal. Online opinions about Wu Zong have also shifted. Well, how should I put it? If it were me, I'd have retreated even faster than Wu Zong. Wu Zong did pretty well actually, he still risked danger to dissuade Tao Qian's group. Let's just say any normal person would choose to withdraw. Only those with a death wish would behave abnormally, right? But, in the end, Tao Qian and his team got rewarded, while Wu Zong, who made the right choice, got nothing. Where's the justice in that? Is it reasonable for a summoner to clear a nightmare-level abyss? Wasn't Tao Qian justified in rushing into battle for his brothers? If I were Wu Zong, I wouldn't have backed down. Keyboard warriors are just clowns in real life. Fools who love to watch the drama unfold. At this moment, Zhang Yu was also browsing the forum comments. Seeing Wu Zong's public opinion beginning to turn positive, he finally felt relieved. To be honest, he had no particular thoughts about Wu Zong leaving the team. It seemed perfectly normal to him. When facing danger, isn't it only reasonable to prioritize one's own safety first? Wu Zong was neither family nor friend to him. The 300,000 fee, though below market rate, was the price he himself had proposed. In the end, their relationship was purely transactional, one being the powerhouse, the other just along for the ride. There are no grudges between them. In other words, he can curse. Tao Qian can curse. But what gives those outsiders who enjoy watching the drama the right to criticize? Zhang Yu posted for two reasons: to respond to those netizens who claimed he relied on luck or took shortcuts. Second, he also wanted to explain things on Wu Zong's behalf. There was no bad blood between them, and Zhang Yu didn't care whether Wu Zong quit. Ultimately, Wu Zong would be the one to regret it. He just wanted to tell those outsiders watching the show that if it were them in this situation, they might not have lasted as long as Wu Zong did. The post's peak popularity didn't occur during the boss fighting phase, but rather during Shao Qi's recollection at the end. Whoa, who would have thought that Shao Qi, who looked so terrifying, actually had such a tragic background story? No wonder Shao Qi is so resentful. If I had the same energy as Shao Qi, I'd be even more resentful than him. So that's how organ cakes are used. Learn something new. I'll try it next time. Seriously? Does anyone actually believe they'll live long enough to use an organ cake? I'm not sure if Zhang Yu is genuinely teaching, but I know some people truly believe it. I'm so touched. Woo. I really love Zhang Yu's line, "Let those beasts taste real pain." It's so satisfying, like poetic justice. When he stood up to Mayor Zhou Yun before, I knew this guy had a tough temper, but damn, I love it. Not only didn't he blame Wu Zong for quitting abruptly, but he also posted to clear Wu Zong's name. I've switched from a passerby to a fan. But some people are going to be upset. I wonder what Li Nan, Li Feng, and Zhou Yun will think when they see this post. Those high and mighty folks, do you really think they'd care about such things? You're right. Chapter 47, Target, Second Stage Nightmare Abyss. The post gained tremendous popularity. Nearly 10,000 copies were sold overnight. Not only did professionals from Jiangshui City purchase it, but those from Shangyu City also checked out the post out of curiosity after hearing their mayor had recruited an S-grade genius. After all, every city treasures S-grade talent professionals like rare gems, making them extremely difficult to poach. After learning that Zhang Yu was a summoner, they became even more curious. The news spread like wildfire. Even the surrounding urban areas were curious about just how powerful this summoner named Zhang Yu really was. Zhang Yu never expected that a single post could earn him over 1 million. After deducting the forum's share, then paying some taxes, ended up with over 700,000. No wonder professionals make good money. Even a simple post like this can earn hundreds of thousands. Zhang Yu happily withdrew the money. Number 1 High School. Legends about Zhang Yu were spreading. After having his resources snatched by Li Feng, he furiously cleared a nightmare-level abyss, confronted Li Nan head-on with sheer strength, rejected Mayor Zhou Yun's apology, and directly joined Shangyu City. After a series of maneuvers, Zhang Yu even gained a group of devoted followers. The decision to leave Jiangshui City and relocate to Shangyu City wasn't met with criticism. Instead, it was praised as showing backbone. I once put myself in Zhang Yu's shoes and considered his perspective. If I were him, having my resources snatched by Li Feng, I'd probably just rage helplessly. I'd file a complaint, then unfurl banners to make sure every professional in Jiangshui City knew about this injustice. Isn't this just impotent rage? Only those who can't solve problems throw tantrums. Those who can, like the resource department director at Shangyu City, they just come and take what they want. Rumor has it it's not just Shangyu City. People have spotted envoys from Chinan City and Xia City too. Yikes. I just want to know right now, does Li Feng feel at ease using someone else's resources like this? What's there to feel uneasy about? Anyway, I saw a post that detailed the subsidy list for S-class resources. Damn, reading it made me fucking jealous. A complete set of golden tier warrior equipment. With this gear, even I could clear the abyss on hard mode. Hey, stop talking, Li Feng's here. Holy shit, why's he at school? Today is the day for third-year high school professionals to receive their vocational certificates. Tisk, jealous. Vocational certificates. Not exactly graduation diplomas. It serves as proof that this student is embarking on the path of becoming a professional. However, the certificate isn't issued arbitrarily. It requires the principal's endorsement, confirming you're qualified to pursue this professional path and capable of making a living by leveling up and clearing dungeons, before the certificate is granted. Additionally, an examination is also required. The exam content was politics, similar to the civil service exams in Zhang Yu's previous life. This meant that professionals holding this certificate were eligible to enter politics. Otherwise, if they only had strength but lacked intelligence, how could the people possibly entrust the position of leadership to these powerful individuals? Students who haven't obtained their professional certification still need to continue their education. After all, for 90% of professionals, leveling up is just a means to make job hunting easier. The school will continue training them for 3 months, including physical exercises like combat training, archery practice, and movement techniques. They'll also receive specialized skill training for secondary professions such as potion making and equipment repair. If you truly lack the talent and luck to conquer the abyss in these 3 months, switch to academic studies and focus on other subjects. I heard our number 1 high school only issued 3 certificates this year. Just 3? That's actually quite a lot. Do you think professional certificates are easy to obtain? Once you get that certificate, even without advancing further, you'll receive a guaranteed monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, a real iron rice bowl. Envious. If Zhang Yu were here, that would make 4. TSK, what a pity. Li Feng naturally heard all these people's discussions, because these matters were being discussed everywhere. You could hear it when going to the bathroom, during meals, no matter what you were doing. Everyone was using Zhang Yu to belittle him. Li Feng's eyes were filled with complex emotions: anger, resentment, but most of all, a sense of grievance. He had thought that by following his father to Jiangshui City, he could escape those monstrous geniuses within the factions and no longer be idle gossip for people's after-dinner conversations. Back in the central district, this was exactly the kind of life he had lived. Who would have thought that even in a backwater like Jiangshui City, he would run into another freak? He hated Zhang Yu, but he had to admit his superiority. There was no way around it. He'd read that strategy guide. It was absolute domination by sheer skill. The only thing that angered him was why his luck had to be so terrible. Because of Zhang Yu, he had been beaten by his father last night. No matter how hard he tried, no matter that he'd set a new record clearing the abyss on hard difficulty, it still wasn't enough. He remained the good-for-nothing in his father's eyes. He was the thief that other classmates were gossiping about. He was merely a tool Zhou Yun used to curry favor with his father. But I clearly invited him. Why didn't he accept? Li Feng thought that if Zhang Yu had accepted his invitation back then, he, who had long harbored murderous intentions, would probably have been killed by Zhang Yu in the difficult level abyss. Actually, he believed this was the best outcome. Sigh. Li Feng let out a deep sigh. It was nearly noon. Zhang Yu was awakened by the 2 girls, Wanran Qingyu and Kuang. They were carrying a large pile of luggage. You 2 aren't planning to move in, are you? Don't tell me you've got some shady intentions towards my UGE? Tao Qian was cooking lunch when he saw the 2 women with their large and small bags, quipping sarcastically. Then he turned to Zhang Yu and said, UGE, I don't think these 2 ladies are up to any good. You'd better watch out. Shut your mouth. Nobody asked for your opinion. When Ren Qingyu retorted bluntly, Brother, you sent us a message saying we're going to Shangyu City tonight. He told us to pack our things and go together, Kang explained. So urgent? Tao Qian looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu said, moving, handling procedures, collecting our professional certificates, and settling in will take at least 2 days. 2 days is enough time for my summoned beasts to fully recover. I want to level up faster. The nightmare level abyss is extremely draining, even though the dual magic fire drakes and goblin general have had their stamina reset upon reaching 5th tier. But they're not at their peak condition. They need rest and recovery. 2 days would be perfect. Moreover, I plan to enter the nightmare level abyss again next time. I need to go to Shangyu City as soon as possible to make preparations in advance. Wait a minute. Tao Qian set down the spatula and walked up to Zhang Yu, asking earnestly, Nightmare difficulty? Yes. Tier 2 abyss? Obviously. We're already level 10, can't enter tier 1 anymore. No, what I mean is, are you sure? Tao Qian actually wanted to say that stage 2 abyss was far beyond comparison with stage 1 abyss. Even though you cleared the nightmare level stage 1 abyss, wouldn't diving straight into stage 2 without any preparation be too risky? But Tao Qian didn't voice this thought completely, mainly because he feared being proven wrong. When Zhang Yu first mentioned competing for the rankings, I had my doubts too. After that, he never brought it up again. To question Zhang Yu's strength is like offering your face for him to slap. Zhang Yu shook his head and said, actually, I don't know either. After all, it's my first time reaching level 10. Maybe, we should play it safe? When Ran Qingyu suggested, how about clearing a hard difficulty first to warm up? Kuing nearly choked hearing this. Hard difficulty in phase 2, counts as warming up? Zhang Yu smiled and said, although I don't know how strong a second stage nightmare abyss is, my recent power-up isn't too shabby either. The odds are about 50%. How about I charge you 1 million to take you through the nightmare abyss this time? You in? Ignoring any objections, Zhang Yu directly named his price. Tao Qian, who had just been worried and opposed, agreed without hesitation. Deal. When Ran Xingyu was even more straightforward, she transferred the money immediately. Zhang Yu, aren't you worried anymore? Tao Qian, you know I've got your back, bro. If you say go, we go. One Ran Xingyu, there's a 50% chance, right? Let's gamble on it. Only Kuing was completely honest. $1 million to bet on a stage 2 nightmare abyss. Not even a god could refuse that. Danger? Which abyss isn't dangerous? With Shan Yu around, if there's only 50% danger, can you even call that dangerous? Besides, the three of them clearly realized they couldn't persuade Zheng Yu anyway. So since Zheng Yu wanted to go crazy, then let's go crazy together. At this moment, Tao Qian remembered something and said, if you really can take us through another nightmare level abyss run, you'll undoubtedly rank first in this year's rookie level leaderboard. In previous years, rookies from the Central District always took this honor. I can already imagine the shocked expressions on those arrogant Central District geniuses' faces when they see Jiang Shui, no, a summoner from Shangyu City topping the refreshed leaderboard. Chapter 48 Chicken Blood wards off evil spirits. I get that. Shangyu City. Wow, this place is huge. With a yard and a swimming pool? Brother Yu, are you living the rich second-generation life ahead of schedule? After completing the formalities, Tao Qian and the others arrived at this villa. What rich second generation? I built my fortune from scratch. Yeah, sure. Tao Qian directly grabbed a bottle of beer from the ice bucket beside Zheng Yu and took several big gulps. Now this is the good stuff. Did you buy this house? Zheng Yu lay on the recliner, staring at his phone without looking up. Chai Fong from Resources gave it to me. Just staying here temporarily. Tao Qian sized up the villa's scale. Quite spacious. The rent for this place must be over 10,000. A 3-story Western-style house with a large yard, complete with a lawn and swimming pool. So, did you get your S-class resources yet? Zheng Yu shook his head. Not yet. Chai Fong said it's past the application deadline, and I'd already filed once before, but the resources ended up with Li Feng. It's a bit complicated. Tao Qian frowned. Can't apply anymore? Though these weren't his own resources, they were closely tied to him, because if Zheng Yu had them, his strength would increase, making their abyss run safer. Naturally, he was anxious too. It's said that Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shangyu City, personally went to the provincial government to handle the procedures. Whether the application will be approved or not, I'm not sure. Tao Qian lay back on the deck chair with a beer in hand and said, if Shangyu City doesn't secure the resources for you, wouldn't our coming here be a loss? It makes no difference. Zheng Yu didn't seem to care. Whether Shangyu City can secure these resources or not, I won't be staying in Jiangshui City any longer. Even 20th level applicants can reapply once more. Then wouldn't you lose out on the Phase 1 resources? Tao Qian spoke indignantly on Zhang Yu's behalf. Chai Fong said if the application fails, their resource department would personally compensate me with Phase 1 resources, no less than what the provincial office would provide. This was the condition Chai Fong had agreed upon when he first met Zheng Yu. It seems Shangyu City really values you. Mainly because Shangyu City's performance has been too poor in recent years. Forget S-rank talents, even A-rank professionals are few and far between, and none of them have developed well. If this continues, they might not even have any newcomers to participate in the professional tournament anymore. Naturally, Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong are anxious. Fair point. Tao Qian asked again, what about Wan Runqingyu and the others? Tao Qian was the last to arrive in Shangyu City because he needed to handle his household relocation procedures himself. They went shopping. I sent them to buy some essentials for entering the abyss. Girls are better at bargaining, it'll save us some money. Because he was used to being poor, Zheng Yu habitually saved money. Tao Qian's eyes lit up. Have you chosen which abyss to go to? Zheng Yu nodded. Yes, the Shangyu Shrine. Tisk. The most disgusting one? Though Tao Qian made an exaggerated expression of shock, he wasn't actually surprised at all. Because Shangyu Ancestral Hall was the only abyss with nightmare-level strategies. But it was also the abyss that Wen Runqingyu, Kuing, and even Tao Qian least wanted to enter. Because it was truly haunted. Zheng Yu explained, there are a total of 3 Stage 2 abysses in Shangyu City. The Shangyu Ancestral Hall, the Bloody Film Studio, and the Dark Valley. There are 3 abysses, but only the Shangyu Ancestral Hall has complete clearance records, with detailed guides, plot branches, how to obtain rewards, and shortcuts all clearly written out. I know some of you are afraid of Ancestral Halls, but if you want to improve your clearance success rate, Ancestral Halls are the best abyss for practice. So I made a pretty safe decision. Pretty safe. Tao Qian thought Zheng Yu was showing off, but he had no proof. Using Nightmare Level Abyss for practice. And he says Nightmare Level Abyss is relatively stable. Listen to that, is this human speech? Unheard of. But Zheng Yu genuinely seems to be considering their situation. Zheng Yu explained, there's a complete guide, and it was actually made by Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shangyu City, when he was young. It's highly credible. So, are you reassured now? Zheng Yu even felt that he was being considerate. Tao Qian. Of course, the first clear reward from Shangyu Ancestral Hall is gone, but there's still hope with Bloody Film Studio in Dark Valley. You plan to clear them all? Why not? Wouldn't it be a waste to leave such good rewards untouched? Alright then. Tao Qian chose to support Zheng Yu. He didn't really have much say in the matter anyway. Whatever abyss Zheng Yu wanted to tackle, he'd just go along with it. As the team's cheerleader/cook, his only responsibilities were keeping spirits high, cooking decent meals, and holding his liquor. The Ancestral Hall is a ghost-type abyss, so I had one run Xingyu and the others stock up on anti-specter gear. That stuff's overpriced at the temple store, the black market's got cheaper alternatives. Also, the Ancestral Hall has quite a heavy energy. When you have time, go get some chicken. Tao Qian understood. Chicken blood wards off evil spirits, I get that. Zheng Yu shook his head. Who said anything about warding off evil spirits? The ghosts in the abyss all have health bars, what's there to be afraid of? I told you to get some chicken because I heard Zheng Yu's free-range chickens are a local specialty. We're going to roast them in the Ancestral Hall. Tao Qian. 6. Afternoon. Chai Fong brought good news. The provincial district approved his resource application, though the process is still ongoing. It said Zhang Zhan directly contacted a senior figure from his faction to pull some strings and get it approved. These procedures are really hard to handle without connections, Chai Fong complained over the phone. So, would you be interested in joining our faction? Seizing the opportunity, Chai Fong asked directly. Zheng Yu neither refused nor agreed, simply asking, isn't it only level 40 professionals who qualify to join factions? Factions can be understood as organizations established by powerful professionals to monopolize certain resources, mighty and unbreakable, because their interests are inseparable. But not just anyone can join, the simplest requirement alone filters out 99% of professionals. Minimum level 40 required to join factions, because before level 40, one can't even be considered a strong player. Chai Fong said with a smile, hey, this is just us trying to recruit talent like you in advance. Anyone who can clear Nightmare Abyss is guaranteed to reach level 40. By the way, have you decided which abyss to tackle in Phase 2? Chai Fong stopped asking Zheng Yu about joining factions and instead posed another question. The Ancestral Hall. A rather calm choice, isn't it? From Chai Fong's perspective, this choice seemed rather conservative. Shangyu Shrine is the abyss with the most clearances by professionals in Shangyu City, as there are countless strategies available. It's the most favored abyss among Tier 2 professionals in Shangyu City. Chai Fong felt slightly disappointed. He had been looking forward to Zheng Yu attempting other abysses in Shangyu City and breaking some records. After all, the attitudes of professionals in Shangyu City varied when it came to inviting Zheng Yu. Even though Zheng Yu had the achievement of clearing the Nightmare Abyss, many still believed that the summoner profession had no promising future, and allocating resources to him was a wrong decision. So breaking records and producing some results would shut those people up. But from Zheng Yu's perspective, the Ancestral Hall was undoubtedly the best choice. For safety's sake. That's why Chai Fong would say this was a rational choice, unswayed by external influences, simply choosing what suits oneself best. This decision seems utterly disconnected from the Zheng Yu who had stormed into the Nightmare Abyss in a fit of rage. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zhan, who had just returned from the provincial district, asked, he didn't choose Blood Film Studio? Chai Fong nodded. I also thought he would choose Film Studio Abyss. Breaking the studio's record seemed the most likely path. That kid appears reckless at first glance, yet is excessively composed. Reckless? I don't think Zheng Yu is reckless, Zhang Zhan said with a laugh. He just has little patience for compromise. That's not necessarily a flaw. If young people were as timid and hesitant as us, afraid of this and that, they wouldn't be called young people anymore. Actually, choosing the Ancestral Hall might be better. If he breaks its historical record, wouldn't that make his achievement even more valuable? Zhang Zhan remained optimistic, but Chai Fong responded without hesitation, I don't think that's very likely. The Shangyu Ancestral Temple Abyss is the most familiar dungeon for Shangyu natives, where countless professionals from Shangyu have broken records time and again. Not so easy to break, unless he plans to attempt the Nightmare level Abyss. And from what I gather, he seems intent on bringing Tao Qian and those two girls along for a solo record-breaking run? Impossible, not to mention entering the Nightmare level Abyss. At this point, Chai Fong thought of something. Wait, isn't his team missing a member now? Zhang Zhan nodded. Yes, they're one short. There are 4 of them now. One young man forcefully quit the Nightmare level Abyss. I bet he's kicking himself now. If they're missing one, Chai Fong rubbed his chin, deep in thought. How about I assign someone to him? Assign a helper? That could work. How about sending Zhang Wenchang? He's a warrior with A-grade talent, currently around level 18. But Chai Fong outright refused. Who said anything about assigning him a helper? With Zheng Yu's abilities, sending someone meaningless would be pointless. None of our Shangyu City's second-tier professionals are S-rank, what help could an A-rank possibly provide? If Zheng Yu insists on soloing, he definitely won't accept any assistance. Zhang Zhan asked suspiciously, then what are you planning to do? I've got a distant cousin who changed professions last year but got delayed by family matters. I'm having her tag along for the ride. Zhang Zhan, you weren't optimistic about Zheng Yu just now. Chai Fang chuckled. I wasn't optimistic about him breaking records, but he's definitely a strong player in Phase 2, someone my cousin should team up with, just like when I teamed up with you back in the day. Zhang Zhan. Chapter 49. We're missing a teammate who can grill lamb kidneys. Shangyu City. Shangyu Ancestral Hall's Abyss Hall. After 2 days of exhausting efforts, Zheng Yu and his companions finally completed all necessary tasks and found time to attend to their main business. There are, rather few people here. Tao Qian observed the sparse number of professionals in the hall. The idle staff member nearby took the opportunity to explain, because this year's first batch of professionals are all still in Stage 1 Abyss. You can't even get into the queue for Stage 1 Abyss. As for those veteran professionals, they've either already leveled up or completely given up. Isn't it normal for there to be fewer people? Tao Qian nodded. Fair point. I didn't think it through. After all, he had transferred from Jiangshui City. His earlier words carried a slight ambiguity. Entering the hall. The crowd was sparse, yet some still held signs, searching for teammates. When Ran Xingyu said, we're short one teammate. Normally 4 people can enter the abyss, but with one less person, both experience and rewards will decrease accordingly. If you're aiming for the rankings, it's best to bring along a carry. Stage 2 carries are very easy to find, and they're all willing to pay well. Almost 60 to 70% of professionals get stuck at this stage, with some choosing not to risk their lives further in the abyss. There's another group who simply can't win fights, can't find mentors, so they just take up jobs, saving money while waiting for some pro to carry them. Tao Qian asked in confusion, no mentors? That can't be right. During the first stage Abyss, I saw plenty of them. That was Stage 1 Abyss. As long as you outleveled the content, carrying people through easy or even normal difficulty was a breeze. Even then, it had to be the standard combo, 2 warriors with a priest, to carry others. By the second stage of the Abyss, skilled professionals team up to level together. Who would bother carrying deadweight? Unless they've given up on reaching the third stage and just want to trade their strength for money, then maybe they'd take on passengers. Then there are professionals like Zheng Yu, who are competing for the leaderboards. But the problem is, in a small city like Shangyu, how many years does it take to produce one such ranking-chasing genius? I see. Tao Qian wore an expression that said he pretty much understood. Then pointing at the group of professionals searching for teammates in the Abyss Hall of the Shangyu Ancestral Temple, just pick any one of them then. Tao Qian went straight to find a staff member. He had a teammate search broadcast displayed on the hall screen. Looking for soy sauce, 1 spot left in a party of 4. Requirements, obedient, no kill stealing, no looting, must know cooking and grilling, preferably skilled at grilling kidneys, not free, price negotiable. Zheng Yu saw the announcement and immediately gave Tao Qian a thumbs up. Still, it was Tao Qian who truly understood him. He didn't need teammates with strength, he just needed one who could grill kidneys to fill the void left by Wu Zong. As soon as the announcement was broadcast, a professional privately messaged Zheng Yu. Anonymous, warrior need a teammate? Zheng Yu, summoner yes. Anonymous, warrior wait, you're a summoner? Anonymous, warrior wait, who's the main DPS here? The professional who contacted Zheng Yu was baffled. He had never seen such a bizarre team, a summoner as captain, and 2 assassins? Only the monk seemed somewhat reliable. Before Zheng Yu could reply, the anonymous warrior said bluntly, let me talk to the monk. He should be your captain. Zheng Yu asked, why talk to him? Anonymous, warrior, sent an expression of speechlessness. Then said, I need to negotiate the price. Zheng Yu replied directly, just talk to me. Can you make the decision? I have a B-grade talent fire, which can suppress the Yin energy in the Ancestral Hall. I'm level 18, have cleared the simple level Ancestral Hall Abyss 5 times, and the normal level once. After the self-introduction, he directly said to Zheng Yu, my asking price is 800,000. Not too expensive, right? What? Zheng Yu sent a big question mark. Wait, can you actually make the call or not? With my skills, charging 800k isn't expensive. Even though your team setup is pretty mediocre, between me and that monk, plus swapping out 1 assassin for a priest, clearing an easy abyss would be a piece of cake. Zheng Yu, summoner maybe, you should take a closer look at the announcement I posted? Zheng Yu gave a somewhat lazy explanation. Who in their right mind would come demanding money without even reading the announcement first? The other party fell silent for a moment. Then I sent Zheng Yu a question mark emoji in return. Anonymous, warrior no way, bro, are you crazy? Or am I blind? With your current setup and level, you want to carry someone through the abyss? Anonymous, warrior and you need someone who can grill lamb kidneys? Seriously, what kind of joke is this? Are you messing with me? The other party was clearly furious. Zheng Yu found it rather odd. He had been staring at the summoner profession, yet the other person didn't recognize him? Zheng Yu, summoner, don't you browse the forums? Anonymous, warrior forums? Just a place where failed professionals brag and shoot the breeze. What's there to see? Don't tell me you fell for another post about shortcuts in the ancestral hall? Anonymous, warrior big bros giving you some advice, don't believe it. If you do, you'll die fast. Anonymous, warrior I'm out. Just a bunch of kids here messing with me for fun. Thought I'd finally found some business. After that, the warrior never paid Zheng Yu any attention again. Zheng Yu looked at Tao Qian, whose face was equally gloomy. Clearly, someone had privately messaged him too, and the conversation hadn't gone well. Alright, it seems finding a genuine bystander isn't that easy. Wen Renqingyu also chimed in, I didn't expect it to be like this either. She had originally thought finding a bystander would be simple. Zheng Yu said, it seems the mayor has tried to keep news of my arrival in Shangyu City as quiet as possible. Probably still worried I might not recover, huh? There's another possibility. Wen Renqingyu said, they simply didn't anticipate the nightmare level abyss would give so much experience. They never expected you'd advance directly to a tier 2 professional. So what do we do now? Tao Qian asked. I found a few candidates, some came straight out asking for money, while others left the moment they saw you were the team leader. There was one interesting case though. They knew you'd cleared the first stage of Nightmare Abyss, but still refused to join the team. He felt that asking him to grill lamb kidneys was an insult to him. Kuang, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. If Wu Zong heard this, he'd be furious. Exactly. Now he doesn't even get the chance to grill kidneys anymore. It's mainly because brother your reputation hasn't spread yet. Second-tier professionals still have some arrogance. How about I try finding someone on the forum? Just as Wen Renqingyu was about to search for fill-ins on the forum, Zheng Yu received a call from Chai Fong. Xiao Yu, I heard you're planning to enter the abyss today? Chai Fong's tone was extremely polite. Zheng Yu was momentarily stunned. Yeah, planning to join, currently looking for teammates. Oh, you're short one teammate? Chai Fong asked, feigning surprise. Zheng Yu explained, to be precise, we're missing someone who knows how to grill lamb kidneys. Chai Fong, what? Someone who can grill kidneys? Chapter 50, Nightmare Level Abyss, the Ancestral Shrine. After some negotiation, the deal was finally struck with. What a coincidence, I happen to have a sister who specializes in grilled lamb kidneys. The agreed price was 3 million per person. Although Chai Fong thought Zheng Yu's asking price was somewhat too high, he didn't hesitate at all. After all, the genius he'd recruited needed to be properly taken care of. He figured this was probably Zheng Yu's way of expressing dissatisfaction that they still hadn't delivered on promised resources. It was only natural to offer a bit more. Then it's settled. I'll transfer the money to you shortly, just hang tight for a bit. Alright. Zheng Yu hung up the phone and said with a smile, we found soy sauce. Who? A distant cousin of Chai Fong. That resources department minister? Yes. She can grill kidneys? Tao Qian asked. Chai Fong said his cousin's family runs a barbecue joint, probably better than Wu Zong. Then there's no problem. Wen Renqingyu, is it really appropriate for you to be discussing so seriously whether someone knows how to grill kidneys? Chai Yun, Ranger, requests to join the party. The party leader has approved Chai Yun, Ranger, to join the party. Chai Yun, Ranger. Hello Captain Zheng Yu. Hello everyone, my name is Chai Yun, pleased to meet you. Greater than or equal to? Less than or equal to? Smiles. Tao Qian, monk so cute. Zheng Yu, summoner welcome. Wen Renqingyu, assassin welcome, sister. Kuang, assassin welcome, sister. Reading the word sister, Chai Yun, who was rushing to the Shangyu Ancestral Hall in a taxi, gritted her teeth. She was indeed a year older than Wen Renqingyu and the others. As last year's professional, she had been stuck at level 12, unable to advance further. No teammates, no mentors. After struggling for over a month to form a team, they had nearly died in the Ancestral Hall. Later, due to some family matters and her own lack of talent, she gave up. She had already decided not to continue down this path until last night when her cousin Chai Fong, the perfect child others compare theirs to, called her, saying he found a pro to carry her through the abyss. No risks, no need to lift a finger, just tag along like a sidekick. Anyone Chai Fong rated as a pro was definitely the real deal. But the thought that the other person was a year younger than her still made her feel somewhat awkward. They arrived at the Ancestral Hall Abyss Hall in Shangyu City. She spotted her team at a glance. Because Wen Renqingyu's figure was simply too eye-catching. A group of 4 who looked very young together was hard to miss. Zheng Yu also noticed Chai Yun, a girl with an exceptionally fit physique. Her wheat-colored skin, long legs, and neatly cropped short hair gave off an efficient vibe. Bandages wrapped around her wrists, and the muscles on her forearms and calves were clearly defined. Zheng Yu nodded to Chai Yun and said, I've shared a file in the chat group. Take a look at it to avoid any mistakes. Alright. Chai Yun's first impression of Zheng Yu was that he seemed reliable. At least he wouldn't pretend to know what he didn't, charging into the abyss without checking the strategy guide. Yet she didn't bother to carefully review the materials Zheng Yu had shared, because it seemed somewhat unnecessary. After all, the Shangyu City Ancestral Temple Abyss was part of the curriculum in Shangyu City schools. Every student knew it like the back of their hand. Who even needed to read a guide? Chaiyun didn't let her disdain show, because she'd learned from her brother that Zhang Yu was the genius poached from Jianshui City. It's perfectly normal for someone from Jianshui City not to understand the abyss of Shangyu City. 1 hour. Zhang Yu said, in 1 hour, we'll enter the abyss. Zhang Yu gave Chaiyun time to review the materials. Chaiyun had just joined the team and didn't feel it was her place to say much. Chai Fong had warned her earlier, keep quiet, since Zhang Yu preferred pure soy sauce players. But the more Chaiyun observed, the more something felt off. Why were these all strategies for nightmare-level abyss runs? She figured Zhang Yu must have grabbed the wrong guides. This nightmare-level abyss strategy is just for ordinary professionals to enjoy. There's no real technique to learn here. If you really want to learn techniques, you should study the hard mode abyss strategies. Chaiyun couldn't help but remind Zhang Yu, what's wrong? Zhang Yu asked directly, noticing Chaiyun's hesitant expression. Chaiyun straightforwardly expressed her thoughts. Did you guys look up the wrong guide by any chance? The guide posted in the group chat is for the nightmare-level abyss. Zhang Yu nodded. That's right, it's that exact guide. Chaiyun. Zhang Yu noticed Chaiyun's confusion and explained directly, although you won't need to fight, the Ancestral Hall Abyss is full of mechanisms and traps, especially the nightmare-level abyss. The nightmare-level abyss is vastly different from the normal-level abyss you're familiar with. The nightmare-level abyss leans more toward realism, so strategy guides are extremely valuable. They can help us break historical records. Ha! Chaiyun made a peculiar sound. Nightmare level. Didn't your brother tell you? Zhang Yu asked. Tao Qian, standing nearby, countered Zhang Yu. Brother Yu, did you tell Chai Fong that you're trying to clear the nightmare level ancestral hall? Zhang Yu froze. Seems like I didn't. At this moment, Zhang Yu also just realized, no wonder Chai Fong's tone sounded off when I asked him for 3 million, he must have thought it was too expensive. Chaiyun stared blankly at Zhang Yu. Are you serious? Zhang Yu said somewhat helplessly, you're the third professional today to ask me this question. Alright then, it's clearly my communication issue. My team and I are entering the nightmare-level Shangyu City Ancestral Temple Abyss. If you think it's too risky, you can withdraw from the team. I'll just refund the money to Chai Fong. As for filler members, we can always find brave souls on the forum. Chaiyun stood there pondering for a moment. She was hesitant. Until Zhang Yu looked at her hands and said, the calluses on your hands show you never stopped training this past year. For a ranger, arm strength is paramount. Want to take a gamble with us? An invitation initiated by Zhang Yu. A professional who had taken a year off yet still persisted in training, grinding thick calluses onto her palms. This proved she had never abandoned the path of a professional. Thus, Zhang Yu decided to give her a chance. If she was willing to gamble, this path of a professional would open up for her. Chaiyun gazed intently at Zhang Yu, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment, but more than anything, they held longing. Do you have confidence? 50%. Either we die, or we clear the level. That's a great understanding. I might force quit midway, Chaiyun said bluntly, without any concealment. Zhang Yu waved his hand indifferently. No problem, I've experienced this before, but the money can't be refunded. Chaiyun, 3 million. If you can really clear the nightmare level shrine, it would be a steal for me. Chaiyun fell silent again for a long while. I must be crazy. She muttered to herself, reason telling her that a summoner with 4 weak teammates couldn't possibly clear nightmare level abyss even if Zhang Yu had glorious achievements in the past. Because the difficulty of first stage abyss and second stage abyss couldn't even be compared. But a voice in her head kept insisting she should take the gamble. In the end, she chose to reject rational judgment. I bet. Zhang Yu said with a smile, congratulations on boarding the pirate ship. Should we tell your brother? Chaiyun said, I'll tell him. Chaiyun sent a direct message to Chai Fong. I'm entering the nightmare level abyss. If I don't make it out, please take care of my parents for me. All set? Then let's go. Zhang Yu opened the interface and selected the Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss Nightmare difficulty. Zhang Yu, summoner I'm in. Tao Qian, monk to be honest, I'm a bit nervous this time. Kuing, assassin let's go. One run Xingyu, assassin don't be nervous. Either we clear this and strike it rich, or die in this nightmare abyss. Either way, it won't be a pathetic death. Tao Qian, monk pa. Jinx it, why don't you? Chai Yun, ranger. Entering Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss, nightmare difficulty, please wait. At the same time, Chai Fong, who was in a meeting, received a message from his daughter Chaiyun. The first time he looked, he didn't notice anything special and just laughed, saying, this girl, trying to play the sentimental card with me. But at the second glance, holy shit, he leaped straight up from his chair. Zhang Zhan, who was in the middle of speaking, said with displeasure, we're in a meeting. What kind of behavior is this? But Chai Fong completely ignored Zhang Zhan, because he saw the key phrase, nightmare difficulty. Zhang Yu is going to the nightmare difficulty Ancestral Hall Abyss. No wonder he dared to ask me for 3 million outright. Zhang Zhan was also stunned upon hearing Chai Fong's words. Are you saying that summoner we poached entered the nightmare level abyss? Chai Fong nodded. My cousin Chai Yun just sent me a message, and damn it, she even left a suicide note. Zhang Zhan, remember what level we were when we entered the nightmare level abyss? Zhang Zhan, level 19. Zhang Yu is only level 13. And he brought 4 noobs along. Are you crazy? Just as Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong thought Zhang Yu had lost his mind. The 5 of them had already entered the abyss of the ancestral hall. Zhang Yu's vision was pitch black, while an old man's voice echoed in his ears. Ancestral halls, primarily used for worship, weddings, funerals, birthdays, celebrations honoring ancestors and sages, offering prayers, making wishes, celebrating, seeking blessings, believing ancestors and deities will protect them. The same holds true in Shangyu village, where their ancestors have safeguarded them generation after generation, ensuring prosperous careers, freedom from famine, protection from war, and safety from disasters of fire and water. They thanked their ancestors, revered the ancestral hall, until, one day the ancestors began to make demands. I'll protect your safety, you offer lives and sacrifice. The ancestors you worship, will they truly bless you? Or rather, what you worship, are they really your ancestors? His voice was low, as if telling a ghost story, slowly recounting the tale of the ancestral hall's abyss. Chapter 51, seems like I've grabbed onto a real big shot. You have entered the nightmare level difficulty of Shangyu City's ancestral hall abyss. This difficulty level 100% restores the true appearance of the abyss and reconstructs the entire history of the abyss. The difficulty is extremely high, and the mortality rate is extremely high. Please be careful. A chilling wind howled. Accompanied by an indistinct push-and-pull sensation, Zhang Yu and the others appeared on a dimly lit forest path. Zhang Yu shuddered inexplicably. The wind here was far less biting than in the abyss of Cold Street, yet it sent a shiver down one's spine, as if something is staring at you relentlessly, with resentment and greed. Staring? Hey, who told you to stare at me? Zhang Yu looked at the pitch-black roadside and said discontentedly, not talking, huh? Zhang Yu summoned the Goblin General without hesitation. Goblins, charge at him. Without a word, the Goblin General slapped his giant wolf mount and charged towards the right side of the forest path. After a piercing shriek that sounded like a ghost wailing and wolves howling. Killed Roadblock Ghost LV-15, gained 2094 EXP. Peace at last. That annoying sense of being watched vanished instantly. Trying to scare me? Who gave you the guts? Tao Qian. Bro, the eerie atmosphere the ancestral hall abyss just created for you, you ruined it. The moment there was a hint of Chinese horror vibes, Zheng Yu shattered it outright. Zheng Yu walked to the spot where the road-blocking ghost had perished, staring at the pile of white ashes on the ground with his hands clasped behind his back. In the end, he said, this is just an abyss. As long as there's a health bar, I'm Lam Chinging. Tao Qian arrived in a hurry, exclaiming, bro you're amazing. By the way, who is Lam Chinging? Zheng Yu. At that moment, the rustling of leaves suddenly echoed through the forest, and faintly, the laughter of a child could be heard. Audacious demon, still daring to laugh at me? Furious, Zheng Yu directly cursed. He. The children's laughter gradually faded away in the swirling gloomy wind. Actually, Zheng Yu was just playing around. Having read the strategy guide, he knew very well that this forest path leading to Shangyu village posed no danger at all when first entering the ancestral hall abyss. It was merely a little trick to enhance the atmosphere. The road-blocking ghost can make players encounter ghost walls. It won't harm them but will delay their entry into Shangyu village. The laughter of children is merely a warning. Similar to the butcher shop owner, Cold Corpse, at the street corner in the previous abyss of Cold Streets, it's just meant to scare people. While Zhang Yu was immersed in playing Lin Zhengying, Wenran Xingyu and Kuing had already taken out the prepared strings of copper coins and talismans. According to Zhang Zhan's guide, the Yin energy from the nightmare level abyss gradually erodes our sanity. Translated, it means the Yin energy affects the recovery of spiritual power. The longer you stay in the ancestral hall abyss, the greater the impact. Wenran Xingyu distributed 5 strings of copper coins to everyone. Zheng Yu took the coin string, noticing it felt somewhat sticky to the touch. Copper coin string, made from ancestral hall coins soaked in the blood of Shangyu village dogs for 49 days, tied together with the hair ribbons of newlywed women from Shangyu village, and coated with glutinous rice paste used in grave offerings, can ward off the erosion of shadow deities. Wenran Xingyu explained from the side, the copper coins, dog blood, hair ribbons, and glutinous rice are all materials dropped from other difficulty level abysses in the ancestral hall, only available for purchase in Shangyu city. Zheng Yu asked, must be expensive? Since Wenran Xingyu and Kuing were the ones paying, Zheng Yu didn't know the price. 3,000 for 5 strings. That cheap? A local from Shangyu city named Chai Yun said, only nightmare level abysses require this kind of thing. To be honest, if it weren't for you guys, no one would buy it at all. I see. Then, Wenran Xingyu handed all the talismans to Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu glanced at the talismans, they were all items mentioned in Zhang Zhan's guide, and while putting them away, he remarked, so you've all read the guide. According to Zhang Zhan's explanation, the clearance time for the ancestral hall theory couldn't possibly be less than 3 days. Because after entering Shangyu village, you need to follow the storyline. You must stay for at least 3 days to trigger the boss mechanism, the ancestral spirit of Shangyu village controlled by the dark deity behind the ancestral hall. The first day is for sacrificial rites. The second day is for ghost marriage. The third day is the night parade of 100 demons. After the night parade of 100 demons, you'll encounter the shrine boss. So to break the record, you'll have to save time when fighting the boss. If you strictly follow Zhang Zhan's strategy, the only way is to compete in boss killing speed. There's a chance of making mistakes and failing to break the record. So, let's try to find some way to activate the boss early, like provoking that fake ancestor behind the shrine. But I don't have any leads right now, so we'll just take it one step at a time. Zhenyu explained his plan while casually summoning the twin flame serpents. The appearance of the twin flame serpents instantly dispelled the surrounding gloom, bringing warmth back to their bodies. Let's go, into the village first. The goblin general led the way, with the twin demon fire serpents guarding the rear. The group advanced along the pitch-black forest path toward Shangyu village. Chai Yun, who left last, cast a deep glance at the spot where the road-blocking ghost had perished, her eyes filled with astonishment. Zhang Yu's plan met with no objections from Chai Yun. Any professional from Shangyu City would have laughed at Zhang Yu's fanciful notion when he said, "Provoke the fake ancestor in the ancestral hall to speed up clearing the level." But Chai Yun didn't, because she had witnessed with her own eyes how the goblin general charged forward and instantly annihilated the blocking ghost. Although the roadblock ghost was only level 15, but getting instantly killed by a single charge was somewhat absurd. That staggering damage of over 50,000 left Chai Yun utterly bewildered. Was this really the damage output of a summoned creature? 50,000. She suddenly realized that her so-called gamble didn't even apply to Zhang Yu, because for him, entering a nightmare-level abyss wasn't a gamble at all, but rather something he genuinely had the confidence and ability to do. The thought that he might actually break the ancestral hall's historical record kept swirling in Chai Yun's mind. This time, it seemed she had truly latched onto a real powerhouse. Chapter 52, Bro, you buying cemetery plots or what? The path into Shangyu village cuts through this forest trail. Occasionally, a few road-blocking ghosts pop out. They're not particularly dangerous, just persistent reminders to professionals that ghosts do exist here. Whoosh! An arrow shot out. It hit the ghost right in the face. These roadside blocking ghosts were extremely easy to deal with. According to information from other guides, these blocking ghosts were actually just passers-by on their way to Shangyu village. Just an unlucky bastard. Minus 10,745. One arrow dealt 10,000 damage. A 5th-tier goblin general boasts over 3,000 attack power. With the 5.7x multiplier from archery mastery, a normal hit would deal over 20,000 damage. But ghost-type creatures aren't exactly normal. In simple-level shrines, ghosts can ignore 10% of damage. In normal-level shrines, ghosts can ignore 15% of damage. In hard-level shrines, they ignore 25% of damage. Upon reaching the nightmare-level ancestral shrine, the difficulty directly skyrocketed to 60%. Ignoring 60% of the damage, combined with factors like hit rate, evasion, and elemental advantages, the ghosts in the nightmare-level shrine became extremely difficult to kill. This is also the reason why many professionals in Shangyu City hesitate to challenge the nightmare-level abyss. Fortunately, ghost-type creatures generally have low HP. A level 15 human skin spider with 60,000 HP, but an ordinary road-blocking ghost only has 20,000 HP, which means just 2 arrows. Whoosh! The goblin general raised his hand and fired another arrow. It struck the roadblock ghost at the end of the path, scattering its soul to the winds. Roadblock ghost LV.15 defeated, gained 2244 EXP. As the goblin general kept shooting fragile roadblock ghosts ahead one arrow at a time, Zhenyu asked Tao Qian and the others with interest, "Want some oranges? Got any oranges?" Tao Qian didn't recall buying oranges when they were gathering supplies. Zhenyu handed him an orange. Without thinking much, Tao Qian ate it right away. After a while, Zhenyu asked again, "Want some cookies?" Zhenyu handed Tao Qian a few cookies. Tao Qian, ? No, where did you get these? As soon as he finished speaking, Tao Qian realized they had unknowingly wandered into a graveyard. The orange and biscuits in Zhang Yu's hands were taken from the tombstones. Tao Qian immediately threw the biscuits in his hand away. Looking up, I saw Zhang Yu running to another grave, picking out offerings. "Wait, bro, you came to this cemetery to shop?" Zhang Yu, this is a graveyard? Chai Yun immediately recognized this place. The graveyard is the first challenging location in the ancestral hall abyss. A high-level wraith spawns here, the spirit of the former Shangyu village chief. It's extremely powerful and difficult to deal with. Chai Yun said anxiously, to confront the chief's wraith, we must first create a diversion outside the graveyard. Otherwise, entering directly will provoke attacks from all the wraiths in the entire burial ground. Wait, we shouldn't have reached the graveyard this quickly. Chai Yun hastily stepped back. But she noticed that neither Zhang Yu nor Tao Qian and the others had moved. Only Wen Renxingyu glanced at Chai Yun and said, "You didn't read the strategy guide Captain Zhang Yu sent you, did you?" Chai Yun remained silent. She really didn't pay much attention. Mainly because she didn't know Zhang Yu was about to enter the nightmare-level abyss at the time, so she didn't take it seriously. Zhang Yu patiently explained, Zhang Zhan's nightmare-level abyss guide once mentioned that in the shrine abyss of other difficulty levels, the graveyard has fixed locations. As long as you're careful, you can always find it. But in the nightmare-level abyss, the graveyard appears randomly. The earlier it appears, the greater the danger. Luckily, we entered the graveyard within 10 minutes, a full half-hour earlier than Zhang Zhan. Chai Yun, are you sure this is lucky? Isn't that even more dangerous? Zhang Yu said with a smile, of course it's lucky, because the earlier you encounter the graveyard, the sooner you can unlock the main storyline of the Ancestral Hall and clear the abyss faster. Although I'm not sure if it works, as long as you kill every obstructing ghost you encounter without missing any, you can meet the graveyard ahead of time. It seems my guess was correct. Chai Yun looked at Zhang Yu in astonishment. She had been puzzled earlier why was Zhang Yu so determined to kill every road-blocking ghost, even those deep in the forest, to the point of annihilating their very souls. She had thought Zhang Yu was merely greedy for the experience points, but it turned out he had a purpose all along. As Chai Yun stared at Zhang Yu, she felt an unsettling contradiction. He seemed both insane and utterly reliable at the same time. But the question is, how do you deal with them? Chai Yun now noticed that faint silhouettes of spirits had begun to appear in the graveyard, and there were many of them. Zhang Yu smiled at Chai Yun and said, after we get through this level, you really need to study the walkthrough I sent you. Otherwise, you'll hold us back later. Also, let me correct one mistake of yours. In the nightmare level abyss, it's not just a high-level wraith, but an elite high-tier monster. As for how to deal with them, Zhang Yu snapped his fingers. The twin demon fire pythons behind him suddenly unleashed flames, instantly engulfing the entire graveyard. Of course, we'll just fight our way straight through. Zhang Yu had done extensive research on the Ancestral Hall abyss and had a good grasp of the graveyard's difficulty level. Essentially, he could sweep through it effortlessly. To speed up the dungeon progress, they couldn't strictly follow Zhang Zhan's strategy. The Ancestral Hall abyss storyline was straightforward, no exploration needed, no puzzles to solve, just toughing it out for 3 days. Disrupt a ritual ceremony and provoke the fake ancestor behind the Ancestral Hall, that'll do it. From the very beginning, there's no room for hesitation. Go straight for the kill. The more violent, the better. By provoking that false ancestor tainted by the shadow spirits ahead of time, we could potentially break the record. Burning down the entire graveyard was Zhang Yu's first move. As the twin demonic fire serpents activated their flame aura, it instantly enveloped the entire graveyard, drawing piercing shrieks from the fire-fearing specters. Having advanced to the 5th tier, the twin demonic fire serpent's flame aura now covered a 50-meter radius. Covering the not-too-large graveyard wasn't difficult. Moreover, the burning effect with double fire attribute damage made the wraiths here suffer terribly. Against frost corpses, the twin demon fire pythons were their natural nemesis. Against wraiths, the twin demon fire pythons were their daddy. Boom! The graveyard was instantly set ablaze. Twin effect, double flame aura damage. Directly negates 50% damage immunity, plus the fire damage that already suppresses them. The entire graveyard was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. The wails of wraiths never ceased. This place was once hell for professionals, now it's hell for wraiths. Strings of damage numbers popped up all over the graveyard. Minus 5,741, minus 5,329, minus 587, minus 698. Burn damage, minus 5,339, minus 5,788. Over 10,000 damage per second. Witnessing this level of damage output, Chai Yun couldn't shake off an unreal sensation. Wasn't this even more devastating than a mage's spells? Standing nearby, Tao Qian, Wen Renxingyu, and Kuing watched Chai Yun's astonished expression with evident satisfaction. That's right, that half-open mouth, those bewildered eyes, the trembling pinky finger, perfect. This is exactly the right state. Chapter 53, the finest ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Now that's the right flavor, Tao Qian said with a cheeky grin. Because back then, when they witnessed Zhang Yu's damage output, it was exactly this state. What mechanisms, what dangers, none of them existed within the explosive damage of Zhang Yu's summoned beasts. Not just instant kills, but area-wide instant kills. The burning still continued. The ordinary spirits appearing in this graveyard were all level 20 entities. With their HP tripled, incinerating them instantly was nearly impossible. And in this grand feast of ghost roasting, the main course hadn't even made its appearance yet. Whoosh! A sinister wind began to rise. A mournful wail sounded. Faint funeral music echoed all around. On the largest grave in the cemetery, an ancient-looking old man, his body emitting black smoke, crawled out of the burial mound. Like all other spirits, his body appeared semi-transparent. but the black smoke behind vaguely took the shape of a strange animal. Wraith, chief of Shanyu village. The first person to offer their soul as sacrifice to the ancestors. Level, LV 20. Rank, Elite. HP, 150,000. Attack power, 2,500. Skill I, Shadowy Aura. Skill 2, Venomous. Skill 3, Possession. Skill 4, Level 20 Elite Monster. Zhang Yu's expression grew more serious. This elite monster was almost comparable to the boss Shao Qi from the nightmare difficulty level of Cold Street Abyss. Keep in mind, this was only the first stage of the Ancestral Hall Abyss. Esteemed guest from afar, may I ask in what way has our Shanyu village offended you? The village chief's ghost stared at Zhang Yu with a sinister gaze. Zhang Yu pointed at the wailing spirits around them and said, I see this place is rather unlucky, too many filthy things. Let me clean it up for you. The village chief's ghost flew into a rage. Black mist surged from behind him, and a chilling aura swept across the entire graveyard, momentarily suppressing the flames of the twin fiend fire serpents. The surrounding spirits finally had time to pounce on Zhang Yu and the others. Chayan's legs went weak as she watched the scene unfold. She couldn't begin to imagine how Zhang Yu would deal with this horde of spirits. You old man, I was kind enough to help you clean up this filth, yet you show no gratitude. Fine then, if you don't appreciate it, you can burn along with them. Twin Demon Fire Serpent. Zhang Yu commanded the twin demon fire serpent behind him, burn to your heart's content. Roar. After a sound that was half snake, half dragon, the hellfire serpent has finally descended upon this graveyard. But this time, it's not a fire serpent. Instead, it's an even more powerful fire dragon. Boom. The flames burn. Now that the main course, the village chief's lingering spirit, has appeared, it's time for the twin demonic fire dragons to reduce the sauce with intense heat. Double flame aura. Double inferno of fire serpents. Double flame attribute burn. No matter how high the HP is, this combo will instantly start charcoal grilling the Wraith. Defeated Wraith LV20, gain 3,786 EXP. Defeated Wraith LV20, gain 3,587 EXP. You have slain Ghost LV20, gain 3,444 EXP. You have slain. A fierce blaze scorched everything. Sweet, sweet EXP gains. No one was sharing the experience with him, so it skyrocketed rapidly. Before he could even finish killing them all, his level directly jumped to 14. Congratulations! Level up! Level, LV13 LV.14, 59,600, 56,500 EXP needed for next level. HP, 940099770, 7,950 equipment bonus. MP, 870880, INT, 451469, STR, 126130, Agility, 2930. Remaining free attribute points, 5. Leveling speed is extremely fast. This is why you must bring 4 weak teammates when competing for rankings. With 5 people entering the abyss, the overall difficulty increases, but so does the total experience gained. But if others don't join the battle, that top-ranked powerhouse would gain even more experience. Soloing a nightmare-level abyss grants upgrade speeds unimaginable to ordinary players. Just one wave of wraiths instantly leveled him up. Ah! A shrill scream abruptly pulled Zhang Yu out of his leveling euphoria. The village chief's ghost, watching other spirits being burned to death one after another, flew into a rage and released a surge of energy, enveloping the entire graveyard. In a futile attempt to rival the twin demon fire serpent's infernal flames. But how could the twin demon fire serpents, whose innate attributes naturally counter energy, be suppressed? Instead, their flames only grew fiercer. Seeing that the flames could not be suppressed, the flames were searing his own flesh, causing unbearable agony. He transformed directly into a plume of black smoke, lunging fiercely toward Zhang Yu. The speed was terrifyingly fast. But the goblin general assigned to protect Zhang Yu wasn't idle. In this chaotic melee involving summoners, one must always keep a summoned creature ready to defend oneself. The goblin general raised his heavy hammer and struck fiercely at the mass of black smoke. Whoosh! The hammer landed directly on the body of the Wraith village chief. Minus 8,742. Dealt 8,000 points of damage. But the Wraith didn't stop because of it. The village chief Wraith, now transformed into black smoke, completely ignored the heavy hammer and lunged straight at Zhang Yu. Professionals could deal direct damage to ghosts in the abyss. But in essence, ghosts remain ghosts, physical barriers can hardly stop them. Zhang Yu. As they saw the specter charging toward Zhang Yu, Tao Qian and the others shouted in alarm. This was the first time they had witnessed Zhang Yu facing direct harm. Summoners have one fatal weakness. All their strength lies in their summoned beasts, while their own health and defense are extremely fragile. However, the next moment, Tao Qian realized their worries were unfounded. Summoners may be weak, but they completely forgot that Zhang Yu was equipped with 3 platinum tier items. The Ghost Village Chief's attack on Zhang Yu landed squarely on the Grudge Ring's protective shield. Engagement ring exuding resentment. Equipment Effect 1, Mental Shield, a shield formed from resentment, capable of blocking 10,000 points of spell damage. Equipment Effect 2, Shield Shatter, upon shield break, deals 2,500 fixed damage to surrounding targets. A 10,000 point shield. The Ghost Village Chief couldn't possibly break through it. Even if the shield were broken, there's still the defense from the human skin spider set and the taunting defense of the training dummy. To touch Zhang Yu, you'd have to get through these layers of defense first. Minus 6,458. A white damage number appeared above Zhang Yu's head. White damage means shield value reduction. 6,000. To be honest, that's quite high. The Ghost Village Chief attempted possession, but failed to break through the Grudge Ring's shield, leaving him stuck mid-air. Phew. At this very moment, the twin demonic fire drakes had prepared their most scorching breath attack. Dragon's Breath. Zhang Yu watched as the Wraith Village Chief, completely enveloped in the crimson draconic flames, screamed incessantly. With a smile, he remarked, the finest ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Charcoal roasted Wraith. Just add ordinary breath capable of melting molten iron. Defeated Wraith Xiangyu Village Chief LV20, gained 7,848 EXP. Chapter 54, A Chilling Thought, the Perfect Clearance Method. The entire graveyard was left with only the crackling sound of flames. The vengeful spirits who had been clamoring to kill Zhang Yu were now completely annihilated. After the Ghost Village Chief died, the black smoke that had been clinging to him flew into the air, circling and swirling twice before dissipating, as if committing Zhang Yu's features to memory, then vanished into midair. Congratulations! Obtained Accessory Village Chief's Pipe, LV.0, Silver Grade. Congratulations! Obtained Armor Robe of the Departed, LV.20, Silver Grade. 2 pieces of equipment exploded. One was an accessory, an old-looking pipe that probably wasn't meant for professionals to smoke from, given how filthy the mouthpiece was, covered in grime that made it hard to put to your lips. Accessory, Village Chief's Pipe. Wearing requirement, none. Wearing requirement, none. Tier, Silver. Attributes, none. Equipment Effect, when you hold this cigarette holder in your mouth, you will receive treatment akin to that of a village chief in Xiangyu Village. Was it really meant to be held in someone's mouth? Zhang Yu looked at the filthy cigarette holder with disgust. Clearly, it was a quest item. It may be dirty, but it could save your life in a critical moment. Though inwardly disgusted, this item wasn't mentioned in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide, because Zhang Zhan's team never actually killed the Ghost Village Chief back then. When its health drops to 5%, the Ghost Village Chief unleashes its final skill, the one that doesn't appear on the status panel. It's called Separated by Yin and Yang, meaning you can no longer attack the Ghost Village Chief. You can only watch as the experience and equipment slip right through your fingers. That's why Zhang Yu had the twin demon fire python hold back from the start, using the flame aura to slowly wear it down. Then, when the Ghost Village Chief least expected it, he finished it off with the python's breath, a high damage skill that delivered the killing blow. This is the advantage of having a strategy guide. Zhang Yu looked at the pipe in his hand, already forming a rough plan in his mind. He wanted to break Zhang Zhan's record. The village chief's pipe was the most crucial prop. As for that Shroud of the Dead, Zhang Yu tossed it directly into his inventory and categorized it as for sale. A level 20 silver tier equipment. He couldn't even equip it yet. By the time Zhang Yu had finished sorting through his gains, Chai-Yin beside him still hadn't snapped out of her daze. That's it? It's over already? Did Zhang Yu just blaze through the first notorious obstacle known as the Nightmare Abyss, the Ghost Village Chief, with a single fire attack? She stared blankly at the 2 summoned beasts standing beside Zhang Yu, the brawny goblin general, and the twin-headed flood dragon wreathed in flames. These 2 summoned beasts completely shattered her understanding of summoners. So, summoners can be this powerful. Hearing Chai-Yun's murmured words, Tao Qian immediately repeated the phrase he'd said countless times. It's not the summoner who's strong, it's Zhang Yu. And, you're being shocked too early. If my UGE was only at this level, how could he have the confidence to challenge the Nightmare Abyss? As a devoted Yu booster, Tao Qian held absolutely nothing back when it came to hyping up Zhang Yu. And it wasn't like he was shooting his mouth off without reason either. No, his hype was firmly grounded in facts. In the battle against the Ghost Village Chief, only the twin demon fire dragons contributed, while the Goblin General's Suicide Squad never made an appearance. The summoned beast's frenzy skill wasn't unleashed. Zhang Yu had more than one trick up his sleeve. Not to mention, the third summoned beast, upgraded to level 10, had yet to be released. Just wait and see, the real battle is yet to come. Tao Qian wore an expression that said just you watch. Let's go, enough with the bragging. Zhang Yu cut Tao Qian off. After the disappearance of the Ghost Village Chief, through the woods of the graveyard, the faint yellow lights of Shangyu Village could be seen flickering below the mountain. Shanyu Village has appeared. The main quest begins, let's pick up the pace. Got it. Hearing Zhang Yu's urging, Tao Qian immediately followed suit. Chai-yun recalled Tao Qian's words from earlier. Though she sensed some boastfulness in them, the composed demeanor of Tao Qian, Wenran Xingyu, and Kuing suggested that Zhang Yu was someone they could fully trust. Chai-yun's previous worries gradually transformed into a faint excitement. If Zhang Yu could truly conquer the nightmare-level abyss, it would be an absolute windfall. Although it's a bit challenging. Although this is only the first level. But, what if? Dawn. The village of Shanyu was ablaze with lights. But the lights were dim, ghostly lanterns. Not a soul walked the streets. Every door was tightly shut. A chilling wind howled. After more than an hour of travel, Zhang Yu and his companions finally descended from the mountain cemetery to Shanyu village nestled at the foot of the mountain. Before entering Shanyu village, Zhang Yu recalled the twin demon fire dragons, leaving only the goblin general by his side. The twin fire dragons with flame attributes will disperse the Yin energy. This is not conducive to his search for the ancestral hall's traces. To find the ancestral hall, one must first locate the paper effigies. You have entered Shanyu village. Be cautious, as every entity you encounter may pose a threat to your life. Stepping into Shanyu village, the system delivered a thoughtful prompt. We should be looking for the ancestral hall now. Chai-yun hurriedly spoke. She just wanted to prove that she had carefully studied Zhang Yu's guide while they were hurrying along the way. Cramming at the last minute. No, cramming Zhang Yu's notes at the last minute. Zhang Yu nodded, signaling Chai-yun to continue. The street was eerily deserted, so she lowered her voice, almost afraid to speak too loudly. According to Zhang Zhan's guide, the first thing to do upon entering Shanyu village is to find the ancestral hall. After locating the ancestral hall, hiding inside will trigger a cutscene where you witness the entire sacrificial ceremony of Shanyu village's residents. But the problem is, the ancestral hall structure isn't obvious, there's no fixed location, so you'll need to search by luck. If you enter the wrong house, you'll be trapped. The second challenge in the depths of Shanyu ancestral hall. Every household here holds danger. Just as the system warned, everything is a potential threat. The fastest and most convenient method is to use talismans. The talismans will burn according to the intensity of the ghostly aura in the room. The fiercer the burning, the stronger the ghostly presence inside the house. The place with the strongest ghostly aura is most likely the ancestral hall. As Chai-yun finished speaking, Zhang Yu continued, exactly. This was originally written in Zhang Zhan's guide, find the ancestral hall, locate the wooden coffin hidden within it, and then proceed with the storyline. But our goal is to break the record left by Zhang Zhan, so we can't just copy the strategy, we need to make changes. Chai-yun asked, what kind of changes? Zhang Yu noted this in the strategy guide. To truly break the record and claim the reward, changes must be made. And the thing that could most change the outcome was the flow of the story. Zhang Yu said, Zhang Zhan's strategy for clearing the level seems to me like a shortcut, viewing the entire story of Shanyu village worshipping the wrong ancestral grave from a third-party perspective. But the entire guide doesn't explain why they worshipped the wrong grave, who they were actually worshipping, why Shanyu village ended up in this ghost town state, or why the spectral village chief would stop us in the graveyard. None of these details are in Zhang Zhan's guide. That makes it an incomplete guide. I can only say we can clear the abyss, but not perfectly. Listening to Zhang Yu's words, Chai-yun found herself inexplicably beginning to trust his claims. However, she also knew that if these statements were posted on Shanyu City's forums, they'd probably get torn to shreds. After all, Zhang Zhan's clearance records at Shanyu Ancestral Hall were practically treated as gospel by the city's professional hunters. How dare a mere summoner like you question them? But after witnessing Zhang Yu's capabilities and his completely different way of thinking compared to others, she, a native professional from Shanyu City, began to genuinely question whether Zhang Zhan's strategy wasn't as perfect as it seemed. So, what do you plan to do? Chai-yun asked. Zhang Yu replied, from Zhang Zhan's perspective, everything he did was correct, yet it still doesn't explain the whole story. That means the perspective is wrong. Wrong perspective? Exactly. Zhang Zhan's angle observes the entire Shanyu village from a third-person viewpoint, the 3 stages of ritual sacrifice, ghost marriage, and the night parade of 100 demons. Then what if we shift perspectives and participate in this game from the viewpoint of the ritual sacrificers? Zhang Yu's words left not only Chai-yun stunned, but also Tao Qin and Wenran Xingyu at a loss for how to respond. Before they could voice any objections, Zhang Yu's next sentence sent chills down their spines. Or perhaps, we should become the sacrificial offerings ourselves. Wouldn't that allow us to confront that false ancestor directly? Chapter 55, The Goblin Combat Squad More Terrifying Than Ghosts. What's with those expressions on your faces? After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he realized no one was responding to him. Chai-yun opened her mouth slightly but remained silent. Only Tao Qian, who had a good relationship with Zhang Yu, spoke up. This doesn't seem to be part of the plan, does it? Didn't we agree earlier to use the burning degree of the talisman to locate the ancestral hall? Aren't you taking too much risk by directly becoming the sacrificial offering? Such words could only come from Tao Qian. Because after spending time with Zhang Yu, Wenran Xingyu and Kuing could both tell that Zhang Yu had a very strong-willed personality. Once he makes up his mind, it's hard to change. Zheng Yu looked at their expressions and laughed. Don't worry, I'm not crazy. I won't do anything that would get you killed. Tao Qian, are you sure? As for whether Zheng Yu was a madman, all 4 people present had their doubts, but they didn't dare say it. Zheng Yu explained with a smile. This plan did indeed come to me in a sudden inspiration, but it's well-founded and probably the only correct approach to solving the problem. He pulled out a grimy pipe, then tossed it to Tao Qian. Here, this is for you. What is it? Tao Qian looked at the pipe with slight disdain, but when he saw its attributes, his eyes suddenly lit up with delight. This is the most crucial prop item Zhang Zhan has ever missed. It's also the only prop that allows us to participate in the ritual. In a moment, I'll have you hold it in your mouth. Ha! Tao Qian froze for a moment. Me? Yeah, this is a crucial item. You don't want it? Upon hearing these words, Tao Qian immediately exclaimed, yes. This means he'll have a contribution in this dungeon run, so the rewards he ultimately receives won't be completely negligible. Though this pipe is truly rather revolting. But you have to admit, when Zhang Yu uttered those words, the young girls nearby couldn't help but eye that pipe with envy. Dirty? A reward is enough. Who cares about getting dirty? Besides, it's just a pipe. Holding a pipe can increase rewards. Some female professionals would even sleep with top players just to join a team for the abyss. Isn't smoking a pipe better than sucking on that thing? But unfortunately, there's only one pipe. So what do we do next? When Ren Xingyu and the others also saw the pipe's attributes. With the village chief's status, it was indeed possible for them to participate in the ritual, no doubt about it. Zhang Yu said, just like Zhang Zhan, we're searching for the sacrificial hall. However, our purposes differ. He sought the sacrificial hall to hide. We're searching for the sacrificial hall to make trouble. The more chaotic, the better. According to Zhang Yu's plan, they needed to find the ancestral hall, but not actually locate it. The 5 of them stood before different villagers' houses, each carrying a talisman. As long as it wasn't time for the ritual, these maddened villagers wouldn't emerge. Near the door, the talisman will burn. Zheng Yu glanced at the talisman in his hand, faintly glowing with sparks, indicating that there were very few, if any, malevolent spirits inside, only villagers. Villagers were the weakest beings in the abyss of the ancestral hall, practically dying at the slightest touch, and there is no penalty mechanism. Similar to innocent pedestrians in GTA games. Of course, there are no rewards either. The 5 were spread too far apart, and the village was too quiet for shouting, so they simply switched to group chat. Tao Qian, monk, my sigil has burned a quarter. There must be something in this courtyard. Kuling, assassin, mine has burned a third. When Ren Xingyu, assassin, my sigil shows no reaction. Chai Yun, ranger, my sigil has burned completely. Zheng Yu, summoner Chai Yun, remember your house number, it's most likely the ancestral hall now. Chai Yun, ranger, got it. Zheng Yu, summoner, gather at Kuying's house entrance. Tao Qian, monk, okay. A crowd had gathered outside the village house where Kuying was staying. The burning talisman indicated the presence of a malevolent spirit inside the dwelling. Entering the room would trigger the mechanism, causing the spirit to attack the professionals. The more fiercely the talisman burned, the stronger the spirit's power. The most intense flames would be found in the ancestral hall. But it's not entirely accurate. Because powerful spirits might also burn one, meaning it could be either a shrine or a level 20 elite monster. This comes down to luck. Zheng Yu's goal is to stir things up. Let's first rule out the room that's most likely to be the ancestral hall. Kill the ghost first, then we'll talk. Bang! The goblin general led the way, kicking the door open with 1 foot. Phew! A gust of eerie wind surged from within the doorway, and accompanied by a foul stench, Zheng Yu and the others hurriedly covered their noses. Snap! The string of copper coins in Zheng Yu's embrace shattered with a crisp sound as 1 coin broke apart. There are a total of 18 copper coins in the string. Each time it blocks a mental attack, 1 shatters, capable of resisting a total of 18 times. After the eerie wind passed, Zheng Yu and the others finally got a clear view of the house's interior. Before their eyes was a spacious courtyard, with a money tree in the center, proof that this household wasn't poor. The door of the room facing the courtyard gate was slightly ajar. Inside, an old nursemaid could faintly be seen, dressed in a gray cotton gown, sitting on a chair in the hall, glaring at them. Most importantly, the old woman's eyes were streaming with bloody tears. The scene was eerily unsettling for a moment. Zheng Yu felt neither fear nor concern, not just because he could see the health bar above the old man's head, but also because he simply wouldn't step into the courtyard. What's a summoner's greatest strength? Answer: not having to step onto the battlefield themselves. Goblin General, charge. The Goblin General showed no fear. What kind of demon is this? Prepare to meet your doom. The Goblin General charged straight toward the eerie old woman sitting in the hall, mounted on his wolf cavalry. Zheng Yu simply turned his back, refusing to even glance at the fight, and said to Tao Qian and the others, we just need to wait here. Go ahead and scare me, keep playing your ghostly tricks. If I show even a hint of fear, I'll take your last name. The Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss has one distinctive feature: it specializes in jump scares right in your face. Just like how the Ghost Village chief could bypass the Goblin General's obstruction and charge straight at Zhengyu, it's a scene often seen in horror movies. That is, even when you clearly know a horror trope is about to happen. But when the ghostly face suddenly appears, you'll still get startled. Tao Qian and the others dislike entering the Ancestral Hall for this very reason. Many second-stage warriors who've experienced the hall still feel lingering fear despite having strategies. This is far more immersive than playing a horror game. But Zhengyu is a summoner, which means as long as his strength overwhelms, he doesn't even need to watch the battle to command. Boom! Zhengyu even thoughtfully closed the door for the Goblin General and the old lady. You two carry on, I won't disturb you. Tao Qian, you can play it like this? Kuing, so we just wait here? One Ren Xingyu, there's more than one ghost in this room. There's another by the money tree, and one hanging from the beam. It'll probably take a while. Zhengyu, who wants some oranges? Tao Qian, I won't eat. One Ren Xingyu, how about some tea? Zhengyu, excellent. As Wen Renxingyu set up the tea table, Kuing brought out tea snacks, while Chai-Yin beside them felt an unreal sensation. In the courtyard, the mournful cries of ghosts could be heard. Outside the courtyard, Zhengyu and the others were actually drinking tea? This is the abyss? This is a nightmare-level abyss? How did a perfectly good horror-themed abyss turn into this? Chai-Yin suddenly realized that summoners might have their advantages, at least in this horror-type abyss. Summoners didn't need to face the terrifying scenes themselves. Inside the courtyard, ghostly wails and howls filled the air. Inside the courtyard, an eerie silence prevailed. About 10 minutes or so later, Zhengyu had just taken a sip of tea when he received the system's kill notifications. Killed LV-20 Blood Tier Wraith, gained 5,744 EXP. Killed LV-20 Hanged Ghost, gained 5,871 EXP. Killed LV-20 Miser, gained 6,022 EXP. Creak. The door swung open. Chai-Yun looked inside the door. Apart from the burly goblin general, there were also death-defying goblins wrapped entirely in black cloth, their eyes gleaming like ravenous beasts. A group of wolf-riding goblin cavalry mounted on green-faced, fanged direwolves stood ready, alongside a towering, hideously ugly war troll that stood over 3 meters tall. This is an evolved goblin combat squad. Looking at this group of goblins more ferocious than demons, Chai-Yin felt that perhaps demons weren't so terrifying after all. Chapter 56, 2 ghosts came knocking, but it was the ghosts who fell. What followed was the goblin general leading a gang of hoodlum underlings, going door to door knocking and conducting inspections. According to the state of the sigil's combustion, identified 3 houses with large numbers of lingering spirits among all the burned ones, while the rest were simply swept through. Just as the system described, danger lurked everywhere here. A withered tree branch in the corner, a cloth doll on the bed, red lanterns hanging from trees, a child's bloated corpse soaking in a vat, a female ghost embedded waist-deep in the wall. All manner of hanged ghosts, drowned ghosts, ghosts of violent deaths, ghosts of illness, and vengeful spirits. According to descriptions from professionals who have cleared the Abyssal Shrine on hard difficulty, even when you know ghosts are here, you'll still be scared out of your wits, because the Abyssal Shrine contains everything that should exist, and everything that shouldn't. Terror is the defining theme of the Abyssal Shrine. But when they faced a group of even more ferocious goblins, ghosts ceased to be ghosts, because goblins have no concept of ghosts at all. They only recognize health bars, not supernatural beings. Chinese-style ghosts focus more on atmosphere, enclosed environments paired with tales of death. As for sheer ugliness, Zhengyu still found this troll more terrifying. The real terror lies in how a single hammer strike from the troll can wipe out half a wraith's health bar. This troll once faced the classic 2 ghosts knocking at death's door scenario. Yet it was the twin ghosts who fell. Any ghost with a health bar ain't worth calling a ghost. Zhengyu complained, outright refusing to look at the bloated corpse of a child fished out from the tank, and the blood-red cloth doll that suddenly stood up from the bed. All these jump scares are damn annoying. Zhengyu declined the tour, and turned to leave. These ghosts that have occupied the villagers' rooms aren't particularly strong. A goblin general with a combat squad could handle them. These ghosts love sudden frights. When you enter the courtyard, they'll abruptly emerge from some corner to jump scare you, because ghost-type creatures have a particular setting. They collect the fear levels of professionals, and when those fear levels reach a certain point, the ghosts can evolve too. Therefore, ghostly creatures take endless delight in scaring people. Zhengyu wasn't about to suffer that torment. Out of sight, out of mind. If you can scare the goblin general, then you're truly something. Zhengyu simply barged into a courtyard inhabited by villagers without any lingering spirits. As an elderly man and a child trembled while watching Zhengyu and his companions, the grill was set up, marking the start of dinner for the day. Sizzle. The aroma of barbecue filled the air. Zhengyu sniffed and then said, "Is it burnt?" Chai-Yin fumbled clumsily while flipping the grilled meat. A few minutes later, Zhengyu took the grilled kidney Chai-Yin had prepared, took a bite, then silently put it down. Didn't your family run a barbecue shop? Zhang Yu couldn't help asking. Chai Yun froze. Who said that? Zhang Yu. That liar Chai Fong. Clearly, Chai Fong had lied. Chai Yun didn't know the first thing about grilling kidneys. Chai Yun was also baffled, because when she first met Zhang Yu, he had asked if she could grill kidneys, and at the time she hadn't thought much of it. After all, who would grill kidneys in the abyss? It actually works. And there's plenty of time. I can learn this. Chai Yun maintained a serious attitude, adopting the perfect posture for clinging to someone influential. Let Tao Qian handle it first. Grilling meat is also an art. To prevent Chai Yun from wasting the premium meat they'd bought, Zhang Yu quickly handed the task over to Tao Qian. Minutes later, the aroma filled the entire courtyard. Gurgle. A distinct stomach growl echoed from the corner. Zhang Yu turned his head to look. It turned out to be the child from this household's courtyard. The courtyard they entered held no ghosts, only an old man and a little girl of about 7 or 8. The old man held the girl close, shrinking into the corner, trying not to disturb Zhang Yu and the others. But no one could resist the temptation of roasted meat, especially not a child who seemed to have gone hungry for days. The little girl gazed longingly at Zhang Yu, and the grilled meat by his hand. Want a piece? Zhang Yu asked. The little girl didn't answer. Instead, startled by Zhang Yu's sudden question, she shrank back into the old man's embrace. Zhang Yu looked at the old man. I have something I'd like to ask you, and I'm willing to trade barbecue for your answers. The old man stared blankly at his feet, as if he hadn't heard Zhang Yu's words at all. Zhang Yu said with a smile, you really have no reason to refuse. Nor would you want to know the consequences of refusing me. Zhang Yu spoke very directly. He had absolutely no intention of forming any genuine connection with the villagers here. You can often see the protagonist forming good relationships with local villagers and then extracting all sorts of information from them. Zhang Yu believed this was completely unnecessary. First, he knew all too well how extreme and insular the mindset of such a closed-off village could be. To put it bluntly, the villagers' way of thinking could be described as downright terrifying. Heart-to-heart talks? If you truly open your heart, then prepare to be screwed over by the other party. Second, he didn't believe he had that protagonist's halo, capable of casually relying on smooth talk or some kind of charisma to make them spill their secrets to him. The best way was to use force, quick and hassle-free. So, Zhang Yu gave the old man two choices. Either bring the child to eat barbecue and reveal the village's situation, or end up like those ghosts outside, torn apart by goblins. The old man finally raised his head and looked at the beaming young man before him, as if seeing the child from the village of long ago. He picked up the little girl and brought her to Zhang Yu's side. A very wise choice. Zhang Yu handed the grilled meat skewers to the little girl. The little girl looked up, wanting to thank Zhang Yu, but only managed to make a babbling sound. Zhang Yu saw that the child's mouth had no tongue. What happened to her? Zhang Yu asked. The old man understood what Zhang Yu was asking. Stroking the child's head, he said, for speaking too much, the right to speak was taken away. By whom? The old man remained silent. Wanran Xingyu, standing nearby, chimed in and asked, was it your ancestors? The old man looked up at them and let out a bitter laugh. No, he is not our ancestor. Then who is he? Wanran Xingyu felt the answer was right before her eyes and immediately asked. The old man, however, pointed at the child's mouth. The answer was self-evident. He couldn't speak, because if he speaks, his tongue will be taken away. Zhang Yu looked down and saw that the child had already finished the meat skewer. He picked up another one and handed it to the little girl, but the little girl shook her head. The old man explained, she has no tongue, can't taste anything, and only chews food with her muscles. And, we don't need to eat. Wanran Xingyu frowned and asked, I just heard the kid's stomach growling. Still pretending you're not hungry? The old man shook his head and said, we may hunger, but we will never be full. Is it because of that fake ancestor of yours? Wanran Xingyu asked. The old man hesitated for a long time before speaking. I don't know why you've come here, nor do I understand why you had to come on the very day of the sacrifice. But I warn you, do not attend the upcoming sacrifice. Find a place to hide. I know a place right in the ancestral hall with 3 wooden coffins. If you lie inside them, they won't be able to see you. Zhang Yu and Wanran Xingyu exchanged glances. Only then did they realize why Zhang Zhan had been hiding inside a coffin. So someone had lured him there. Chapter 57 Sacrifice, Plague, Prophet, and the Ghost Village. What if we don't hide? Zhang Yu asked directly. The old man stared at him with bloodshot eyes and said, if you don't hide, you'll die. Killed by whom? Zhang Yu pressed further. I can't say. Zhang Yu observed the elderly man, likely in his 70s, dressed in a dark blue linen padded jacket, his fingers trembling slightly as if afraid of something. Zhang Zhan's guide clearly states that one must hide inside the wooden coffin when facing a nightmare-level abyss. But no one knows what consequences await those who refuse to enter the coffin. Clearly, Zhang Zhan had also inquired about the information from one of the villagers here. They all lead outsiders into the coffin, out of kindness, or malice. Impossible to tell. Tell me, how did your village come to be like this? Zhang Yu wasn't asking a question. The old man looked up. Seeing Zhang Yu's smiling face and the two pretty girls behind him who had already drawn their daggers, his heart trembled as he hurriedly spoke. 10 years ago, the village wasn't like this. Back then, due to years of drought, the village had poor harvests. We were so desperately poor we couldn't survive anymore, so we went up the mountain and dug open our ancestors' coffins. Wait, Zhang Yu interrupted the old man. If you were too poor to survive, why would you disturb the ancestral graves? Isn't this a major taboo? The old man shook his head and said, this is a tradition passed down through generations in our village. Whenever the village faces insurmountable difficulties, we open the tomb of the oldest ancestor, placing both the coffin and remains in the ancestral hall. A sacrificial offering? Wan Ran Qingyu thought of something. Yes, a sacrificial offering. The old man continued, this is a last resort. If we weren't truly at the end of our rope, we wouldn't even consider this idea. And then what happened? Zhang Yu asked. The old man coughed violently twice, clearly in poor health. After coughing, he continued, the ritual was a great success. Overnight, purple tea leaves sprouted on the southern mountain. Their fragrance was so intoxicating it became unforgettable. After harvesting and selling these leaves, they not only brought food in return but also ensured prosperity for every villager in Shangyu. As he spoke of these things, a smile appeared on the old man's face. Zhang Yu nodded and said, you can tell. In such a secluded village, every household could afford to build such large courtyards. They must have been prosperous once. Wealthy once, but not for long. The old man continued Zhang Yu's words, explaining, the tea business brought many troubles, uneven profit distribution, raids from neighboring villages. To protect the hard-won good life we'd finally achieved, you didn't sacrifice again, did you? The old man sighed. Yes. To drive away competitors, outsiders, and villagers with selfish intentions to monopolize the tea, the village chief secretly gathered us elders to conduct a second ritual. We dug up another ancestor's coffin. That year, the plague came to our village. With the ancestors' protection, as long as villagers remained loyal to Shangyu village without ulterior motives, they wouldn't be infected. But any outsiders or disloyal villagers who entered would die of illness. Zhang Yu said thoughtfully, so that means your current state of isolation is related to this plague? Yes. The isolated Shangyu village has become wealthier because the tea business has turned into a monopoly. Are there still people buying your tea? Aren't they afraid of catching the plague? Wan Ran Qingyu asked. They're afraid, but they can't bear to part with the taste of our tea. No one can resist Shangyu village's tea leaves. And because of the plague, the tea has become even rarer and more precious. Black market merchants would risk their lives for the profits. Zhang Yu nodded. More than 100% profit is enough to make people risk their lives. That makes perfect sense. So even though we're sealed off due to the plague, we still live comfortably because the black market merchants bring us everything we need. Everything, including people? Zhang Yu stared into the old man's eyes, trying to discern whether he was lying. The old man hesitated before nodding. It wasn't that they wanted to seal off a plague-contaminated village, rather, the outside world had cut them off. For a village to thrive, it must either rely on close kin or seek partners from beyond its borders. Who would come? No one would return. But there were black market merchants. Faced with exorbitant profits, capturing a few women and bringing them into the village was hardly a difficult task. Clearly, this village matched Zhang Yu's imagined vision of the most wicked village. Human trafficking, isolation, inbreeding, and Zhang Yu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he noticed the little girl's missing tongue. Continue. Zhang Yu showed no reaction, letting the old man go on. The old man remained silent. Zhang Yu sneered and said, you yourself just mentioned there are 3 coffins in the ancestral hall, which means you've conducted sacrificial rites 3 times before this. When was the last time, and why did you hold the ceremony? Faced with Zhang Yu's aggressive tone and Wan Ran Qingyu waving a dagger threateningly before him, he sighed helplessly and had no choice but to reply. Since you want to hear it, I'll tell you. After the plague, Shangyu village was sealed off for 3 years. Everyone in Shangyu village lived happily. We've always lived off the mountains, whatever we wanted, the black merchants would provide, including. The old man glanced at Zhang Yu, including what you mentioned, people. But there are always those who are never content with the blessings of their ancestors, choosing to remain in this village graced by fortune. Blessings. Wan Ran Qingyu could hardly bear to listen any longer, her brows tightly furrowed. A village that brought down a plague, cutting off all contact with the outside world, forced to rely on trading people for survival, yet in the old man's mind, this was considered a blessing and divine favor. She was utterly shocked and couldn't comprehend it. Zhang Yu, however, felt the old man's words came from the bottom of his heart. Without knowledge, having never seen the world beyond, the impoverished villagers who have lived their entire lives in this village, what else could this place, where everything is available, be if not a blessing? In other words, setting aside the plague for a moment, for this old man, this village is nothing short of a utopia. It's the young ones who want to leave, isn't it? Zhang Yu guessed. A bunch of kids, at the age when they should be getting married, broke the village rules and wanted to leave this place. And then what? Zheng Yu was very curious about how they stopped these strong-willed young rebels. The old man replied, the village chief followed the rules and broke their legs. Well, it was even more straightforward than Zheng Yu had imagined. Just like himself, conquering by sheer force. But from that day onward, the purple tea leaves never grew again. Then came the third ritual. From the old man's trembling hands and quivering voice, Zheng Yu had already understood it was precisely the third ritual that had turned the village completely into a ghost town. It was highly likely that those young men whose legs had been broken were the ones who disrupted the ceremony. Immersive Translate. Chapter 58 Breaking the Deadlock. The True Truth of the Ghost Village. After saying this, the old man refused to speak another word, his face set in a resolute expression that said, even if you kill me, I won't continue. Zheng Yu didn't press him or the child further. The old man sighed in relief and retreated back to the stool in the corner with the child, hiding once more. So today is the fourth ritual. After the old man left, one Run Xingyu analyzed. According to this villager's account, the cause of the village's current state was the third ritual. It's highly likely that the ritual was sabotaged, and those responsible for the sabotage were probably the young men who had their legs broken and held grudges. To restore the village to its original state, today's ritual was arranged. Wen Run Xingyu's words aligned almost perfectly with Zheng Yu's earlier suspicions. Zheng Yu agreed with Wen Run Xingyu's assessment, so the villagers absolutely won't allow outsiders to disrupt this ritual. Then that means the three wooden coffins the old man mentioned are indeed safe places. Zhang Zhan must have also deduced this information, ultimately choosing to trust the villagers' words to temporarily avoid conflict and let them complete the ritual. Wen Run Xingyu said, I believe Zhang Zhan thought that once the sacrificial ritual was completed, the village would return to normal, ultimately creating the possibility of clearing the level. Zheng Yu nodded and said, we can't rule out that possibility. But we know the outcome even after the successful sacrifice. Shanyu village remained a ghost village, still destined to endure the ghost wedding on the second day and the night parade of 100 demons on the third. Both analyses directly pointed to the direction Zheng Yu had previously suggested. That would be, disrupting the sacrificial rites. Wen Run Xingyu pondered for a moment before saying, this ancestor who can fulfill Shanyu village's wishes, he must be that dark deity, right? Just like the god of the frozen abyss who cursed Shaoqi in the depths of the cold streets. This Shanyu village also became like this because of the appearance of the Yin god. Zheng Yu proposed a different perspective. Perhaps, in the very beginning, there was no such thing as a Yin god. Wen Run Xingyu asked doubtfully, why do you say that? Zheng Yu said with a smile, don't you think that irresistible purple tea leaves, the kind people would risk their lives to drink, resemble something? Wen Run Xingyu didn't catch on. It was Kuing, who had been sitting there listening to their analysis, who spoke up, opium poppies. Zheng Yu nodded. It must be something similar, only that kind of thing could yield such enormous profits. Things like digging up ancestral graves for rituals, those were just superstitions cooked up by the village chief, or a group led by him. Anything that appears out of nowhere needs an origin story, and rituals are the best way to deceive these uneducated villagers. They'd willingly grow these things, even though they're illegal elsewhere. Then use the second ritual to trap these people. You know, once you touch these things, getting out won't be so easy. The purpose of the third ritual is also simple, to find an excuse to deal with those who want to leave. As Zheng Yu analyzed, Wen Run Xingyu gradually pieced together the historical picture of the entire Shangyu village and found it quite logical. Exactly. That must be it. Wen Run Xingyu thoroughly enjoyed the process of solving puzzles. During the last Frost Street abyss, she had analyzed relentlessly, yet still failed to anticipate the purpose of the visceral cake. This abyss actually couldn't devise a solution faster than Zheng Yu. She looked at Zheng Yu and realized that not only was he powerful, but his sensitivity to the details within the abyss was also extraordinary. Tao Qian, however, was somewhat confused. But what's the use of knowing all this? Zheng Yu explained, this means that from the very beginning, there never was any ancestor capable of granting wishes. The most likely scenario should be, the entire village died due to certain events, eventually becoming a ghost village. You need to understand one thing. In the abyss's setting, certain conditions must be met for the god's curse to take effect. For example, Shaoqi having his organs removed, the mother being pushed down the well, resentment, rage, hatred, combined with the frost prison god's curse, created Cold Street. Shangyu village is the same. A Yin god can only appear in a place filled with wandering spirits. Do you understand what I mean now? Zheng Yu's gaze drifted toward the old man and the child as he slowly said, the Yin god didn't come first, Shangyu village did. Rather, it was the existence of Shangyu Ghost Village, a place suitable for the survival of the Yin god's curse, that gave rise to the abyss of the Shangyu Ancestral Hall. The cause and effect are reversed. Tao Qian frowned as he pondered Zheng Yu's words. So you're saying they're also ghosts? But if they're ghosts, why didn't the talisman burn? Why is there no health bar? It wasn't Zheng Yu or Wen Ren Xingyu who explained to Tao Qian, but rather Cai Yun, who had remained silent the whole time. Cheyenne said, there's a theory that someone proposed on the forum if a ghostly entity isn't aware that it's a ghost, it might manifest in human form. So Zhang Yu's speculation is plausible. This time, Tao Qian also came to understand a few things. So that means, no matter how they perform the rituals, it's actually all ineffective, just like in the abyss of Cold Street. Essentially, it's just someone wielding the power of a yin spirit, punishing these villagers? You finally figured it out. Zhang Yu said with a smile, so the purpose is quite clear now. The sacrifices are utterly useless. It's just the obsession of these villagers who refuse to accept their deaths. They hope to find peace and return to their former lives through these rituals. That's why the village chief isn't in the village, but in the graveyard. It was that person with the Yin god's power who trapped the ghostly village chief in the graveyard, forbidding him from telling the villagers the truth. The villagers here will repeat this sacrificial ritual day after day, year after year, endlessly. What does the sacrifice require? Dig up a grave? Yes, dig up the village chief's grave. Tisk. Tao Qian drew in a sharp breath. The logic checks out. Digging up graves for sacrificial rites, one grave per day, ensuring that the instigator, the village chief, gets exhumed daily and brought to the ancestral hall for torment. The villagers would forever live in the terror of a haunted village. The cruelest part? They'd cling to the belief that the fourth ritual actually worked. The most desperate thing is often that very hope which remains forever out of reach. Tao Qian slapped his forehead as sudden realization dawned. So the ghost wedding on the second day and the night parade of 100 demons on the third, they were never meant for us outsiders at all. But to torment these villagers? Zhang Yu gave Tao Qian a look that said, the boy is teachable. Then let me ask you again, who in the entire village do you think would harbor such deep hatred for Shangyu village? Tao Qian pondered for a moment. Those young men whose legs were broken. Zhang Yu shook his head, turning the entire village into a ghost town. Do you really think they had that level of hatred? Those young men were just reckless fools who wanted to break away from the drug trade and go independent, nothing more. Suddenly, Tao Qian remembered the question Zhang Yu had asked the old man earlier. They bought people. Tao Qian muttered. So, they were trafficked in? Zhang Yu nodded. Tao Qian, you've spotted the blind spot. Zhang Zhan had always believed the boss he needed to deal with was the fake ancestor, but in reality, the fake ancestor was the village chief, who had already been eliminated back in the graveyard. The true boss is the mastermind behind turning Shangyu village into a ghost village. The one who harbors an undying hatred for Shangyu village. As long as we find her, we won't even need 3 days to clear this ancestral hall abyss. Chapter 59. Come, let me see what's going on. That old man is gone? Qiying reminded them. Everyone looked toward the corner where the old man had been, only to find the tongueless little girl pitifully curled up alone, while the old man had vanished without a trace. Tao Qian said anxiously, could he have overheard us and gone to report? Zhang Yu chuckled, he couldn't have heard what we said. After all, the curse-bearer of the dark god has been watching us all along, how could she possibly let the old man learn the truth? However, the latter part of what you said is correct, he did indeed go to inform on us. From the old man's perspective, our very presence was a threat to their sacrificial rites. When Ren Xingyu added, these ignorant villagers wholeheartedly believe the lies spun by their village chief. They're convinced the ritual must be effective and would never allow outsiders like us to disrupt it. At first, when he told us to hide in the coffins, it was genuinely out of kindness, not to evade ghosts, but to avoid the other villagers. No one would ever think to hide inside a coffin meant for sacrificial rites. But just now, Zheng Yu and I clearly rejected the old man's, well, you could call it goodwill. We insisted on participating in the ceremony. That must have crossed his bottom line. By now, he's probably gone to inform the other villagers. When Ren Xingyu finished speaking and looked at Zheng Yu, her expression seeming to ask, did I analyze it well? Zheng Yu also nodded in satisfaction. In the team, the only one who could help him unravel the logic of the abyss was Ren Xingyu. Zheng Yu took the last bite of his kidney skewer, stood up, and said, let's go. With our bellies full, it's time to raise some hell. The old man was deliberately let go by him. Someone needed to spread the word to bring the ritual forward. The goblin general and the trolls had been causing trouble in Shangyu village for so long, yet they never showed up, proving these villagers were truly powerless. As long as the ritual could be completed, they would endure anything. But if someone were to disrupt the ceremony, they will definitely take action. Zheng Yu wanted these villagers to start moving. They'd be easier to deal with than if they kept hiding like turtles in their shells. Oh, bring her along. Before leaving, Zheng Yu pointed at the little girl in the corner. Tao Qian volunteered to pick up the little girl and followed Zheng Yu out of the courtyard. At this moment, the street was already in complete disarray. Without the restraint of the goblin general, the goblin combat squad led by the troll went on a killing spree. Ghosts? In the troll's eyes, they were mere playthings. Except for that goblin shaman, the rest of the goblin combat squad were all bloodthirsty, especially the death warriors. At the sight of ghosts, their eyes turned red with fury. Although the ghosts in Shangyu village were all level 20, they were few in number and primarily focused on frightening people, lacking much combat strength. they were easily overwhelmed by the Goblin Combat Squad. It's basically a dozen against one ghost. The Goblin Combat Squad has ranged attackers, melee fighters, fearless warriors, spellcasters for control, and even a massive troll tank to draw aggro. Whether it's a hanged ghost, a plague ghost, or even those seemingly powerful violent death ghosts, none stand a chance against the Goblin Combat Squad. Ghosts are treated as prey. The street was in complete chaos. Wenran Xingyu couldn't help but remark upon seeing this scene, the mastermind behind Shanyu Village is really sitting tight. Their original plan had been to create a huge commotion, to see if they could make certain things lose their composure and bring the plot to an early conclusion. But now it seems that no matter how much chaos ensues, the hidden mastermind behind the divine curse couldn't care less. Only the weak ghosts are dying. She doesn't care how far this commotion goes, because the Shanyu village is just a repeating space where villagers are tormented in 3-day cycles. The rituals are fake, the ghost marriages are fake, and even the night parade of 100 demons is merely her means of punishing the villagers. She couldn't care less if Zhang Yu keeps stirring up trouble. Zhang Yu said with a smile, she can endure so much because she doesn't care. Anyway, the ritual itself is fake. Even if we disrupt it, she can still proceed directly with the ghost marriage and the night parade of 100 demons. Wenran Xingyu understood Zhang Yu's meaning. So, our current goal is to disrupt the ritual? Right. By force? Tao Qian asked. He had even taken out the golden grade monk staff in his hand. Since becoming a professional, he had never actually fought before. As a mere side character, he was well aware of his place. Facing a level 20 ghost-type creature, he knew he was no match. But he was confident in beating up a few villagers, and it wouldn't steal Zhang Yu's experience. Don't you think using force would be effective? Zhang Yu retorted irritably. Isn't there? Tao Qian had just witnessed Zhang Yu using force to intimidate the old man into revealing information. Zhang Yu asked, with all these ghosts in the village, with this sacrificial ritual that's been repeating who knows how many times, not a single villager has glimpsed the truth. And you think your stick is more effective than the dark deity? Tao Qian. Not to mention these isolated villagers who've never seen the world. Even those sophisticated city folks would willingly commit suicide for so-called beliefs. You can't knock sense into them. Zhang Yu shook his head. He'd witnessed with his own eyes how his relatives went astray. No one could talk them out of it, not even their own children or parents. Tao Qian still wanted to say something, but when he saw the villagers emerging from the mist, their faces twisted in madness, their terrifying eyes glaring at him as if they wanted to devour him whole, Tao Qian shuddered and asked, what if we go all out? I refuse to believe they aren't afraid of death. Tao Qian planned to make an example by killing one to warn the others. Unless you slaughter every last one of them. Otherwise it would be completely meaningless. Because they were ghosts to begin with. If you kill them, they'll grow even more fearful, clinging desperately to their last hope, the priest who once helped them. But wiping them all out creates another problem. Because you'd essentially be avenging the mastermind behind this. Everything would reset, the sacrificial rites, the ghost marriage, the night parade of 100 demons would start all over again. We can't even find the boss, and we'll end up wasting even more time because of this. Tao Qian was stunned. Then what should we do? You're such a blockhead, Pipe, Wenran Xingyu said helplessly beside him. Your memory is truly abysmal. They don't trust their loved ones, their children, their parents, or the police, but they absolutely believe one person's words, the village chief who led them astray. The village chief's status is practically no different from that of a cult leader now. After Wenran Xingyu's reminder, Tao Qian finally remembered the village chief's pipe. That's right. He hurriedly took out the pipe and looked at Zhang Yu, asking, did I bring it? Zhang Yu nodded and instructed, once you've got it on, don't say anything more. Find someone to lead the way to the ancestral hall. We must fight in the ancestral hall. Got it. Just as Tao Qian was about to put the pipe in his mouth, a familiar voice rang out. It's them. They're the ones trying to sabotage the ceremony. They must be those shady merchants from outside, trying to steal our tea. The speaker was none other than the old man. Zhang Yu's attention wasn't focused on the old man, but rather on the little girl who had no tongue. Upon seeing the old man again, instead of showing dependence or excitement, the little girl took a step back. A glimmer of understanding flashed through Zhang Yu's eyes. Just as the villagers arrived before Zhang Yu and his group in a fit of anger, about to demand who they were, Tao Qian walked out, shaking his head with a cigarette holder clenched between his teeth. Come on, let me see what's going on. Chapter 60, he's not human, but a ghost. Zhang Yu. I told you to act like a village chief, not a hoodlum. Tao Qian was now the spitting image of an old rogue, picking his teeth, tousling his hair, shaking his head, just like those delinquent youths loitering at school gates. When Ren Xingyu, Koing, and Chai Yun tacitly took a step back in unison, this person was beyond saving, even if they were facing a group of ghosts. Yet, despite such clumsy acting, under the effect of the village chief's pipe ornament, the villagers still didn't suspect a thing. Chief, you finally returned, he even exclaimed excitedly. Many of the older villagers even shed tears. With the chief back, good days are ahead. Chief, you finally returned. I thought those black-hearted merchants had. Oh. The villagers crowded around Tao Qian. Only the old man who had seen Tao Qian's face stared at him with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He was just about to speak. Whoosh! An arrow pierced straight through the old man's throat. Put! Blood splattered across the ground. The once lively villagers suddenly froze in place. Tao Qian immediately understood Zhang Yu's meaning upon seeing this scene. The flaw in the village chief's pipe was that villagers who had seen Tao Qian's appearance before he started smoking it would recognize him. The solution was simple. Kill them. Tao Qian quickly stepped forward and said, "Don't panic, everyone." Then he pointed at the old man's corpse lying on the ground, his throat pierced straight through by a goblin archer. He shouted loudly, "This is a traitor." A traitor? Yes, a traitor. Tao Qian had already immersed himself in his role. These are the experts I invited to perform the true ritual, not the black market merchants he accused of sabotaging the ceremony. Someone raised an objection, but that doesn't mean we can just kill them. Tao Qian roared angrily, "Are you questioning me?" The man withdrew his neck, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, Zheng Yu stepped forward, pointing at the corpse of the deceased old man and said, "He wasn't human, he was a ghost." As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers watched as the old man's corpse dissolved into a wisp of dark mist, vanishing into thin air. Of course, this wasn't Zheng Yu's doing. He had merely stepped out at precisely the right moment, because the people here are all ghosts. This also indirectly confirms Zheng Yu's earlier speculation. This ghost village has no living people at all. How could a place with living people also have hanging ghosts, starving ghosts, and plague ghosts existing simultaneously? They really are ghosts. Watching the corpses vanish before their eyes, the villagers immediately believed Tao Qian's words and began looking at Zheng Yu with newfound respect. Zheng Yu typed in the group chat at this moment, "Loose lips sink ships, get to the ancestral hall now." Tao Qian, monk got it. Zheng Yu had already noticed the thickening aura of gloom surrounding them. Clearly, the mastermind behind the scenes was already getting restless at this sight. She could see the villagers being killed. She could see the ritual failing. But she absolutely couldn't let an outsider who wasn't even a villager lead them by the nose, much less let these villagers learn the truth. This is why the little girl's tongue disappeared. The little girl had once spoken the truth. The gods grant power to those they curse, helping them fulfill their wishes. But if the cursed fail their task, they will lose their strength or even face punishment. This is a phrase every professional must memorize. This sentence explains the core point of the abyss's existence. It is also the most fundamental condition for professionals to break through the abyss. In the depths of Cold Street, Shaoqi's mission was to create frost corpses and maintain the frigid temperature of the street. The same goes for the Yin God's curse-bearer in Shanyu village. In Zhang Zhang's guide, he once mentioned that the Yin God's cursed ones might need to ensure the existence of Shanyu village in order to obtain the Yin God's curse. If the villagers knew the truth, Shanyu Ghost Village would no longer be Shanyu Ghost Village. She would definitely stop the process of revealing the truth. However, from beginning to end, no professional challenger attempting the nightmare-level abyss followed Zhang Yu's strategy route. They all obediently hid in their coffins, following the 3-day ritual. There is no step of revealing the truth. What's more crucial is that no one has ever raised the possibility or hypothesis that the villagers themselves might be ghosts. But I couldn't tell the villagers the truth here. First, the villagers were unlikely to believe it. Second, the entire Shangyu village was the main battleground for the Cursidine spirits, only the ancestral hall was exempt. Zhang Zhan's strategy proved useful here, as the ancestral hall was the ideal place for combat. Tao Qian deliberately walked among the villagers, letting them lead the way to the ancestral hall. He had no idea where it was located. The villagers were all very excited. In the past 3 sacrificial ceremonies, success was guaranteed whenever the village chief was present. In their hearts, the village chief was the important figure capable of communicating with their ancestors. The ancestral hall was located in the largest building of Shanyu village. From the outside, it's almost indistinguishable from other houses. But the interior space is much larger than one would imagine. At the center stands a bronze vat over 2 meters wide, with pale blue flames burning inside. The main hall contains 3 coffins. They were the 3 ancestral coffins previously used for sacrificial rites. Strangely enough, the coffins showed no signs of decay to this day. After entering the ancestral hall, Zheng Yu distinctly felt the sinister energy being blocked outside. There's something about this courtyard, Zheng Yu muttered under his breath. The ominous aura pervaded every corner of Shangyu village, which was precisely why Zheng Yu claimed that the Yin God's cursebearer had never stopped watching them. Yin energy is the power of the Yin God's cursebearers. But upon entering the sacrificial hall, the Yin energy weakened significantly. This indicates there must be something special within this sacrificial hall. No wonder Zhang Zhan insisted we must fight here, it makes perfect sense. As they spoke, Tao Qian was already surrounded by villagers and ushered into the hall. Zheng Yu and the others also stepped past the coffin and entered the hall. The hall had long been converted into the likeness of an ancestral temple, filled with memorial tablets and inscriptions of ancestors, but standing right in the center was a clay statue. The clay figure was half white and half black, the black side glared with furious eyes, while the white side had neither eyes nor mouth. Hands pressed together in prayer. Yet, clearly visible between the palms was a sharp blade. Chapter 61, The Strongest Elite Monster. Ghost Marriage. The red-dressed female ghost. Who would worship such a bizarre thing? One Run Xingyu muttered sarcastically. This was the sculpture that forum professionals referred to as the two-faced nether deity. Some speculated this might be the true form of the nether deity, but it remained mere conjecture. In this second stage abyss, professionals weren't yet qualified to face deities directly. Entering the ancestral hall, Zhang Yu ordered the goblin general to stand guard outside. He walked up to Tao Qian and said, "Before the ceremony begins, I have a question for you. Answer me truthfully, and I will help you complete the ritual, restoring peace to you all." As the village chief, Tao Qian naturally had to make a statement, so he said, "Answer freely, this is part of improving the ritual success rate." With the village chief's assurance, the villagers let down their guard. Zhang Yu asked, "Of the women you bought, how many are still alive now?" Whoosh! A sinister wind violently battered the main gate outside the ancestral hall. Even before getting an answer, Zhang Yu could tell from the commotion outside that he had asked the right question. The mastermind behind this must be one of the abducted women. "You mean the pigs?" a villager inquired. "Swine." This near-insulting term made one Run Xingyu, standing behind, want to curse out loud, but fortunately Zhang Yu stopped her with a timely glance. "Swine." Zhang Yu's expression remained remarkably calm. Because he remembered news reports he'd seen before, women trafficked into these villages were indeed referred to as breeding sows, meaning they were treated as nothing more than pig-like creatures existing solely for reproduction. "I don't understand. What do you mean by breeding sows?" Zhang Yu asked knowingly. A peasant woman said, "Those are women bought from merchants who can bear children." The village chief said such women aren't fit to live with us, so they were all put in the pigpen at the east end of the village. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. "Pigpen. Ah, it's just called pigpen, but it's not an actual pigpen. All the purchased women are kept there. Whoever wants one can go pick one to take home for continuing the family line. If they don't want her anymore, they just send her back." Zhang Yu's breathing was slightly uneven. Unable to hold back any longer, when Ren Xingyu vented in the chat group, "These beasts are even worse than I imagined. Koing, I don't even want to clear this level anymore. Let these damn creatures suffer here, just like those frozen corpses." Zhang Yu and the others were furious, but the villagers saw nothing wrong with the situation. Did Zhang Yu's questions provoke any resistance? But the one outside was different. Boom! Just as Zhang Yu asked about the pigpen, a tremendous explosion sounded outside. She panicked. Zhang Yu watched the raging dark winds outside. He was quite certain her hiding place must be in the pigsty. The wails of ghosts echoed outside the ancestral hall. Zhang Yu had the goblin general guard the door outside. He still had one more question to ask. "Where's the pigpen?" Zhang Yu asked with increasing indifference in his tone. "East end of the village. Is there anyone still alive in there?" "There shouldn't be any more. After you disappeared, Chief, the pigsty became the most haunted spot in the village. No one dares go near it." "How many were still alive when you last went there?" 2, I think." Boom! The commotion outside grew louder and louder. "Your goblin wolf rider has died. Your goblin death warrior has died." Two system messages came through as the attacks outside grew increasingly fierce. Zhang Yu had already asked all the essential questions. Clearly, she no longer wished to continue this ritual. Covering up the truth had now become her imperative task. Almost there. Zhang Yu received several more death notifications, all originating from the Goblin Combat Squad. He had obtained some crucial information. Zhang Yu directly commanded the Goblin General, saying, "Let them in. Fighting outside is too passive." Boom! With a deafening explosion, the troll's body was sent flying backward into the courtyard of the ancestral hall. Standing outside the hall was a massive, shadow-shrouded, amorphous mist-like entity, its size grotesquely exaggerated. Shapes of various ghosts could be seen within the black mist. It resembled a monstrous amalgamation of spirits. Gathering of Wraiths. Level, LV20. Rank, Elite. HP, 280,000. Attack power, 3000. Skill I, Hanged Ghost. Skill 2, Drowned Ghost. Skill 3, Frozen Ghost. Skill 4, Burned Ghost. Skill V, Wronged Ghost. Skill 6, Vengeful Ghost. Elite Monster. This was the second elite monster they had encountered, aside from the Wraith Village Chief. Moreover, this elite monster, called the Wraith Conglomerate, was completely undocumented in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. The good news is that new plot content has appeared, which means we're on the right track. The bad news is, this elite monster is a bit fierce. Zhang Yu immediately summoned the twin demonic fire serpents. Truth be told, reaching this point already counted as success. Not only had they learned the true boss's location, but they'd also successfully provoked it, skipping the so-called sacrificial ritual sequence entirely. It's all fake, so watching the plot is completely meaningless. Taking action right away is what really matters. Now is the time to truly showcase one's strength, the stage Junyu loves most. Whoosh! The twin flame serpents emerged and immediately launched several fireballs at the ghostly congregation. Boom! 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 The flames exploded directly upon the ghostly mass. Ah! The wraiths entwined within the congregation continuously wailed in agony. The spectral shrieks carried harmful effects, moreover, they inflicted area of effect damage. Wenran Xingyu, Kuing, and Chai Yun were all injured by the ghost's scream, taking damage. Fortunately, Wenran Xingyu and Kuing had gold-tier defensive gear, which blocked some of the damage, but Chai Yun wasn't so lucky. Just one area of effect ghostly wail shaved off a third of her health. Take cover. Junyu immediately spoke up. Only then did Chai Yun realize this was not a battle she could intervene in. Earlier, seeing Zhang Yu use just one goblin general to turn the entire Shangyu village upside down had subconsciously lulled her into lowering her guard. She had even momentarily thought that nightmare-level abysses were actually nothing special, but only now did she wake up with a start. She's just a nobody. Where does she get the courage to let her guard down? Perhaps sensing that Chai Yun was the weakest, the spectral entity actually launched an attack toward her. Whoosh! A rope shot out from the mass of lingering spirits. It just happened to coil around Chai Yun's neck. Chai Yun was instantly strangled, her face turning a deep purple as her health points rapidly dwindled. The hanged ghost's skill. Whoosh! A cold glint flashed through the air. It was Wenran Xingyu who saved Chai Yun. She rode the whirlwind beneath her feet, swiftly severing the ropes with her dagger. Thank you, I almost died. Chai Yun expressed her gratitude. With only a sliver of health remaining, had Wenran Xingyu arrived any later, she would have had to expend a resurrection cross worth 5 million. Compared to life, money really isn't an issue. The key point is, the abyss only allows one use of the resurrection cross. Once used up, it's truly dangerous. Wenran Xingyu's voice turned icy as she said, "You didn't almost die, you almost got us all killed. Don't hold Junyu back." Wenran Xingyu's tone was almost scolding. Can't you even make soy sauce properly? Don't you know to hide in time? Chai Yun wanted to retort, but just as she was about to speak, her train of thought was interrupted by a funeral dirge outside. The mournful music echoed from the farthest end of the street. The piercing sound of the swana made the entire Shangyu village tremble as if shaken. She's coming. In the abyss of Shangyu Ancestral Hall, the most formidable elite monster, the Ghost Bride in Red. Chapter 62, The Red-Dressed Female Ghost, the Weasel Spirit, and the Death Warriors. The gathering of vengeful spirits and the ghost marriage. The red-dressed female ghost appeared simultaneously. A day early. Zheng Yu was quite satisfied. The premature appearance of the red-dressed female ghost meant he was certain to break the record left by Zhang Zhan. But now the most important thing is to kill the red-dressed female ghost first. The funeral music grew closer and closer. The sinister aura also grew increasingly dense. Whoosh! A wicked wind blew past. The red sedan chair that had been in the distance suddenly appeared before the ancestral hall in the blink of an eye. 4 yellow-skinned weasels carried the coffin. Inside the red sedan chair sat none other than the ghost bride in red garments. Among ghostly entities, red garments signify a particular rank, far surpassing the ghost village chief and the ghost collective. In Zhang Zhan's guide, the mention of the red-dressed female ghost also advises avoiding confrontation whenever possible, utilizing the ancestral hall's protection to engage in battle. Ding-a-ling. An unknown sound emanated from within the red sedan chair. Zheng Yu couldn't see the attributes of the female ghost in red inside the sedan at all, so he simply decided to act first. Summoned Beast Frenzy. Zheng Yu didn't hesitate for even a moment, immediately unleashing the Beast Frenzy skill. Bang! The flames surrounding the twin demonic fire dragons beside him instantly turned violet, dispersing all the gloomy energy in the area in an instant. A ring of fire erupted outward. Under the effect of the fiery halo, the ancestral hall's walls, floor, and roof beams all burst into flames. Zheng Yu commanded, "Goblin archers, fire at the sedan chair, force that red-dressed female ghost out. Shield soldiers, block the yellow-skinned weasel. Goblin general and twin flame serpents, eliminate the specter conglomeration instantly." Normally, Zheng Yu didn't need to issue orders since they swept through enemies effortlessly, but facing 2 level 20 elite monsters simultaneously required tactical planning. Taking down the specter conglomeration first would free up time to focus solely on the red-dressed female ghost. Roar! But the first to strike were actually those 4 yellow-skinned creatures carrying the sedan chair. Yellow-skinned creatures are weasels that walk upright. One of them had dark green eyes, while the other 3 had black-red eyes. At the center of their brows was a deep scar, their claws were long, and their movements were extremely swift. Huang Pizi. Level, LV20. Rank, Elite. HP, 140,000. Attack power, 2000. Skill I, Spirit Channeling. Skill 2, Possession. Skill 3, Ghost Transformation. It's actually an elite monster too. Zheng Yu furrowed his brows. Including the 4 yellow-skinned creatures, he now had to face 6 level 20 elite monsters simultaneously. But fortunately, these 4 yellow weasels only had 3 skills. Even among elite monsters, there are distinctions in strength. These 4 yellow-skinned weasels were the weakest of the elite monsters. Bang! Facing the lightning-fast yellow weasels, 8 shield soldiers immediately raised their shields, forming a shield wall that blocked the first weasel's attack. -0. The yellow-skinned creature's attack landed on the goblin shield soldier's shield, dealing 0 damage. Because after the goblin general advanced to 5th tier, his subordinate goblin combat squads also evolved. Goblin shield soldiers can absorb fixed amounts of damage, an extremely powerful frontline defensive unit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The combat squad worked together with seamless coordination. The shield bearers raised their shields. The archers immediately loosed their arrows. The goblin wolf riders attacked from both sides. For elite monsters, you're facing an entire combat unit. And not just any unit, it's a well-trained summoner corps personally led by a general, stronger than regular troops because they obey absolutely, feel no fear, and never fear death. The goblin suicide squad can attest to that. Swish! The death warrior instantly activated the blink skill. In an instant, they appeared around the red sedan chair where the female ghost in red was located. Roar! Seeing the death warrior attempting to steal their home, the 4 yellow-skinned creatures hurriedly turned back, but the goblin wolf cavalry would never give them the chance to return. Charge! 5 goblin wolf cavalry, seasoned goblin warriors mounted on giant wolves over 3 meters long, launched their assault. They sent 4 yellow-skinned creatures flying with the impact. -24,158, -26,584, -19,854, -21,147. 4 massive damage numbers exploded. Directly reduce one of the weasel's health to critical level. Roar! Unexpectedly, the critically injured weasel suddenly began to swell, its limbs planted firmly on the ground as a surge of dark energy madly poured into its body. In an instant, it transformed into a giant yellow weasel as large as a monstrous wolf. Spewing foul breath, it entered a demonic transformation. Roar! But at the same moment, an equally tremendous roar completely drowned out the demonized yellow-skinned weasel. It's a troll! Zheng Yu didn't let him join the battle initially, waiting precisely for this moment. Among the goblin combat squad, the troll possesses the strongest fighting capability. With its massive body, extraordinary damage output, and enormous health pool, it could even serve as Zhang Yu's trump card. The yellow-skinned creature entered its ghostly transformation, but also entered its weakened state. To minimize casualties, we need the troll to enter now and start harvesting. Boom! The troll made a giant leap, landing directly on the ghost-transformed yellow-skinned creature. Take another hit. Bang! Instant kill on the demonized weasel. Didn't give it any room to fight back. Elite monster yellow weasel LV20 defeated, gained 9,417 EXP. Congratulations! Obtained armor piece yellow weasel coat, LV20, gold tier. 9,000 EXP acquired. When killing the Shadow Spirit village chief, these experiences also indicated that their strength was roughly equal, and so were the rewards. Zheng Yu didn't have time to check the equipment's attributes, but a level 20 gold tier equipment should be worth at least 1 million. Huff! After the yellow-skinned creature died, a wisp of black smoke rose from its corpse and flew into the red sedan chair. Amidst the approaching death warriors, the harassment of archers, and the demise of the yellow-skinned creature, the red-clothed female ghost inside the sedan chair finally made her move. From within the sedan chair, several red silken ribbons suddenly emerged, swiftly wrapping around the goblin death warriors near the carriage. With an eerie force, they were yanked into the sky before being violently slammed back down. At the same time, the energy inside the sedan chair surged outward like a solid force. It actually shattered the shield wall of the shield-bearing soldiers. Hiss! Watching the densely packed damage numbers appear, as well as the 3 death warriors who were directly killed, Zheng Yu couldn't help but sigh. Zhang hadn't exaggerated. This red-clothed female ghost was truly formidable. But no matter how strong the red-clothed female ghost was, she would never have expected that it wasn't she who killed the death warriors, but rather, the death warriors willingly threw themselves to their deaths. Boom! 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 The 3 dead goblin suicide bombers exploded one after another. Flesh, poison, and black smoke enveloped the red sedan chair directly. The evolved death warriors now unleash more powerful death explosions, their blood-tainted venom even more repulsive, ghastly. Hiss! The highly corrosive blood actually ate through the red silk, splattering onto the palanquin. -2,548! Exclamation point! It actually dealt damage. Zheng Yu finally realized at this moment this red sedan, damn it, it's also an elite monster. Chapter 63, The Frost Prison Staff, the Goblin General with explosive damage. Red sedan chair. Level, LV.20. Tier, Elite. HP, 300,000. Attack power, 3,000. Skill I, Sanctuary. Skill 2, Dirge. Skill 3, Red Thread. Skill 4, Sedan Chair Ghost. Wow, it's actually an elite monster. This thing's got some tricks up its sleeve. Zheng Yu immediately said to the twin demonic fire serpent and the goblin general, hurry up, you two. The troll over here can't hold on much longer. Meanwhile, the twin demonic fire serpent and the goblin general weren't having an easy time either, because this ghostly collective is just too full of tricks. At one moment, a drowned ghost appears, dragging the twin fire serpents underwater. At another, a frozen ghost appears, encasing the goblin general in ice. Then a wronged ghost appears, bewitching them both into launching misguided attacks. This ghostly amalgamation may not appear strong, but its endless stream of spectral abilities makes it far from easy to instantly defeat. Fortunately, the twin demon fire serpent's flames had been enhanced through the summoner's frenzy evolution, preventing the drowned ghost's water-based skills from suppressing them. The ghostly amalgamation continuously lost health under the burning effects of the flame aura and hellfire serpents, causing its HP to drop rapidly. When the goblin general was frozen, the ice crystal pendant equipped by Zheng Yu activated in time, dispelling the freeze effect. The only troublesome ones are the wronged spirits and the hanged ghosts. One is responsible for control. One is responsible for dealing damage with the hanging rope. Upon hearing Zheng Yu's urging, the goblin general reached out and pulled out a fish-gutting knife. Zheng Yu had long since swapped the summoning equipment between the goblin general and the twin demon fire drakes. The goblin general was far more suited to wield this fish-slaying blade. A voice with awkward intonation and unclear articulation emerged from the goblin general's mouth. After 30 years of killing fish, my heart is as cold as my blade. To be honest, with the general's imposing stance and demeanor, anything he says carries tremendous force. Even if it's just a simple phrase like this. Whoosh! In an instant, the goblin general's arm muscles bulged suddenly, and the fish-cleaning knife gleamed with a silvery light. Fish-slaying blade effect, just utter this line, and your next 3 attacks will gain 100% attack speed boost. The goblin general charged forward without hesitation. Boom! The twin flame serpents beside him moved in perfect sync, launching fireballs to clear the path and instantly blasting away the vengeful spirits attempting to bewitch the goblin general again. The giant wolf stepped back, then leaped high into the air. The goblin general jumped straight off the giant wolf's back. One attack from above, the other from below, striking together. First strike, mixed with the skill damage of leaping strikes, deals 18,741 damage. Second hit, human skin spider 3-piece set effect activated. Set effect grudge march your enemies, and your next attack will inflict a grudge strike on the target, dealing damage equal to your critical hit damage value, but without benefiting from critical hit bonuses. Critical hit, 25,417. Put. The second strike instantly shattered the skull of the vengeful spirit that had just emerged, attempting to stop the goblin general. It immediately dissipated into black smoke and vanished. Without the cover of the wronged ghost's illusion, the goblin general's third strike landed almost instantly, dealing normal damage. Yet it still dealt over 10,000 points of damage. At the same time, the giant wolf's charge skill struck the mass of vengeful spirits. Boom! A loud explosion. An explosive damage number appeared above the ghostly congregation. Minus 45,488. An outrageous 45,000 damage. If it weren't for ghost-type creatures' damage reduction, this single charge attack could have dealt 80,000 to 90,000 damage outright. With the speed boost from the fish-cleaving knife, 3 strikes were completed in rapid succession. The charge attack followed by a combo of minor skills instantly wiped out 100,000 HP from the spectral mass. Though numerous skills were used, only mere seconds had passed. Add to this the continuous flame attacks from the twin demonic fire serpents fighting alongside. The HP of the ghostly congregation plummeted rapidly. Hiss! From their vantage point in the distance, Tao Qian and his companions offered the highest praise, sharp intakes of breath. Though they had grown accustomed to it, this was simply part of their job. Killing spree. Zheng Yu is responsible for the chaotic slaughter. They are responsible for the cackling. A soy sauce that doesn't know how to shout 666 isn't good soy sauce. The only one truly shocked was Chai Yun. Chai Yun's provincial demeanor once again put Tao Qian and the others at ease. Crack. At the same time, the Frost Prison Staff's effect activated. For every 3 skills released, the Frost Prison skill is automatically activated, using powerful ice abilities to immobilize enemies, dealing 3,000 fixed ice attribute damage and freezing them. Minus 3,000. Minus 3,000. Because the Goblin General's skill overlapped with the Twin Flame Serpent's skill, 2 Frost Prison skills were simultaneously unleashed from the Frost Prison Staff. Zheng Yu finally realized that fixed damage skills could ignore all defenses and damage immunity. Although 3,000 wasn't much, but the freezing effect was guaranteed. The ghostly congregation offered no resistance and was instantly frozen solid. The Goblin General seized the opportunity without hesitation, immediately gathering his strength. Boom! The warrior's fully charged strike carried a whopping 13x multiplier, amplified by the summoned beast's frenzy and the grudge's reactivated critical effect. It came crashing down mercilessly upon the mass of vengeful spirits. Bang! The ghostly aggregation was sent flying over 10 meters away, crashing into the massive bronze basin at the center of the courtyard. Minus 41,478. 40,000 damage. Whoosh! Seeing the ghostly mass sent flying, the twin flame serpent seized the moment. Strike while the iron is hot. It lunged forward, slamming the bronze basin onto the ghostly mass and pressing down with its full weight before igniting the flames. The agonized screams of several wraiths echoed incessantly. Yet they couldn't break free from the 2-meter-wide bronze basin that had been overturned onto them. Flames immediately engulfed the bronze basin. Minus 7,415. Minus 1,475. Minus 9,874. Strings of damage numbers kept popping up. The massive bronze basin glowed crimson from the flames, while the massive trap spirits inside resembled roast ducks in an oven, gradually losing their vitality. This is a bit ruthless. Even Zhang Yu was left speechless, he exclaimed. This is exactly the bronze bull torture. Ah! From the bronze basin came one agonizing scream after another. It actually managed to pry open the bronze basin. The crimson-skinned ghost gatherer, its entire body burning red-hot, was now reduced to just a sliver of health. But precisely because of this critical state, it unleashed a skill akin to brutal savagery. A vengeful specter. Chapter 64, Female Ghost, sweating bullets now, aren't you? The ghost emerges. A sinister wind rises. The swirling yin energy in the sky transforms into specters, descending into the ancestral hall. The courtyard fills with restless spirits. With the ghost's shrill screams, it charged towards the goblin general and the twin flame serpents. Zhang Yu's eyes darkened. Just as he was about to reveal his trump card, a clear, crisp chime suddenly rang out from the ancestral shrine's spirit hall. When the bell's toll reverberated through every corner of the ancestral hall, the toll of the bell instantly froze all the lingering spirits. This included even the malevolent spirit conglomerates and the yellow-skinned demons battling the trolls. Only the red-clad female ghost inside the palanquin remained unaffected. As expected, Zhang Yu turned his head to look back at the ancestral hall. He didn't look at the two-faced ghost deity's clay statue, but instead gazed at the black and white photograph covered in dust beside the mourning hall. Poof! Your descendants have come to this, yet you still protect them, truly protective of your brood, Zhang Yu said disdainfully. Then he said to the goblin general and the twin flame serpents, why aren't you collecting the rice yet? This was a rare opportunity indeed. The immobilized gathering of vengeful spirits in their most ferocious state, normally the hardest to deal with, was now nothing more than a sitting duck. Most crucially, there was a whole group of spirits delivered right to their doorstep. This is all experience points. Defeated Wraith LV20, gained 5,879 EXP. Defeated Wraith LV20, gained 5,547 EXP. Defeated Wraith LV20, gained 5,802 EXP. Killed. The twin demonic fire serpents nearly pushed their flame halo and hellfire serpent attacks to maximum output, harvesting lives with terrifying efficiency. Experience was rapidly increasing. Moreover, Zhang Yu discovered that the ancestors enshrined in this ancestral hall, they were quite formidable. The immobilization lasted for a long time. They even managed to immobilize the red sedan chair, another elite monster, restraining the unwilling red-clad female ghost inside. This bought Zhang Yu ample time to harvest experience points like crazy. Leveling up from 14 to 15 requires 59,000 experience points. He had thought it would be difficult to level up this time, but this wave of enemies unexpectedly filled nearly the entire experience bar. Finally, as the goblin general delivered a powerful hammer strike to finish off the ghostly condensed mass of vengeful spirits, Zhang Yu received the system notification. Elite monster Soul Agglomerate LV20 defeated. Gained 14,452 EXP. Congratulations! Obtained Bracelet Soul Bracelet, LV20, Platinum Grade. Congratulations! Obtained Material Soul Pearl. Congratulations! Level up! Level, LV14 LV.15, 73600, 56,500 EXP needed for next level. HP, 997010610, 7,950 equipment bonus. MP, 880890. Intelligence, 469485. Strength, 130134. Agility, 3031. Remaining free attribute points, 12. Level has increased to 15, activating the fourth summon beast space. Level has increased to 15, obtain 2 hextech augments, please draw. Zhang Yu's heart leaped with joy. The ghostly congregation directly granted 14,000 experience points. Previously, wiping out a village of ghosts had yielded considerable experience, but this ghostly congregation directly propelled Zhang Yu's level to 15. For professionals, every 5-level increase represents a significant breakthrough. For summoners, this means gaining an additional summoning space, allowing them to summon a fourth familiar. But in reality, the fourth summoned beast provided little improvement to his current strength, because there were no resources to cultivate it. Zheng Yu finally understood why most summoners abandoned their path around level 15 and gave up on becoming professionals, because they couldn't afford the cultivation costs. He could barely afford to raise 4 summoned beasts himself, let alone those summoners with insufficient talent, lacking resources, and unable to clear the nightmare level abyss. Moreover, his 4th summoned beast wasn't prepared in advance, because Chai Feng from the Shangyu City Resource Department had long promised to find him a level 15 summoned beast from the National Treasury. If they could find one with high talent, it would save him a lot of talent points. Zheng Yu still had no time to check the equipment. Place the platinum-grade bracelet into the warehouse and lock it up, lest it accidentally get sold at the temple later. A level 20 platinum-grade equipment is top tier indeed. Destroy the ghostly congregation. The Goblin General and the Twin Flame Serpents could finally join the battle against the Scarlet Ghost. By now, the battlefield here was already in complete disarray. 6 Death Warriors had fallen. 3 Goblin Shield Soldiers died. Almost all the wolf-riding goblins were killed, leaving only one locked in a deadly exchange with the demonized yellow-skinned creature. The troll was battered and bruised by the endless stream of red silk emerging from the sedan chair. To be honest, if not for the assistance from that figure in the ancestral hall earlier, the troll would have died long ago. However, the situation is different now. Goblin General, Twin Demon Fire Drakes, Troll, along with the Goblin Sorcerer who had prepared his spells, ready to sacrifice himself at any moment. The counterattack was about to begin. Huff! From within the sedan chair, a massive black mist suddenly surged forth. It actually forced back all the goblin combat squads surrounding the red sedan chair. The red-clad female ghost inside the red sedan chair made her first sound. Hee hee hee. A coquettish laugh. But to Zheng Yu's ears, it sounded like mockery. Clearly, this female ghost in red didn't take the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Serpents seriously at all, although they are strong. But the problem is, after the previous battle, these 2 monsters' energy is also depleted. Perhaps seeing through this, the female ghost in red inside the sedan chair actually stopped attacking and spoke. Little brother is so handsome, would you like to spend a wonderful night with your elder sister? The voice was extremely seductive. Zheng Yu remembered that Zhang Zhan's guide had mentioned this. The female ghost in red would lure professionals out of the ancestral hall through temptation, then kill them. Zheng Yu suddenly realized. It seemed that from beginning to end, the red sedan chair had never entered the ancestral hall by even half a step. Instead, it remained at the entrance of the ancestral hall, attacking by extending red silk ribbons. Zheng Yu pondered for a moment. Then he directly summoned the giant-winged spirit butterfly. I was planning to save this for the boss, but it seems I have no choice but to use it now. Though, killing you should probably mark the end of this. Ling! An ethereal cry echoed throughout Shanyu village. A strikingly beautiful, enormous butterfly appeared behind Zheng Yu. Holy shit! Even Tao Qian and the others, who had witnessed grand scenes before, couldn't help but be astonished. Can't help it. Anyone who saw this 4-meter-tall giant butterfly couldn't help but be astonished. First, because of its large size, it looks magnificent. Second, because she was too beautiful. With the emergence of the giant-winged spirit butterfly, an ethereal cry rang out, unleashing a series of restorative skills in succession. Spirit butterfly protection. A guardian bond tied to the troll. Among all of Zheng Yu's summoned beasts, the one with the highest HP was actually the summoned beast's own summon, the troll. A thick shield appeared around the troll, restoring its health. Butterfly's song. The great winged spirit butterfly begins its chant. Increases all summoned creatures' agility by 260 points and movement speed by 260 points. For context, Zheng Yu's agility is only 30 points, a direct 10-fold increase in agility, and it applies to everyone. Finally, spiritual nourishment. Restores summoned beast's energy. After a series of support skills were unleashed, the troll regained its health, the twin demon fire dragons recovered their stamina, and with the goblin shaman's life sacrifice, the goblin general was also restored to full energy and health. Now, the red-dressed female ghost faced an army of summoned beasts in peak condition, fully energized, and still in their berserk phase. Zheng Yu looked at the red-dressed female ghost inside the crimson sedan chair and said, "If you want to invite me for a pleasant night, you'd better have the capability to back it up. So, how about it, ghost girl? Sweating bullets yet? P.S. This dungeon will be over tomorrow, no need to rush." Chapter 65. To deal with a straightforward guy like Zheng Yu, you have to be direct. The enormous giant-winged spirit butterfly completely altered the course of the battle. The female ghost in red also stopped laughing. The remaining 3 living yellow-skinned weasels instantly entered a ghostly state to prepare for the upcoming battle. The red sedan chair, its vitality corroded by 1/3 from the Death Warrior's poisonous blood, creaked and groaned. Clearly, the full-powered troll, goblin general, twin flame hydra, and giant-winged spirit butterfly were exerting tremendous pressure on it. "Didn't you ask me to accompany you? I'm coming right now," Zheng Yu said with a smile. Then he waved his hand lightly. The summoned beast swarmed forward. Roar! The troll charged forward first, its massive frame directly blocking the red sedan chair. Wielding a giant hammer, it brought the weapon crashing down upon the sedan from above. Scram! From within the sedan came a sharp feminine rebuke. The voice was pleasant to hear, but accompanied by tangible yin energy, it became utterly chilling. Bang! A powerful surge of yin energy swept over the troll. Minus 9,871. A crimson damage number appeared above the troll's head. 9,000 damage. It looks quite tall. But in reality, even the shield cast by the giant winged spirit butterfly on the troll hadn't been broken. With the shield absorbing the damage, the red-clothed female ghost's sinister energy attacks failed to halt the troll's charge. Bang! The troll's massive hammer smashed down on the red sedan chair without resistance. Minus 5,587. The damage is equally low. When it struck the red sedan chair, a layer of gray shield also protected it. This is the elite monster red sedan chair's skill, Sanctuary. The damage isn't high, which was also within Zhang Yu's expectations. This sedan chair is also a ghost-type creature. Just like the red shoes and the cloth doll, it possesses a ghost-type creature's damage reduction ability, while the Sanctuary skill can further reduce a portion of the damage. Dealing 5,000 damage is already pretty good. After all, it's just a single strike. Zhang Yu has plenty of summoned beasts. Whoosh! 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 The second wave of attacks launched by the goblin archers. Minus 1,054. Minus 1,112. 1058. Lower damage, but more frequent. Next came the twin demon fire python's ring of flames, the hellfire serpent, the goblin general's charge, and the death warrior's ambush. Clang! Suddenly, a crisp drumbeat rang out from around the red sedan chair. A band clad in mourning attire emerged from the white mist. Funeral music, also one of the red sedan chair's abilities. Zhang Yu mentally reviewed the 4 skills of the red sedan chair. The sedan chair ghosts, those must be the 4 yellow-skinned creatures. Shelter is that layer of gray shield. Dirge, the morning apparition now appearing, can reduce the summoned beast's aggression, a status-type skill. Red thread. Zhang Yu sensed that the red silk ribbon that had appeared earlier must have been the red thread skill. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. That means the female ghost in red inside the sedan chair wasn't using any skills at all, she was just manipulating yin energy the whole time. Zhang Yu then glanced down at the mute little girl by his side. Seeing how the little girl was nervously staring at the red sedan chair, he already had his answer. So that's how it is. No wonder you never enter this ancestral hall. So you're the mastermind behind all this. Zhang Yu had always been puzzled by Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. The skills Zhang Zhan described as belonging to the female ghost in red were actually all abilities of the red sedan chair. In Zhang Zhan's perspective, the red sedan chair was the female ghost in red. That's why he gave them the same name, Ghost Marriage. But in reality, the red sedan chair controlled the red silk, while the person inside it was the one manipulating the entire yin energy of Shangyu village. Zhang Yu pondered up to this point. He immediately turned to Wenran Qingyu and Tao Qian and said, "Keep an eye on this place. Don't let a single villager leave." Tao Qian immediately asked, "Where are you going?" Zhang Yu replied, "To check if the mastermind is still in the pig pen. The spirit butterfly follows me." Zhang Yu took only one spirit butterfly with him. Then, holding the little girl's hand, he swaggered up to the entrance of the ancestral hall. A surge of sinister energy swept towards Zhang Yu. Whoosh! Crack! The shield of the resentment ring shattered. Zhang Yu looked at the traces of yin energy explosions on the ground, which had clearly avoided the little girl. Smiling, he picked her up in his arms. Then he said to her, "Now she won't dare hit me anymore." The little girl gazed at Zhang Yu with complicated emotions in her eyes. Zhang Yu said with a smile, "Don't look at me like that. To be honest, I mean no harm, I just need to settle some matters. After all, for you, it's just the same 3 days repeating. Who knows? I might even help ease more of your resentment during these repeating 3 days. A curse-bearer I once served spoke highly of me if you ever get to meet him." Still muttering, Zhang Yu simply brushed past the red sedan chair without another glance. No signs of attack, nor was he surrounded by any sinister aura. It was as if he couldn't even see the countless wandering spirits filling the streets. Holding the little girl, he walked naturally toward the eastern end of the village. Tao Qian asked with a bewildered expression, "What's going on this time?" Wenran Qingyu gazed thoughtfully at Zhang Yu's retreating figure. Probably, at this stage of the battle, both sides have already shown their cards. Shown their cards? Wenran Qingyu nodded. The red-clothed female ghost in the sedan chair, Zhang Zhan, has never seen her true form either, which means she's most likely the final boss. That's why Zhang Zhan's strategy guide only includes the sacrificial ritual, ghost wedding, and night parade of 100 spirits, but no final boss battle. The sacrifice was fake, and the ghost marriage was fake too. The red sedan chair is the real ghost marriage. At this stage of the fight, Zhang Yu's summoned creatures have suppressed the red sedan chair, which essentially means it's over. Only the final step remains. To the pig pen. Tao Qian asked, What about the night parade of 100 demons? Wenran Xingyu's expression turned peculiar as she replied, the sacrificial rites and ghost marriages were all fake, so the night parade probably isn't real either. The pig pen. The so-called night parade of 100 demons was probably just those women and children who were sold here, holding a massacre carnival against the villagers. Tao Qian pretended to understand and nodded. Your speculation is quite similar to mine. Wenran Xingyu rolled her eyes and ignored Tao Qian. She glanced at the time. 7 hours. Only 7 hours had passed since entering the ancestral hall of Shangyu village. For over a decade, no one had broken Zhang Zhan's record in the nightmare abyss. And now, just 7 hours. Wenran Xingyu recalled how Koing had first persuaded her to join Zhang Yu's team. Back then, she had looked down on Zhang Yu a little, even expressing distrust toward him. Looking back now, this best friend of mine truly seems to be a person blessed with extraordinary luck. She actually managed to latch onto such an incredibly powerful connection. Wenran Xingyu stared intently at Koing. Her gaze made Koing feel uncomfortable, prompting her to ask, "What's wrong with you?" Wenran Xingyu said, "I'm thinking of a way to firmly bind you and Tao Qian together." Koing? Tao Qian immediately understood Wenran Xingyu's meaning and pointed at the red silk extending from the bridal sedan. "How about we just tie them up directly?" Wenran Xingyu nodded. "You're right. When dealing with a straightforward guy like Zhang Yu, you have to be direct." Koing, meow meow meow. Chapter 66. They are not worthy of their ancestors' protection. Zhang Yu arrived at the pigsty without encountering any obstacles along the way. The yin energy here is even heavier than that in the ancestral hall. When they reached the pig pen, the little girl unexpectedly spoke up and asked Zhang Yu proactively, "How did you know I also came from here?" The voice was a ghostly, indistinct sound, not emanating from the throat. Feeling the gradually chilling ghostly aura from the little girl in his arms, Zhang Yu wasn't the least bit afraid. Instead, he explained with great interest, "Because you're a ghost?" The little girl didn't understand. Zhang Yu pointed at the group of lingering spirits following behind him and said, "See, the hanged ghost's tongue sticks out because when they're hanged, their tongue can't retract. That lame one who died of illness, it's because their legs weren't agile even before death." The old man said, "You had your tongue cut off as punishment. How could a ghost possibly have its tongue cut off? You can chew food skillfully without a tongue, which means your tongue was already cut off while you were alive. To be capable of such cruelty toward a little girl means you have no place among the ancestors in the ancestral hall." In fact, the little girl had already shown signs of abnormality long before. The old man went to spread the warning, yet he didn't take her along, leaving her behind with Zhang Yu. She showed no signs of panic when encountering the gathering of wraiths and the red-dressed ghost bride. Zhang Yu had already realized the little girl wasn't one of the villagers, but she wasn't the boss either. In other words, there is no real boss in the ancestral hall abyss. The night parade of 100 demons is the final stage. The little girl pursed her lips. "You're clever. The outsiders who came before were all fools. When I told them to hide in the coffins, they actually did it. They thought it was some safe place, but I was the one who told them to hide there, just to laugh at them." Hearing the little girl's words, a peculiar glint flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. Zhang Yu asked, "Why do you want to see them mocked?" The little girl said resentfully, "Because they dared to help these beastly villagers. So that's how it is." Zhang Yu knew very well that Zhang Zhan and the others hadn't figured out the true background of the ancestral hall abyss, simply believing it to be a haunted village. Misled by the initial hints upon entering the abyss, they thought the problems here were caused by worshipping the wrong ancestors. From the very beginning, Zhang Zhan's approach to solving the mystery was wrong. Zhang Yu casually asked, "Have many other outsiders come here before?" The little girl shook her head. "Not many, they come about every so often. You're the second group of outsiders to arrive recently. The last group was hilarious, we chased them around while they screamed their heads off." For once, the little girl displayed a childlike temperament. She chattered incessantly. The most memorable time was when a group of powerful outsiders actually survived the night of vengeance revelry. "We managed to drive them out before Shangyu village reset." Zhang Yu. He had probably figured it out. For over a decade, only Zhang Zhan and his team have cleared the ancestral hall abyss. All the professionals in Shangyu City have long believed that the nightmare-level ancestral hall should be cleared this way, but in truth, they've been fooled by the ghosts here, especially the little girl. It can only be said that Zhang Zhan cleared the ancestral hall in the most brute-force way possible. He simply dragged it out for 3 full days. Drag until the ghost marriage ends, drag until the night parade of 100 demons ceases. No, it should be called the night of revenge, but these are all trivial matters. What shocked Zhang Yu even more was that they actually possessed the memories of outsiders. The outsider who successfully survived the night of revenge was likely Zhang Zhan and his group. Later, the little girl referred to them as the foolish outsiders, which were the junior professionals who followed Zhang Zhan's strategy. He was the first professional to clear the instance this way, and from the little girl, he obtained this astonishing piece of information. At the entrance of the pig pen, Zhang Yu could see the overwhelming resentment inside. The so-called night parade of 100 demons refers to the spirits of those who were trafficked here, imprisoned, and ultimately died in this place. Zheng Yu could sense the overwhelming resentment of the ghosts in the pig pen as they scrutinized him. It was as if they were waiting for Zheng Yu to make a decision. This was precisely why Zheng Yu had come to the pig pen, because the ancestral hall has two ways to conclude. Two choices. The first choice was Zhang Zhan's decision to trust the villagers and wait it out in the ancestral hall until the 3 days were over. The second option. Join the revenge squad. Facing the 100 ghosts, Zheng Yu pondered for a moment, then directly asked the little girl, "Who cut out your tongue?" The little girl tilted her head. "Guess? It's that old man next to you, isn't it? How boring." After Zheng Yu guessed correctly in one go, the little girl pouted with displeasure. "I'll help you kill him later." "No need." The little girl showed no interest in Zheng Yu's offer of help, but Zheng Yu added, "I won't just kill him, I'll also help you take what's inside the ancestral hall." The girl froze for a moment before turning to Zheng Yu and asking, "Is there anything you don't know?" Zheng Yu said with a smile, "Actually, I just guessed. But your reaction and their attitude told me I guessed right." Zheng Yu pointed at the ghosts in the pig pen who had stopped directing their energy at him. One always has to pick a side. Zheng Yu chose the side he believed to be right. Whether you are the cursed ones of the Yin gods, or the masterminds behind this Shinyu ghost village, you are all the victims. The wicked deserve punishment. They are not worthy of their ancestors' protection. The ancestral hall's abyss demanded resolute choices from professionals, which was why he had walked all the way to the pigsty without a single ghost obstructing his path. Because they were waiting for Zhang Yu's decision. Immersive Translate. Chapter 67. The title of Living King of Health suits you perfectly. Zhang Yu, having made his decision, received the full support of the 100 ghosts. The lingering gloom that had always weighed upon him completely dissipated. The little girl looked at Zheng Yu and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you've won the approval of the sisters." "It's my honor." Zheng Yu gave a slight nod to the 100 ghosts in the pig pen. The little girl looked towards the ancestral hall and said, "Although we've received the mercy of the underworld gods, who granted us the power to summon spirits and turn the entire village into a ghost village, but as long as our ancestors remain in that ancestral hall, we can never truly punish those beasts as they deserve." Zheng Yu asked, "What if there are no ancestors?" The little girl smiled sweetly, "That would be wonderful. I'd make them despair from the very roots, tearing them to pieces right in the ancestral hall. I'll make them live in pigsties while we enter the ancestral hall. I'll make them worship me. Let them worship those they deem the lowest of all. I will make them truly become pigs, living the lives we once lived." The little girl chattered on incessantly. With the cutest voice, she utters the most vicious words. Clearly, this revenge plan had been brewing in her mind for a long time, but no professional had ever chosen this path to clear the level, because apart from the little girl adopted by the old man, whose tongue was cut out, none of the other ghosts in the pig pen could enter the ancestral hall. To accomplish all this, she needed the help of outsiders, the professionals. Hearing the little girl's cruel words, Zheng Yu directly praised her. "Now that's more like it. Revenge should be thorough, not roundabout. With the way you were taking revenge before, they didn't even know what they did wrong, let alone who was getting back at them. It's just pure fear, not a trace of regret." As a petty grudge specialist, Zheng Yu criticized their previous revenge as being more about form than substance. "You need to make them truly regret it." Zheng Yu said, "Leave this matter to me." The little girl glanced at Zheng Yu, then took another look at the already shattered red sedan chair, and asked, "But how are you going to take away their ancestors? He's even more impressive than my sisters." Zheng Yu said confidently, "That's too easy." Zheng Yu carried the little girl and returned to the ancestral hall once more. At this moment, the red sedan chair had completely shattered. Nearly 20,000 experience points and a platinum-tier piece of equipment had already been credited to him while he was talking with the little girl. The female ghost in red also emerged from the red sedan chair, floating in midair. Yet she made no move to attack, instead fixing her gaze on Zheng Yu, who was walking back. At Zheng Yu's request, the summoned beasts ceased their attacks as well. Everyone watched Zheng Yu with curiosity, including the villagers hiding inside. Zheng Yu carried the little girl into the ancestral hall. Wen Runqing Yu hurriedly asked, "What's the situation?" Zheng Yu said with a smile, "Basically all set. Now we just need these villagers to make their own choice, and then we can leave this place." "Choice?" Wen Runqing Yu didn't understand. Zheng Yu signaled for her to just watch. "Goblin General, summon the heavy cavalry regiment." "Yes, sir." Bang! With a unified stomping sound, 30 fully armored goblin cavalry troops marched out from behind the goblin general. The giant wolf clad in heavy armor stood at the center of the ancestral hall with measured, synchronized steps. In the sky, the red-clad female ghost frowned as she observed this imposing heavy cavalry unit. She hadn't expected that even now, this outsider still had cards left to play. In truth, the only reason they could reach this point was because the red-dressed female ghost acknowledged Zheng Yu's strength, allowing him to take the little girl straight to the pig pen. She was the ghost king of Shangyu village, so naturally any decisions required her approval. She acknowledged the outsider's strength, but she never expected this outsider to be even stronger than she had imagined. She silently weighed whether her 100 ghosts could withstand the charge of this heavy cavalry regiment. At the same time, Zheng Yu said to the villagers, "Move the things out of the ancestral hall." The villagers froze. They didn't budge. Move the ancestral hall? Impossible. The ancestral hall is the only thing protecting them, how could they possibly move it? The little girl nearby laughed. They'd never move it. You think you can make them relocate their own ancestral hall? Impossible. Zheng Yu whispered, "You're wrong about that." The girl asked suspiciously, "Are you threatening them with force again?" Zheng Yu shook his head. Violence is useless against them. They even worship death, how could they possibly be threatened? The little girl pointed puzzledly at the goblin heavy cavalry behind Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu smiled and said, "They were originally my trump card prepared to deal with the night parade of 100 demons. That is, you sisters. I held them back until now, but unfortunately, they weren't needed. I summoned it just to show you that no matter which path I choose, I can make it through, but I choose to stand with you." Zheng Yu spoke as he walked into the ancestral hall's main chamber. An overwhelming pressure instantly weighed down upon Zheng Yu. He could feel it clearly. If he were to act himself, he would surely die instantly. The ancestors here were incredibly powerful. Zheng Yu looked at the villagers and pointed at the clay statue of the two-faced dark deity, saying, "Do you know why the rituals always fail? It's precisely because your offerings are too indiscriminate. Ask yourselves this, could your ancestors truly have accomplished those great feats they're credited with? That's impossible to resist. A plague that keeps everyone out? Your ancestors couldn't. But he can." Zheng Yu spoke passionately, "Just look at this ancestral hall yourselves. The benevolent spirits who aid you reside here, yet you allow other entities to linger within these very walls. Is this too disrespectful?" It seems so. The villagers actually believed it? So, now it's time for you to make a choice. Either move all that other junk out of the ancestral hall, or I'll give you a quick end to spare you further suffering. Choose for yourselves. After speaking, Zheng Yu made an inviting gesture, one that pointed directly toward the deepest corner of the hall, where a dust-covered spirit altar stood. Zheng Yu could sense the chaotic energy emanating from within that spirit altar. He's panicking, because now anyone could see that these villagers truly believed Zheng Yu's words, and some were already getting restless. Koeng, who had been watching the show, said in surprise, "Could they really not know who's been protecting them?" Wan Xingyu affirmed, "They genuinely don't know. Alas, our poor ancestors. They silently protected them all along, only to be abandoned by their own people in the end." Koeng sighed. Zheng Yu, however, laughed and said, "I think this is the retribution he deserves. An ancestor who shelters demons isn't anything good either." Fair point. As they were talking, the villagers actually began carrying the spirit altar out. Even ancestors feared by beings as powerful as Zheng Yu and the red-dressed female ghost were effortlessly picked up by their own descendants and tossed outside like trash. Some village women even spat at the ancestral altar, cursing bitterly, "It's all your fault. If not for you, our ritual would have succeeded long ago." After saying this, she turned to Tao Qian, "Right, village chief?" Still puffing on his pipe, Tao Qian gave a thumbs up. "You did the right thing." Crack! The spirit altar shattered. Not just that one altar, the entire sacrificial hall stood empty, save for the two-faced god statue and 3 useless broken coffins. Nothing else remained. Zheng Yu walked to the ancestral hall's entrance, staring at the spirit altars piled like trash outside the doorway. He said with a laugh, "You were supposed to protect the trash, but now you've become trash yourself. Still, you got what you deserved. After all, the fish rots from the head down. You're no good either." Feeling the fragmented and chaotic hatred within the spirit altar, Zheng Yu paid it no mind and instead said to the female ghost in red, "I'll leave them to you. Hope you have fun." As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Yu felt a chilling gust of wind sweep past him. Turns out, they had long been impatient. One by one, they reverted to their original forms and charged into the sacrificial hall. The screams began. Witnessing the horrific scene inside, Zheng Yu smiled with delight. Despite the brutality within, Wan Xingyu still said indignantly, "They got off too lightly. For scum who traffic humans, the only fitting punishment is death." Speaking of death sentences, Zheng Yu posed a philosophical question. "Tell me, since it's already the death penalty, and they have to be cremated after execution, why not just cremate them directly? It'd save costs." Tao Qian. Wan Xingyu, the title of living king of hell really wasn't wasted on you. P.S. There's another chapter coming later, but since it's almost midnight, I'll post these 3 chapters first. Chapter 68, desperately wanting to see Zhou Yun's expression, this was Zhang Zhan's joy. Shangyu City. Chai Fangzheng smoked one cigarette after another, sighing from time to time. Zhang Zhan comforted him, "Don't worry too much. Doesn't Chai Yun have a resurrection cross? Nothing will happen to her." Chai Fang stubbed out his cigarette and frowned, "Have you forgotten? To clear the ancestral hall abyss, you have to stay inside for 3 full days. During these 3 days, aside from the first day's ritual which poses no danger, the ghost wedding blocking the doors on the second day and the night parade of 100 demons on the third, which of these can be easily escaped? Right now, I just hope they can withdraw from the nightmare level ancestral hall on the first day. Otherwise, by the second day, that female ghost in red will haunt them to death. Chai Fong grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. Why did I ever think of pushing Chai Yun towards that lunatic Zheng Yu in the first place? If only I'd known he was crazy, I should've. Chai Fong sighed suddenly as he spoke with rising agitation. It's too late for regrets now. Zhang Zhan also said, I never expected Zheng Yu to be this crazy. A level 13 professional, dragging along 4 deadweights, actually dared to enter a nightmare level abyss. Indeed. As he spoke, Zhang Zhan actually laughed. You're still laughing. Facing Chai Fong's furious glare, Zhang Zhan couldn't help but say, I just remembered that captain we met during my training in the Central District, just like Zheng Yu, completely insane. But, Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong had completely different attitudes. He actually wasn't worried at all, in fact, he seemed somewhat eager. Such temperament is what truly defines a genius, don't you think? What kind of genius always sticks to conventions? How many records has Nan Muyan broken? How many people initially doubted him? And what about the sword god from Central District, my former captain, even that detestable Li Chenggong we both dislike, aren't they all madmen? Only the mad can succeed in this world. Chai Fong listened to Zhang Zhan's words, lit another cigarette, and said expressionlessly, if you succeed, they call you mad. If you fail, they call you a corpse. I believe in Zheng Yu. Zhang Zhan said carelessly. Seeing he couldn't out-argue Zhang Zhan, Chai Fong changed the subject and asked, did you manage to get Zheng Yu's resources? Zhang Zhan laughed. Weren't you just worrying whether Zheng Yu and his team could survive? Now you're already thinking about what happens after they come out? Chai Fong said irritably, you think I want them dead? I'm just concerned. To be honest, I do have a tiny bit of hope. With anyone else, I'd have written them off already. But Zheng Yu, I've met him. He doesn't strike me as the suicidal type. Of course, I hope they can clear the level. If they succeed, Chai Yun will benefit too. So, did you manage to get the resources or not? I promised Zheng Yu that once he gets out of the abyss, the resources will be ready. Zhang Zhan said impatiently, when have I ever failed to deliver? Chai Fong. Seeing the doubtful look on Chai Fong's face, Zhang Zhan explained, I asked the leader of our faction for help. Chai Fong asked in surprise, such a small matter, and you're going to the boss? Zhang Zhan shook his head and said, this is no small matter. Our boss has never gotten along with Li Chenggong, and now Zheng Yu's incident is directly linked to the Li family faction. Using faction influence to snatch resources from an orphan and S-tier talent at that and one from our own Shanyu city. Our boss is eager to help with this matter. He never tires of anything that can make Li Chenggong's life difficult. Chai Fong, 6. So, the resources are secured? Zhang Zhan said proudly, as secure as it gets. We're just waiting for Zheng Yu to come out and bring us even better news. Chai Fong lit another cigarette. Just getting out would be good enough, forget about better news. Seeing Chai Fong in this state, Zhang Zhan stood up abruptly and pulled him to his feet. Come on, let's go get a drink. Not in the mood. I'm drinking precisely because I'm in a bad mood. The ancestral hall abyss lasts at least 3 days. Do you really want to spend all that time moping? Let's go get drunk right now. Time passes faster when you're wasted. Upon hearing this, Chai Fong thought it made sense and followed Zhang Zhan out. Meanwhile, a post appeared on the forum. Shocking, Zheng Yu actually entered the nightmare-level ancestral temple abyss. The post instantly became a hot topic as soon as it was published. Because on the Shangyu City forum, posts about the ancestral temple have always been popular. After all, it's the most distinctive abyss in Shangyu City. The post directly attached an image showing a friend relationship with Zheng Yu. Professionals can add each other as friends through the temple, allowing them to see each other's abyss status. The display indicated that Zheng Yu's current location was precisely the nightmare-level Shangyu City Ancestral Temple Abyss. Can I timidly ask, who is Zheng Yu? You don't know Zheng Yu? The professional who cleared the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss in Jianshui City just days ago. That impressive? Cold Street Abyss. I remember it's a level 1 abyss, right? Is he already aiming to clear the nightmare-level Phase 2 abyss this soon? That already of yours is quite telling. What makes you think Zheng Yu can clear the nightmare-level Phase 2 abyss? I recall Zheng Yu is only level 13, isn't he? Level 13 isn't the point. The real issue is Zheng Yu bringing Tao Qian and his team through a Phase 1 abyss has made him arrogant enough to think he can solo Phase 2? No, why are there so many comments from Jianshui City IPs? Jealousy, plain and simple. Zheng Yu got poached by our mayor, so they're here to stir up drama. You got it right. No hidden meaning, just letting you know that even if Zheng Yu comes to your Shangyu City, you won't benefit at all, because he'll be dead soon. Jokers, go to hell. From this point onward, the thread was no longer simply discussing Zheng Yu's issues. Instead, it devolved into a mudslinging match between professionals from Shangyu City and Jianshui City. Someone even started a prediction thread, betting on whether Zheng Yu could clear the nightmare-level ancestral temple abyss. Thousands of people joined in instantly. Among them, 92% of professionals believed that Zhang Yu would die in the ancestral hall abyss. Only 7% of professionals believed Zhang Yu could come out alive. Only 1% of professionals believed Zhang Yu could clear the nightmare level abyss. Just as the online debate reached its peak and Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong were getting completely drunk, a sudden announcement appeared. Notification. Congratulations to the professional team Summoner Squad for breaking the historical clearance time of the Temple Abyss, Nightmare Level. Clearance time, 8 hours, 44 minutes, and 21 seconds. Team Leader, Zhang Yu, Summoner. Team Members, Tao Qian, Monk, Kuing, Assassin, Wenren Xingyu, Assassin, Chai Yun, Ranger. Other team members receive rewards: Profession EXP plus 100,000, Historical Records Package, Temple Abyss Nightmare Level, X1, Title of Historian, Temple Abyss Nightmare Level version, X1. This is a notice for all professionals in Shangyu City. Information known only to professionals in Shangyu City. So when the professionals from Shangyu City saw those professionals from Jiangshui City still making noise online and refusing to back down, they all wore strange smiles. This feeling of watching clowns is truly amazing. Keep shouting, Grandpa's listening. 1 minute ago, I didn't know Zhang Yu. 1 minute later, Zhang Yu will be my sworn father from now on. The prize quiz post that hadn't been closed yet saw its 1% chance of clearing instantly jump to 15%. If the original poster hadn't promptly closed it, even more people would have exploited the loophole. The main reason was that no one had expected Zhang Yu to clear the nightmare level abyss at this moment. As for Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong at this time, like a dying patient experiencing a sudden burst of vitality, though they had been completely drunk and unconscious moments before, now they were utterly sober, staring in shock at the notification before them. Chai Fong rubbed his head, asking in disbelief, "How many days have we been asleep?" Zhang Zhan snapped irritably, "Professionals can't get drunk, we sober up whenever we want." Face reality, Zhang Yu cleared it. Not only cleared it, but also broke the record. Chai Fong. This doesn't seem like just breaking a record, does it? 8 hours. Isn't this just too outrageous? Zhang Zhan said with a smile, he most likely found another way to cross the ancestral hall abyss, faster than my method. Though his record had been broken, Zhang Zhan was still very happy. He said to Chai Fong with great pride, "How's my judgment?" This time, Chai Fong didn't argue with Zhang Zhan but instead agreed, "You really did pick up a treasure. First stage Nightmare Abyss, second stage Nightmare Abyss, this level of skill is usually only achieved by those freaks in the central district. Who would have thought an orphan from Jiangshui City could reach such heights?" Zhang Zhan said, "I'm really curious to see Zhou Yun's expression right now. Ha ha ha, this must be really interesting." Zhang Yu cleared stage 1 of the Nightmare Abyss, he had every reason not to regret it. I don't believe he can still hold out now? The mere thought that Zhang Yu was the genius he'd snatched from Jiangshui City made Zhang Zhan grin from ear to ear. Nothing pleased him more than seeing Zhou Yun suffer. Bonus chapter, Gifts Appreciated. Chapter 69, Clearing the Ancestral Hall Abyss. Breaking records again. Nightmare Level Ancestral Hall Abyss. Inside the Ancestral Hall, female ghosts wantonly unleashed their resentment, tearing the villagers' souls to shreds. The red-dressed female ghost even explained to Zhang Yu, the agony of having one's soul torn apart is beyond words, 100 times more excruciating than physical pain. Zhang Yu couldn't see the expression of the female ghost in red, as her head remained perpetually covered by the crimson bridal veil. After the villagers' souls are all torn apart by them, the Shangyu village abyss will undergo a reset, and you'll leave this place prematurely. Zhang Yu had many questions regarding the words spoken by the female ghost in red. For instance, how could she consciously know this place was the abyss? Zhang Yu remembered the textbook's description of the abyss, a history sealed within time, suggesting they should have no consciousness of it. But before Zhang Yu could voice his question, the female ghost in red proactively said, "I know what you want to ask. I can only tell you that I know more than you think. Some of it comes from the Yin God. Part of it comes from the peculiar nature of ghost-type creatures." From a Yin God? Zhang Yu pondered these words as the villagers' wails in the courtyard gradually subsided. A system notification popped up directly. You have cleared Stage 2 Temple Abyss, Nightmare Difficulty, and obtained rewards. Temple Abyss Chest, Nightmare Difficulty, Professional Experience plus 100,000. What a shame, there's no first clear reward. The experience reward for clearing Stage 2 Nightmare Abyss is actually as high as 100,000. Enough to level up. You must understand that after level 15, every subsequent level becomes extremely difficult for professionals to attain. The Ancestral Hall Abyss, Nightmare Difficulty, has concluded. Exiting the instance in 5 minutes. I should go now. Zhang Yu deliberately addressed the female ghost in red, because he sensed that she was the one controlling all the dark energy in Shanyu village. In other words, the true in-spirit cursecaster is the female ghost in red, while the other female ghosts in the pigpen merely received fragments of her power. If it really came down to a fight to the death, we probably wouldn't stand a chance against the woman in red. The woman in red glanced at Zhang Yu. Then he said, "Next time you come, remember to bring the village chief's coffin as well." for coffins should be enough to force our ancestors' true form to emerge. Also, kill that yellow-skinned creature with green eyes. Don't let the fire in the copper basin go out. After saying these 3 sentences, the female ghost in red stretched out her hand and released a surge of energy, which swept up the shattered red sedan chair from the ground. The next moment, the red sedan chair that had been broken into several pieces on the ground miraculously came back together as if alive, restoring itself to its original form. Screech! The weasel let out an eerie squeak, emerging from the ground in a form of black mist. The mournful music started again. 4 resurrected weasels lifted the red sedan chair. Approaching the red-clad female ghost respectfully, he lowered himself and tilted the sedan chair to make it easier for her to enter. The yellow-skinned creature with green eyes walked up to the sedan chair and reached out to lift its curtain. The red-clad female ghost gracefully stepped into the sedan chair. Once inside, the overwhelming aura of energy emanating from the red-clad female ghost completely vanished. Zheng Yu finally understood that the red sedan chair was actually a disguise for the female ghost in red, used to conceal her spectral aura. Creak! 4 yellow-skinned weasels lifted the sedan chair. At that moment, the voice of the female ghost in red came from inside the sedan chair. When will you come again? Zheng Yu pondered for a moment. Can you go easy on me? No. Then 3 days later. Alright, I'll wait for you. This "I'll wait for you" caught Zheng Yu completely off guard. Ran Xingyu, who was standing nearby, immediately said to Kuing, remember who your competition is. Kuing rolled her eyes. She had no way to deal with her talkative best friend. Tao Qian, however, couldn't help but gossip. But she's a ghost, you know. What's wrong with ghosts? Maybe Zheng Yu has unique tastes. Zheng Yu interrupted irritably, keep talking nonsense, and I'll have the female ghost leave you here. Ran Xingyu immediately shut her mouth. Zheng Yu glanced at the time. Let's go. We'll come back in 3 days. Got it. Anyway, whatever abyss Zheng Yu chose to farm, they would follow along. As mere support characters, they had no say in the matter. Moreover, they treasured every opportunity to enter the abyss, because each run meant one less chance remaining. Zheng Yu had already reached level 15 by now, and they had just reached level 11. With the rewards from the nightmare level abyss, Zheng Yu would widen the level gap even further. By the time Zheng Yu entered the 3rd stage abyss, they would almost have no chance to team up with him again, because the level difference was too great. If someone asked Tao Qian when the peak of his life was, he would answer, right now. As for Zheng Yu's reason to re-enter the ancestral hall abyss, it was quite simple. Hidden mission. The 3 things mentioned by the female ghost in red, the green-eyed yellow weasel, the 4 coffins, and the bronze basin flames, were likely the key points he had overlooked. Since the red-dressed female ghost specifically pointed it out, it's worth giving it another try. The ancestral hall's abyss chamber. As usual, Zhao Ning had his breakfast and then went to the ancestral hall's abyss to lie in wait for prey. Last night, he thought he had finally found some business, but it turned out to be just a bunch of kids who somehow managed to reach level 10. After waiting for nearly half a year, he finally encountered a summoner leading a team of professionals, utterly unbelievable. Pushing open the door, Zhao Ning momentarily thought he'd entered the wrong place. Why so many people? The ancestral hall's abyss was uncharacteristically packed. This can't be right. Though it's the awakening season this month, could so many have leveled up to 10 so quickly? Accustomed to the usually deserted ancestral hall's abyss chamber, Zhao Ning felt somewhat dazed by the sudden crowd. The staff in the ancestral hall's abyss chamber were quite familiar with Zhao Ning. Seeing him, they immediately asked, you didn't know? Know what? Zhao Ning looked puzzled. Didn't you receive the notice from Shangyu City? Zhao Ning shook his head. I turned off notifications, those things are too annoying. Someone cleared the nightmare level abyss. The ancestral hall? But that wouldn't explain why so many people are gathered here. I remember several groups of professionals cleared the ancestral hall abyss after Mayor Zhang Zhan released the strategy. The staff interrupted Zhao Ning's words and asked, did they break the record? Could it be? Zhao Ning suddenly looked toward the large screen at the center of the ancestral hall's abyss chamber, where the historical records of the hall were projected by the temple. To his astonishment, he discovered that the record holder for the nightmare level abyss, Zhang Zhan, had been replaced by Zheng Yu. Ancestral Hall Abyss, Nightmare Difficulty, Clear Time, 8 hours 44 minutes 21 seconds. Clearing Team, Tao Qian, Monk, Kuing, Assassin, Ran Xingyu, Assassin, Chai Yun, Ranger. Zhao Ning rubbed his eyes. 8 hours? He rubbed his eyes again. A staff member nearby laughed. Stop rubbing your eyes, you're seeing it right, it really is 8 hours. You really don't check the forums at all, do you? The forums are completely blowing up right now. So now you understand why they've all gathered here? Some are here for the spectacle, others are media and reporters. More likely, it's professionals and companies wanting to get acquainted with Zheng Yu and befriend him. You'd never guess even Mayor Zhang Zhan and Minister Chai Fong arrived early. TSK Tisk, truly enviable. At such a young age, he already commands such prestige that even the mayor and the Minister of Resources came personally to welcome him out. His future is boundless. If only I could get to know Zhang Yu. He's destined to reach mayoral-level status in the future. Damn it, I should have talked to him more yesterday. The staff member kept chattering on and on. Beside him, Zhao Ning wore an utterly incredulous expression. So it was them after all. Summoner, monk, 2 assassins. This utterly impossible team composition was something Zhao Ning could never forget. He never expected that the summoner he had outright rejected would turn out to be a powerhouse. The staff member beside him regretted not having spoken a few more words to Zhang Yu. There was once a requirement to clear the nightmare-level abyss, where all you needed to know was how to grill skewers to join the team, yet he had failed to seize the opportunity. Not only did he fail to seize it, it seems like I even mocked them. Damn it! Zhao Ning's current feeling was akin to guessing the winning lottery numbers correctly only to realize he hadn't actually bought a ticket, merely jotting them down on paper. This feeling is fucking awful. Immersive Translate. Chapter 70, Offering Fuel in Snowy Weather and Adding Flowers to Brocade. Jiangshui City. The mayor's office was completely silent. It wasn't exactly quiet, just that the atmosphere was oppressive. Every level of leadership was holding their breath, afraid to speak. Mayor Zhou Yun hadn't spoken a single word since the meeting began. Just because of the news the secretary had just delivered. Zhang Yu had just cleared another nightmare-level abyss, and shattered Zhang Zhan's historical record that had stood for 7 or 8 years. If it had been a professional from Shangyu City who broke the record, Zhou Yun would have grudgingly offered congratulations while secretly seething with envy that lucky bastard had stumbled upon another genius for their faction. But the problem was, the professional who broke the record was originally from Jiangshui City, their own people. Zhou Yun stared at the notification of Zhang Yu shattering the record. After a long pause, he smiled and said, "Why is everyone looking at me? It's just a trivial matter." Zhou Yun remained composed, as if nothing had happened at all. For Zhou Yun, there was no turning back on this matter. Let nature take its course. How much trouble could a second-tier professional possibly stir up? Not worth mentioning. What was insignificant to Zhou Yun caused an uproar in the forum. Especially the professionals from Jiangshui City, who hadn't immediately learned about Zhang Yu clearing the nightmare-level abyss, were still mocking and venting at the time. Many also supported Zhou Yun's approach, believing the resources should indeed go to Li Feng. Because someone had analyzed that if Zhou Yun joined the Li family faction, then the entire Jiangshui city would effectively become a branch city under the Li faction's control. In the future, there might even be a chance to work within the Li family faction. There was even a slim possibility of teaming up with faction members to venture into the abyss. As for Zhang Yu, just a summoner, after all. But this mockery instantly backfired on everyone as the news gradually spread to Jiangshui City. Zhang Yu's departure, coupled with Zhou Yun's manipulations, had left Jiangshui City's professionals harboring resentment toward him. Even in Shangyu City, many believed Zhang Yu had little future. And then, just 4 days after arriving in Shangyu City, he cleared another nightmare-level abyss and broke the record. And it was a record broken with an unimaginable achievement. Is this what you call no progress? Is this what you call insignificant? Which professional can connect 2 nightmare-level abysses, both with record-breaking performances? Gradually, some posts criticizing Zhou Yun began to appear on the forum. Who loses and who gains when offering help in times of need versus adding flowers to brocade? Original poster. By providing resources to Li Feng and drawing closer to the Li family faction, Zhou Yun not only demonstrated loyalty to the Li faction but also successfully integrated into it. This can be considered adding flowers to brocade. But the question is, will Zhou Yun joining the Li family faction really benefit us? Compared to Zhang Yu, who was originally an orphan drifting to Jiangshui City taking him in and nurturing him would be like sending charcoal in snowy weather. A genius of this caliber, paired with the kindness of timely assistance, I don't believe you can't see the difference. This post was even pushed to trending. The professionals in Jiangshui City rationally analyzed how far Zhang Yu could go in the future, citing examples such as those currently on the power rankings who had consecutively cleared nightmare-level abyss dungeons at Stage 1 and Stage 2. Although Zhang Yu was a summoner, his 2 achievements were enough to prove his strength. As for the professionals in Shangyu City, they were purely there for the spectacle. After all, Zhang Yu was now one of their own. Whether it was the upcoming Young Professionals Tournament or the citywide rewards after Stage 4, they stood to benefit. Keep analyzing if you want. After all, it was our Shangyu City that offered help in times of need, not you. I remember how confidently you claimed Zhang Yu was no good before. Now you're suddenly analyzing his future prospects? Just look at what nonsense they're analyzing. Have you forgotten Zhang Yu basically carried 4 deadweights through a nightmare-level abyss? How sour. Faced with the mockery from Shangyu City's professionals, those from Jiangshui City couldn't retort at all. The facts spoke for themselves. Results were the best proof. Gradually, Jiangshui City's professionals turned their criticism towards Zhou Yun. Some began saying Zhou Yun had made the wrong decisions. Some even started cursing outright. However, these posts disappeared directly after appearing for just a minute or two. The forum isn't under the temple's jurisdiction. Zhou Yun said it's not worth mentioning, yet secretly had the moderators delete all posts unfavorable to him. My post just got deleted. Who's panicking? I won't say. Zhou Yun is a fucking idiot. Whoever deleted my post, your whole family dies. The forum was in complete chaos. Nearly all first and second tier professionals from Shangyu City and Jiangshui City had joined in. Zhang Zhan looked at the forum, grinning from ear to ear. This is hilarious. These kids' posts are absolutely brilliant. Ha ha ha, this roast targeting Zhou Yun actually hits the mark, gotta give it a like. Hey, who deleted the post? I hadn't even liked it yet. That old dog Zhou Yun dares to act but can't take the heat, deleting posts after just a few criticisms? How pathetic. Watching Zhang Zhan sitting casually in his chair browsing forums without a shred of mayoral dignity, Chai Fong was utterly speechless. Actually, Zhang Zhan was already holding back. When he was young, Zhang Zhan was also known as the madman in Shangyu City, otherwise, he wouldn't have been the first professional to conquer the ancestral hall abyss. After all, back then, the ancestral hall abyss was considered a forbidden dungeon in Shangyu City. With the red-dressed female ghost lurking inside, no one dared to enter the ancestral hall. Buzz. A deep humming sound came from the far end of the ancestral hall's cavernous chamber. Chai Fong warned, stop browsing the forum. Zheng Yu and the others are coming out. They're out? Zhang Zhan quickly stood up. Let's go welcome our future star. Hiss. Tao Qian was the first to emerge. Seeing the dense crowd before him, he couldn't help but sigh, feels great to be famous. Wen Run Qingyu rolled her eyes, you're nobody famous. They're here for Zhang Yu. Kuing, don't tell the truth. Before Zhang Yu comes out, we can still enjoy a few more seconds. Wen Run Qingyu. Next was Chai Yun. Someone recognized Chai Yun. Yun Yun. It's me, Yun Yun. Chai Yun found the girl calling her, it turned out to be a former classmate. I was just wondering earlier, how could there be a familiar name in the record-breaking team? So it really is you. Chai Yun looked up at the temple records and indeed found her name listed there. A strange sense of pride welled up within her. Previously, those spots had been dominated by Zhang Zhan and her cousin, Chai Fong. She had never imagined this day would come, that her own name would appear on those sacred pages. There's an unreal feeling about this. I'm so envious of you actually clearing the nightmare abyss and even breaking the record. After you suddenly disappeared that day, I thought you'd never return to being a professional. Who would have thought you'd come back and make such a huge splash? It's truly enviable. Classmates kept saying how envious they were, but their eyes were filled with jealousy. Why wasn't it them who managed to catch this ride? Why Chai Yun? This fire of jealousy simply couldn't be contained, it all spilled out through their gazes. But the more jealous she became, the happier Chai Yun felt. Far from feeling inferior because the other person thought she had only passed the nightmare abyss by riding on coattails as a mere sidekick. Because, being able to ride on coattails is also a kind of ability. Thank you, cousin. Chai Yun said sincerely in her heart. For the first time, she felt how exhilarating it was to have privileges. Zheng Yu didn't lack soy sauce. The only reason she had a place in the team was thanks to her cousin, who was the head of the resources department in Shangyu City. Chai Yun thought she should send Chai Fong a gift. Yes, something expensive. She picked up the phone and sent Chai Fong a text message. Chai Fong and Zhang Zhan were waiting for Zheng Yu to appear. He received a text message from Chai Yun. Bro, thank you. You've really helped me out big time this time. I asked my mom to send you some resources, don't worry, they're all valuable items, enough to get you a suspended death sentence. Chai Fong. What kind of madness is she up to now? Zhang Zhan also saw the text message and analyzed, probably wants to tell you she's very grateful. A suspended death sentence, that's truly precious. Chai Fong. There's another chapter coming soon, just wait a little longer. Chapter 71, unfortunately, my character isn't that good. Zheng Yu was the last one to come out. The moment Zheng Yu was teleported out, a crowd immediately surged toward him. Hello, Zheng Yu, I'm the general manager of Angel Pharmaceuticals. We'd like to invite you to become our company's representative professional. God-tier player, remember me. Take me on the next Abyss run, okay? I'll pay. Hello, I'm from Shangyu City Equipment Recycling Company. Hello Zheng Yu, are you looking for a girlfriend? Where did this shameless woman come from? Can't you see Zheng Yu already has 3 beauties by his side? What makes you think you'd have a chance? Then would you mind me becoming your 4th wife? 6. Great God Zheng Yu, would you be willing to sell me the exclusive rights to your strategy for clearing the abyss of the ancestral hall? I'm willing to pay a premium price for monopoly access. Monopoly scum, get out of Jojo. Amidst the clamoring crowd, Zheng Yu had never witnessed such a spectacle before. It reminded him of the entertainment celebrities from his past life. This was probably what their fanfare looked like. Just as Zheng Yu was thinking about how to deal with them and slip away from the depths of the ancestral hall, a voice rang out. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shangyu City. The voice came from the broadcast, instantly silencing the boiling crowd. I have something to discuss with Zheng Yu. Could you let me have him first? The request was phrased politely, yet no one dared to refuse. After all, Zhang Zhan was the strongest professional in Shangyu City. The principle of might makes right was demonstrated to perfection in this world. I never expected to find such a high-end lounge in the Abyss Hall. Zheng Yu glanced at the exquisite lounge and the expensive tea set on the table, casually remarking, I've only been here twice myself. Zhang Zhan spoke while sitting at the tea table, skillfully brewing the tea leaves. Once is now, when I, as the mayor, come to talk with you about your future. Once was 8 years ago, when I sat in your seat and discussed my future with the previous mayor. Zheng Yu took the tea handed to him by Zhang Zhan and said with a smile, so, have I won your approval? Zhang Zhan didn't mince words either, dispensing with any bureaucratic formalities as he nodded directly, yes. I brought you to Shangyu City with more of a gamble in mind. I won't waste your time with empty pleasantries. Zhou Yun and I don't get along, so the stronger you become, the unhappier he gets, and the unhappier he gets, the happier I am. But your strength has exceeded my expectations, so now I must speak to you as a mayor. Zheng Yu probably guessed what Zhang Zhan wanted to say. Faction? It didn't surprise Zhang Zhan that Zheng Yu could guess, because Chai Feng had already mentioned faction matters to Zheng Yu in advance. Correct. Given the strength you've currently displayed, reaching level 40 is only a matter of time unless something unexpected happens. The faction Chai Feng and I belong to is a faction alliance with Lu Nanyan as the leader and Zhuge Wuhan as the deputy leader. There are 2 ways to join a faction. The first is to reach level 40 and demonstrate your strength. Factions will then actively invite you, or like Zhou Yun, you can take the initiative to contact a faction such as the Li family. The second method is cultivation. That is, for professionals like you, factions will focus on nurturing your growth. Zheng Yu asked, so what I can get is the faction's resources? Zhang Zhan replied, not just resources. Do you know how to farm the 3rd stage abyss? Zheng Yu shook his head. He genuinely didn't know about this. On one hand, school textbooks wouldn't mention the 3-stage matter. After all, those who could reach level 20 were already considered rare among professionals. On the other hand, before obtaining the Hextech Augment Rune talent, he'd never imagined he'd touch upon this realm so quickly. And it had only been a few days. Zhang Zhan explained, the 3rd stage abyss spans levels 20 to 30, but due to the pivotal level 25 class advancement point, the abyss undergoes changes. The 3rd stage abyss doesn't remain permanently open, it operates on a reservation basis. Reservation? That's correct. Zhang Zhan looked at Zheng Yu and said, let me put it bluntly, the abyss is considered a resource in the eyes of the factions. When it opens, who gets to enter first, all these decisions are made by the factions. Zheng Yu. That sounds about right. Zheng Yu had long realized that in this world, strength ruled supreme. If a single powerful individual could monopolize resources, what more could factions composed of such individuals do? Sure enough, waiting right here. Zheng Yu asked, does that mean whoever we team up with, the teammates must also be faction members? Zhang Zhan nodded. But he added, you don't need to worry about your current teammates, whether it's Tao Qian or Wenran Xingyu. After clearing several abyss dungeons, their resources far surpass those of ordinary professionals. You'll level up faster and won't be able to team up with them anymore. I know that, Zheng Yu nodded. I just wanted to ask if the faction could arrange abyss dungeons for me separately. I plan to go in alone. Zhang Zhan frowned, no team? 3rd stage abyss. Before he could finish, Zheng Yu interrupted Zhang Zhan, I've heard this line so often it's coming out of my ears. I know exactly how difficult the 3rd stage abyss is, just as I know the difficulty of the 2nd stage nightmare level shrine abyss. I agree to join the faction, but I have only one condition. Prioritize arranging the abyss for me. Don't assign me any teammates. Of course, if the faction needs me to guide someone's son or daughter through the abyss, I'd be willing to do it for the sake of money and priority rights. Zhang Zhan laughed, so confident? Zheng Yu shook his head. It's not about confidence, but rather that time is running short. Time? Zheng Yu said, the temple keeps records of professionals above level 40 who have booked abyss raids. I saw Zhou Yun has reserved a 5th stage abyss raid half a year from now. Zhang Zhan stared blankly at Zheng Yu, then said with a surprised expression, you're not planning to. Before Zhang Zhan could finish, Zheng Yu continued on his own, I won't forget the unpleasantness in Jiangshui City just because you helped me obtain resources. Even now, he hasn't offered a single word of apology. Zhang Zhan asked, what if he apologizes? Zheng Yu replied, whether he apologizes or not reflects his character. Whether I accept his apology or forgive him, that reflects mine. At this point, Zheng Yu smiled. Unfortunately, my character isn't good. Bonus chapter, Seeking Gifts. Chapter 72, 200,000 EXP, consecutive level UPS. Watching Zheng Yu leave, Zhang Zhan saw his former self in the young man, youthful, confident, spirited, and fearless. Ah, getting old. Zhang Zhan sighed. Tell me, we're only 30 years old, why does it feel like we're powerless in everything we do, always hesitating and afraid of consequences? Chai Fong said with a smile, it's mainly because our responsibilities have increased. Zhang Yu hasn't reached the 5th stage yet, he has no idea what professionals like us are really facing. When you told him that factions monopolized the abyss, his displeasure was obvious. Chai Fong lit a cigarette and took a drag, saying, that expression was exactly the same as Captain Zhuge Wuwen's back then. Zhang Zhan stood up, opened the window to clear the smoke from the room, and said with a smile, but 7 or 8 years have passed, and hasn't he ended up just like us? Everyone was young once. Young professionals all believe the abyss is the path to leveling up, gaining strength, and securing social status. But they never stop to think why the government grants professionals such high status, why it allows factions to monopolize the abyss beyond stage 3. Still, it's good that Zhang Yu can maintain this confidence, at least it has positive significance for now. Zhang Zhan looked down from his position by the window. Zhang Yu, Tao Qian, and the others were chatting and laughing as they left the abyssal hall of the ancestral temple. A group of young professionals followed behind them. I was once that glorious too, he mused. Zhang Zhan sighed with emotion. Chai Fong beside him didn't spare him any face, exposing him. That was in Shangyu City. I remember when you went to the central district for training, you got beaten like a dog. Zhang Zhan snorted coldly, humph, as if you were any better. Then, ignoring Chai Fong, he continued speaking to himself, I wonder how those two who went to the central district for training this year are doing now. Chai Fong puffed on his cigarette and said, it's been over half a year since he left and still no return. Most likely he passed the review exam. Don't waste your energy worrying about youngsters. You'd be better off worrying about yourself. Zhou Yun has already booked his abyss dive 6 months in advance. Are you really planning to stay stuck at level 45 forever? The mention of leveling up gave Zhang Zhan a headache. There's no way around it. Recently, 2 5th-stage abysses opened, one is a 5-star abyss, and I'm simply not qualified to enter. The other is a 2-star abyss, but it's already full. Oh, right, there's also a 6-star abyss currently missing a main DPS. What do you think, should I go? Zhang Zhan asked with a laugh. He received a disdainful glance from Chai Fong. You're not even qualified to be a team member in a 5-star abyss, yet you want to be the main DPS in a 6-star abyss? Hey, do you think there's a possibility? Chai Zhangzhan suddenly recalled what Zhang Yu had said earlier. At Zhang Yu's current leveling speed, if given another 6 months, he might actually be able to carry me through a 6-star, maybe even a 7-star difficulty abyss. Chai Fong was momentarily speechless. No way, are you serious? You're supposed to be the strongest professional to come out of Shangyu City in the past decade, and you're waiting for a kid half your age to carry you through the abyss? Where's your dignity? Zhang Zhan said nonchalantly, doesn't matter to me. If Zhang Yu can really keep leveling up at this speed without hitting any bottlenecks, it might actually be possible. Being older doesn't automatically make you more skilled. Who made that rule? Especially when it doesn't even count towards seniority. Zhuge Wuhan is actually 2 years younger than us, and now he's deputy alliance leader. What if? Right? What if? Chai Fong replied with a laugh. That what if of yours has vanishingly small odds, but it's really something to look forward to. By the time Zheng Yu returned to the villa, it was already noon. To express her gratitude, Chai Yun specially hired a professional chef team to host a celebratory banquet at the villa. She even took the initiative to learn the craft of roasting kidney from the chefs. Although she knew full well that the opportunities to tag along with Zheng Yu into the abyss might only be 1 or 2 more times at most, she still had to make her stance clear. Whether they could clear another nightmare-level abyss depended entirely on Zheng Yu's mood and whether he was willing to take her along. After eating and drinking their fill, facing Chai Yun's eager expression, Zheng Yu didn't keep her in suspense. During Phase 2, I won't be changing teammates, he said. You and Wan Renqingyu should prepare the supplies for the next round together. The price for the next session has been raised to 5 million, by the way. No problem. Chai Yun agreed readily. Facing Zheng Yu's price increase, Chai Yun had no objections and quickly agreed. Besides, 5 million is just the standard market price, and it's more like a seller's market anyway. After all, you simply can't find any top-tier players who can clear the abyss with soy sauce. Chai Yun, Wan Renqingyu, and Kuing were in charge of procuring supplies. Tao Qian went to help Zheng Yu with all the paperwork procedures. The process of collecting supplies was quite cumbersome, but fortunately, it didn't require Zheng Yu to handle it in person. Zheng Yu stayed behind in the villa to begin inventorying their gains from this venture. There are 2 rewards in total. Nightmare level clearance reward, Ancestral Hall Abyss treasure chest, Nightmare level, professional experience plus 100,000. Historical record reward, Ancestral Hall Abyss historical record treasure chest, Nightmare level, professional experience plus 100,000. To say nothing of the rest. The 200,000 experience points from just 2 rewards alone were already staggering. Zheng Yu had asked Tao Qian, and their combined experience rewards for clearing the dungeon only amounted to 40,000. Zheng Yu claimed all the experience points first. Experience plus 100,000 obtained. Experience gained plus 100,000. Level, LV15 LV.17, 91,000. 32,400 experience points needed for next level. HP, 10, 61012, 670, 7,950 equipment bonus. MP, 890930. Intelligence, 485527. Strength, 134141. Agility, 3133. Remaining free attribute points, 28. 200,000 experience points, instantly leveling up twice in a row. Base HP directly increased by over 2,000 points. The higher the level, the greater the HP cap growth becomes. Level is still the most important factor. Level 17, just 3 more levels until reaching level 20 and entering the third stage Abyss. Zhengyu calculated that it would only require around 200,000 to 250,000 experience points. A single nightmare level Abyss would be enough to reach level 20. Fortunately, level 20 allows for level locking, enabling both Stage 2 Abyss farming and entry into Stage 3 Abyss. That's why most professionals attempt the challenge at level 20. Just like when Zhang Zhan cleared the nightmare level shrine, he entered at level 20. Zhengyu planned to enter the Ancestral Hall Abyss one more time to complete the special mission hinted by the female ghost in red. Then he would choose between the Blood Red Film Studio and the Dark Valley to clear one of them. Zhengyu wasn't obsessed with breaking all records. Phase 2 was just a transitional stage, there was no need to linger here. Of course, Zhengyu could also choose to abandon the hidden quest to visit the Ancestral Hall, but considering the uniqueness of the female ghost in red and the online rumors about the rewards for hidden quests, compared to that, Zhengyu was still more inclined to venture once more into the abyss of the Ancestral Hall. After leveling up, Zhengyu then turned his attention to the 2 treasure chests, a Nightmare Tier chest of Phase 2, a Nightmare Tier historical record package of Phase 2. Both are the top tier chests of Phase 2. Zhengyu rubbed his hands together. To be honest, he was still quite looking forward to it. Open the treasure chest. Chapter 73, The Dragon Sovereign and the Ark of Justice. Open the treasure chest. As Zhengyu clicked on the treasure chest in the item bar, a dazzling brilliance spread across the entire system interface. Ding! You have opened the Ancestral Hall Abyss Nightmare Level Clearance Treasure Chest. Congratulations! You have obtained the Armor Boots Shadow God Boots LV20, Diamond Tier. Congratulations! You have obtained Enhancement Stones *25, Forging Stones *25, Soul Orbs, Material, *50, Blood Replenishing Potions, 10,000 HP, *10, a pile of materials, and a diamond-grade piece of armor. Zhengyu immediately entered the temple store to search. Level 20 Diamond Tier equipment, only 3 transactions in decades, with the highest sale price reaching 65 million and the lowest still at 41 million. 50 million level equipment. Zhengyu gasped in shock. The rich really don't give a damn about money, do they? Zhengyu complained. The premium is too high, mainly due to the marginal effect. Very few people can drop Phase 2 Diamond Tier equipment, and even if they do, no one sells it, so naturally the price skyrockets. Generally, professionals who can clear Nightmare Level Abyss are already recruited by factions. If they drop Diamond Tier equipment they can't use, they usually sell it to their faction not only for a higher price but also to exchange for privileges and other benefits that money can't buy. Therefore, very few people sell top-tier equipment in the temple store. In Phase 2, diamond-grade equipment is considered top-tier. Zhengyu glanced at the boots attributes. Armor, Shadow God Boots. Equip level, level 20. Equip requirement, none. Grade, diamond. Attributes, agility plus 100, HP plus 7,000, movement speed plus 20%. Equipment effect. When wearing this equipment, you are protected by the shadow deity and can actively enter a ghost form state, reducing damage taken by 30% for 30 seconds. When worn by summoning class professions, can designate either summon creatures or oneself to enter ghost form state. Forging, 0. Enhancement, 0. Refinement, 0. Runes, no runes embedded. What a great item. The health boost is even greater than a full set of 3-piece human spider gear. Not to mention the Agile 100 attribute and 20% movement speed, which perfectly match the tier of diamond level boots equipment. But what's more crucial is its active equipment effect. 30% damage reduction. This single attribute alone is worth at least tens of millions in value. If there's no equipment with better attributes than these boots, you can keep wearing them indefinitely. Unless you find equipment of a higher tier than diamond. But above diamond comes Radiant tier equipment, which only drops in Stage 4 Star Abyss, a difficulty level that's countless tiers above Nightmare Abyss. Therefore, diamond tier equipment remains top tier even at level 40. Not bad at all. The 3-piece human skin spider set consists of a hat, top, and gloves. He just happened to be missing a pair of boots, and the Nether God boots perfectly filled that gap. With the boots equipped, the base HP plus equipment HP would bring the total HP value close to 20,000. The previous worry about being instantly killed now felt somewhat alleviated. The equipment's health pool is sufficient to prevent instant death, plus the protective shield from the grudge ring, the training dummy's taunt, and the protection of the giant winged spirit butterfly. Wanting to take him down in seconds isn't that easy. However, he'll still need to reach level 20 before he can equip those diamond tier boots. Zheng Yu then proceeded to open the historical record package. You have opened the historical record package, Ancestral Hall Abyss Nightmare difficulty. Your profession has been detected as Summoner. Prize pool locked to Summoner class equipment. Congratulations! You have obtained Summon Beast Equipment Soul Snatching Swana LV20, Diamond Tier. Congratulations! You have obtained Enhancement Stones * 25, Forging Stones * 25, Soul Orbs, Material * 50, HP Potions, 10,000 HP, * 10. A Swana? Zheng Yu was stunned. He recalled the funeral music of ghost marriages. The Swana was the most important instrument. When its piercing notes sounded, even ghosts would retreat. Never did he expect to draw equipment for a summoned beast. The historical record reward package was more user-friendly than Zheng Yu had imagined. Summoned beast equipment was harder to drop than professional gear, let alone diamond tier items. Summoned beast equipment, Soul Snatching Swana. Equipment level, level 20. Equipment tier, diamond grade. Equipment attributes, HP plus 19,000, attack power plus 1,280. Equipment effect, sound effect type skills, effect plus 100%. When casting skills, there is a chance to play funeral music, reducing enemy defense by 15%. Awesome! This equipment is perfect for the giant winged spirit butterfly to wear. It can only be equipped by the giant winged spirit butterfly. Because only the giant winged spirit butterfly's butterfly song skill is a sound effect type skill. A 100% increase in effect means the original speed boost can be doubled again. This represents a qualitative leap. Most importantly, it also reduced defense capability by 15%. Truly worthy of diamond tier equipment. Both diamond tier pieces of equipment greatly satisfied Zheng Yu. And one more thing. Zheng Yu remembered he still had 2 Hextech items left to claim. This was the greatest reward for his improvement in strength. Claim the Hextech rune. Hum. A resonant hum sounded. Zheng Yu obtained his 7th and 8th Hextech augment runes. Congratulations, you have drawn the 7th rune, Silver Tier rune, Arcane Comet Eye. Congratulations, you have drawn the 8th rune, Silver Tier rune, Dragonmancer's Heart. Arcane Comet, Silver Tier Augment rune, your summoned creatures instantly recover 10% energy upon scoring a kill. Dragonmancer's Heart, Silver Tier Augment, your team counts as having one additional Dragonmancer and gains a Dragonmancer emblem. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up. Just what he needed. Zheng Yu had never felt luckier. Though they were only 2 Silver Tier Hextech augments, both were exactly what I needed the most. Kilometer Arc. Energy Recovery. They completely compensated for the excessive energy consumption drawback of the twin magic fire drakes. Killing a unit restores 10% energy. The twin infernal serpent never lacks in monster kills. In other words, with proper execution, a twin infernal serpent wielding axiom arc can truly achieve sustained damage output. For the twin infernal serpent, this is a massive upgrade. As for the Dragonmancer, Zheng Yu lacks a true main carry. The Dragonmancer synergy happens to be able to directly create a powerful main carry. Dragonmancer synergy, 2/4/6/8. Use the Dragonmancer's Blessing item to select a summon unit to become a champion. The champion will receive comprehensive buffs including size, HP regeneration, attack power, defense, speed, and agility. 2. Overall 50% bonus. 4. Overall 100% bonus. 6. Overall 150% bonus. 8. Overall 300% bonus. It can be said to be exceptionally powerful. As for who should become the hero, Zheng Yu received a call from Chai Fong at that moment. Your friend Tao Qian has already taken care of all the procedures for you. The provincial rewards should arrive tomorrow, which include both Phase 1 and Phase 2 rewards. Also, Zhuge Wuwen, the deputy leader of our faction, has agreed to your previous request and even found you 2 top-tier summoning beast skill books. One is level 15, the other level 20, saves you the trouble of buying them from the Sanctum store. I'll send them to you via the Sanctum mailbox. After finishing his words, Chai Fong hastily hung up. Ding! You have unclaimed temple mail, please remember to check. Soon, Zheng Yu received the Summon Beast skill book. Zheng Yu was very curious, what exactly was this so-called top-tier summoning beast in their eyes? Chapter 74, 6th tier talent. Primordial Bloodline War Minotaur. Open the mailbox. Acquire the 2 summoning beast skill books. Chai Fong kindly explained to Zheng Yu on the mailbox, one is a summoned beast with a 15 level 3rd tier talent, and the other is a 20 level 4th tier talent. Since there are no summoners in the faction, most people aren't clear about the significance of these talent tiers. However, these 2 are the highest tier summoned beasts our faction could find. Take a look first to see if you like their types. If you're not satisfied, the deputy leader said we can try to find others for you. One could only say their sincerity was undeniable. After all, neither Chai Fong nor the deputy leader were summoners themselves. He was far more capable than Zhou Yun from Jianshui City could ever hope to be. Zhang Yu had also searched for level 15 summoning skill books in the temple. The best he found was a skeleton soldier with a second-tier talent. Price tag, 1 million. Far inferior to the faction-given third-tier talent Minotaur. That's right. This level 15 learnable third-tier talent summon is none other than the Beastman class summon, the Minotaur. Truly top tier. The Minotaur, the most war-suited of all beastmen. A true all-around warrior, capable of tanking, dealing damage, outputting, defending, protecting, and controlling. As for talents, with the demon contract available for upgrades, Zhang Yu wasn't worried at all. The Minotaur species was exactly the kind of summon Zhang Yu had always wanted. If the Goblin General led in combat experience and commanding presence, then the Minotaur was purely a stats monster. Coincidentally, the Dragonmancer synergy effect provides entirely percentage-based bonuses. The higher the numerical value, the greater the bonus. As a tanky warrior, the Minotaur is perfectly suited to become a Dragonmancer. Same old procedure as always. Draw the contract formation. Use the Summoning Beast skill book. Sign the contract to make the Minotaur your fourth summoned beast. Moo. A standard cow's moo emanated from the contract formation array. Immediately after, a massive upright Minotaur emerged, wielding a battle axe larger than Zhang Yu's entire body. Its overwhelming aura instantly made Zhang Yu struggle for breath. Tisk. The Minotaur's snorts carried the force of an engine's exhaust. Master. The Minotaur bowed respectfully upon seeing Zhang Yu, its voice deep and resonant. After uttering this single address, it fell silent. This was the second summoned beast capable of speech. The Goblin General and him. The twin flame serpents never spoke, whether they couldn't speak or were simply too reclusive to bother, no one knew. The giant-winged spirit butterfly, on the other hand, was quite the chatterbox and terribly clingy. But all she could produce were ethereal chime-like sounds, leaving everyone clueless about what she meant. The Minotaur? He looked every bit the honest, good-natured type. Zhang Yu didn't even bother checking the Minotaur's attributes and skills, immediately initiating talent evolution. Due to consecutive level-ups, the windfall had long been deposited. Level 14 granted 1400 points. Level 15 grants 1500 points. Level 16 grants 1600 points. This counts as fully claiming the windfall rewards. Zhang Yu had actually thought before if the windfall hadn't been drawn so early, would reaching level 70 have granted 7000 points instead? But on the other hand, reaching level 70 and gaining one more level would increase your maximum HP far more than this unexpected windfall. What's more, upgrading a 5th tier talent to 6th tier already requires 5 to 6,000 talent points. How could this small amount at level 70 possibly be enough? And could you even hold on to it indefinitely? Most crucially, the effect of unexpected windfall is automatically applied the moment it's drawn. There's no way to keep it even if you wanted to. Windfall gains are precisely what's needed in the early stages. For consecutive windfalls, amounting to 5 or 6,000 talent points, provide a tremendous boost in the early game. In the late game, even 4 such windfalls might not be enough to advance a single tier. With the assistance of windfall gains, Zhang Yu immediately began the enhancement. 250 talent points were consumed, directly evolving the Minotaur to a 4th tier talent. Summoned Beast Minotaur, 3rd tier, Talent Evolution Summoned Beast Elite Minotaur, 4th tier. 4th tier isn't enough. Keep improving. Consume 600 talent points. Summoned Beast Minotaur, 4th tier, Talent Evolution Summoned Beast War Minotaur, 5th tier. Zhang Yu took a glance. Upgrading the War Minotaur to tier 6 requires 4,000 talent points. That's 1,000 points more than the Goblin General, and 1,000 points less than the twin magic fire drakes. The windfall still leaves 3,650 points remaining. Adding the previously remaining talent points, then converting all 28 attribute points gained from leveling up into health points. By sacrificing just 3,500 health points, he could gather a total of 4,000 talent points. Zhang Yu did the math. His remaining base health was close to 5,000. By sacrificing 3,500 health through the demon's contract, and with the accumulated health from equipment, it still wasn't considered low. Just do it. Consume 4,000 talent points to evolve the Warbull. Summoned Beast War Minotaur, Tier 5, Talent Evolution Summoned Beast Primordial Bloodline War Minotaur, Tier 6. Zhang Yu's first 6th tier summoned beast has appeared. Zhang Yu directly applied the Dragon Sovereign insignia to the War Ox head, then removed the Deacon insignia from the twin demon fire serpents and placed it on the War Ox head instead. The Steward emblem increases health, making it perfect for the Warbull. Summoned beasts can equip multiple bond emblems. The Warbull currently possesses 2 types of bonds. The Dragonlord's Heroic Bond boosts all attributes by 50%. The VIP Butler Bond of the Steward Crest increases HP by 20% and directly transfers the VIP effect to the Minotaur. Boom! A dull thud echoed. A towering, massive, and muscular war Minotaur emerged from the contract formation. Compared to the 3rd tier Minotaur, This war minotaur of savage bloodline exudes an even more formidable aura, its body saturated with a bloody and murderous presence, its skin marked with crimson patterns. These patterns are likely manifestations of its savage bloodline. Summoned Beast, Savage Bloodline War Minotaur. Level, 17, scales with Summoner's level. Health points, 60,500. Attack power, 6,324, 527. Summoner's Intelligence, *8, coefficient, plus 50% Dragonmancer bonus. Talent, Tier 6, 20,000 talent points needed for next level, plus. Skill I War Stomp LV17. The War Minotaur launches a stomping attack against all obstacles ahead. Skill 2 Bull Rush LV17. The War Minotaur charges forward with an unstoppable attack, gaining 90% damage reduction during the charge. Skill 3 War Cry LV17. Emits a war cry, increasing allies' attack power by 20% for 30 seconds and stunning enemies. Skill 4 Savage Bloodline LV17. Originating from the Savage War Bulls, possessing extraordinary physique, the more they fight, the stronger they become. When entering a critical health state, HP recovery rate increases by 300%, and healing effects received are boosted by 300%. Summoned Beast Equipment, none. After examining the War Tauren's attributes, Zheng only wanted to say one word. Invincible. I wonder if the War Minotaur stands a chance against the red-dressed female ghost. 60,000 HP, 6,000 attack power. With control, with output, and the endurance of Savage Bloodline. Perhaps it's really possible. After obtaining the equipment, contracting the 4th Summoned Beast, and upgrading the Minotaur to Tier 6, Zheng finally had time to start writing the strategy guide for the Ancestral Hall Abyss. The people on the forum were going crazy with anticipation. On one hand, they were curious about how Zheng had cleared the Ancestral Shrine Abyss. On the other hand, they were speculating whether an 8-hour completion time was even possible. Zheng strategy post gave them the answer straight away. The post was made around 1 a.m. Guide post, Classic Abyss of Shangyu City, Phase 2 Shrine Abyss, Nightmare Difficulty Guide. Price, 300 gold coins. Once posted, instantly topped the trending charts in Shangyu City. Hiss, who knew there was such a way to clear the level? Unheard of. Genius, a damn genius. Why didn't I think of looking at the Shangyu village incident from a different perspective back then? So the so-called fake ancestor was just a red herring all along. I see now, I see. This comment simultaneously became the hottest discussion topic, because the commentator turned out to be Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shangyu City and the former record holder. Within moments, Zhang strategy guide sold like crazy. Chapter 75, no need to guess anymore. Personally verified, the extreme completion time is 5 hours and 21 minutes. Zhang strategy post once became the hottest thread on the forum, spawning hundreds of discussion posts analyzing his guide overnight. Don't underestimate the forum veterans, though their skills may be lacking, their analyses are surprisingly spot on. Particularly notable was a post titled, Rational Analysis of Zheng Strength. Will summoners finally emerge from the gutter thanks to him? This post quickly climbed to become the second most popular thread. As well as, is it because Summoner Zheng is truly powerful, or does he simply understand how to clear Nightmare level Abyss better than other professionals? Becoming the third hottest post. In any case, one thing remains unavoidable. Are summoners actually strong or not? In my opinion, Zheng abilities are merely first-rate, nowhere near those monstrous SS-level talents from the Central District. The reason he's cleared Nightmare Abyss twice in a row is mainly due to his brains. Honestly, after reading the Ancestral Hall Abyss strategy guide, I was completely exhilarated. The reasoning was just too brilliant how he managed to piece together the entire storyline of Ancestral Hall Abyss using only some inconspicuous clues. What's truly impressive about Zheng isn't his deduction skills, but his audacity in overturning Mayor Zhang Zhan's strategy. If it were me, I'd have followed Mayor Zhang's guide step by step without daring to deviate. Isn't the willingness to try alternative strategies itself a testament to one's strength? I agree with the comment above, without real strength, how could anyone dare? Hasn't anyone seriously read the guide? Zheng clearly said the most crucial item is the village chief's pipe, which requires killing the ghostly village chief. After all these years, has anyone actually managed to kill him? And then there's the Ancestral Hall, you need to defeat the red sedan chair, which means gaining the red-dressed female ghost's approval. Doesn't that all come down to strength? The group discussed rationally. There was another group of people arguing about something else. For example, is Wenrun Xingyu, Koeng, or Chaiyun the true queen? First floor, bro, you really have too much time on your hands. 7th floor, I vote for Wenrun Xingyu, that figure is absolutely stunning. 19th floor, who's the main wife? What's it to you guys? Or take for example, Goblin General is so handsome, totally my type, I'm down for it. 2nd floor, people shouldn't, at the very least they ought not. 8th floor, I think the giant-winged spirit butterfly is truly beautiful. Had I known summoners could call forth such gorgeous creatures, I would have chosen to be a summoner just for the aesthetics. Ninth floor, stop fantasizing. I've seen other summoners, either they get ugly goblins or weak fire elementals. There's no giant winged spirit butterfly at all. 10th floor, you'd need an S-rank talent first. 16th floor, the problem is, other summoners' goblins are ugly as hell, so why are Zhang Yu's goblins so damn cool? There are also some genuinely analytical posts. Personal opinion, Zhang Yu's nightmare level clearance time could still be shortened further. Strategy guide, how to push beyond Zhang Yu's strategy and break the 8-hour 44-minute record. Prediction thread, theoretical time limit for Ancestral Hall Abyss. Of course, most posts were just made by people looking for fun. Zhang Zhan browsed the forum with a smile and said, "It's been a while since I last saw the forum this lively. I remember the last time the server almost crashed was when I cleared the Ancestral Hall Abyss." Zhang Zhan looked nostalgic. Then he asked Chai Fong, which abyss did Zhang Yu say he's planning to go to next? The Film Factory or the Dark Valley? Chai Fong replied, the Ancestral Hall. Still the Ancestral Hall? Yeah, he said he has some business to take care of there. Zhang Zhan frowned, that's odd. Zhang Yu couldn't possibly not know that record rewards can only be claimed once. Didn't you try to talk him out of it? Chai Fong shrugged, I did, but he mentioned hidden quests and perfect clears. Zhang Zhan's eyes lit up. He's confident? Who knows? If he can truly perfect clear the nightmare level shrine abyss, all new professionals in Shangyu City will benefit. This time, Chai Fong didn't outright declare whether Zhang Yu could accomplish it like he did last time. Having been proven wrong once already, he didn't want to experience that a second time. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yu's guide remained at the top of the popularity charts. Not only did professionals from Shangyu City contribute, but Jiangshui City also pitched in significantly, and even neighboring cities showed curiosity. In short, the hype showed no signs of fading. But this morning, news once again topped the charts. Breaking news! Zhang Yu has actually entered the nightmare level Ancestral Temple Abyss again. 5th floor, I don't get it. Zhang Yu clearly has the strength to clear the other two nightmare level abysses, so why go back to the temple? 9th floor, do you really think nightmare level abysses can be cleared casually? He has to consider the danger factor too. Clearing a temple with existing strategies is obviously easier than tackling the film studio without any guides. 10th floor, if it were me, I'd still enter the Ancestral Hall. After all, I've already cleared a nightmare level Ancestral Hall Abyss once, it's more familiar and stable by comparison. 19th floor, disappointed. Just, disappointed. 47th floor, I thought Zhang Yu might give Shangyu City one more nightmare level strategy. 66th floor, hold on, he already broke the record and shared the strategy at a very low price. Aren't you guys kind of morally pressuring him here? 75th floor, what kind of abyss others choose to enter is their own business. Why are there so many idiots who can't even clear the easy mode constantly yapping about it? 101st floor, ha, this is hilarious. Even Zhang Yu entering an abyss can spark arguments. 164th floor, after all, this place is just full of board trolls who can't clear any abyss and have nothing better to do than flood forums. The news of Zhang Yu re-entering the nightmare level shrine abyss instantly became trending. After all, there were very few professionals who genuinely wished for Zhang Yu to grow stronger. Some were envious, some were just watching for amusement, and others secretly hoped he would stumble. With the professionals from Jiangshui City fueling the fire, the forum discussions were almost entirely centered around Zhang Yu. However, this discussion didn't last long before it concluded, because the news of Zhang Yu's successful clearance was announced to all professionals in Shangyu City within less than 5 hours. Announcement. Congratulations to professional team Summoner Squad for breaking the historical clearance time record of Ancestral Hall Abyss, Nightmare difficulty. Clear time, 5 hours 21 minutes 11 seconds. Team leader, Zhang Yu, Summoner. Team members, Tao Qian, Monk, Kuing, Assassin, Wenren Xingyu, Assassin, Chai Yun, Ranger. This team's members have already claimed the historical record reward package. The forum instantly flooded with posts filled with question marks, expressing their confusion and shock. Then in that thread titled, Prediction Post, Ancestral Hall Abyss Theoretical Time Limit, a comment quietly appeared. Post number 1084, no need to guess, I've tested it myself. The absolute minimum time is 5 hours and 21 minutes. Of course, if you skip the hidden quests and don't aim for perfect completion, you could probably finish it in about 4.5 hours. The person who posted this comment was none other than Zhang Yu. Chapter 76 quickly apologize to my godfather. 6. I have nothing to say. 5 hours. Holy shit, you monster, are you really leaving no hope for the juniors? Going straight for the limit? Zhang Yu, the eternal god. Seriously, what's the point? Breaking the record doesn't even get you any rewards. Might as well leave some room for future professionals in Shangyu City. Yeah, always showing off without leaving any room for juniors to advance. I bet future professionals trying to clear the Ancestral Hall Abyss will absolutely despise Zhang Yu. Wait, didn't you guys hear Zhang Yu mention the hidden quest and perfect clearance? What's the point? It's got nothing to do with me anyway? Amidst the chaotic comments, a reply marked with a V badge stated, "It does matter, and it matters greatly. To be honest, you will surely regret your words." Ha, impossible. Nothing could ever make me feel regret. Just as this comment was being liked by a flood of users, a system notification popped up. Notification. The professional team Summoner Squad from Shangyu City has completed the hidden nightmare level Ancestral Temple Abyss mission. The red sedan chair and the female ghost in red will no longer appear in the Ancestral Temple Abyss. The professional team Summoner Squad from Shangyu City has flawlessly cleared the nightmare level Ancestral Temple Abyss. Nightmare level is the highest difficulty of the Ancestral Temple Abyss. All difficulty levels in this abyss have been reduced by 20%, and rewards have been increased by 20%. Permanently effective. The 5 professionals within the Summoner Squad from Shangyu City have been awarded the Perfect Ancestral Temple Abyss Achievement Badge. In the Temple of Shangyu City, limited-time exclusive Shrine Gold cards for members of the Summoner Squad will be sold. Professionals who purchase these gold cards will receive assistance from the Phantom of the respective card's professional when entering the shrine. Available for purchase for a limited time of 48 hours, after which they will be removed from sale. Prices are set by the team members themselves. The silence on the forum was deafening. The system's notification caught all the professionals in Shangyu City off guard except for Zhang Zhan and Chai Feng. Apologize. Those who just called Zhang Yu selfish and mocked him, hurry up and apologize. You have 3 minutes. If you don't apologize, don't blame me for doxing you and throwing feces at your house. Hurry up and apologize to my sworn father. Apologize to my dear father. Upstairs neighbor, you're even more shameless than I thought. From now on, anyone who dares to insult my godfather again, I'll skin them alive. And if anyone makes my godfather angry, I'll pay them a personal visit. So this is the reward for a perfect clear? I'm hearing about this for the first time. The Ancestral Hall's Abyss difficulty is reduced by 20%, and it's not just the Nightmare level Abyss, it includes easy, normal, and hard modes too, with rewards increased by 20%. This is absolutely insane. Never mind anything else, just the fact that it's permanently effective. I can't even imagine how many godchildren Zhanyu will have in the future. This is absolutely insane. Shouldn't the professionals in Shangyu City be worshipping Zhanyu like a god? I'm so pissed. Why does this kind of mechanism even exist? Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. The person above must be from Jiangshui City, ha 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 ha. You're laughing too loud, it's hurting my eyes, but damn it's hilarious, I can't hold back either. The forum was once again filled with laughter and joy. However, the happiness belonged solely to the professionals of Shangyu City. Only the professionals of Jiangshui City silently swallowed their bitterness. Ha 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 ha. Having long since slipped out from the abyss of the Ancestral Hall and returned to the villa, Zhengyu and his crew were laughing with unbridled arrogance. Tao Qian clutched his stomach, aching from laughter. Because the Jiangshui City Forum was currently bombarding Zhou Yun with scathing criticism. They can't even keep up with banning all the posts. There are just too many. The forum bros might not be good at much else, but when it comes to roasting people, they're absolute geniuses, throwing out all sorts of unflattering photos of Zhou Yun, sarcastic memes, and passive-aggressive digs. Tao Qian and the others were absolutely delighted watching this. Brother you, I gotta say, this feeling is fucking amazing. Wenran Xingyu also smiled and said, I was always worried before whether you'd regret standing up against Zhou Yun and Li Nan when the Li faction comes after you. Now I'm not worried anymore. Because Tao Qian was right, this feeling is just too damn good. Wenran Xingyu also swore, which was rare for her. Zhang Yu shook his head and said, actually, I didn't expect the perfect clearance to have this kind of mechanism. Originally, making Zhou Yun regret it in such a short time was unrealistic. All we can say is, the female ghost in red was the mastermind behind this whole thing. When they entered the Ancestral Hall Abyss again, Zhang Yu finally understood why the female ghost in red had reminded him of those 3 things. Because only by killing the green-eyed yellow weasel and ensuring the flame in the bronze basin doesn't extinguish can the red-dressed female ghost truly be sent away. This is the hidden quest. Send away the red-dressed female ghost who does not belong to the Ancestral Hall's Abyss. And this task must be personally hinted by the red-dressed female ghost. It's impossible to guess through speculation alone. In other words, this hidden quest requires entering the Ancestral Hall Abyss twice. Then carry the village chief's coffin to the Ancestral Hall. Gather all 4 coffins. This will fulfill the perfect clearance conditions. Zheng Yu only knew about the hidden mission, unaware that a perfect clearance could produce such an effect. Moreover, entering the Ancestral Hall Abyss for the second time yielded far more rewards than clearing any other nightmare abyss once. The hidden mission granted a Radiant Treasure Chest. That's right, Radiant Tier Treasure Chest. Guaranteed to drop Radiant equipment. Radiant Tier equipment remains exceptionally rare even at level 40. Far surpasses what any historical record package could offer. Perfect clearance rewarded 2 prizes. One was an achievement badge. Perfect Shrine Abyss, Achievement Badge, perfect clearance of 2 nightmare level abysses. Basic achievement attributes, Intelligence plus 2%, Strength plus 2%. Special achievement attribute defense against ghost-type creatures increased by 10%. The effect is decent, considered quite good among achievement badges. Another reward is that gold card privilege. Zheng Yu opened the Holy Temple store. A notification popped up directly. You have perfectly cleared the Ancestral Hall Abyss and obtained the Ancestral Hall Abyss Privilege Gold Card. Within the next 48 hours, it will be featured at the top position in the Shangyu City Temple store. 50% of the proceeds from the sale of the gold card will belong to you. Please set the price, ___________. Zheng Yu saw 5 golden cards prominently displayed at the top of the shop. Each card bore the name of one of the 5 of them. Their status read, unpriced, currently for sale. Zheng Yu clicked open his own golden card. Privilege Gold Card, Summoner Squad, Leader, Zheng Yu. Occupation, Summoner. Price, undetermined. Usage method, this gold card can only be used in the Temple Abyss of Shangyu City, releasing the Phantom of the card's exclusive professional to assist in battle for 5 minutes. Adjust Shadow Strength according to Abyss difficulty. Note, for professional users in Shangyu City only. Note, for purchasers' use only. Non-transferable, non-resaleable. This thing is quite good. Available for only 48 hours. But Zheng Yu is probably going to sell like crazy. A must-buy for professionals about to advance to stage 2. Even non-professional youngsters would stockpile one if they had the money. Ding, ding, ding. Zheng Yu's inbox was chiming incessantly at this moment. He glanced through the messages, all filled with cries of Godfather, direct apologies, and pleas for Zheng Yu not to be angry. One Renqing Yu smiled and said from the side, probably wants you to lower the price a bit. How much are you planning to set it at? Tao Qian asked. Their gold cards didn't matter, no one would buy them anyway, since nobody would purchase privilege gold cards for soy sauce. But figuring out how to price them was a major problem. But Zheng Yu wasn't worried at all. Why set a price? Tao Qian asked in confusion. You're not selling anymore. Sell? Of course we'll sell. But pricing should be left to the professionals. If I set it too high, people will say I'm asking for the moon. If I set it too low, it's not like I'm their father, no need to lose money just for applause. So, someone's got to take the fall for me. With that, Zheng Yu made a call to Chai Fong. Chapter 77, we can't let Zheng Yu feel disappointed again. Shangyu City Office. Chai Fong hung up the phone and smiled strangely at Zhang Zhan, saying, I remember you said a few days ago that Zheng Yu is just a young man. Have you ever seen such a cunning young man? Zhang Zhan asked with a smile, did he leave the pricing matter to us? Chai Fong nodded. He told me that Godfather is actually the most tragic figure in history. He didn't want to be one, so he made me take the role. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Zhan laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. That kid, really something special. Chai Fong said helplessly. What else can we do? Shangyu City has finally produced a genius, we have to take good care of them. I'll issue a public notice later, saying the price was determined through discussions in the mayor's office. Set it at 1 million? That's too expensive. How many professionals in Shangyu City can afford 1 million? True, those who can afford that probably don't need a privilege gold card anyway. 500,000. Alright, the price is reasonable and it could boost sales. But even so, some people will definitely complain it's too expensive. Zhang Zhan waved his hand dismissively and said, when lice are many, they don't bite. We can't please everyone anyway, didn't Zheng Yu basically send us here to take the heat? I'll indulge him this time, I'll take the heat for this. Zhang Zhan didn't care. What's a little scolding? Compared to the tangible benefits Zheng Yu brought to Shangyu City, if he couldn't shoulder this minor matter, how would he be any different from Zhou Yun? No one understood better than him just how sweet the mechanics of a perfect clearance could be. How much it could elevate the strength of an entire city. Zhang Zhan could already envision how much Shangyu City's overall power would grow in the coming years. Noon. The professionals in Shangyu City received a personal announcement from Mayor Zhang Zhan. It was explicitly stated that Zheng Yu had entrusted the pricing of the gold cards to the mayor's office, demonstrating both his trust in Shangyu City and his regard for its professionals. There was no arbitrary pricing, nor was there any exorbitant price gouging. But seek professional help. Final price, 499,999 yuan. Contrary to Zhang Zhan's expectations, no one criticized him. Instead, they found the mayor's office pricing quite reasonable. To be honest, it's a bit expensive, but I'll buy it. I'll buy it too, not for anything else. Zheng Yu knows many of us envy him, mock him, and ridicule him, yet he repays our malice with kindness, giving up a chance to break records just to help us achieve a flawless victory and secure such a huge benefit. Yes, buy it all. Now I finally understand why those geniuses from the central district level up faster than us. They must have perfectly cleared abysses. Not entirely. I did some research, and in the entire 9 provinces, there are only a handful of abysses that have been perfectly cleared. For the professionals in the Central District, Phase 2 is just a transitional stage. True geniuses would never enter the same Phase 2 abyss twice. The difficulty of Phase 3 abysses increases exponentially, making perfect clears even harder. That's why it's only possible in Phase 2. So we gotta buy it. Zhengyu is really, he's so warm, I'm crying. Buy it, absolutely must buy it. But 500,000 is still expensive. Just do what you can afford. For professionals who can advance to stage 2, 500,000 isn't expensive. Other professionals should buy according to their family situation. Consider it a way to thank Zhengyu. Yes, we can't be like those professionals in Jianshui City. Zhengyu has already been disappointed once. We can't let him down again. You're absolutely right. The golden cards went on sale. Surprisingly, over 100 copies were sold in an instant. You should know that 500,000 is no small amount. Those professionals who can directly afford to spend 500,000 are either from wealthy families or already established professionals capable of earning substantial income. And this number is still growing. The solidarity among the professionals in Shangyu City deeply moved Zhang Zhan. It was worth bringing Zhengyu for you guys. You're really showing gratitude, aren't you? Unlike the harmonious, joyful, and united atmosphere of Shangyu City, Jianshui City was downright depressing. So depressing. In the Hall of the Abyss on Cold Street, the record bearing Zhengyu's name was especially glaring. The place was full of professionals who knew Zhengyu. There were Zhengyu's classmates. There was a passerby who had almost joined Zhengyu's team before, and had even mocked him once. Of course, Wu Zong and Li Feng weren't there. Those two had gone into hiding. Almost every conversation among the professionals was about Zhengyu. You know, it would be so great if Zhengyu stayed with us. Yeah, that perfect clearance mechanism, I'm practically dying of envy just looking at it. A 20% difficulty reduction, 20% reward increase, plus golden card privileges. That basically guarantees Phase 2 success. It's hard to imagine how much stronger Shangyu City will become because of this dungeon. Ugh, don't even mention it. I'm green with envy. First Shangyu had Zhang Zhan, now Zhengyu. What the hell does our Jianshui City have? There's that big fool Zhou. Don't mention him, what bad luck. If it weren't for him, Zhengyu wouldn't have left. I heard Zhengyu's grandfather died back then because the government didn't provide subsidies in time and he couldn't afford medicine. Really? It was mentioned on Tiaba. TSK Zhou de Yuan Zhong is such a beast. Jianshui City Office. Zhou Yun was resting with his eyes closed, but the secretary could tell from the throbbing veins on his forehead that he wasn't as calm as he appeared. The secretary hesitated for a moment, then spoke bluntly. The administrators said they can't keep up with deleting posts. If it really comes to it, we might have to temporarily shut down the forum. Minister Lee from the Resources Department asked me to inform you that he has urgent business and needs to return to his faction. He requests your assistance in managing the department's affairs in the meantime. Anything else? Yes. Zhou Yun's veins bulged a little more. The faction has rejected your Abyss application request. Next matter. Zhou Yun cut off his secretary's words. The 14 dismissed experts have jointly appealed to the provincial authorities, and they require your response. Enough. Zhou Yun suddenly opened his eyes, bloodshot veins covering his eyeballs. Clearly, he hadn't slept well the night before. Every single one of them is fucking giving me headaches. If that garbage programmer can't figure it out, fire his ass. Those fucking experts, why should I respond to them? What gives them the right to appeal? Does Li Nan really think he's got me under his thumb? If it weren't for his damn daddy, who the hell does he think he is? He left behind a pile of mess and just walked away like nothing happened? And that Zhengyu, he's just a little summoner. Does he really think he's God's favorite? How dare he turn against me? Zhou Yun roared recklessly, venting his fury. Actually, it wasn't entirely because of Zhengyu. Zhengyu was merely the spark that lit the fuse. He reached level 45, yet never managed to join a faction. Finally, he caught a break through Li Nan's influence, only to run into a troublemaker like Zhengyu. He thought the faction membership, earned at the cost of his reputation, would guarantee him a smooth team formation to enter the Abyss. Yet he was still rejected. The faction never truly valued him. Zhou Yun felt like nothing had gone smoothly for him in recent years, and suddenly all the emotions of grievance, anger, and sorrow surged forth. Even a strong person like him lost control of his emotions because of all these messy situations. Fortunately, it was just a brief outburst lasting only a minute. He smoothed his disheveled hair. Calmly regaining composure, she said, "It's fine, none of it matters. As long as I persist until level 50, all these chaotic voices will disappear. He's just a summoner. But I am the rising pillar of Jojo, about to become a level 50 awakened one. Perfect clearance? Ha, just a phase 2 abyss, a mere trifle, and you're already complaining about the mayor you rely on? As long as my awakening succeeds, the harsher they curse now, the deeper their regret will be in the future." Zhou Yun said, turning to his secretary beside him and demanding, "You don't believe me?" The secretary replied calmly, "I believe you," but in his eyes, there was a hint of helplessness.